The world knows only the three pure ones in the primordial chaos, but they are unaware of your existence as the fourth pure one. On the surface, you may seem like a follower of the three pure ones, but in reality, you are a more terrifying presence than them. It is because you have traveled through time and are familiar with the script of the primordial chaos, able to see through worldly matters and foresee events. Knowing the plot well, you are aware that the three pure ones are destined to split in the future, leading to internal conflicts and mutual destruction, causing the decline of the Taoist sects and paving the way for Western influences to take advantage. As someone who has traveled through time, you will not allow history to repeat itself with the three pure ones. Under your guidance, the four brothers will no longer fight amongst themselves but will unite and become the overlords of the primordial chaos. At this moment, on the peak of Kunlun Immortal Mountain, there were four clusters of purple mist, exuding a rich Taoist rhyme, shining brightly with merit, floating at the top of the vast sky. As a purple divine thunder fell, the first purple mist successfully transformed and took shape. I am the heavenly venerable of the great purity and virtue. Today I take form, named Laozi, recognized by the heavenly Tao, representing the authentic lineage of Pangu. Following were two consecutive rolls of divine thunder, booming loudly. Two figures walking side by side emerged, their innate Tao bodies standing tall at the peak of the sky. I am the heavenly venerable of jade clear primordial beginning. Today I take form, named Yuan Shi, recognized by the heavenly Tao, authentic lineage of Pangu. I am the heavenly venerable of supreme clear spirit treasure. Today I take form, named Tong Tian, recognized by the heavenly Tao, authentic lineage of Pangu. Then, the final divine thunder suddenly struck, and a peerless young man appeared out of thin air. I am the supreme primordial unblemished of the beginning of the great origin, also known as Xuanqing Honghuang heavenly venerable, named Xuanqing. Today I take form, recognized by the great Tao. As the words were spoken, the three clears looked at each other in astonishment. Wait, why is it that you, the fourth brother, don't quite fit in? Your Tao name is much longer than the others. We three clears are all recognized by the heavenly Tao, but you are being special, skipping past the heavenly Tao and directly seeking validation from the great Tao for your identity. Your way of appearing is so effective, completely overshadowing us three clears. But that wasn't the most explosive part. I, Xuanqing Venerable, am the head of the authentic lineage of Pangu, and also the leader of the four clears of Pangu. Before the three clears could react, you started to act mischievously again. As you spoke, the three clears stared at each other in disbelief, speechless. Wait, what do you mean by being the leader of the four clears of Pangu? Fourth brother, do you even understand what it means to respect the elder with superior wisdom? You, who just attained enlightenment last, how did you suddenly become the eldest brother? Regardless of strength, just based on appearance, you should be the youngest. Our fourth brother here is a bit mischievous by nature. Laozi sighed lightly. The fourth brother is truly mischievous. Yuan Shi was indignant. Indeed, education should start from an early age. We should discipline the younger brother early. Eldest brother, second brother, don't stop me later. Tong Tian was filled with battle intent. At this moment, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who were dissatisfied, were planning to teach you a lesson on how to be a good younger brother. But before they could act, your next move left the three clears completely bewildered. Condense the merit of opening heaven. With a light reprimand, you raised your hand, stirring the purple mist from all directions, gathering immense merit, forming a momentum like a whale swallowing, all merging into your body in one go. With the merit, the golden body is formed. The golden light of merit fell from the sky, and you radiated with golden light all over. This scene left the three clears dumbfounded, completely stunned. The four clears of Pangu all possessed a part of the merit of opening heaven. The first thing the three clears did after attaining enlightenment was to condense the merit of opening heaven into a golden wheel, manifesting it behind their heads to deepen their own blessings and ensure continuous luck. However, the situation took a sudden turn with Xuanqing. Fourth brother, you are confused. Why are you using the merit of opening heaven to temper your physical body and condense some useless golden body of merit? It seems like our fourth brother here isn't quite right in the head. Such extravagance is simply wasteful. Despite their comments, you remained indifferent, enjoying the power of merit flowing through your body. Content. You naturally understood the ingenious use of merit. The reason for this was that you knew the four clears were the incarnations of the three indestructible true spirit gods of Pangu, whose spiritual power was naturally perfect, but compared to physical strength, it was considerably weaker, not matching up to some top-tier peers or the 12 ancestral witches of the shaman clan. However, you cleverly used the merit of opening heaven to make up for this weakness. Now, with the golden body of indestructible merit formed, your physical strength was as hard as a top-grade primordial spirit treasure, holding the stars and plucking the sun and moon. This is just the tip of the iceberg. With a lift of your hand, you can shatter the void, and with a swing of your fist, you can unleash a fist like that of a deity, disrupting the order of the universe, reversing the yin and yang, and destroying a small world. As for blessings, luck, opportunities, and fate, you are fearless. With the ability to foresee the development of the world and seize opportunities, you can make up for any shortcomings and seize every opportunity, making good use of the major opportunities in the world. This is my companion spirit treasure. Suddenly, you feel a surge of warmth in your heart, and you immediately sink your consciousness to examine it, only to see a perfectly round pearl floating there. This crystal clear pearl emits a rich purple aura, surrounded by the essence of the primordial chaos, exuding the aura of the Tao of chaos. Unmistakably the chaos pearl, one of the 4 great treasures of chaos. Recognizing the origin of this mysterious treasure at a glance, you are suddenly filled with excitement, unable to conceal your joy. This treasure is the supreme treasure transformed from the origin of chaos, containing 3,000 great Tao laws, capable of concealing the secrets of the heavens, covering all things, and is on par with the opening acts, the primordial lotus of creation, and the creation jade disc. However, the first 3 treasures were too unpredictable and powerful, not tolerated by the heavens, and after suffering heavy blows from the creation calamity, they shattered and fragmented, evolving into many heavenly and earthly treasures scattered throughout the world. Amazingly, beyond all expectations, after crossing over, you have become not only the 4th Qing of Pangu, who should not exist, but also have the Chaos Pearl, such a heaven-defying treasure as your companion. Suppressing the excitement in your heart, you begin to explore the world within the Chaos Pearl, which contains a side of the Honghuang universe space, vast and boundless, horizontal and endless, but it is a pity that Xuanqing's current Taoism is minimal. Cultivation is comparable to the Dala Golden Immortal. It is not enough to open up. Other than that, just the 50 spiritual treasure prohibitions contained within the Chaos Pearl are enough to make the current Xuanqing look forward to. If one wanted to completely refine the prohibitions in it, one would have to at least go after the mixed Golden Immortal. However, so far, with the Chaos Bead in his possession, Xuanqing could be considered to have one more card, even if the heavenly Tao tended to become complete in the future, and the laws of heaven and earth were no longer crippled, and Xuanqing, an anomaly, was found to exist, he could still be fearless. Xuanqing could rest assured for the time being on the issue of the Flood ID card. Next, it was a matter of choosing the seniority and inferiority of the 4 Qing of Pangu and deciding the status. 4th brother, are you listening to us? That's not polite, it's against your honor. This is not. Do not wait for Xuanqing open mouth for his own name. The nature of the violent temper Tong Tian immediately rebuked out. A mouth of 4th brother. I listened to the ear-piercing, easy to cough, although the first derivative spiritual intelligence for the elders, but the road divided into high and low, and divided into the strong and weak, up to the first is. Xuanqing directly opened the door and spoke bluntly and frankly. A lesson from the past is a lesson for the future. The only way to establish prestige and consolidate your position is to become the head of the 4 purities. In this way, it will be possible to dominate the future development of the 3 Qing in the future, and better prevent infighting among the 3 Qing, so as not to continue to end in tragedy. In a nutshell, among the 4 cleansings of Pangu, there must be a leader who takes the lead. Oh, what does the 4th brother mean? Is that he wants to use strength to discuss seniority and divide the eldest and youngest? Old man Tai Ching suddenly became interested and asked. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were also provoked by the damned desire to win or lose. Their eyes all blazed, quite looking forward to it. After all, no one wants to be the youngest, and everyone wants to be the leader. Afterwards, in order to settle the order of the 4 Qing's elders and children, the 4 Qing's formal discussion on the top of the Kunlun Immortal Mountain. Chapter 3 Xuanqing's Talent Inheritance? Full Gnosis Against the Heavens? Pangu's 4 Qing discusses the absolute top of Kunlun. This was the first time that the 4 brothers had competed since they had transformed and attained enlightenment, and it was also considered the first time that they had fought internally. In the first round, it started with a civil fight, but said Pangu 3 Chang, in addition to having a 9-turn Yuan Gong, the cultivation of the spirit of this door outside, and each of them are very skillful, gifted with different aptitudes. Tai Chung Lao Zi was good at alchemy, proficient in the art of setting up a furnace and tripod, and white snow and yellow buds. During the discussion, Lao Zi used heaven and earth as a furnace, and casually picked strange flowers and plants from a corner of Kunlun, and soon sacrificed several golden 9-turn golden pills. A grain of gold Dan swallowed into the abdomen. Xuanqing suddenly felt the body of the Dalai Mana crazy surging, the cultivation gradually rise, cannot help but praise of. And then, on the Yuqing Yuan Shi dazzle skills, to the way of refining, turning stone into gold, can make the grass and trees withered branches metamorphosis, sacrificed a piece of subtle small magic weapon. Machine art to the state of the art. Unspeakable. Xuanqing admired it. Finally it's time to get to Tontine. Only to see him bending down and picking up a few broken stones on the ground, arranging them in order, fitting the principle of the stars and buckets of the circumference of the heavens, and soon arranging a miniature spell formation on the ground, which was divine. The marvel of the formation was in its hands, and it was at its fingertips, out of this world. More than that, after a handful of shallow exposure of the wonderful array road, Tongtian folded down a peach branch, the body flying, like a swimming dragon, swept out of the road sword shadow. Cold ons, the sword swept 90,000 miles. Seeing this, Xuanqing nodded inside. Even though he knew in his previous life that Tongtian's sword and array were practiced together, and his attainments were great, he was still quite surprised to see it with his own eyes now. It was no wonder that in the latter days of the flood, countless great formations of heaven and earth were derived from within the interceptor sect of the 10,000 immortals, crowning the flood and the heavens. Among them, the 10,000 immortals formation, the plague Pinsawang formation, the innate 9/4 Yellow River formation, the immortal execution sword formation, and so on. The ferocious mighty and famous killing and destroying formations are all deduced by Tongtian. Fourth brother, several of us have finished practicing our arts, so it is your turn next. Old man Taiqing closed the furnace and extinguished the fire, dropping his gaze to Xuanqing. Yuanshi and Tongtian also cast curious gazes, both wondering what kind of natural abilities this fourth brother of theirs had in his body. After all, to be honored as a descendant of the Pangu clan, with extraordinary roots, deep blessings, and extraordinary talent, you can't be without a skill, can you? Big brother Laozi is good at the golden dan dao. The second brother, Yuanshi, was proficient in the way of refining weapons. Third brother Tongtian is a dual practitioner of sword and array, with extraordinary attainments. What about Xuanqing? Next moment, however, he saw Xuanqing scratch the back of his head and smiled sarcastically. To be honest, Xuanqing didn't really seem to have any talent inheritance. He couldn't take his meritorious and indestructible golden body and perform for the three Qings and the others to break a boulder in their chests, hold a steel gun to their throats, and explode a brick in their heads. Could he? Under pressure, Xuanqing, blessed to the heart, subconsciously closed his eyes, as if in the sense of heaven and earth, but also as if in the digestion of the three Qing before the performance of many wonderful method. And I don't know why. The many esoteric gifts and Dao techniques that the three Qing had previously shown off were certainly wonderful in Xuanqing's view, but they were like a swaddled baby learning to speak by the skin of its teeth, or a 1-year-old toddler learning to walk. Just very simple. No, during the process of resting his eyes and composing his mind, Xuanqing had already blended the art of alchemy of Laozi of Taiqing, the way of refining weapons of Yuanshi of Jade Qing, as well as Tongtian's way of swords and array, removing the wheat from the chaff and keeping the cream from the chaff, and striving for excellence. What is the fourth brother doing? Could it be that his innate inherited talent is meditating in meditation? Harm. What kind of inheritance talent is this? Fourth brother, you'd better admit defeat before it's too late. Later on, my brother will strike a little lighter. All three Qing are surprised and doubtful. To the end cannot help but some joking jokes. Not long after, Xuanqing reopened his eyes, and actually began to follow the example of Laozi Taiqing, using the heavens and earth as a furnace, casually picking up the yao grasses and strange flowers in the Kunlun mountains, and began to make sacrifices and refinements. This is big brothers and furnace and tripod, white snow and yellow buds, the art of alchemy? So fourth brother's inherited talent is also the way of alchemy. Yuanshi and Tongtian were once again surprised. The bottom of the eyes of the old man Taiqing even flashed a flash of unexpected color, but quickly recovered calm. The corners of the mouth pursed slightly. Arrogant demeanor is not hidden. Old man Taiqing was very confident in his alchemy skills. Moreover, he boasted that looking at the vast flood world, there were definitely only a handful of alchemists who could match him. All in all, this wave of Xuanqing is bound to lose. Wow. In Tu Qing Laozi complacent occasion, a clear wind wrapped in gusts of dense Dan incense swept iterative swing. Chapter 3 Xuanqing's Talent Inheritance? Full Gnosis against the Heavens? 2. Xuanqing extinguished the fire and took the Dan. The moment the Dan was completed, there was a flow of Dan lines and visions, an elixir with a rounded body, its surface branded with a strange pattern and a divine radiance flowing, was floating in Xuanqing's palm, and then it flew out and landed right in front of Laozi, inviting him to taste it. This is the 9 Revolutions golden pill that Big Brother just refined. It's practically identical. Even the Dan scent is the same. Yuanshi and Tongtian couldn't help but marvel out. Laozi, on the other hand, froze in place, unable to remain calm any longer, his pupils shaking slightly. As the saying goes, Outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Lao Zi, who is also an alchemist, saw the clues at a glance, and suffered a violent attack in his heart, which shook and swayed his Dao heart in Yuanshan. In terms of character, the Golden Dan refined by Xuanqing was even better. Moreover, its Dan pattern is complicated and mysterious, with a higher grade and better medicinal effect. This could be seen from the moment Xuanqing became a Dan. Through the Mimi Dan fragrance refreshing the heart and the curling medicinal flavor pouncing on the nose, thoughts float in and out, suppress all the fluttering inside, only to see Tai Ching Laozi holding the Golden Dan in his hand. He trembled and asked, "Fourth brother, your natural inheritance path is also the Golden Dan Dao?" Xuanqing shook his head and said frankly, "No, I just watched you alchemize pills, had some enlightenment, and learned it now." Boom dash. This statement was made. Yuanshan and Tong Tian smacked their lips. Old man Tai Ching's eyes directly widened and his body shook violently. The moment felt especially invigorating, and appalled. "No, fourth brother, listen to what you're saying. Are you a human being?" That being said, the reason why old man Tai Ching himself was able to successfully become a Dan, all at once, in addition to the subtle control of the alchemical fire. More importantly, Laozi has an innate memory heritage. The sea of consciousness is branded with many of the Dan prescription pharmacology, so that it can do the water to the channel, the hand, a breath of fresh air. But, Xuanqing, since it is not body gene Dan Dao innate inheritance, but how do you know of the specific pharmacological Dan formula for making the 9 turns golden pill? Read it once and learn it? That's a little too much bull asterisk. Claptrap. Suddenly, a heavy spiritual light erupted around Xuanqing's body, rapidly flying and converging on the top heavenly spirit. At first glance, but see a thumb-sized flower bone child, budding, green verdant jade drops, slowly concluded out. This is the flower of Dan Dao. So it is. No wonder fourth brother can read it once and learn it once and understand it. It is the norm for those who are able to conclude the flower of the Dan Dao to be able to smell and recognize medicines, and to have a clear understanding of medicinal principles. When Elder Prince Tai Ching saw this, his jaw dropped in shock and he was excited beyond words. Yuanshan and Tong Tian, who were on the side, were not sure why, but they were able to hear it from Laozi's words. This fourth brother of theirs seems to be a natural-born Dan Dao demon? Claptrap. After Laozi was shocked, it didn't take a moment to discuss Yuanshan and Tong Tian. As the brilliant spiritual light danced, Xuanqing once again concluded 2 flower bones above his head. Yuanshan's eyes were wide open in shock. This is the alchemy Dao flower? Tong Tian's jaw dropped, terrified and appalled. There's also the flower of the formation Dao and the flower of the sword Dao. Sanqing, hiss, rumble. Chapter 4, Deducing Pangu's Kung Fu. Obtaining the 3 Qing myriad techniques plus 1 breath transforms 3 Qings. Following Xuanqing's condensation of the flower of the Dan Dao, 3 more flowers are revealed at the top. It directly stunned the 3 pristine ones present. At first, I had thought that Xuanqing was a born Dan Dao prodigy. I don't know. He's still great talent in smithing. Sword Dao Demon, the future everyone of Jindo. It is necessary to know that, in addition to being gifted, the qualification of enlightenment is contrary to the sky. Only by focusing on a single path, and by bringing that path to a state of fulfillment, to the highest level, would it be possible to conclude the flower of the path? After all, talent inheritance this kind of thing, if the innate one out of the world did not have, the latter day is expected to be difficult. In the world of the flood, there was no such thing as diligence can make up for clumsiness. It's about root and foot qualifications. As the saying goes, odd change even change. Root and foot look at the ceiling. Just 3 Qing then wondered. The same Pangu authentic descendants. The same source, a lineage. How is it that Xuanqing was able to be so good? Could it be that my plugin is full of anticlimactic enlightenment? It was only at this moment that Xuanqing came to his senses and his complexion could not help but move. At the beginning of his crossing, he had the sense that his Taoist heart was clear, his spiritual platform was clear, and his thoughts were open and clear. If one hole is open, all holes are open. Everything is insightful. Things are clear as day. Everything is capable of being extracted, decluttered, pushed out, and integrated. Originally, he had thought that it was the many buff additions granted by the 4 clear root feet of Pangu. However, now, looking at the expressions of Laozi, Yuanshan, and Tong Tian's 3 clearings that looked as if they had seen a ghost, Xuanqing was instantly enlightened. The original. What you have, Sam Qing doesn't have. Ha! After that, in order to verify what was in his mind, Xuanqing began to try the method, taking materials from the Kunlun Mountains on the spot and sacrificing magic weapons. He soon designed a delicate and small gadget with exquisite and incomparable organ techniques. The way of the smith. Perfection. Causing the first of all to smack his lips once again. Immediately after, Xuanqing broke off another peach blossom branch and casually drew a circle on the ground, drawing the ground as a cage. In an instant, the endless divine radiance brimmed, and as the arcane light surged, the complicated array patterns manifested, and then a magnificent array was clearly presented. One of the paths of formation. Perfect. It made Tonto stare, and then, the peach branch flung, dispersed the heaven and earth cage array of power, peach blossom flying, between the colorful burst of majestic sword intent rushing sky, a sword like cold 4 seas and 8 deserts, the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The way of the sword is perfect, called Tong Tian directly dumbfounded. The rest of the 2 purities were also shocked and speechless, as Xuanqing finished trying the law. At this moment, the 3 clearings are already known. They lost this round of the civil war, and lose completely, and, heartfelt, more even. For a moment, the 3 Qings are getting skeptical. That being said, Xuanqing is the one Pangu mass immune, right? I wonder if I can deduce the Pangu inheritance technique to a brand new level with this full level of heaven-defying enlightenment. Thoughts floating. Xuanqing peeped into the sea of consciousness and the part of the innate memory inheritance imprints. Urgently want a Pangu inheritance technique. The 9 turns of the Yuan Gong. Eat through the enlightenment, and strengthen the spirit. At that time, what the 6 paths reincarnation fist, the emperor's seal decision, and even the God King's sure kill technique of kissing mom entanglement, and so on, all kinds of arts and aptitudes, would not be at your fingertips? When all was said and done, in the gap between the 3 Qing's horrified days, Xuanqing sat down on the ground and began to specialize in the Pangu inheritance technique. It was intended to be just as shallow, try it out attitude. It is not expected. The memory fragments of the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong were actually manifested into a single great Dao rune, densely packed, arcane and complicated, surging forth in a single brain, blessed to the interiors of the mind. It took him no more than an incense burner's worth of effort to comprehend this technique, and then he had an epiphany in a single moment. Taishang Oblivion Taoist Scripture. Chapter 4, Deducing Pangu's Kung Fu. Obtaining the 3 Qing myriad techniques plus 1 breath transforms 3 Qing. 2. Jade Clear Immortal Technique. Xuanqing Immortal Technique. And 1 breath transforms 3 purities. As each arcane golden great Dao rune leapt into the sea of consciousness, it continued to divide and reorganize, and then constructed a supreme mythic law of arcane profundity. In the end, it was instantly blended by Xuanqing and used for him, innate in general, without any sense of incongruity. After that, he will be the 3 Qing Gong Fa. For the integration, to eliminate the essentials, take the long and make up for the shortcomings. To create their own performances, Xuanqing Miao Fa. One day of enlightenment caused Xuanqing's body to be surrounded by a dense Taoist rhythm, his breath gradually becoming more and more mysterious, his Taoist skills becoming deeper and deeper, and his cultivation level rising, its realm, climbing, followed by the rising water. In one fell swoop can break through the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the blink of an eye, it was directly equal to the head of the 3 purities, Old Man Tai Ching. Seeing this, Old Man Tai Ching's expression was aghast. The bottom of the heart quietly emerges a sense of crisis, secretly said a bad suffer. I'm afraid that the status of the big brother to be unprotected carry on. Then we look at Tong Tian and Yuan Shi, both of whom are competitive and arrogant by nature. Despite being very shocked in his heart, he sighed in awe at Xuanqing's natural enlightenment. But, in the flood world, strength is honored. Whoever has the hardest fist can be the big brother. 4th brother, Dan Dao, array formation, and artifact refining are ultimately just some sideways. It's only fundamental that one's own strength is hard enough. Thou, darest fight? Tong Tian fist rubbing palms, body battle intent rolled. Talk, openly step forward to invite the king to fight. Lousy, the beginning of the same leaping desire to fight, but thought cannot bully the small by the big, bully the small by the many, and then try to suppress their own will to fight, and consciously retreated to the side. It goes without saying. Next, a martial arts fight, or singles mode. It is not expected. Xuanqing slowly got up, spread out his arms, hooked his fingers, and directly said frankly, no need to waste time. All of you family members come together. Hiss. This word, the 3 Qing are inhaling cool air, heart at the same time thump a jump, shocked and appalled more than. In the next second, a huffy look appeared on their faces. Lao Tzu, arrogant. Yuan Shi, rampant. Tong Tian, big talk. Xuanqing, on the other hand, did not bother to explain and has read without reply. Between the saving of the genjutsu, then he offered the supreme wonderful law. 1 breath transforms 3 purities. Out. A light reprimand fell. In the next moment, Xuanqing's body was surrounded by Taoist arcane rhythms, and a trail of residual shadows emerged, overlapping and dazzling. Within a few moments, 3 figures came out behind him, all with different looks, figures, and demeanor. However, it is the same as the 3 Qings in the field, and the Tao rhythms are the same, and the gods and shapes are similar. Poor Taoist Taishang forgotten love. Meet fellow Taoist. Poor Taoist Jade clear expanse of heaven. Meet fellow Taoist. Poor Taoist Xuanqing interceptor of heaven. Meet fellow Taoist. In this room, all of a sudden, there was another pair of old, middle-aged, and young combinations, all of them arching their hands towards Xuanqing in bowing worship. Gaze, gaze, gaze. For a time, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian 3 people, heart and soul shocked. The heart of the Tao suffered a vicious impact. Our eyeball to eyeball, and double eyeball. Shocker, horrified, and unbelievable, even unthinkable. However, those 3 Taoists, not only did their Taoist rhythms resemble the 3 purities, and even the cultivation of the Tao was infinitely close. Now, the 3 Qing instantly knew why Xuanqing dared to be so arrogant and cocky, with no one in sight. If they were to take charge of this supreme avatar wonderful law, I fear that they would be even wilder than Xuanqing. And arrogance. 4th brother, have a word. We agreed on a one-on-one fight. How can you bully the few with the many? That's not fair. Don't you come over here. Don't Chapter 5, the 4 Qing traveled to the flood, seeking the treasure of Buzhou Mountain. In the sky above the large Kunlun immortal mountain, the divine power radiated brightly, and the spiritual treasures brimming over shot up to the sky in all directions. So splendid. The process was interspersed with bursts of screams, one after the other. I don't know how much time passed before the various screams, wails, and pleas for mercy gradually subsided. Here in heaven and earth, a peace and tranquility was restored. Big brother, is this chair still comfortable to sit in? If it hurts your butt, tell 2nd brother and I'll reweave a new one for you. Elder brother, I'll rub your shoulders. Can you teach me the method of 1 breath transforms 3 purities that you used just now? Please, big brother. The foot washing water has been debugged for the water temperature. I'll pinch your feet. Remember to cover little brother in the future. When he heard the sound, he looked over and saw Xuanqing leaning on a rattan chair, his eyes closed. The old man gave him a back rub. Genji squeezed his shoulders. Tonto pressed his feet, thoroughly immersed in the praises of the 3 clear bites of the great brother. Very enjoyable, oblivious and leisurely. After this battle, all 3 Qing were all bruised and swollen, like a pig's head. Obviously, the martial arts fight, the 3 Qing also lost, but they have no complaints. Because Xuanqing's wonderful method is unpredictable and varied. It combines the strengths of the 3 Qing and specializes in overcoming the shortcomings of the 3 Qing. Can't beat it at all. In this regard, the 3 Qing have recognized Xuanqing as a good big brother from the bottom of their hearts. After all, although their roots were extraordinary, they had just transformed into forms, had not yet become climates, and their Taoism was minimal, so they were very clear about the dangers of the flooded heavens and earth. Pangu 4 Qing, the same gas, a lineage, can be the same as one of the 4 Qing brothers? Then, the strength of Xuanqing was naturally the stronger the strength, the better. Xuanqing opened his eyes and looked at the 3 Qing who had enthusiastically surrounded himself with busy figures, and a warm current could not help but flow through his heart. The flooded heavens and earth, with all the races, were full of unknown dangers. What's more, the beast quantum revenge had already passed, and it was the time when the 3 innate tribes of dragon, phoenix, and unicorn were fighting for supremacy in the floodplains, and a new quantum revenge of heaven and earth could break out at any time. From now on, Sanqing was his good buddy and brother, honored as the head of the 4 Qings, the elder brother of the 3 Qings, and the guardian of Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. Xuanqing is naturally obligated to take care of them. In this life, the 3 Qing will never be separated, and there must be no more infighting. Xuanqing secretly made up his mind, and then he instructed the 3 Qing to stop their busy figures, stand neatly in a row, and start lecturing. Solemnly said, now the flood situation is turbulent and disturbed, although our roots are extraordinary, respect for the Dala golden immortal, but the beginning of the shape, ultimately weak. Once the amount of heaven and earth robbery to the arrival of our at any time there is a possibility of being destroyed, or fall into the ashes of the robbery, or buried in the bones of unknown places, humble as a mole cricket. Upon hearing this, all 3 Qing's expressions were grave. It didn't feel like Xuanqing was being alarmist. Instead, they are convinced. All began to inexplicably worry about their future prospects, and were very confused. After all, in this golden immortal full of walking, Dala more like a dog in the flood world, they 4 Qing this point of humble Taoism, really not enough to look at. Everyone understands the reasoning, but the flood's momentum is like a monstrous current, and it is unpredictable. Going with the flow they are not willing to do, can swim against the current. Again, they don't know the exact direction, and the path is slim. I don't know what the eldest brother thinks, but we'll do as we're told. Laozi is thoughtful, advocates quietness and does not like to fight, but as long as Xuanqing shouted at him to do anything, he will be obliged to do so. Yes, extremely. Everything is at Big Brother's disposal. In the future, I, Tong Tian, will follow Big Brother. Yuanshi and Tong Tian had big smiles on their faces, nodding their heads and echoing out in a very sincere manner. Seeing this, Xuanqing similarly nodded gently, doubly pleased, and then began to think about the future direction and asked to divine the future. Chapter 5. The four Qings travel to the flood, seeking treasure on Buzhou Mountain, too, as far as he knows. Flood world is vast and boundless, horizontal and endless, is in the opening of the sky soon. Many heavenly materials and treasures are hidden. Now their four Qing have just taken form, except for themselves who have the chaos bead accompanied by the chaos bead, and Laozi of the Tai Qing who has the first supreme treasure of merit and virtue in the latter days. The Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda accompanied by the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. The rest of the two Qing, alone, empty-handed, and no treasures. Xuanqing, who was well versed in the flood, had the ability of foresight and naturally wanted to make good use of it, taking advantage of everything and maximizing the benefits as much as possible. Furthermore, taking the opportunity of this outing to travel the floodplains and search for treasures to amass wealth, Xuanqing intends to properly temper the three Qing, and take this opportunity to rub out their brotherhood, which is more solid than gold and unbreakable. As the saying goes, there is no relationship in the world more ironclad than. We went to school together, carried a gun together, went to a kiln together, split the spoils together. The only way to keep deepening the three clearances is to go through them together, deeper and deeper. In this way, it is possible to guard against infighting among the three Qing, and never to separate them. Thoughts settled. The four Qing common deliberation, the final clabbered decision, then began to move departure, traveling the flood, officially embarked on a treasure hunt. Big Brother, where are we going for the first stop of our treasure hunt? On the way, Tong Tian suddenly asked. Laozi and Yuanshi were excited and also looked at Xuanqing gladly. Without hesitation, Xuanqing said bluntly, Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou is a long way to travel, hundreds of millions of miles. It's inevitably boring to catch up on the road. There's nothing to do. Why don't we four brothers have a race to see who arrives at Buzhou Mountain first? In order to promote the friendship of the three Qing, Xuanqing temporarily thought of a fun little game and suddenly proposed to say, Sanqing, good. Shu, Shu, Shu. This is not, Xuanqing a call, are not waiting for him to react, only to see the three Qing look at each other a smile, each heart understand, and then they foot vertical ground golden light, driving a splendid divine rainbow, cut through the sky and go. He was gone in a puff of smoke, taciturn. Then the little brothers will lead the way ahead, so Big Brother must follow closely. Ha 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 ha. Sprinting ahead, the three purities sped side by side, glancing at each other, their mouths all holding a smirk, laughing brightly. Good man, thou art not virtuous. My brother hasn't even called for the preparations to begin. Xuanqing shook his head and laughed dumbly, pretending to say without any good humor, and immediately also rode a divine rainbow, following closely behind. Not long ago, the four Qing side by side and sped, together with the vastness of the flood, the greatness of heaven and earth, down to observe the prevalence of the categories, the numerous forests of all races, swimming eyes and gallop, enough to extreme audio-visual recreation. The letter can also be happy. Pangu four Qing, all is a clear breeze, just a bit of the vast gas, millions of miles of fast wind. There is a kind of swashbuckling, the feeling of the will. Families, in the future, we, the four purities, will create brilliant battles between this flooded heaven and earth, and how about a glorious reputation, alone for billions of ages? Xuanqing was in a happy mood and had a feeling. Great good, definitely, naturally, ha 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 ha. The three Qings had smiled and nodded their heads, looking up to the sky and laughing wildly, agreeing with Xuanqing's proposal from the bottom of their hearts, and looking forward to the future with great longing. At the same time, a gush of warmth surged through all of them in their hearts. This feeling of being born in the flooded heavens and earth, and then having family members looking out for each other and caring for each other, at this moment, had been deeply imprinted into the hearts of the three Qing, laughing and chatting along the way. Unbeknownst to me, the week has come and gone. Chapter 6, Asking for a Bad Day. Phoenix Hill brother and sister? No, siblings, but the lofty Buzhou, which was evolved by the spine of Pangu, is the heavenly pillar of the flood, the first divine mountain. supporting heaven and earth, bridging the ancient stars. Buzhou Mountain does not refer to a lofty mountain alone, but consists of one continuous mountain peak. 100,000,000 great mountains, constituting billions of miles of mountain ranges, winding and twisting like a dragon, with heavy mountain ranges. The vastness of the Buzhou land boundary is boundless and immeasurable, so there are 10,000 races living and prospering. This place, is it the Buzhou Divine Mountain? It looks as if it is more vast than even the territory of the Blue Star in the previous life. Known as better than seen, now have the honor of witnessing the lofty, sacred and solemn pillars of the flood heavenly pillar. Xuanqing could not help but be shocked, and suddenly felt a sense of oppression. In addition, between the flashes of his eyes, the starry river phantom births and disappears, emitting a touch of hope and anticipation. As far as he knows, the 3 treasures of the green lotus obtained by the 3 purities of the hereafter, coiled dragon flat crutch, the 3 jewels of the jade ruin, Qingping sword, then take it from the uncharted creation. Not only that, Xuanqing, who had familiarized himself with countless floodstream novels, I also know that on Buzhou Mountain, there is infinite creation and opportunities everywhere. What yellow middle li, guru tea tree, celebration of the clouds of the heavens, and so on. Many treasures are hidden. This is the reason why Xuanqing crosses over, not even bothering to scavenge the Kunlun immortal mountain for many heavenly treasures, and can't wait to bring the 3 Qing to come to Buzhou to find treasures. To summarize, now that a group of flood innate deities had not yet come out to seek creation, the Buzhou Mountain at this time was simply rich. Discard the many cluttered thoughts. Xuanqing immediately instructed families. At this time, Buzhou Mountain is the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. It is inappropriate for us to show our faces and be too publicized. We need to be cautious in everything and be careful again. The 3 Qing understood and no longer rode the clouds in the air, but instead landed towards the bottom. In this way, the 4 Clear and his party, traveling to the winding mountain road, winding paths and secluded places, feel the rich fragrance of the mountains and forests. Breathing mud fresh, the 4 brothers traveled side by side, treading the plains together, crossing the snow-capped mountains, swimming through the great rivers, wading through the great rivers, and feeling with all their hearts the vitality of the creation of heaven and earth. Along the way to enjoy the beautiful scenery, look at the mountains, thin vines entangled in the old trees, flowers and grasses everywhere, bamboo trees and pines lush and green, so that the 4 people clear mind to see the nature of the Taoist mind clear. At times, we can see the white deer with the hidden apes, the golden lions and jade elephants, and the camphor, deer, foxes and rabbits. At this moment, rather than coming to seek treasure, the 4 Qing were more like 4 walkers, 4 seekers of the way. To wade into this world is to walk the path, to realize the path, to ask questions, though this helps to deepen the 3 clearances. However, it was not possible to resist the 2 acute people, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Big brother, are we going to keep traveling on foot like this until we reach the absolute top of Buzhou Mountain? Yeah, this is so boring, so boring. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian couldn't help but complain, feeling so uninterested and boring without the excitement of treasure hunting. Tai Ching Laozi was born to be quiet, but was happy to be at ease, happy to get away, all the way to the line, constantly sensing heaven and earth, all laws of nature, clarifying the Taoist heart, washing the spirit, benefited a lot. However, Xuanqing's harvest was even greater. Along the way, he looked out at the lofty Buzhou, looked up at the divine mountain towering high into the clouds, triggered a full level of heaven-defying enlightenment, and comprehended a divine ability technique, Dharma phase heaven and earth. And then, by integrating it, refining it, and pushing it forward, the divine power went one step further and realized the big and small Rui, the divine power of the Big Dipper, traveling to the great wilderness, feeling the desolate vicissitudes of the ancient charm, and understand a divine ability, the great wilderness prisoner of heaven finger. Observe the collapse of a snowy mountain and realize mixed 8-pole collapse. Seeing the mountains blossom and fall with a feeling of realization, a thought of blossoms. The king's presence in the world. Chapter 6, asking for a bad day. Feng Qi mountain brother and sister? No. Siblings, too, and because he has no worries. Forget the mortal world. Hiking between the mountains and forests, quietly watching the flowers blossom, very free, and then realize a speed aptitude, next easy steps. His big brother this is. Mountaineering enlightenment. One step to an epiphany. One step to the Tao. This. Shower. It's too showy. Simply creation bell god Xiao. Big brother's enlightenment is heaven defying. Horrible like this. I am too chung. Ashamed to be inferior. Far less than. As the breath of Xuanqing body gradually xian, the more dense the rhyme, the Taoist line gradually rise, and accompanied by a variety of visions. Immortal light dazzle, suddenly caused the three Qing side eyes. 1 and 2 were jaw-dropped and breathtaking. No. Why is it that everyone is traveling the same path, the same mountain, the same place, and they are oblivious and have nothing to show for it? But it's just Big Brother Xuanqing but able to be so perverted? Are we sure we're all from the same Pangu clan? For a moment, the three clearings became more and more convinced. And Xuanqing, definitely Pangu's own son, package authentic. They, on the other hand, feel more like Pangu was born to his stepmother. That's called envy. Relying on his enlightenment against the heavens, Xuanqing got a taste of the sweetness and was even less inclined to rush on fire. Instead, it was a leisurely walk all the way to see the magnificent mountains and rivers and climb the majestic snowy rivers. When you are thirsty, you stop to hold a sweet spring. When you are tired, you will find a quiet and secluded place to calm your mind and think long and hard. Sometimes sitting alone on the rock, observing the self, the heart following the intention of heaven and earth to be lost, and then realizing the true meaning of the great Tao to manifest, and constantly deepening the direction of the Tao. Its cultivation, increasingly refined, enhancement fast, a day 1,000 miles, vaguely to break the shackles, touching the bottleneck of the middle of the Dala, at any time maybe a higher level. Along the way, Xuanqing climbed up the mountain step by step, realizing the way, and in the process not forgetting to pick a lot of yao grass and strange flowers. It was a pity that most of them netted some unusual lower-grade spirit roots that could be found everywhere, and were really not useful. On this day, Xuanqing smoothly stepped into the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal amidst the envious gazes of the three purities, and everything went smoothly and logically. It just so happened that when he traveled to the Buzhou Mountain, the wisp of breath Taoism released during his breakthrough coincided with a pair of innate to yin and yang tu qi that were about to attain Taoism and take shape. Among them, the innate supreme yin qi, infused by a strand of yang qi from Xuanqing, was nourished and fed back, subconsciously shivering, and actually took the lead in taking shape. I am the prehistoric deity of Buzhou Mountain, and so is Nuwa, recognized by the heavenly Tao. I am a Buzhou innate deity. Fuxi of Fengqi Mountain is also recognized by the heavenly Tao. After taking shape and coming out of the world, Fuxi and Nuwa both looked at each other with stunned expressions. Operate according to the normal trajectory of heaven. They should have been a brother and sister. Just for now, brother Fuxi greets sister Nuwa. This is not the case. Although Fuxi felt very twisted in his heart, a mixture of 5 flavors, 100 different tastes, but the rice has been cooked. The wood has become a boat. Can only obediently accept the reality. Bowing towards Nuwa, the person first, Nuwa can only accept frankly. Thoughts floating, her lips and teeth gently open and close, murmured softly, Feng Kai. Seems to be someone in my body. A cold shiver is what happened. What a marvelous feeling. Talking about the orchid, its exquisite beauty above the pretty face, quietly surfaced a touch of scarlet. Because of this, Xuanqing under Fengqi Mountain had the same feeling, through which he comprehended a yin and yang law oracle. Just very inexplicable. Xuanqing was surprised and stunned. Seemed as if I gave Nuwa that. Xuanqing, GGGGGG, with a bad smile on his face. Chapter 7, Light visits the Qilin's ancestral land. Chaos bead shows divine might. Tai Qing, big brother, you're really good at this. Yuan sure, congratulations, big brother, on concluding a good karma. Tonto, I'm going to have a sister-in-law. In the face of Xuanqing's bad joke flirting, Xuanqing subconsciously rolled his eyes, has read not to return, and hurriedly ran away, not daring to stay a moment longer. Although Fuxi, Nuwa two people, honor and inferiority reversed, brother and sister into sister and brother, the impact is not great. Small momentum can be changed. However, there was ultimately a karma between him and Nuwa. In order to avoid any complications, Xuanqing also did not care about the step-by-step mountaineering questioning, sped and swept out towards the lofty main peak of the Buzhou Mountain. The three Qing then follows closely behind. I don't know how long it's been. As they got closer and closer to the main peak of Buzhou, along the way, the 4 pristine ones detected traces of Qilin clan beings' movements and haunts from time to time. From this they could conclude, it was estimated that not far ahead was roughly the Qilin clan's ancestral land. Now the dragon, phoenix and unicorn innate 3 tribes, in a 3-legged situation, each other's horns, dominating the flood. Among them, the unicorn clan dominates the flooded earth. All 4-legged beasts. The power is great through the heavens. The population number as many as billions of millions. The Qilin tribe. Most of the spirits are located in the ancestral land. All cultivators who want to set foot on the Buzhou Mountain, to climb the sacred mountain, you must go through the beginning of the Qilin permission. To obtain the order, can climb the mountain, and the way to get an oracle, that is, to get a license to pass, you have to pay an offering. It's a means of enrichment for the Qilin clan. Of course, there are also powerful smugglers, ignoring the red tape, often sneaking through the Qilin ancestral land, quietly climbing the mountain in search of opportunity and fortune. Eldest brother, the Qilin clan's ancestral land is ahead. Shall we make a detour or retreat to avoid it? When it's too late, the four Qing have already traveled to the Qilin's ancestral land outside. Tai Qing Laozi immediately proposed, drop eyes and go, but see the front of the tightly guarded mountains and ravines, peaks and hills. There are Qilin cultivators in groups, patrolling and standing guard, taking turns on duty sentry, can be described as layers of dragnet. What's more, there is also a large formation to protect, and is as solid as a golden soup, impregnable. It's hard for flies to get in, and it's hard for mosquitoes and birds to get out. Even Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who had always been competitive, couldn't help but retreat when they saw this battle. Obviously, they had far underestimated the standardization of the Qilin clan's forces, as well as their security system. In response, Xuanqing was unimpressed. Tan said, no harm done, we'll just go straight through. Triple clear. When these words came out, the three Qing all subconsciously opened their mouths wide, confused. Straight through? You don't even avoid people. No, big brother, you're kidding. After all, the Qilin ancestral land was heavily guarded with countless Daolords patrolling the mountains, so with a few of their Daolord golden immortals, how easy would it be to cross the layers of barriers? Not to mention, according to rumors, within the Qilin's ancestral land, not only were the 5 virtues of gold, wood, water, fire and earth guarded by the Qilin, moreover, the contemporary head of the Qilin clan, the beginning Qilin, was also sitting in the clan, deterring the curiosities of the 10 directions. The beginning Qilin and the 5 virtues Qilin were all clear-cut mixed golden immortal level powers. To just rush straight into someone's territory like that, wouldn't that be giving away your head for nothing? The 3 purities were surprised and puzzled, only to see Xuanqing turn over his hand. He took out a crystal clear, overflowing with ancient, pale and powerful Taoist rhythms. From within the sea of consciousness Qianquan, this is one of the 4 greatest treasures of chaos, the Chaos Pearl? Big brother, your companion spirit treasure is the Chaos Pearl. Good fellow, hiding it really deep, even hiding it from your brother. No, in other words, didn't the Chaos Pearl, like the other Chaos 3 treasures, suffer from the impact of the opening heavenly calamity and fall apart, scattering everywhere in heaven and earth? How? Heavenly Tao has memory heritage. When the 3 Qing recognized the origin of this bead in front of them, all jaw-dropped, exclaimed in shock. Its accompanying spirit treasure was one of the 4 treasures of chaos alongside the heaven-opening God Axe, the green lotus of creation, and the jade disc of creation. Chapter 7 Light visits the Qilin's ancestral land. Chaos bead shows divine might. 2. That said, Hyunyong ate too well too. One time, Yu Qing couldn't hold back her tears. Shangqing's harumps were about to flow all over the place. Even Tai Qing was ashamed of himself. Originally, he thought that he had the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, which was accompanied by such a supreme treasure of acquired merits and virtues, and that he had already been blessed with great fortune. It is not expected. Xuanqing's blessed karmic creation was even more heaven-defying. This is completely solid. Their big brother Xuanqing, definitely the father god Pangu's own son, and it's looking more and more like a pickup. In comparison, messing with their 3 clearings is not authentic at all, when it's really a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. Under the envious and incomparably blazing gaze, Xuanqing didn't talk nonsense and directly activated the Chaos Bead's power. Claptrap. In a matter of moments, the curling Honghuang Qi dispersed, dense violet light bloomed, misty Taoist rhythms covered the sky, and all of a sudden it enveloped and wrapped the 4 Qing. A bucket of stars. Qianquan bit moved. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Qing directly appeared in an unfamiliar side of the Honghuang space. Xuanqing took it lightly. The 3 clearings, however, almost didn't drop their jaws in shock, and suddenly came to a sudden realization and gained insight. The reason why the Chaos Bead was able to evade the opening of the heavenly calamity and hide the ears and eyes of the heavenly Tao, the original Tao is, a side of the Honghuang universe was nurtured within the precious pearl. It can obscure the 10 heavenly chances, confuse the public, and conceal the breath and hide the shape. Chaos treasure contains many prohibitions. Fortunately, this treasure is accompanied by me. Automatic recognition of the master. Spiritual treasure itself to remove a layer of prohibitions. Within the Honghuang space is currently only the size of 10,000 hectares. The bullet, the commission of the families for a while. As Xuanqing spoke, he urged the Chaos Bead to float and sink, probing straight into the Qilin's territory, cruising through it and coming and going as he pleased. When 3 clearings heard this, they rolled their eyes, the corners of their mouths twitching wildly as they almost choked. They suspect Xuanqing is in Versailles, but have no proof. But the truth was indeed as Xuanqing had said. He was just telling the truth. The Honghuang universe encompassed within the chaos bead was vast, boundless, horizontal, and unknown. The current Honghuang space that Xuanqing was able to use was only 10,000 hectares in size in square inches though. However, as that spiritual treasure's prohibitions gradually diminished, and with each layer of prohibitions refined thereafter, the Honghuang space would grow geometrically by a factor of Jingji. After, for Qing hidden in the Chaos Pearl Honghuang space, free shuttle travel Qilin ancestral land, all the way unimpeded, rampant. Along the way, the three clearings felt thrilled when they watched the unicorn guards patrolling the mountain on sentry duty, or brushed past them, or looked at them in all directions without even realizing it. This sneaking around, but not having to avoid people at all. It's just not cool. Just gradually, the three clearings were beginning to notice a hint of something wrong. Big brother, this doesn't seem to be the route to the main peak of Buzhou Mountain, does it? Big brother, wait, further on, it's the Qilin clan's base camp. Brother, stop it. No, not there. As they watched Xuanqing drive the chaos bead and lead them deeper and deeper into the Qilin clan's forbidden land, the three Qing's complexion gradually became grave. And then they began to panic. The Qilin clan is powerful, amassing countless riches and harboring many treasures. This time we have come here on a pleasure trip. How can we make a trip in vain and return empty-handed? Xuanqing ignored the shouting of the three Qing, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he teased. Strike that. Then they continued to go deeper. Sanqing, hiss. Chapter 8, the Floodland Thieves Gang is formed. Kidnapping. My father. Beginning Kirin. After hearing Xuanqing's audacious remarks, the three Qing couldn't help but suck in gusts of cool air. Good lord. Xuanqing had brought them to sneak into the Qilin ancestral land. This was already exciting. And there's more. Now he actually wanted to pull some wool back from the Qilin clan. You've got a lot of nerve. Eldest brother. I'm afraid this isn't right. Right? The Qilin clan is filled with powerful people. So if something comes out of the east window, I'm afraid that the beginning Qilin ancestor will be alerted and create a problem. Old man Tai Chang was shocked and afraid at this point, and with a hesitant face, he began to persuade. Yeah, that's just too dangerous. We'd better get out of here. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian followed and seconded the motion, their foreheads already covered in cold sweat. Panicking. As the saying goes, interests move the heart, but although the treasure is good, but also have to have a life to use. In response, Xuanqing was unconcerned and did not listen to advice. After all, this time, he had carried the three purities out on a trip, in addition to scavenging many heavenly treasures. In addition, it is even more important to want to promote the friendship of the three Qing, deeper and deeper, and the only way to experience it is together, especially through life and death. That friendship is what makes it so valuable. No obstacle, for my brother has a chaotic spiritual treasure to enhance, cover the 10 sides of the sky, hidden interest, hidden shape. Although the beauty of the shortcomings, such as the encounter with the mixed golden immortal level of power, can only isolate the breath fluctuations of 100 feet away, but as long as careful and prudent behavior is also enough, Xuanqing said with this explanation. Seeing that the three clearings still had concerns, immediately and do not get tired of. Continue to say, moreover, the intrusion of the flood and the heavens, the capture of treasure and kill people often happen. The fight is inevitable. As long as our brothers are united, the benefit can be broken gold. Afraid of what? Panic? And what is there to fear? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian instantly raised his eyebrows and showed a look of approval, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. The beginning of a long time of meditation is also a succession of nods. Agreed, big brother is right. It is our pattern is small, honored as Pangu authentic descendants, when the battle of the heavens and the earth, and cannot be afraid to cower, look forward and backward. Whenever you encounter danger, you will retreat in fear. In that case, how can you talk about making a name for yourself in the floodplains in the future? Not to mention deciding hundreds of millions of years of history? It would be better to stay in the Kunlun Mountains, avoiding the world and practicing at ease. Not long after, the atmosphere in the arena had been mobilized by Xuanqing. Morale was high, and Tai Qing was also moved, and immediately nodded his head, indicating that he was willing to join. With that, the Four Clear Thieves gang was officially formed. Fourth brother, you are well versed in the wonders of formations. If you encounter a formation blocking you, you need to break the formation as soon as possible. Remember, the movement should be small. Second brother, you know well about pharmacological potency. You can refine some miasma pills, hallucinogenic elixir, confuse the enemy's eyes and ears. For us to escort, remember, the strength of the medicine must be fierce enough. Third brother, thou art at the ready in case of any contingency. Under Xuanqing's arrangement, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian each had their own roles to perform, and worked together with a clear division of labor. Pharmacology in the way of formations. Xuanqing is all clear, even better, far above Laozi and Tong Tian. But, everything was done just to cultivate a tacit understanding between the three Qing, so to speak. Three Qing, by order. Everything is arranged. Thus, under the teamwork of the three Qings, the four Qings sneaked all the way to the depths of the Qilin's ancestral land, treating all the defenses as if they were nothing, unimpeded. At first, it was the first time for San Cheng to do this kind of thing, and he was still a bit rusty, but gradually, and get used to it, and more skillful and smooth, simply not too silky, or sneak into the Kirin tribe tent and take away the agar, jade, and delicacies in game from those on duty, and the four brothers will raise their glasses together and drink together, or sneak into the Qilin clan's important land, emptying the alchemy room, emptying the Gongfa pavilion, and even the spiritual medicine field is almost being gripped. I don't know how much time has passed. The four clear can be said to be a big rake, full of money, and earn a lot of money. At first glance, within the chaos bead space, all sorts of spiritual medicines and roots, elixirs and precious medicines were piled up like mountains. All three Qing were immersed in the joy of amassing wealth and stealing treasure, dividing the spoils together, talking and laughing, contented. Originally thought, this matter has been settled. Xuanqing will leave, departed to the main peak of Buzhou, continue to search for treasure. It is not expected. Xuanqing, however, felt that it wasn't enough. Chapter 8, the Floodland Thieves Gang is formed. Kidnapping, my father begins Kirin. 2, immediately proposed, these heavenly treasures. It is estimated that only the tip of the iceberg of the Kirin family. If we can find where the Kirin treasure trove, then, we'll certainly be able to deepen my four clear bottom. Hiss. Xuanqing once again spoke shockingly. The three Qing all subconsciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at each other. One was immediately shocked. Getting your hands on the Kirin treasure trove? Hiss. That's a lot of karma. At first, Xuanqing saw that all three Qing looked surprised and thought that they were going to shy away and shrug it off again. I don't know. Doing bad things is addictive. Especially after the three clearings had gotten a taste of the sweetness. They couldn't get enough of it. A unicorn treasure trove? Good idea. Let's just empty it. Is extremely. The Qilin clan dominated the side of the flood. Endless years. Convergence of wealth countless? Certainly rated a lot of ill-gotten gains. A number of heavenly treasures. We brothers a few. Simply directly hollow him out. I raise my hands in favor. This time, without a moment's hesitation, the three purities took a stand. Excited and impatient. This was a surprise to Xuanqing. After that, it's just a matter of saying yes. Yuan Shi rolled up his sleeves, and in a swift manner, he casually grabbed the two griffin cubs that were spreading their wings within the griffin's ancestral land. Tong Tian, on the other hand, was in charge of knocking the stuffing out of them and dragging them into the chaos bead space. The two brothers work well together, and their movements are flowing, crisp and skillful, just when Laozi was ready to go into battle, intending to interrogate the exact location of the Qilin treasure trove. No surprise there. The accident was finally going to happen. Where is this place? And who are you? But see two unicorn cubs, a green and a pink, a male and a female. They are all raising their eyes and looking around with a blank look. It's very blindfolded. Seeing the three Qing's face is not good. The green jade Qilin immediately reported itself. The end of the supreme arrogance. Unshakable. What do you want to do? How dare you kidnap us? Do you know that my father is the first Qilin? Rumble. When these words came out, it was time to talk about the collective confusion of the three purities. Two looks are horrified, wide-eyed, suddenly feel a burst of heartbeat, feel at a loss for words. Never in a million years would they have kidnapped the Kirin son and the Kirin woman. No. What a coincidence. It's over. This is a big karmic mess. For a moment, none of the three Qings were able to slow down, and they all subconsciously looked to Xuanqing, casting a look for help. In the next moment, only Xuanqing was surprised for a moment, and only for a moment, and then he stepped straight forward. Immediately, he shone at Kirinzi's face. Alignment. Raise your hand. And it's a mouthful down. Splat sound. Clear slap sound. Suddenly iterative swing large chaos bead space. This slap directly silenced the Kirinja dry. The three purities were once again confused. My father started Kirin. Pop. My father started Kirin. Snap. Pop. Father of the family. Snap. Pop. Pop. Chapter 9, Collecting Mounts. Stealing treasure troves. Great chaos in the Qilin ancestral land. Father of the family. Unicorn. Don't fight. With a clear and loud slapping sound that continuously resounded through the chaos bead space. In the end, Xuanqing came down with an operation, and Qilin Z had already been beaten to a pulp. Slurring his words, he begged for mercy. This tawdry operation of Xuanqing completely convinced the three Qings, and they all gave a thumbs up, growing more and more admiring inwardly. Sure enough, your big brother is still your big brother. Even the Qilin son and Qilin woman between the scenes were both encountering this situation for the first time, stunned and appalled for more than just a long time, not being able to come back to their senses. Especially the Qilin Z, who had been beaten up, was bitter in his heart. That said, how come this Xuanqing guy doesn't follow the rules? Before that, Qilin Z relied on the majesty of his father, the beginning Qilin, to run rampant and unrestrained in the floodplains. Who would dare not give face to the name of my father, the first Qilin? No. In today's age where saints are not present, the mixed golden immortals are the great powers of the flood. The beginning Qilin has a peak cultivation level of mixed golden immortal, and is even honored as the top absolute power in the flood. Prior to this, as long as the unicorn son of the father of the beginning of the unicorn of the name, everywhere by the spirit of fear, everyone avoided, and tried and failed. Results available. Now it was Xuanqing who had met this tough opponent. He's not giving any face to my father. Sure Qilin, it's okay not to mention my father as beginning unicorn. The more he mentions it, the harder he is beaten. Where is the unicorn treasury in thy clan? Xuanqing asked indifferently. The unicorn treasury? This, but the Qilin treasury, is a forbidden place in the clan, and how can it be easily leaked? Qilin Z hesitated, not daring to say, Pop. Just because Kiriko hesitated for 3 seconds, she got a mouthful. Qilin Z no longer dared to slack off, and finally told the whole story. No other reason, because the unicorn knows that Xuanqing the hell is a crazy person. He was afraid that if he hesitated a little more than a few seconds, Xuanqing would really beat him alive. In response, Xuanqing was unimpressed, covered because he knows it well. Don't look at the dragon, phoenix and unicorn in 8-3 tribes. The scenery is unrivaled. What a spirited. Once the quantitative robbery breaks out, it will be nothing more than a dream in the end. Not only that, after the robbery, the innate 3 tribes are to suffer infinite karma entanglement, thus withdrawing from the flood stage. Complete decline, disappearance. Families, we've gotten the location of the Qilin treasure trove. Move at once. Collecting the many cluttered thoughts, Xuanqing turned his head to the 3 Qing and said, then what should we do with these 2 unicorn cubs? At this time, Tai Qing suddenly asked. After all, if these 2 Qilin cubs were not properly dealt with, it would definitely lead to a fire with endless consequences. General, the big thing is to erase your memory and go from wherever you came from. This is the safest option. But I don't know. When it came to Xuanqing, it was not following the rules again, only to see him meet the 3 clear gazes, raise his hand, and slowly make a neck-wiping motion. Rumble. 3 Qing saw this, his heart suddenly thumped, his expression was horrified, obviously out of the blue. The unicorn's son heard this and his brain buzzed with fear and trembling more than a little. The pink Qilin cub that had been curled up in the corner, not daring to make a sound the entire time, was directly frightened and cried, wailing and screaming, unable to stop the tears from flowing out. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. Chapter 9, Collecting Mounts, Stealing Treasure Troves, Great Chaos in the Qilin Ancestral Land. 2. Immediately afterward, Xuanqing dropped his eyes towards the 2 Qilin cubs and spoke indifferently. First, to not submit to us, swear to the heavenly Tao, and be willing to be reduced to a mount. Second, I put you, fennel cumin and washed the garlic. After speaking, Xuanqing's eyes quietly flashed with a cold and chilling aura. It was as if he had already started to kill. Either they were reduced to rations and beaten by Xuanqing's teeth, either he is reduced to a mount to add strength to his feet, to be used by the spirit, or he is willing to be an ox or a horse. Well chosen. A multiple choice question. The opposite is a giveaway. I, Ruwashi Wind, the son of the Qilin, am willing to serve the several lords and swear to follow them for all eternity, as evidenced by the heavenly Tao. My Qilin female Ruwashi, willing to follow a few adults, the heavenly Tao, to identify it, despite all the reluctance in his heart. However, the situation was stronger than others and he had to bow down. The 2 Qilin cubs finally chose to compromise. After that, with Ruwafeng, the Qilin son, leading the way, the 4 Qings successfully found the Qilin treasure trove. The treasure vault is heavily protected by an innate formation, and Tong Tian has been specializing in it for a while, and has cleverly broken it. Entering the big formation, what met Si Qing's eyes was a lofty bronze portal that was 100 feet high and stood tall, and behind it, there was no doubt that it must be the Qilin treasure trove. On both sides of the bronze gate, there were Daolo-level Qilin divine beasts guarding it. Lao Zi directly on the drug. Stun. Drug effect is not enough. once again with the Xuanqing Linglong Pagoda to make up. Knocked out. At the end of the day, it was time for the Genji show. Because of the bronze portal, the material is special, indestructible. Hybrid golden immortal is also difficult to shake it. It is a not bad spiritual treasure. Contains subtle mechanism art, complicated construction. Need to enter a secret order can be, if the use of strong, will certainly alarm the four sides. The whereabouts of the exposure. Big brother, it's done. Lying on the door, studying it for a while, Genji suddenly perked up and said, all four cleansing were joyful and overwhelmed with anticipation. Kirin Ruifeng and Rue, on the other hand, witnessed the whole of the four Qing's crimes and simply marveled at them. The modus operandi of the four Qing and the others, as well as the degree of skillfulness, made them furious and sweat more than a little. The team works quite well together. This gang of thieves, definitely a pro at this. Today, the Kirin treasure trove is destined to be in danger and will not be preserved. Crunch! With the sound of a door opening moving quietly, the bronze portal opened up, and the four Qing entered it without any problems. However, the Kirin treasure vault, equivalent to a small world, was vast, piled up with heavenly materials and treasures, like a lofty mountain, stretching on and on, though most of them are some divine weapons, but there was no lack of spiritual treasures and magic weapons. Among them, a cliff-like spiritual treasure with a brilliant treasure light that emanated a lofty and ancient Taoist rhythm attracted Xuanqing's attention. This is the Kirin cliff, heavy billions of pounds, containing a side of the power of the world of the heavens, for the very best innate spiritual treasure. Xuanqing collected it, and then instructed, speed point, can move as much? Remember, try to pick high-grade spiritual treasures, fill up the chaos bead space. Let's withdraw, execute immediately. Sanqing, got it. Ruoshi wind, Ruoshi Rue. In the meantime, the sound of an urgent report suddenly resounded from within the Qilin ancestral land, one after another. And, it goes on and on. Elder Qilin, something big has happened. The alchemy room has been stolen. Elder Qilin, something bad has happened. The merit pavilion has been stolen. Enlighten the Kirin old ancestor. My clan's medicinal fields have all been gleaned by thieves, and not a single spiritual root is left. Report old Kirin ancestor is dying. The Duke and Miss are missing. One by one, the bad news came, and the beginning Kirin was struck by a bolt from the blue, as if by lightning. Quickly, go to the Qilin treasure house. Thoughts shocked. The beginning of the unicorn angry hair must be Zhang. Abruptly get up, rush to the unicorn treasury in a hurry. A wave of uncertainty suddenly surged through his mind, its right eyelid beating wildly. Chapter 10, The beginning Qilin seals the mountain. Immortals and demons surprise Buzhou. Inside the Kirin treasury, there were several figures that were busy as hell. Even the two Qilin cubs were not idle and were forced to become tool spirits. Carrying a heavy burden on his back, he was struggling to move all kinds of exotic treasures into the chaos bead space. Brother, can we just watch them loot our family's heavenly treasures? The Griffiness asked timidly. Hearing this, Kirin Z sighed helplessly. What else could it be? May I ask, which one of them can you beat? The unicorn woman, choosing to read and not reply, works silently. Originally, it was humiliating enough that they were honored as the sons and daughters of the beginning Qilin and were forced to make an oath of the heavenly Tao to be reduced to sitting mounts. Now, if the unicorn treasure trove is stolen again, in the future, the Qilin clan feared that they would be laughed at by all the clans of the flood. At this moment, the two Qilin siblings could only pray silently in their hearts. Hopefully, their Lord Father, the beginning Kirin, will be able to discover the end of the story as soon as possible, and recoup his losses in time, stopping as much as he can. After all, the beginning Kirin is at least a mixed golden immortal level power. The divine sense is exceptionally powerful. A thought can cover the 10 directions of heaven and earth. In sight, everything has nothing to hide. Once the four Qings were exposed, they would certainly endure the monstrous wrath of a great power of the mixed golden immortal, and would be unable to escape with 10 deaths. Perhaps, if they were not good enough, all of the four purities would fall into the net and be executed on the spot, and their two Qilin cubs would not have to fulfill that heavenly Tao oath and regain their free bodies. Quickly, surround the Qilin treasure trove. Don't let out a single mosquito. Suddenly, a furious bellowing voice, transforming into rolling thunder, resounded loudly. This sound is a sound. The Kirin siblings were all energized, and their eyes blossomed with exquisite aura, flashing with hopefulness. My father begins the unicorn. Finally made it over. Now this. They may be saved. However, dreams are always good. Reality is always boneheaded. Withdraw. When Xuanqing detected the powerful and thick fluctuation of the mixed golden immortal's aura outside the Qilin treasure trove, he immediately became alert. With a single command, The three Qings, without a single word, instantly understood and hurriedly disappeared into the Chaos Pearl world. My lord is above. My father beginning Qilin honored as the top power of the flood. The divine sense is exceptionally powerful. Its pair of legal eyes like a torch. Everything has nothing to hide. You cannot escape. At this time, Qilin Z suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes focusing on Xuanqing as he continued to persuade. Master, withdraw your hands, obediently surrender with your hands on your head. All of the strongest members of the Qilin clan are outside, and you are already surrounded. Considering that master and servant, although brief and shallow, can be considered friendship, I can intercede on behalf of my father and keep you all. Just as the unicorn talked, the words are not even finished. Xuanqing had already mobilized the power of the Chaos Pearl, masking the 10 heavenly chances and harnessing a gorgeous stream of light. He swept out of the Qilin treasure trove. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 feet away. Straight away, he brushed past the crowd of Qilin clan powerhouses, as well as the beginning Qilin. That's it. Face to face. Straight through, including the beginning Qilin. Not a single spirit even noticed. Everything is God unknown. What? It was too windy just now. What did you say to stay? Please repeat it again. Xuanqing pulled out his ears and asked in a serious manner. Ahem. Ruwashi Wind was initially jaw-dropped and shocked, and then looking at the familiar back of the beginning Qilin, which completely distanced itself from him, his heart was as if it was dead, and he could only cough a few times to hide his embarrassment. Spinning around, he explained, it's nothing, I just want to tell my master to keep an eye out. Don't let my father, the beginning Qilin, discover his whereabouts. Father, it's Rue. I'm here. Help. On the contrary, the Qilin woman did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and when she brushed against the beginning Qilin, it was as if she had grasped a life-saving straw, and she hurriedly pulled out her voice and shouted out frantically. But it's not. Chapter 10, The Beginning Qilin Seals the Mountain. Immortals and Demons Surprise Buzhou. 2, can't hear it at all, can't see it, doesn't help at all. For a moment, the two griffin cubs were even skeptical. My father, Shakirin, is he blind? Scream. It's useless to scream through your throat. Just scream. The more you scream, the more excited our brothers will be. The crisis had been lifted and Xuanqing didn't bother to pay attention to it, and while talking, he took it upon himself to start counting the harvest this time. The three clear throughout the pinch a cold sweat, drenched in sweat more than, until the safe withdrawal of the unicorn ancestral land outside the 100,000 miles of territory, which hangs down the heart, as if relieved. Through this matter, the three Qing several is more and more admiration big brother Xuanqing, whether it is courage, or means, all aspects, has been completely pleased and convinced. Big brother, no less. The next step is to divide the spoils. Ahem, the treasure. In this one operation, the four cleansing had looted nearly half of the heavenly treasures in the Qilin treasure trove. What giant clam, agate, celluloid, immortal gold, and so on, many rare and rare refining materials, countless. What gold bow, fish intestine, umbrella cover, flower crown, and so on, many treasures, too numerous to mention. The top grade innate spiritual treasure dozens of pieces. After the flood, familiar 9 dragons divine fire cover, long rainbow locks, drill heart nail, bundling fairy rope, fishing drum, purple electric hammer, mixed sky damask, wind beads, are listed. More than 800 pieces of medium grade innate spiritual treasures. Inferior grade innate spiritual treasures, more than 3,660 pieces. As the saying goes, a man can't get rich without a fortune, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. This vote was done, directly enriching the four Qing and impoverishing the Qilin. Noteworthy, the scene that Xuanqing was most pleased and happy to see was that in the process of dividing the treasure, the three Qing respected each other, did not fight or grab, and pushed each other, not afraid of suffering losses or being taken advantage of. After that, the division of treasures was completed, and the four Qings continued to embark on the Buzhou treasure hunting journey. Process. Xuanqing chose the unicorn girl as his mount to add strength to his feet. It was left to Qilin Z, who was pushed around by the three Qings against each other and almost started a fight. Kiriko is just great. Speechless. No, you three, am I so cheap and unwanted? No, my father is the first Qilin. He himself was honored as the son of the Qilin. How noble was his bloodline and how esteemed was his status. Are you that cheap now? If he had known this, the unicorn child would have been better off dying young in his mother's womb, and he wouldn't even have to be as stifled as he is now. Ahem. It wasn't until Xuanqing stepped in to mediate, suggesting, why bother fighting? Why don't you just chop it into 3 pieces? Split it up and eat it. and sacrifice it to the temple of the five viscera to make it more enjoyable. There is nothing humorous about this comment. When Qilin Zi heard this, his limbs shivered and trembled, and he couldn't even walk steadily. The three Qing are staring stunned, look at each other, and then will smile, brush the laughter, pass the order down, immediately block off billions of miles of Buzhou Mountain's boundaries. No living beings are allowed to enter or leave. Those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. Not long after, but heard a thunderous voice, steeply from the Qilin ancestral ground iterated out, resounding through the large Buzhou Mountain region. The beginning unicorn issued a hunting order, sealing off the mountain to search for the scourge. In this regard, the four Qing ignored, or riding the unicorn galloping, or lying high in the auspicious clouds, or riding the divine rainbow speeding. In the meantime, the uncharted mountain. Stowaways who have gotten wind of this are already panicking. An immortal old Taoist, with the laws of the immortal Tao ringing his body, suddenly changed color. One was clad in a black cloak. His face was withered and thin. His body was surrounded by a fury, and his demonic might was all over the place, and his brows were knitted tightly. These two people were clearly the scattered cultivators on Mount Yujing, Honghuang Taoist, and Western Sumeru Old Devil, the Devil's Way ancestor Luo Shu. Chapter 11, Ferocious Beast Ruins. Intercepting Luo's chance. The unseasonable vastness of the world is immense. Honghuang and Luo Shuji are on different sides of the sky, but they dabble in the ill-conceived, and their purpose is the same. All of them are blessed to the heart. Hundreds of thousands of miles rush to this place, want to find belong to their own destiny of the pile of chance and fortune. During the process, Honghuang had unparalleled luck and deep fortune, and in the Buzhou Mountain, he picked up a fragment of a jade butterfly, which was a fragment of the jade disk of creation, one of the four treasures of chaos. It contained a portion of the true meaning of the laws, which were mysterious. Although this treasure was a fragment, it was better than an extreme innate, infinitely comparable to an innate supreme treasure. Suspending the fragment on the top, one can deduce the 10 heavenly chances, know the present, the past, and the corner of the future, and create infinity. As for the devil ancestor Luo Shu, perhaps the time is not good. Smuggled here, so far no gain. Now, it is even more house leakage, and encountered the unicorn clan in the birth of a change. The beginning of the unicorn ordered the closure of the mountain. All of a sudden, let Luo Shu feel the head of a big circle. If the treasure hunt was fruitless, forget it. In case the beginning Qilin discovered its whereabouts, a fight would be inevitable. It is said that the first Qilin sealed the mountain. Not only means to send troops stationed blockade, but to use the various columns of the Great Array, sacrificing supreme mana, sealing space and time, laying a heavenly net. Whether it's Honghuang or Luo Shuji, both were late-stage mixed golden immortal cultivators, one step behind the beginning Qilin. Moreover, there were quite a few mixed golden immortal powerhouses in the Qilin clan, and there were as many powerful spirits as there were clouds. Once there is an argument, it is bound to be very troublesome. Within the Qilin ancestral land, what exactly happened? So much so that the beginning Qilin is this enraged. The quantum revenge of heaven and earth is approaching, and it is indeed an eventful time. Only Honghuang looked grave and began to think of countermeasures on how to retreat in one piece. Luo Shuji spat and cursed. What kind of medicine did this old man, the beginning Qilin, take? How come all of a sudden the wind wants to seal the mountain? Could it be that this ancestor's whereabouts exposed? Just when Luo was at a loss and annoyed, he was suddenly struck with a sudden feeling. At that moment, he could not care about anything else. Shaking his body and rolling a burst of black air, riding the wind, transiently vanish into the corner of the unseen. It was a secluded valley. Life is cut off. Poisonous miasma is rampant, but a little precious light emerges in the depths. 9 times out of 10, it is the destiny of Luo's destiny. Just in time, Luo had just entered the Sinsen Valley with his front foot. On the back foot, the 4 Qings and their group followed. Master, ahead is our clan's forbidden land, known as the Forbidden Zone of Life. It's weird and unpredictable, so it's not advisable to get involved. The 4 Qings were just passing through this place, tens of thousands of miles away, and the Qilin lady said so. Its talk was heavy and fearful, obviously very scrupulous. Yes, it is rumored that in the early years, my father, Shi Qilin, had once intruded into the Forbidden Zone alone, and after returning from a life and death calamity, he ordered his clan's children to be forbidden from venturing into this place. It is said that there exists a great weirdness in it, and even if a strong person of the Golden Immortal is not careful, he will have to fall in blood and be buried in it with a grudge. Qilin Zi followed and chimed in, desperately trying to persuade Xuanqing to go around, really not wanting to be tainted with karma, breaking taboos and encountering weirdness. Oh, a place that even the beginning unicorn is afraid of? Xuanqing raised a hint of interest. knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain. After all, woe is me. An opportunity comes with risk. Moreover, he had the Chaos Pearl in his hand, so if he encountered a special situation in danger, he could withdraw in time and be worry-free. Through the elaboration of the 2 unicorn cubs, the 3 pristine ones were also piqued with a hint of curiosity and decided to join Xuanqing on the expedition. The 2 griffin cubs were speechless. If I had known this, I would have been better off not mentioning it and rotting in my stomach. Harm. Mouthy. In this way, the 4 clear into the valley. The first extremely narrow, and then traveled 800 miles. The winding path is gradually widening, and there is no clear-cut expectations. Instead of traveling deeper and deeper, it became more and more treacherous. This place is filled with miasma, which can shield the divine sense of the great Luo golden immortals from seeing. Chapter 11, Ferocious Beast Ruins. Intercepting Luo's chance. 2. There are also poisonous insects, snakes, ants, centipedes and centipedes crawling around, and the air is filled with a ferocious and hostile atmosphere, and the smell of blood is still fishy. Not a bad place to be a bitter cold Jedi. Along the way, all over the place, the morose skeletons were piled up horizontally, and every skeleton covered the sky. Unusually huge and oppressive. Just very creepy. The 2 Qilin cubs stayed for a long time. They both felt shivering and goosebumps all over their bodies. Several times they wanted to say something and wanted to leave, but they couldn't argue with 4 Clear's persistence. There was no choice but to continue to go deeper and deeper with a hard-on. Wait, there's movement up ahead. Suddenly, Xuanqing noticed something, decisively sacrificed the chaos bead, hurriedly led a group of people to disappear into it. Convergence of breath to hide the shape. Roar. Newswire. Moo dash. A burst of animal roar and bird hiss came from the front, accompanied by bursts of gold and iron fighting sounds, intertwined horizontally and horizontally, iteratively swinging away. The movement is quite large. Relying on the Chaos Pearl's power, Xuanqing continued to sneak and swim all the way through it, and then traveled to thousands of miles, only to see a black lotus platform, blooming endless Xin light, dropping horror power, certainly floating in the valley above the ghost, falling eyes and going, but also see a mysterious black-robed cultivator, palm resting on the black lotus, outbreak of horrific hybrid golden immortal might. The devil might swept the sky, sweeping the 9 heavenly queens, rampant between the beasts, the end of the invincible style. Invincible, 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus? This person is. Xuanqing was surprised when he recognized at once that the black lotus floating in front of him was none other than the famous black lotus of extinction. Since the black lotus of perdition is here, as for the root origin of that mysterious cultivator, there is no doubt that it jumped to the surface. 9 times out of 10, it must be that Western Devil's Way ancestor Luo Hu is also. As for why the devil ancestor Luo appeared here, Xuanqing would not know. Settling his mind, he continued to watch and eat, seeing that the beasts were like a tide, black and pressurized, each with a fierce face and fangs, huge size, and a fierce aura. Or there is the white tiger, poor man, which is as lofty as a mountain, with 2 wings on its back. There are also eyes like copper bells, like a dog is not a dog, shaped like a rabbit, but also like a horse, 2 ears long and sharp, scaly iguana, the brain born with horns, fierce and vicious golden hair howl. There is also the beast Chaos, which looks like a calf, has long hair, and resembles a bear without claws, human face, tiger feet, pig's mouth and teeth. For the beast legend, there was even a Tao Tai hissing up to the sky, as if he wanted to swallow the sun. Ancient ferocious beasts of all shapes and sizes converged here. It directly surrounded Luo, the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, and the golden hairy roar. Could it be that Luo has stabbed the lair of the ferocious beasts? From all indications, Xuanqing spiraled to a conclusion and was not surprised, as far as he knows. In the past, during the era of the flood fierce beasts, the beast emperor God Reverend, who commanded billions and billions of fierce beast populations, had been rooted and entrenched in the Buzhou Mountain. It goes without saying that this place must be the site of a ferocious beast's lair. After that, Xuanqing guessed that Luo Hu wouldn't wade into a dangerous place for no reason, taking a risk in drawing fire. This is evidenced by the fact that there must be a chance lurking in this place. One thought to this, Xuanqing couldn't be bothered to eat his melon and immediately urged the Chaos Bead to sneak into the depths of the fierce beast ruins. As expected, the conjecture in his heart was confirmed, and reflected in Xuanqing's eyes. It was an innate great formation that stood in this heaven and earth. As documented in the Traveler's Survival Guide tips, if you fall off a cliff, you'll come across a cave, and there's a chance hidden in the cave. The same reasoning can be demonstrated. Wherever there is a formation covering a place, there must be a foreign treasure lurking in it. Chapter 12, Godslayer Gun. Beast Emperor's Essence Blood. Luo Hu blows up. For Qing danger. Second and third brothers, you're in charge of looking out. Fourth brother, you and my brother team up to break the formation. Be quick. With a single command, the three Qings went about their business and began to divide up the work. The reason for this was because Xuanqing knew deep down that the demon ancestor Luo's siege by the beast tide was only temporary. After all, those ancient beasts no longer flesh, has long fallen and decayed endless years, only by the grievances of life, and after death by the infinite blood, hostile gas nourishment, only cohesion manifestation. The strength is less than half of the pre-birth. Therefore, if they wanted to get their hands on Luo Shuo's creation, they had to scramble for time, get in and out quickly, and evacuate at speed. This time, Tongtian was aided by Xuanqing, who was the main person. The Flood Great Formation mainly focuses on mesmerizing and trapping, attacking and destroying. The Fierce Beast Ruins Grand Formation is a fan-trapping grand formation with the name, innate two-embodied grand formation. This formation does not have offensive power, but it is an innate protective formation. Even if one was a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse, it would take a lot of time to break the formation. It's as quick as a decade or so. Slowly, it's a long way off. A monkey's chance. However, there is a sequence of hearings, and there are specialties. Professional things have to be done by professionals. Tongtian was also considered a genius in the Dao formation, and his attainments were quite profound. Xuanqing, on the other hand, was even more needless to say. His enlightenment was heaven-defying, and with the flower of the formation Dao added to it, he could be called an absolute demon. The former breaks the formation like a child's teeth and toddler, rusty and obscure. The latter is a letter to the editor, and the line is a powerful one. He only saw Xuanqing's hand strangling the seal, concluding an arcane and complicated formation pattern, flying like a dragon. So splendid. He also stepped on the array of 7 stars, fitting in with the supreme principle of the stars and buckets of the weekly sky, which is mysterious and mysterious. During the process of breaking the array, his enlightenment was heavenly, and his attainments in the Dao formation reached the state of pure perfection, and the flower of the Dao formation became more and more solid and bright, and then combined with their own laws of yin and yang, complement each other, and from this understanding deduce the innate mixed Qi grand formation. 1 is born, 2 is born, 3 is born, 3 is born and all things are born, and Tai Chi is derived. He also comprehended and created the Taiji two-embodied dust formation. The 2E diffused the 3 talents, and thus, the epiphany of the innate 3 talents great formation. The 3 talents gave birth to the 4 elephants, and then the 4 elephants Xian heavenly formation was obtained. The 4 elephants gave birth to the 8 trigrams, and then created the innate Taiji 8 trigrams formation. In the blink of an eye. Whiskers. Xuanqing will be mixed Yuan, 2 meters, 3 talents, 4 elephants, 8 trigrams, Taiji, many innate array. Comprehend thoroughly. The palm of the array of esoteric to the truth. The array cultivation to a new level. Seeing this scene, Tongtian smacked his lips and was shocked. Laozi and Yuan sure sighed and were completely numb. The 2 griffin cubs, moreover, were small knives pulling on their asses, a complete eye-opener. It's done. A light reprimand fell. The 4 purities smoothly entered a side of Sumeru space. Reflections. There were still mountains of fierce beast skeletons like a sea, covering the sky and piling up around an ancient altar. Although the altar is dilapidated and old, but the ancient rhyme, even after endless years, vaguely, there is still a trace of the beast pressure, quietly dispersed, inexplicably chilling. In the center of the ancient altar, a throne stood, its surface branded and engraved with different forms of lifelike ferocious beast totems. All beasts are submissive, showing the majesty of the emperor. Fierce beast altar, god rebel throne. The conjecture in Xuanqing's heart was once again confirmed, and then he couldn't help but sigh. A generation of beast emperors, in the midst of the great currents of the times, failed in their struggle to cross over, and in the end, they could only be reduced to a handful of robbed ashes, forgotten by the world. With the fall of the ferocious beast quantum revelation, the ferocious beast lair was also emptied of beasts, and the altar was deserted and in ruins. It's really sad and pathetic. Chapter 12, Godslayer Gun. Beast Emperor's essence blood. Luo Hu blows up. The 4 Qings are in danger. 2. After only a moment of sighing, Xuanqing focused his attention on a pitch-black spear stuck upside down on top of the Divine Rebellion Imperial throne. Falling eyes and going. This gun is as black as ink, straight as a dragon. The tip of the gun spits out sharp edges. The god of the gun is thick and simple, heavy billions of kilograms. Cuckoo smokes black, sweeping the monstrous blood fury gas, sparing a great Luo god immortal. If he came a little closer, it was as if he was going to be pierced through by that sharp spear. Instantly, it was a shudder. Innate offensive supreme treasure Godslayer lance. The heavenly Tao has a memory inheritance. The 4 Qing in the field at once said the origin of that mysterious lance, and the color changed in unison. the Godslayer Gun. The name of the gun shocked the world, and the gun sobbed the gods and devils. It was made from one of the 4 treasures of chaos, the green lotus of creation, and its lotus stem, containing endless chaotic power, with the will to kill. As far as Xuanqing knows, the latter flood, the struggle of the devil, the war of the immortals and demons, the devil ancestor Luo Shuju is with the hands of the Godslaying Gun, killed countless eastern righteousness of the monks' chills, hate to return to the west. The power of this gun is enough to shake heaven and earth, and it is intimidating. It was just that Xuanqing had not expected that he had actually intercepted demon ancestor Luo Shuhu's god-slaying lance, perhaps in the eyes of other beings. This is the great cause and effect. But in Xuanqing's opinion, chance is determined by God, and the depth of the half is not up to anyone. Spiritual treasures are naturally obtained by those who have the destiny. Moreover, the Godslayer Gun is not Luo's yet, so it is a masterless object, no less than a splash of riches. After that, Xuanqing didn't hesitate and decisively collected the Godslayer lance, turning around and about to leave. At that exact moment, the altar gave birth to a strange movement, boomed and trembled violently, and steeply blossomed with sky-high bloodlight. At first glance, bubbling crimson blood, quietly from the ancient altar its surface emerges, and then along the altar-branded grain pathway, was 100 rivers into the sea of the trend, converge into a stream. It eventually coalesced into a single drop. This is the Beast Emperor essence blood of the divine rebel? Feeling the violent energy contained in that drop of essence blood, as well as the bursts of high-pitched beast roars that faintly resounded in his ears, Xuanqing's expression was slightly austere, and his eyes showed joy. This material can help him to refine his flesh, sinews and bones, and beat up the tough strength of his flesh, which is an excellent body-refining material. Thoughts float in and out. Without saying a word, Xuanqing directly raised his hand and took it into his palm, smiling at it. No coincidence. When Xuanqing urged the chaos bead, his front foot had just swept out of the big formation, but he ran face to face with demon ancestor Luo Shua. The group brushed right up against it, whoosh, disappeared into the void, and ran away in an instant, so much so that Luo didn't even see what it was that flashed past his eyes. What the hell just leapt past? Surprised and puzzled, to be Luo settled down, will gaze down to the formation. Empty. What are all gone Sumeru world? Eyeballs are almost staring out. Immediately, his hair and eyes burst with anger, hissing and roaring, bold thief, where to escape? Just a moment ago, he felt it at once. There is a karmic connection with him in the underworld, and the destiny of a pile of opportunity and creation has disappeared into thin air. No, I have worked hard to annihilate the beast tide, fought with the ancient fierce beasts, exhausted myself, and in the end, but to be a basket case, to give others to do the graft in vain? Immediately reacted to the Luo Shujo, also do not care about annoyance, immediately feet born divine rainbow, fiery chase up, his body erupted with the terrifying power of the mixed golden immortal, wrapped in monstrous killing intent, and swept through the 9 heavens like the sky, for clear, fear of danger. Chapter 13, Formation traps old devil, merit indestructible golden body reveals sharpness, claptrap. Luo Shuji was furious, pouring out his demonic killing aptitude. His magic power was vast, suppressing space and time, sealing off the 4 directions of space. Launch an all-out manhunt for Xiqing. Families, strike, hold him back with all your might and try to stall for as long as possible. As long as we pull away and escape from the fierce beast ruins, we'll be safe. Luo Shuji sealed the 4 directions of space. Flies and insects cannot escape, but Xuanqing is in danger. Calm and collected command and deployment. End of speech, only to see it flip its hand. There were then several pairs of faceless masks on hand, and they were distributed in turn, one for each of the 3 Qing hands. This is from the Unicorn Treasury Shun, although the lower grade innate, but it has a disguise, convergence of breath to hide the charm of the wonderful. Fruit is a must-have product for traveling and killing people. The 3 Qing put on their masks and all the Tao rhythms in their bodies were submerged, and then they leaped out of the chaos bead space and began to show their abilities. Tai Ching Lao Zi repeatedly flicked his sleeve, scattering handfuls and handfuls of medicinal powders, a misty, sky-colored mist that covered the sky, and the dosage was so large that even the great Luo golden immortals would be dazed. Yu Qing Yuan Shi Sleeve Qian Kun Show. All kinds of organs beasts suddenly swarmed out, such as tidal waves, and there are countless flying daggers, poison arrows, poison darts, rustling shot, like a rainstorm pear blossom. Let a person cannot be defended. Xuanqing Tong Tian, pouring out his array attainments, dropping an array, crossing in front, blocking Luo's advance. It turns out to be a few de Luo golden immortal thieves, a few ants, a few grains of dust, Also dare to pull teeth from the tiger's mouth, take chestnuts out of the fire, dying this ancestor's fate and karma? Oh, looking for death. When Luo Hu saw the Forqing now real body, show the original form, cannot help but laugh, the corner of the mouth floating contempt, eyes pan-killing intent. The poisonous mist is eliminated with the lifting of the hand. The formation was dry shattered with a single punch, directly hand-tearing ferocious organ beasts. It's unstoppable and treats the obstacles in front of it as if they were nothing. Big brother, we're not going to be able to hold out much longer. Only a few moments later, the three Qing came with an urgent report, obviously unable to top it. Xuanqing wasn't surprised. After all, the one they were dealing with in front of them was the Sumeru Old Devil, the Supreme Demon, a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse. In the latter days of the flood, it was also said that all under the saints were mole crickets, and underneath the mixed world, how are the great Luo golden immortals not answer dust? Which has those meticulous authors blind chicken written that way, not moving on the level of challenge. The great Luo shaking saints, mixed golden immortals slaughter heavenly way this brainless operation. So it was that Xuanqing was not idle, doing the work of three people by himself. What kind of poison pills, poisonous gas, and life-capturing dispersal? All of them were thrown out. An organ beast, spiders, ants, poisonous centipedes, poured out. All kinds of poison darts, arrows and sharp blades fell all over the sky. Another array pattern emerged, constantly flipping and brimming with array awnings rushing into the sky. With some smooth and flowing operations, it once again made the three Qing stare and smack their heads in disbelief. What kind of god is this devil in the end, that he is as terrifying as this? Big brother offered so many means in one breath, but actually couldn't help him? If it were me, I'm afraid I would have already been taken down. Is this the power of a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse? So strong. Three Qing looked at the not far away Luo Shujiu, was enveloped by the sky poisonous fog, even if accidentally by the poisonous darts. Arrows grazed. The result is just choked dry coughing and vomiting, tears in the eyes. In addition to, actually with a person like nothing, it instantly refreshed their knowledge of the mixed golden immortals. This level of powerhouse was worthy of the flood. So tough. This cultivator's breath pressure is actually not much worse than our father, the beginning Kirin, just like it's also a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse. Crazy people, all a bunch of crazy people, daring to mess with a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse. This is a pill. The two unicorn cubs have a very low level of skill, but they are not able to understand the cultivation level of Luo Shujiu, but they are able to see one or two, and then they are not afraid and horrified, and they are terrified and scared. There was a sudden desire to cry, daring to compete with a mixed level powerhouse for a chance. This Nima, it's just too exciting. It's crazy. If you've accomplished something, you've done it. Chapter 13, Formation Traps Old Devil. Merit indestructible golden body reveals its sharpness. 2. On the contrary, one will fall forever into the land of doom and die without knowing what happened. Obviously, the Qilin cubs didn't feel that with the four clearances skills that were comparable to those of the great Luo golden immortals, they would be able to bring them to escape this calamity. Until there was a loud rumble, and the formation aura in front of them was dazzling, instantly illuminating the 10 directions of heaven and earth. Falling eyes and going. The pace of Luo's advance was obviously slowed down a little bit, all of a sudden by the many large formations blocked. A burst of hands and feet, should not be able to cope with. This is the two-embodied microdust great formation. Old man Tai Qing was the first to react, staring intently at the large formation in front of him, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He had a sense that there was an inextricable karmic connection between himself and that big formation, indefinable and inexplicable. There is no other. Cover this formation is originally the later flood, the human religion of the protection of the great formation. It should have come from the handwriting of the saint of Taichung. Only now, Xuanqing's enlightenment was heaven-defying, and from the innate yin and yang way, he was able to realize it in advance. Combining offense and defense in one, it has infinite advantages. This formation borrows yin and yang to multiply chaos, and opens up a big world in a tiny one, and a burst is a world. Not only that, there's also the innate mixed qi, the 2 rituals and 3 talents, 4 elephant Xian Tian, 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The various columns of the Great Formation came out in unison. The ferocity of the Xuanqing Formation Dao attack was so fierce that the De Lo simply could not hold back, and could shake the mixed golden immortal powerhouse, although the devil ancestor Luo was fierce. For a moment, it was difficult to get out of the trap. Taking advantage of this gap, the Forqing dynasty chaos beat far away to withdraw. It is about to exit the valley. It is not expected. Not even when the crowd had time to breathe a sigh of relief that they were out of danger and at peace with each other. The next moment, however, he saw that in front of him, there was a devilish shadow blocking the way. Devil shadow suffing. Standing in the dome of the sky, the devil might blaze. The law of the devil's way is great and boundless. Magnificent killing intent is horrifying. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I can't stop it. I can't stop it at all. Gentlemen, if it's not possible, we'd better notify my father, Sure Qilin, to come here, and we'll count one as one if we can save one. The two Qilin cubs were immediately in a big mess, prancing and scurrying within the chaotic space, like ants on a hot pan, anxious and panicked. The three Qing have read not to return, and their expressions are all grave. Don't panic. The devil's real body is trapped in the formation. This is just an out-of-body incarnation. It's nothing to fear. Xuanqing's wise eyes were like a torch, and he saw the clues at a glance. An out-of-body incarnation? It actually has a peak cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal as well? Hiss. Both griffin cubs were horrified. And once again, their hearts hung in the air. Retreat. Just as the three Qings were secretly storing up the wind and thunder and waiting for them, Xuanqing had already struck. A light reprimand fell. He bowed like a dragon, and his merit indestructible golden body bloomed brightly, illuminating heaven and earth, and his step shattered the void, like an arrow bursting out, clashing with that devil shadow's double fists. The fists of gods and devils shook each other, like a comet attacking the moon, erupting with terrifying might, shattering mountains and rivers, and distorting space and time, creating unearthly might. Boom! The sky-covering demonic shadow was dispersed in an instant, and it was gone. At the top of the celestial dome, there was only a vast immortal shadow that stood apart from the rest of the world, showing off its invincible demeanor. I am invincible in the same realm. Who dares to say that I am invincible or undefeated under the mixed golden immortals? A vast sound iteratedly resounded through this world, directly putting a perfect end to this battle. Crowd. No! A pique de Luo Jinxian. Just like that, he was directly punched out by Xuanqing? Hiss. Chapter 14, Pangu's mighty pressure quenches his body. Honghuang's chance to be cut off? Invincible in the same realm. Who dares to say that they are undefeated? Who dares to say that they are invincible? These words, bold and heroic, swallowing billions of miles like a tiger, are not just words, nor is Xuanqing playing awkwardly, much less a forced 13, with the merit of opening the heavens, condensing the merit indestructible golden body. The strength of its fleshly body could be comparable to that of an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Looking at the great flood heavens, in addition to the 12 ancestral witches that have not yet been conceived, under the heavens, there really wasn't an existence that could match it. Law's demonic body. No. Dragons, phoenixes and unicorns are also slightly less impressive. Big brother, is this your horizontal physical arts power? It's so strong. This degree of fleshly strength is hard. It's just too damn hard. Good fellow. Big brother, you are not generous. Brothers are making friends with you, but you're playing mind games with them? Actually hiding a hand from us. No. Even the three purities had seen Xuanqing's physical strength for the first time, and all of them couldn't help but smack their jaws in marvel and awe. Until now, the three pristine ones today realized the wonders of the undying golden body of merit, instantly unlocked a new use for the open sky merit. Thanks to them, they had, previously, expressed their incomprehension and overwhelming resistance to it. So, the clown was himself? In response, Xuanqing couldn't help but laugh dumbly, while bringing the three Qing to vanish into the chaos bead space. While explaining, he said, "Family members, what are you talking about? It's not that my brother is hiding deeply, but if I had sacrificed my merit imperishable golden body during the Buzhou Mountain discourse that day to spar with you, I'm afraid that I would have beaten you to death and hurt my brother's peace." A talk from the heart, and a serious one. It makes you sound weird, but you can't find anything wrong with it. What the hell? Upon hearing this, the corners of all three Qing's mouths twitched, and they were momentarily speechless and unable to refute. No, brother, listen to you. Do you speak like a human being? However, there was one thing that was said, and the three purities did not refute it. That is, they recognized it. After all, they've all seen it for themselves, too, and seeing is believing. Ironically, that punch, if it had smashed on them, not to mention the collapse of their flesh and their bodies, they would at least have to cry for a long time, right? During the process, Xuanqing seemed to see that little something in the heart of the three Qing, immediately squarely cautioned. Although the merit and virtue indestructible golden body is good, it is the supreme horizontal practice of the absolute great aptitude. But, if the world learns from me, it is like falling into the devil's path, a speech that is light on words, but contains the truth. At once, the three purities were enlightened and their thoughts were enlightened, and they immediately dismissed the thoughts in their minds. Avenue has 3,000. Article can be proved. Our generation of cultivators, when to choose its road, out of their own road, cannot be followed. Picking up people's teeth, speculation. If the heart of the way is not firm, the foundation of the way will be unstable, and the way will be limited. As Xuanqing said, although the merit indestructible golden body was strong, it wasn't necessarily suitable for them. The three purities. After the sermon, Xuanqing raised his hand and then shattered the space confinement boundaries laid down by Luo Shuzhou, exited the beast sight, escaped from the clutches of the devil, and regained sight of the clear sky and earth. Triple clear. Finding a quiet and secluded place, Xuanqing sits alone on the rock and observes his ease, concentrating on his meditation and thinking long and hard, reviewing the past, digesting what he has learned, and pushing forward with new ideas. Fighting with the Sumeru old devil Luo Shu, his enlightenment was heaven-defying, and he managed to comprehend a law of the devil Dao from it, and his cultivation gradually rose. And after the three Qing escaped to life, Lao Zi sat cross-legged. Yuan Shi and Tongtian sat with their backs to each other, sitting together on top of a plain of greenery, breathing in the fragrance of the weeds and lamenting the aftermath of the calamity. After this battle, although it was a close call, it also made the three pristine ones understand the importance of teamwork. As Xuanqing has always warned them, brothers in arms can break gold. Even if they were as strong as a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse, they could still shake it. From now on, their four Qing join hands, bigger and stronger, fighting heaven and earth, since they can suppress all the enemies in the world, without fear. Even the two Qilin cubs were overwhelmed with emotions and thoughts. The brotherhood of the four Qings working together in unison and unanimity, in times of trouble and in life and death, made them admire them for it, especially after seeing Xuanqing's divine power, as well as his boldness and vigor. It inexplicably made them stand in awe and completely return to their hearts. Chapter 14. Pangu's mighty pressure quenches his body. Honghuang's chance to be cut off? 2. And he threatened, my lord, with the qualifications of a chaos demon god. After that, Xuanqing had achieved enlightenment and did not forget to distribute the treasure. Sacrificing the god-slaying lance and the beast emperor's essence blood, he presented them before the eyes of the three Qing. Whether it's the Kingslayer, or the blood of the beast emperor, it's all nothing less than an opportunity to create something. If it is put in the outside world, it will certainly set off a storm, causing countless flood cultivators to sacrifice their lives to fight for it. Bloody wind and rain, killing continuous indefinitely. However, the three pristine ones decisively rejected Xuanqing's good intentions. The cover is that they know it well. Xuanqing was their big brother, and was the face of their Pangu four Qing. The stronger the Xuanqing was, the deeper the depth, the more grounded they could be in the three purities. Not to mention the fact that Xuanqing had brought them to steal the Qilin treasure trove, making them instantly rich, and their bottom line had risen. This grace, enough to let the three Qing firmly in mind. Not to repay, more to repay. What's more, although Xuanqing currently has a chaos spiritual treasure, the chaos pearl's power is too heaven-defying for heaven and earth. Before completely refining the prohibitions in it, it must not be easily exposed. Otherwise, it is a blessing or a curse yet to be known. In a nutshell, Xuanqing needed the god-slaying lance and the beast emperor's essence blood as a creation more than they did. Seeing this, Xuanqing did not make any pretense, and gladly smiled at the brother's good intentions, and a warm current welled up in his heart, doubly gratifying. In this way, it is not in vain that he has some good intentions, grinding three Qing friendship, more and more love than gold. After that, the four Qing packed up their moods, geared up, and continued toward the main peak of Buzhou, but the not Zhou lofty, for the Pangu spine transformed, has infinite Pangu will remnants, the pressure blazing horrible. The higher one climbed, the stronger the Pangu mighty pressure one endured, the stronger it became. If one wanted to climb to the top of the Buzhou Jia peak, even a great Luo golden immortal powerhouse would have to be exhausted. At Xuanqing's behest, the three Qing did not use any magic power. With pure physical strength, step-by-step mountaineering, step-by-step to ask, with the help of the infinite Pangu pressure, quenching the physical body, torturing the sinews and bones, benefit greatly. Xuanqing was the same. The mountaineering process, taking the opportunity to swallow and refine the beast emperor's essence blood, and with the help of the unconventional Pangu mighty pressure to quench and temper it. With the double buffs stacked on top of each other, the strength of its fleshly body became more and more terrifying, refining every now and then. It was estimated that by the time he reached the top of the mountain and had a view of all the mountains, his physical strength would definitely reach a horrifying state. I don't know how much time has passed. Inside the fierce beast ruins, Luo broke the formation to get out of the trap and finally walked out of the valley of the shadow, only to see that he was covered in rags, tattered robes, disheveled hair, gray head and face, appearing quite wretched. Where there is still the Western devil ancestor, Sumeru old devil's half of the majesty? All this, on the other hand, was witnessed by old Dao Hongjun. Throughout, or surprised and appalled, also or breathtaking, or maybe a few moments of appreciation flowed. For a few little guys with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal to be able to force demon ancestor Luo Hu into such a situation, it's quite interesting, especially the little guy at the head. Seems to be carrying a special treasure. If we can use his hand, perhaps we can avoid the strict guard of the Qilin clan, and smoothly go down the mountain. I only saw Honghuang's eyes slightly narrowed, his eyes hiding sharp edges, and he was plotting in his heart for Luo encounter. Honghuang is happy to see and hear, and even in the secret joy. After all, immortals and demons are not mutually exclusive, and Dao and demons cannot be practiced together. He and Luo, one of them is in charge of the immortal way, and the other one is in charge of the devil way. They are destined to be enemies of the way, and they can't be friends of the way. Dao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. This is the trend of heaven. Now, the devil ancestor Luo Hu opportunity was taken. No regicide gun to show off. Honghuang do not mention how happy. Just the next second, he suddenly couldn't stop laughing. It's not that he's not naturally smiley. Rather, he had a sense of the underworld. A karmic chance that was originally part of his destiny was disappearing. Chapter 15. A moment to hide 2 treasures, peaches, and celebration clouds. Buzhou Mountain. Halfway up the mountain. At first, the 4 clears walked side by side, hiking together, walking as fast as a dragonfly, with light feet. Gradually, it will be heavy steps, hobbling, walking 1 step, resting 2 steps, gasping 3 breath. In the end, the 3 Qing could only use their mana and offer up their spiritual treasures to shelter themselves and continue to move forward with great difficulty. And big brother Xuanqing, worthy of being your big brother, always far ahead of the pack, hoofing it, moment by moment, climbing the mountain through gritted teeth. This is asking for no rest. It is really called the 3 purities, sweating more than a little and standing in awe. Though he couldn't bear to do so, he didn't dare to come forward and disturb him. Falling eyes and going. Xuanqing was utilizing the infinite Pangu mighty pressure around him to quench the strength of his fleshly body, train his flesh and blood horizontally, and beat his muscles and bones. Between the opening and closing of the 480 million pores around his body, he was dripping blood while spewing out dense and auspicious qi, staining the basilica-colored Taoist robes red. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a red dress on fire, crimson and piercing. It was like a blood spirit that had just crawled out of the chaotic abyss, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, striking and horrifying. That's not all. During that time, Xuanqing's flesh, he didn't even know how many times it had crumbled, skin cracked, flesh fragmented, and then constantly harnessing the air to repair and heal, and so on and so forth. Even more appalling is, on the way up the mountain, Xuanqing did not use a single ounce of mana the entire time. It was all based on physical strength to resist the vast Pangu mighty pressure. From this, we can see that the remaining will of Pangu, even after endless years, the sacred long existed, the pressure of the ancient times to this day, as horrible as ever. Who dares to forget? Remembering the remaining power of the Father God Pangu, the 3 Qing are solemn, suddenly born of infinite awe, more and more admiration. Then look at the resilience of Xuanqing's perseverance, and the firmness of the heart of the Tao, like a rock, so that the respect that they exude is likewise no less than that of the Father God Pangu. Until now, Xuanqing tried the law with his own body, making the 3 Qing sweating and terrified while at the same time coming to a great realization. This time, they finally knew just how difficult it was for big brother Xuanqing to take the wrong path with his sword and embark on the path of fleshly body horizontal training. It's a bad road to travel. That's why if the world learns from him, it is like falling into the admonition of the devil. That's on the way. Xuanqing's eyes glanced in surprise and realized that not far away there were glittering, starry, frequent flashes. Follow the old routine. Xuanqing immediately came to the conclusion. There must be an exotic treasure up ahead, thought Shakti. He slowed his pace and stopped hiking for a while, asking questions stranded aside. Immediately, he sat down on the ground on his knees. Close your eyes and tune in. At the same time, he didn't forget to refine the spiritual treasure prohibition among the Godslayer Gun. The 49 layers of the Godslayer prohibition cannot be refined to the fullest extent by a non-mixed golden immortal. Along the way, he climbed the mountain and asked for advice, and every time he stopped to take a break to meditate, Xuanqing would refine the Godslaying Lance. None other. The Godslayer Lance was unparalleled in its attack and sharpness, and was a great killing weapon that could sublimate his battle power to the extreme extent of the might of the great Luo. So far, Xuanqing had already refined the spiritual treasure band of the Godslayer Lance to 7 layers, and was already able to harness 1/7 of its killing edge, relying on the power of this treasure. If he encounters another mixed golden immortal level power, he may be able to fight against it and not have to flee in a panic. Moreover, with the many gaijin powers and exotic treasures on hand to add to it. Xuanqing has an invincible Taoist heart and can boast, "I am invincible under the golden immortal of the mixed world, 1 for 1 above the mixed golden immortals." Chapter 15, A Moment to Hide Two Treasures, Peaches, and Celebration Clouds. 2. I don't know how much time has passed. After adjusting the state, Xuanqing cannot wait, harnessed up the Chaos Pearl, with the three Qing went to find the creation. Soon, arriving at the place where the precious light flickered, as expected, there is an innate great formation situated in this place. Name, Smoke and Cloud Great Formation. The main fascination entrapping, and does not have the ability to attack and destroy. This time, Tonto didn't have anything to show for it. Just see Xuanqing mouth silently recite the spell. Hand sealing, gently flick the sleeve, will break the big formation, lightly to the extreme, casually. Laozi and Yuanshi were not stingy with their praise. Tong Tian, on the other hand, pouted and immediately said in a bad mood, "Big brother, next time, can you let me do this kind of rough work? I can't let you have all the limelight." Talking in a sultry tone like a Li widow at the entrance of the village. It was a great source of laughter. After laughing, the four Qing walked side by side and entered the big formation, with a new look in front of them, falling eyes and going. Formation in the hidden Qiankuan, Sumeru heaven and earth vast, and the outside world's vitality is silent, ancient and desolate, very different, but see 1,000 peaks row halberd, 10,000 ren open screen, the sun reflecting the light of the Arashur lock screen, the rain collects the color cold contains green, not a bad place to be a cave. As soon as he entered the large formation, Si Qing smelled a burst of aroma that was refreshing and inexplicably refreshing, the curling essence of Nono water, the aura transformed into liquid, dense and diffuse all around. Not long after, a peach tree came into view, and all four Qing raised their eyebrows, overflowing with joy. Innate nonpareil peach? Among them, after recognizing the origin of that extreme innate spirit root at a glance, Xuanqing was quite surprised. The vast majority of the versions of the many modern flood mythological novels of later generations have records related to this spiritual root. Among them, or mentioned the nonpareil peach, born on the top of the West Kunlun, is the head of the female immortals in the floodplains, the testimony of the Queen Mother of the West, accompanied by the most precious treasure. It may also be owned by Hongjun Daojun, who later gave it to Yaoqi Jinmu to suppress the heavenly court's qi. All versions are different. To Xuanqing's surprise, the innate Nanshui peach, now actually conceived and grown in Buzhou Mountain? What a splash of riches this is! It is said that this spiritual root, the creation of infinite, a wood can become a forest. The time comes, the main trunk can be derived from 3,600 side branches, conclude 3,600 peach trees, the first 1,200 plants, with tiny flowers and fruits, ripen once in 3,000 years, and mortals eat them to become immortals and attain immortality. The middle one, 200 plants, ripe once in 6,000 years, mole crickets can eat them to shaju soar and live forever. The latter 1,200 plants, with purple grain and fine core, ripen once in 9,000 years, and the immortal spirit eats them to live the same life as heaven and earth, and the sun and the moon are the same as Gung. After that, without saying a word, Xuanqing raised his hand and signaled for the three Qing to come forward and pick a few peaches to beat their teeth and have a good time. Su is a moment of excitement. Get the treasure overjoyed, so that the three Qing are forgetting that they are at least also a great Luo Jingxian cultivator. It actually disregarded the status and grooming up. Sango, catch it. Here, pick a few more. Tongtian is very active and is responsible for climbing trees and picking full and large peaches, jumping up and down like a monkey. Yuan Shi, on the other hand, rolled up his sleeves and used his Taoist robe as a netting to catch it under the tree. Lao Tzu, on the other hand, looked on, gently stroking his white beard, like a kindly elder, joyfully. Seeing this scene, Xuanqing couldn't help but feel doubly gratified, instantly impressed by the cordial interaction between the three Qing, and a trace of warmth welled up in his heart. Lamenting, it's a shocking glimpse of an unintentional discovery. Above the peach of Nanshui, the cliffs and cliffs to the heights, there are actually a number of visions, glittering divine light pouring down. Extremely extraordinary. Fix your eyes. But a celebratory cloud was seen floating and sinking in the sky above. Celebration clouds its surface. The world of Honghuang is hidden, and the sun, moon, and stars shine through it. Within the celebratory clouds, 5 colored millimeters of light rendered the heavens, and 8 tones of immortal music resounded throughout the world. Beyond the celebratory clouds, countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, necklaces, and pendant beads fell from the celebratory clouds in the sky, like water dripping in front of the eaves in a continuous stream. Is this the celebration cloud of the heavens? Another one of Hongjuan's destined chances of creation. Another double cut off? Chapter 16, Flood Desperado? Battle of Honghuang. The celebratory clouds of the heavens are transformed by a little bit of the vast and righteous energy in Pangu's heart. Not of the first, not of the second. But it was comparable to an innate treasure. Defense is unmatched. Once it was offered, all evils would be repelled and all laws would not be touched. And it could ignore the attacks of any treasures and wonders and immunize the damage of all divine spells. As far as Xuanqing knows, when the Dragon Han's initial calamity broke out, Luo Shuji created evil, wanting to certify the way of killing and proving the path to the mixed essence, and set up the immortal killing formation on Mount Sumeru in the west, causing havoc in the heaven and earth, and smearing the living beings. Many innate powers, spontaneous organization of allied forces, in addition to the devil to defend the way, to the Honghuang old man, Yang Mei de Xian, Yin Yang old man, Qian Kuan old man, 4 people as the leader, will battle Luo Shu demonic sect, and break the immortal sword array. Finally, the great immortal Yang Mei escaped by ruling the Upanishad of the laws of space, and Honghuang was able to narrowly escape, spared. All the heavens celebration cloud absolutely credit. The rest of the number of people are all destroyed and buried in the Sumeru. The defensive prowess of the heavenly celebration clouds was evident. Thoughts float in and out. Shen Chang had already stepped forward, wanting to collect the heavenly celebration clouds. It is not expected. In the next moment, there was suddenly a sound of the Mini Dao, which was transmitted. Fellow Daoist, wait. Shenqing has read no return. With quick hands and eyes, he first pocketed the heavenly celebration clouds and the peaches of Nanshui together, suddenly looking back, only to see an old Taoist in a plain-colored Taoist robe, with crane hair, white beard and white eyebrows, immortal style and ethereal temperament like an immortal, seemingly kind eyes, but a mixed golden immortal pressure will be put not convergence, show not angry from the authority. When the crowd saw this, they all looked aghast and slightly surprised. No, another mixed golden immortal level power? That said, looking at the great flood, the mixed Yuan Jinxi and mighty person, a total of only a few, just a handful, but since coming to the Buzhou Mountain, in a short period of time, this was already the 3rd flood power they had encountered. Beginning Kirin counts for 1, the devil's ancestor Lo counts as 1, and now another one. They're afraid not. Stab the nest of the mixed golden immortals, I guess. Feeling helpless though, but whether the enemy is a friend or a foe is not yet known. Subconsciously, the 3 Qing had already activated their mana, hiding spiritual treasures and divine abilities in their sleeves, and secretly storing wind and thunder. The footsteps moved lightly, and the wind was swift, and all of a sudden, they surrounded the future people. Tighten up. See this battle. The old Taoist couldn't help but sweat a little at the corners of his mouth. No, who are these guys? Have they always been this brave? Normally, when a great Luo cultivator saw a mixed golden immortal powerhouse, he would either scamper away or respectfully worship. Now how do these people? The stance that you're going to fight him if you don't move? Is this mixed golden immortal himself a fake? The old Taoist was a bit depressed, but on second thought, this group of people were not even afraid of the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, and dared to fight with them and taint their karmic chances. A proper flood of outlaws. When he thought about it, he was able to understand. Immediately, he said with a straight face, Poverty Yujing Mountain Casual Cultivator. Honghuang is also. Yujing Mountain Casualties? Honghuang? Never even heard of it. Could it be that you want to come and snatch the treasure from us? Robbing the treasure? He tried. The 3 Qing all frowned. Suddenly alert, the aura around them became more and more majestic, leaping into battle. After all, the Dao Devil quantitative hijacking has not yet started the wind. Honghuang's reputation is not obvious. Who cares about him at this time? What? Mixed golden immortal level power? So what? It wasn't like they, the 3 purities, hadn't kamikazes of mixed golden immortal level powerhouses before. Fear even. Then who has a better name? Oh, I am Taiching Taoist Heavenly Father. Taiching Laozi is also. Pangu Zhengzong. I am Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun. Pangu Zhengzong. Little Master Me. Xuanqing Lingbao Tianzuan. Pangu Zhengzong. The 3 pristine ones followed suit and announced themselves, shouting loudly, their names ringing out like thunder. Talking about it, all of them are proud of it. And proud of it. Chapter 16, Flood Desperado? Battle against Honghuang. 2. At these words, Honghuang's complexion was once again austere, his pupils trembling slightly, his eyes shining brightly, not knowing what he was thinking. He also had a sense that there was an inextricable karmic connection between him and the 3 pristine ones, just don't know why. That wisp of causal connection was very ethereal, floating, hazy, indistinct as a dream, and appeared unreal. It's as if, available, and, at any moment, it could be disconnected in general. And what's up with this weird drawing style of Sanqing? Odd. Then look at Xuanqing. Then look at Xuanqing. For Hongjuan's sudden visit, he wasn't surprised. After all, needless to say, this old dang must have smelled the nonpareil peach and the heavenly celebration clouds and sought them out. And it's not the nonpareil peach. On the subject of these heavenly clouds of celebration, in the latter-day flood, this treasure is supposed to be Hongjuan's defense treasure. After the 3 lectures in the Purple Heaven Palace, Hongjuan founded the Xianmen Taoist system. He was the head teacher. Xianmen are leaders, a past 3 friends, from the 2 teachings of the hermeneutic cutoff points. Later on, the celebration clouds of the heavens were given to Yuan Shi Tianzun for defense and protection. But now, the none-such peach and the celebration clouds of the heavens were all returned to Xuanqing. Chance is determined by God, depth is not by man, and treasures are first come, first served. To be honest, Xuanqing didn't want to give it away. Besides, he looked at Hongjuan from the bottom of his heart. To know, it is this Nabizi old Taoist who divides the 3 Qing, divides the 3 religions, and designs for the 3 Qing to be divided by internal strife. It is the source of all mischief, and the originator, the culprit. After all, the 3 Qings are the original spirit of Pangu, and as long as the 3 Qings are one, once they develop and rise strongly, they may even threaten the existence of Hongjuan's faith. A lesson from the past is a lesson for the future. In this life, Xuanqing had become the 4th Qing of Pangu since he had relived his life. Then the 3 Qings will not be allowed to repeat the tragedy. Thoughts float in and out. Xuanqing's color is gradually cold, no joy and no sorrow, staring straight at Hongjuan, and there is a touch of killing intent in the bottom of the eyes that can't be hidden. The attitude that Xuanqing exuded was not disguised in the slightest, calling Hongjuan to feel a tingle in his scalp, at the same time doubly amazed. No, it's just 2 chances to make a fortune. As far as killing is concerned, one time, the atmosphere in the room was at an impasse. All of a sudden it became a sword fight, if not for the fact that Hongjuan still has a request. For a moment, he really wanted to slap Xuanqing to death. After a long moment of contemplation, Hongjuan only slowly said, "Little guy, a little calm. Truth be told, that spiritual roots, as well as that spiritual treasure, and the poor road exists a section of karmic connection, is my heavenly all chance. If the poor Taoist doesn't fight for something, his heart will not be satisfied. In this case, the poor Tao also does not bully the small with the big and bully the weak. As long as you can catch the poor Tao's full force strike and remain unharmed, then the poor Tao is not as skillful as the others and is ashamed to be inferior. This matter will be over. Dare I? The agitator is out of the way." The 3 clearings frowned at the same time. The frank nature of Tong Tian, but also cannot help but look at the ground, spit a mouthful of spittle. Angrily scolded Hongjuan does not shake the blue lotus. Directly open spray, resist the mixed golden immortal full force 1 blow? If you have the ability to resist my father god Pangu and Aksa, that's it. No fair. Laozi and Yuan Shi concurred in succession. On the contrary, Xuanqing's face was ancient. Without saying a word, he stepped straight forward. In a deep, cold voice. War. Chapter 17, Hongjuan's Headspace. Kirin Cliff, Great Karma Transfer Technique? Xuanqing's battle intent surged around his body, and his battle aura rolled through the ages as he took a step to shatter the void and took the lead. The undying golden body of merit and virtue instantly bloomed with blazing golden light, reflecting the heavens and shattering 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers. A fist shook the Qianquan, like the fist of a god or devil. Unstoppable. In response, Hongjuan's face was unafraid, and the corners of his mouth instead hooked up in a teasing smile. He had been at the Fierce Beast ruins and had more or less learned about Xuanqing's skills. It's just that the physical body is slightly stronger and different from ordinary Dao Lords. Need to know, when a person reaches this state, he or she is considered to have truly entered the way. The mixed golden immortal Dao fruit, a testament to eternity. Between raising his hand and foot, he can reverse the flow of the ages, confine space, stagnate time, and easily overthrow 10 small worlds, honoring him as a great power in the flood. In the opinion of Humboldt, below the golden immortals of the mixed world, the golden immortals of the great Luo are no more than ants and dust, even if the other party had the Godslayer lance to enhance their killing and ferocious might. In the end, they were just slightly larger ants. There is simply nothing to fear. Wow. Thought for a split second. Hongjuan at the same time, the body of the mixed mana drumming, lifting the Taoist robe hunting, messy white hair wild dance, rolling monstrous mana. It steeply condensed a heavenly hand that floated in the sky and pressed down horizontally. Rumble. The earth and sky shook dramatically. The Qianquan was in turmoil, and the layers of emptiness were twisted and distorted, interpreting a scene of horrifying visions, and the momentum was great to the extreme. Only a wisp of residual power swept out, causing the shoulders of the 3 Qing to sink violently. immediately as if burdened with 100,000 ancient divine mountains, heavy billions of pounds. Alarmed, the three of them sacrificed their spiritual treasures for defense. While shocked and appalled, it also allowed the three purities to truly see the gap between them and the mixed golden immortals. The difference is like the difference between clouds and mud. Again, like the great divide. Non-spiritual treasures, divine powers, and other external objects that could be easily surpassed. Mixed golden immortal, worthy of being a great power in the flood. Hongjuan's full force strike is even horrible to this. Could it be that this time around, we really have to obediently give away the heavenly material treasures that came into our hands? Alas, I guess it hangs in the balance. I hope Big Brother can hold out. Feeling the horrible pressure spreading in this place, the three Qing all hung up their hearts, apprehensive and uneasy, cannot help but worry about the situation of Xuanqing. The strength of a full-strength strike from a mixed Yuan golden immortal powerhouse was so strong that even Xuanqing was changed by it. A fist blasted on top of the large hand in the sky, and he felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth that shook him to the point of raw pain. This was still after his merit indestructible golden body, swallowing the beast emperor's essence blood, mountaineering and quenching his body, and taking his strength to the next level. If it were before, take this full force of Hongjuan's blow, I am afraid that the physical body has already crumbled open. Spare a thought. Instead, Xuanqing's battle intent was stirred up, climbing higher and higher, and the medicinal effect of the beast emperor's essence blood in his body burned crazily, and his battle power was sublimated to the extreme. Retreat! A pop! Xuanqing bowed like a dragon, simultaneously activating the two great laws of yin and yang and the devil's path. The two chi of yin and yang manifested into two yin and yang fish, ringing the fist of god and demon. The fierce might of the devil Tao burst forth, monstrous as an ocean, vast and majestic, spanning the heavens and the firmament. A fierce shot. It actually hardened that sky-blanketing heavenly hand and blasted it back a few feet away. And, more than a little shaky, the bravery of Xuanqing is unique in billions of ancient times. There was a vague shadow of Pangu's opening of the heavens and the earth in the past. Hongjuan abruptly raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Break me! Another bellow sounded like thunder. Immediately after, only to hear the clang sound, a burst of gun chants loud and clear piercing ears, steeply whistling out. In a thunderous flash, Xuanqing withdrew his divine demon fist. Flipping hands, the Godslayer Gun came out like a dragon, surging with monstrous ferocious chi, gulping killing sharpness, and stirring madly. Chapter 17 Hongjuan's Headspace. Qilin Cliff, Great Karma Transfer Technique? 2. In an instant, it tore through the voluminous hybrid mana, stirring up the great hand of Maitreya. It's like a force to be reckoned with, destroying everything in its path. Seeing this, Hongjuan was further shocked. However, soon, its Taoist heart was as firm as a rock, and it calmed down in an instant. In the eyes that looked at Xuanqing, there was actually a hint of appreciation and approval. This son's roots are extraordinary. For the Pangu Orthodox clan, his fleshly body is strong, and his killing battle power is heaven-defying. If he can be accepted as a personal disciple, it would not be a lost cause. Hongjuan was calculating this in his mind. Now, the Qianquan has been settled. The cause and effect has been settled. He is destined to have no relationship with the Nanshui Peach and the celebration clouds of the heavens. In that case, it would be better to take advantage of this to take the four purities under his wing and conclude a good karma. After all, with the root qualifications of the four Pangu Qing, especially Xuanqing, the path must be a straight path with a boundless future. In time, it would not be impossible to surpass him. Strike while the iron is hot, and educate while the iron is hot. Otherwise, with the arrogance of the four Pangu Qing's arrogance, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to accept disciples in the future when they have hardened their wings. Little friend, let's listen to the poor Taoist. However, just as Hongjuan wanted to open his mouth, Xuanqing, however, didn't give him that chance. Following the instant breakage of the great hand of the sky, there was nothing left. Xuanqing did not collect his gun and stop, settling the battle. Instead, he held the deicide gun and bullied his way up, straight towards Hongjuan's throat. It seemed to pierce it with a single shot. The phrase lying almost didn't make Hongjuan blurt out, "No, you damn." The poor Taoist's heart was filled with the intention of cherishing talent and sprouting the desire to take on a disciple. But you ended up killing the poor Taoist? I take you for a treasure. But you want me dead? What the hell is the grudge? Hiss. The ferocity of Xuanqing's attack, unstoppable and decisive, immediately called Hongjuan to suck in a mouthful of cool air. Steep color change. Almost didn't have time to react. Instantly, he instinctively retreated sharply in succession. Great Karma Transfer Technique. After the Godslayer Gun startled Hongjuan, Xuanqing once again lightly rebuked, and with his fingers together, he silently recited the spell. Rumble. In the next instant, a lofty mountain, like a cliff, Qilin descended from the sky, instantly blossoming bright divine aura, exhausting the might of the very best innate spiritual treasures, heavy billions of pounds. Hongjun was caught off guard for a moment and took a blow to the head. However, fortunately, the physical strength of a mixed golden immortal powerhouse wasn't bad either. After a brief period of dizziness, the forehead was slightly bulging and the corners of the head were in the air. But otherwise, it was all right. Little friend, why are you still not relenting even after you have won? Giving an inch, and nearly injuring the poor Taoist? Hongjuan's angry hair and beard spread out, and he questioned in a cold voice. Xuanqing withdrew his divine ability, converged on his spiritual treasure, arched his hand in greeting, and blandly apologized. The kid's battle spirit is blazing, and seniors sparring and discussing the Tao. The battle is in full swing. A momentary itch. I hope I'm not to blame. A statement that is so well reasoned that one really can't pick fault with it. Hongjun see this, the anger is all gone. Also lazy with a junior generation to calculate deeper. Just see Hongjun head corner, the left side of the forehead, branded with the word cliff of the golden light mark. A flash. Xuanqing corner of the mouth of the smile is simply more difficult to suppress than AK-47. In this regard, Hongjun was oblivious. The two Qilin cubs below were certainly astonished and simply marveled at Xuanqing's heaven-defying battle prowess. Can be shocking. They could not help but feel puzzled. Words. Isn't that the treasure of their Qilin treasury? The Qilin cliff? How did it suddenly become the great karma transfer technique now? Chapter 18 Extorting Hongjun. Lulling the cripple. Fighting with someone on the Tao. And it was still a junior. A Tao Lord Griffin. It turned out to be inadvertent. Although Hongjun had indignation in his heart. However, thinking that he had a request from Xuanqing, he could only swallow this pent-up anger and eat this dumb loss. A flick of the sleeve, eliminating the head and horns of the lofty, immortal style and Taoist bones remain. But, that karmic imprint, however, lingered. After that, Hongjun could only endure the pain and give up the two karmic chances of Peach and Xingyun. And then without bending over backwards, he directly opened the door and explained to Xuanqing the purpose of his visit. Hongjun, this old denizen, wants to hitch a ride on me, cover the Qilin's ears, and sneak off the mountain? Xuanqing was quite surprised when he learned of Hongjun's intention to come, and at the same time, he could not help but be on guard. Once he let Hongjun know that he was carrying the heavily Tao exotic treasure Chaos Pearl, exposing his bottom card was not a good thing. As the saying goes, treasures move people's hearts, and interests push people's lives. If you don't get it right, you'll draw fire and disaster. Xuanqing was not a worrywart. Rather, it is a matter of safety and prevention. After all, a piker is a piker. One thought to this. Xuanqing then politely refused. Senior, the kid's Tao is trivial. Although I slightly understand some of the Space Upanishad prototypes, know the submerged convergence of the Shao Dao, but it is really difficult to reach the Hall of Elegance. Difficult to take on the heavy responsibility. I was going to make up an excuse, shrug it off, and gloss over it. Unexpectedly, Hongjun is like a piece of dogskin plaster, not relenting. Little friend is modest. The poor Taoist hereby promises that if little friend is able to escort me out of the Buzhou Earth realm peacefully, there will be heavy rewards. Hongjun knew that Xuanqing was hiding his clumsiness and showing the mountain, but he also had a way to deal with it. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. A spiritual root that appeared to be a crooked-necked tree was sacrificed and presented to the eyes of the crowd. Extreme innate spiritual root, enlightened divine tea tree. Old man Tai Ching broke the origin of that spiritual root with a single word, and his eyes showed the color of salivation. Although during this time, his old man followed a group of brothers and went around playing wildly, fearlessly and recklessly, stealing across the uncharted mountains, stealing the unicorn treasure, trespassing on the ruins of the fierce beasts, battle of Sumeru Old Devil, fighting Baiyu Jing Dainon. In fact, Lao Tzu preferred purity by nature. The greatest luxury is to drink tea and discuss the Tao every day to cultivate one's body and mind. It must be said that this gift from Hongjun was simply sent to his heart. To know, this enlightenment divine tea tree, although it was not among the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the flood, but it helps one to realize the beauty of the path. Twisting a leaf, boiling water to make tea, and smelling the tea aroma curling up, you can nourish the spirit. Drinking tea and water can help one to have an epiphany. Sitting under a tree, you can also cultivate by leaps and bounds in a single day. If it were him, I'm afraid he would have readily smiled and agreed to it in one go. I don't know. Xuanqing, however, was unimpressed. After all, he wanted to force him to reveal his bottom card with this small favor? Are you kidding me? However, seeing his own brother's old man, he looked as if he was looking over his shoulder. Xuanqing decided to satisfy him. Furthermore, It's a waste not to have a heavenly treasure delivered to your door for nothing. As for smuggling Hongjun down the mountain, after he had ascended to the top of the unconquered absolute peak and searched all the opportunities and creations, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Thus, Xuanqing feigned a look of difficulty and said, this, but whoever is honored as a great power is not a brainless person? Which one of them is not a sophisticated fox who knows everything about the world? Chapter 18 Extorting Hongjun, Lulling the Cripple. 2. No exaggeration. Xuanqing puckered his butt and let out a random fart. Hongjun was able to smell what this girl ate yesterday. Seeing this, although Hongjun was speechless in his heart, he could only go against the grain. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept out a brilliant stream of light. Then he offered another object. It was a lotus seed, crystal clear like sheep's fat jade, dispersing holy light and rich in Tao rhythm. This is the lotus seed of the 12 pure white lotus? Xuanqing slightly raised his eyebrows. When Hongjun sacrificed this object, he obviously detected the wisp of the devil's law in his body. Vaguely restless, seemed to retreat, rather scornful. Even the one immortal Tao law that was triggered by the counterintuitive enlightenment that was comprehended when he fought with Hongjun just now, was actually stirring at this time. Immortal and demonic paths, converging as one, this and the other, metaphysical and mysterious. The white lotus of the pure world, along with the golden lotus of merit and virtue, the red lotus of karmic fire, the black lotus of destruction, and the purple lotus of reincarnation, which came into existence only after the ancestral witch Hutu had performed the cycle of reincarnation, were all the supreme treasures of heaven and earth that had been created from the creation of the green lotus, which had been divided and birthed. The golden lotus can be multiplied in merit. The red lotus can burn karmic fire. The black lotus breeds magic. The white lotus flower, holy and flawless, can purify the world of all the turbidity and filth. There is only one lotus seed though. It can also clarify the Taoist heart, wash the spirit, and clear the square-inch spirit platform without dirt, which is of infinite use. On weekdays, Hongjun would use this divine object to assist in his cultivation, purify the immortal Tao laws, achieve flawlessness, and enhance his cultivation. Still, if you're not asking for it, plus the sun, Xuanqing, is insatiable. This kind of good thing, Hongjun will not give it away. Little friend Xuanqing, is this feasible? Hongjun asked with a sincere face. Xuanqing nodded gently, and with a wave of his hand, he took the tea tree and lotus seeds, and smiled happily, and then frankly, good, but not before the humbled grinned and bloomed into a smile, too late to breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Xuanqing's words suddenly changed, and he added in a whirlwind, however, I still have one more condition. After all, now that the Qilin clan is sealing off the mountain and searching all around with great vigor, it would be very risky for the kid to get involved in the danger and get involved in the karma of it, and sneak down the mountain for senior. Straight face. Hongjun straight rolled his eyes, just very speechless, little friend Xuanqing, but there's no harm in saying so. Hongjun, whose heart was tired, forced a trace of displeasure and forced a smile. Truth be told, previously we fought with a devil in the west, and bore a grudge against him that was as deep as the sea, so I hope that senior will be able to shelter us for a period of time, and be our protector of the way until we can go down the mountain peacefully, Xuanqing said bluntly, opening the door. This time, directly to Hongjun. Dry silence. The corners of its mouth twitched madly. Sure enough, it's not that simple. No, Hongjun wanted to take Xuanqing as his personal disciple. Now Xuanqing is making him a personal bodyguard. Protector? To put it nicely, to put it bluntly, it's a royal bodyguard. A personal bodyguard. The existence that Xuanqing and the others had messed with was still the supreme deity of the Western Devil Dao, the devil ancestor Luo Hu. Such a difficult opponent. For a moment, Hongjun was tempted to urgently withdraw a tea tree, as well as a lotus seed. The big deal is that I'll find another way to sneak down the mountain myself. But, the treasure had already been pocketed by Xuanqing. It was a foregone conclusion, and there was no use regretting it. For little thieves, where to run? Right at this moment, suddenly, a thunderous sound of killing intent abruptly came from the sky with a loud explosion. Falling eyes and going. However, they saw a heaven-obscuring demonic shadow that was rushing towards Xuanqing's side of them. Its demonic might was monstrous, and its fury rolled around with a raging aura. It was the devil ancestor Luo who came after him. Chapter 19, The Three Treasures of the Green Lotus. The Three Qing Creations. As the devil killed, Xuanqing did not panic in the slightest. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble Senior to take care of it. See you again at the top of Buzhou Mountain. Farewell. Dropping two words lightly, Xuanqing then led the three purities and turned away in style, continuing to climb towards the main peak of Buzhou. Only left Hongjun messy in the wind and messy again. What's the matter with you? I'm still hesitant to say yes myself. While speechless, the devil ancestor Luo Hu had already descended with monstrous demonic might. He lightly glanced at Hongjuan and subconsciously frowned, showing a hint of displeasure on his face, but he was too lazy to make an issue out of it. Turning his head, he was about to go after Xuanqing and the others. Unexpectedly, but was rushed to the duck on the shelf. Hongjuan raised his hand to intercept down, across the front of the Luo Hu, a fairy and a devil, looking at each other from afar. The two sides have not yet exchanged hands, but the might that erupted from their respective bodies, invariably intertwined and collided continuously. Like pinpoints on wheat, they were at odds with each other, and they were like water and fire. When the immortal and demon paths first met, they were full of gunpowder and swords were drawn. The poor Buzhou Mountain casual cultivator, Hongjuan, is also. As always, Hongjuan bowed with respect and modesty and gentleness. In the face of a lifelong foe, one has to pretend to be generous, despite the disgust and revulsion of one's heart. Off. Between the devil ancestor Luo's harsh voice, the black lotus of extinction has been hanging on the top, floating and sinking more than immortals and demons, destined to be incompatible. This meeting, inevitably a battle. After that, infinite immortal light dazzled, monstrous demonic chi surged, intertwined horizontally and horizontally, colliding fiercely. He filled a side of heaven and earth. It shakes the universe and reverses the yin and yang, turning the five elements upside down and shattering the void. A fierce battle at the level of the Flood Masters was truly as terrifying as it was. At first, during the exchange of blows, both sides were restrained for fear of alerting the Qilin clan cultivators patrolling the mountain and exposing their shadows and traces. Gradually, the two giants of Immortal and Devil will fight out the real fire. No longer stay hands, reckless, creating a horrible sound. Magnificent. So much so, that their worst fears have finally come true. Just as Hongjuan and Luo Shuji were in the middle of their battle, beginning Qilin himself arrived with his troops. This is the brand of my clan's greatest treasure. Qilin Cliff? Just after arriving, the beginning Qilin locked Hongjuan with a glance, looking up and down, and finally focusing on the brand on his forehead. His eyes narrowed slightly, his heart secretly shocked, and then his eyes blossomed with a cold aura, transmitting cold killing intent. 5 virtuous Qilin at your command. Take these 2 thieves down quickly. Don't let them escape. Leave this old Nubizi Taoist to this seat. The beginning Qilin shouted angrily in a deep voice, instantly pouring out the peak mana of the mixed golden immortal, appealing to all the Qilings, and decisively pouncing towards Hongjuan. Law was terrified. Hongjuan was even more terrified, and confused. No, why did this old unicorn come at him the moment they met? One shot is a kill shot. Did they know each other before? What a grudge. Fellow Taoist beginning Qilin. It's just a matter of smuggling karma. This ancestor is willing to pay double. How about this matter is over? In the process, Luo Shuji, a devil alone to fight the 5 virtues of gold, wood, water, fire and earth unicorn, 5 mixed golden immortals strong, is really not enough? And then proposed. However, the beginning Qilin didn't care and ignored it, acting as if it was bound to suppress 1 immortal and 1 demon. Bitter hatred, blood feuds in general. Just like that, from the initial single battle between immortals and demons, it suddenly evolved into a shocking melee. It happened suddenly and inexplicably. Chapter 19, The 3 Treasures of the Green Lotus. The 3 Qing Creations. 2. It's as if there's a man behind the scenes who's driving this thing like that. Tricky as hell. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. In the meantime, 4 clearings on the way to the top again. When I looked back, I didn't have a view of the mountains, but I saw that great power mix-up at the bottom of the mountain, which was so lively. Big brother, why is the beginning Qilin acting like a mad dog, deadly biting at Taoist Hongjuan and won't let go? At this time, old man Tai Ching asked the heartfelt question of everyone in the arena. Amazed, even those 2 Qilin cubs, having grown up so much, it was the first time they had ever seen their father lose his temper so greatly. But the unicorn tribe, encircling the vast territory of Buzhou, endless years, there have been many stowaways, do not pay the money to buy the way, they want to climb the mountain to get a chance to create. The way the Qilin clan handled these stowaways was quite magnanimous and reasonable. Once you get caught, the big deal is to pay back double the money you paid for the road. If you can't get it, you will be punished with a cane, expelled, put on the blacklist of the Qilin clan, and never allowed to set foot in Buzhou again. That's all. But now, the killing intent displayed by the beginning Qilin was spread out across the heavens, spreading out across the sky, calling out to the 2 Qilin cubs on the mountain to be able to clearly perceive it. Sparing the 3 purities, they all felt shaky and confused. Only the originator, the black hand behind the scenes Xuanqing, the corners of the mouth lightly pursed, teasing in language, The mystery, otherwise you guys guess. Me before that move. Why is called, the big karma transfer technique. All three Qing were wide-eyed and seemed to understand. The two griffin cubs were even more confused. After that, the four Qing dynasty found a secluded valley, cast a spell to cover up the 10 heavenly chances, and began to divide the treasure link. It was only when Xuanqing brought out the nonpareil peaches, the celebration clouds of the heavens, as well as the tea tree and lotus seeds that he had extorted from Honghuang, and brought them out to share, but was unanimously opposed by the three Qing. 1-2 shook their heads and humbled themselves. After all, they are very clear. Now Xuanqing hand on the supreme treasure of God. Are all Honghuang's chance of creation? All by Xuanqing ability to seize. Not to mention the fact that the karma involved is so great that they can't afford it and are not blessed with it. In terms of discussing the four clear friendships, these treasures should be exclusive to Xuanqing alone. The three Qing understand things, no longer like in the latter flood. The old man playing Tai Chi, middle-aged, dead arrogant, youth violent temper. Seeing the changes in the three clearings, Xuanqing was doubly pleased. In the end, the three pristine ones just couldn't argue with Xuanqing. Lao Zi gladly accepted the tea tree. Frankly said, big brother generous. The hospitality is difficult to refuse. Little brother will not be flattered. This tea tree will be temporarily stored in my place. Spare time. For us a few brothers to drink tea and discuss the Tao. Is not it beautiful? Yuan sure got the nonpareil peach. Reluctantly accepted. The same said. The fruit on this peach tree, turn around I will transplant to the Kunlun mountains. Later let the fourth brother to climb the tree for us to pick fruit to eat. Tong Tian was awarded a lotus seed of the white lotus of the pure world, and could not share it together, and his heart was ashamed. But when he heard his third brother Yuan sure making fun of him, he also laughed out loud, hurriedly nodding his head, like a chicken pecking at rice. He readily agreed, this is very good. Ha 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 ha. The large Buzhou lofty, echoing a burst of bright laughter. The four clear get along well. The picture is very cozy. After distributing the treasure, the four Qings resumed their journey on the spur of the moment, repeatedly traveling tens of thousands of feet high. There was actually another gain. On the way, he encountered a great innate formation. Xuanqing envisioned the supremacy of it, and then broke it with his hand. Immediately after, for clear as far as the eye can see, but see a divine lotus hanging in mid-air. Its surface is covered with a crack, broken, constantly emitting click sound. As if the hand may be broken disintegration in general. The green lotus of creation, the three treasures of the heavenly destiny of the three pristine ones have finally been found. Seeing this, Xuanqing's sword brows abruptly raised in delight. Chapter 20, Pangu's breathing method, ascending to the absolute peak of Buzhou, the green lotus of creation, born with 26 grades, fits the number of 66. The spiritual treasure is too blazing in power, for the Tao of heaven is not allowed. Kaching dash. This was not to be. With a crisp quiet ringing, when the three purities stepped into the large formation, the green lotus of creation was immediately sensed and seemed to be pulled by some kind of rule, completely collapsing apart and splitting into three. Green lotus-born red flowers, light floating down, immortal light, landed into a flat abduction. Chaotic dragon coiled around it, mighty and fierce, divine and incomparable. The name, flat abduction of Panlong. The green lotus grows a white lotus root and slowly falls to the ground, manifesting a white jade rug. Called, the Three Treasures Jade Ruin. The green lotus diffuses the lotus leaves, verdant and jade dripping. The blue lotus is only showing its sharp corners, slender and shaped like a sword tire, manifesting itself into shape. The sword is 3 feet 6 inches and 5 minutes long. The sword body and scabbard are all soapy black, with a green lotus flower overlaying it. 3 feet of green no. Changping, saffron flowers, white lotus roots and green lotus leaves. The three religions were originally one family. At this moment, the three treasures of the green lotus returned to their positions and swept to the front of the three Qing respectively, automatically recognizing their masters and the heavenly destiny. The three Qing were all surprised, wide-eyed, and finally looked at Xuanqing in unison, somewhat at a loss. Although they had a sense in the underworld that there was an inextricable karmic relationship between themselves and the three treasures of the green lotus, but the treasure automatically recognizes its owner. Completely they are out of expectation. After all, since the incarnation of the Tao, the four Qing cultivate together, laugh and joke together, go through experiences together, go on adventures together. The depth of friendship is stronger than gold, deeper than the sea. Although the green lotus three treasures are mysterious, but compared to the big brothers Xuanqing than to their care and kindness, far less than 1/10,000th. Moreover, if it weren't for Xuanqing, I'm afraid they would still be penniless, alone and poor. Now the creation of the green lotus broken, divided into three, settled belonging to the three Qing, but not half happy, but disappointed. They all have it and big brother Xuanqing doesn't. They really can't be happy. All sorts of thoughts are saving up. Tongtian took the lead and stepped forward, pushing the Qingping sword in front of Xuanqing, saying, "Big brother, I'll give you the sword. Eldest brother, this three treasures jade ruin is made of hard material. It can be thrown to attack the enemy, shatter the sky spirit cover, travel the floodplains and walk around. You will definitely need it in the future. Big brother, if you don't mind. This walking stick, Yuan sure. Laozi also have grabbed to send treasure. The attitude of sincerity to the extreme. Sentence from the heart. Fear that Xuanqing will be at a disadvantage as if. Seeing this, Xuanqing cried and laughed, refused in 100 ways, and told Sanqing that the three treasures of the Green Lotus were their heavenly destiny. I hope they are good fakes and can only be used to make common cause. Never use it on your own brothers and hurt the peace. In response to Xuanqing's careful admonition, all three Chang nodded and kept it in mind. After the Green Lotus three treasures settled on their belongings, the three Qing's chi became more and more majestic, continuous and thick, and the karmic ties were deeper. Xuanqing was happy to see and hear it. The thought in his mind grew stronger. In this life, the three pristine ones must never fight within themselves again. As for chance and creation, Xuanqing was not worried. Buzhou Mountain is vast and boundless. Many of the heavenly treasures are hidden. Get lucky, lose my life, encountered, then try to fight, and vice versa. Everything will be as fate would have it. Afterwards, the four clearances talk about the greatness of the world, and together, side by side, they retrace their steps on the mountaineering journey. Going forward on the mountain journey, Siqing's pace was slower than ever. It's not that they don't want to go fast. Rather, the higher up the Buzhou Mountain, the Pangu pressure is too strong. Every strand of qi and Dao rhythms hanging down. It seems to overwhelm the heavens and the world. The void rupture, forming a rumbling thunder. Bursts of resonance in the ears of the four Qing, deafening. Chapter 20 Pangu breathing method, ascending to the absolute peak of Buzhou. 2. So, they really can't go fast. 3 Chang, as always, walking tired, cannot carry, will offer a spiritual treasure to defend, shelter themselves, a little rest for a moment, will withdraw the spiritual treasure, and continue to climb on foot, and so on and so forth. The strength of the physical body, as well as its toughness and strength, was greatly enhanced as a result. Xuanqing's pace, on the other hand, was firmer, the grind more bitter and brutal. He steps up to the top, and his path becomes stronger. Step by step, the bottom line is deeper. Step by step, the Tao is enlightened, and the rhythm of the Tao is even more mysterious. Perhaps it was because of the mountaineering forgetfulness, without any distractions, immersed in it. After thousands of years, Xuanqing had already refined and absorbed all of the Beast Emperor's essence blood in his body. The strength of the physical body stepped onto a brand new stage, transforming into a general body, comparable to the level of an innate supreme treasure. Xuanqing was oblivious to this. Instead, he entered a state of esoteric enlightenment, as if he was in tune with heaven and earth, merging with Buzhou, and gradually entering the wonderful realm of the great Tao. Infinite Pangu pressure dropping down, rolling gusts of wind whistling. In the view of Xuanqing, this is the sound of Pangu breathing. Under the blessing of his heaven-defying enlightenment, he comprehended a supreme technique called Pangu breathing technique, going forward, between each of his breaths, exhaling like chaotic astral winds, rolling earth, wind, water and fire, breathing in like a whale swallowing heaven and earth, swallowing billions of miles like a tiger, stirring up the aura of heaven and earth, converging into a huge vortex and incorporating it into his body. This heaven and earth, the terrifying sound that was suddenly created was extremely vast, instantly causing the three purities to smack their lips and simply marvel at it. I don't know how much time has passed. They witnessed Xuanqing's breath opening and closing, swallowing the vastness of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and actually smoothly breaking through the realm and stepping into the peak level of Dala Golden Immortal. He was directly dumbfounded on the spot. Xuanqing Tongtian stared in amazement. No, what is this again? Our big brother spit and breathed between the kung fu. Just like this. Breakthrough. Yuqing Yuan sure shook his head inside more than lips and teeth acid fast teeth. Lamented, alas. The same Pangu for Chang. A lineage, the same origin, but the father god is the only favor big brother Xuanqing. Good eccentric yo. Taiqing Laozi, on the other hand, had his pupils quake, his face horrified. Big brother's exhaling and breathing is just like the breathing of a god or a demon. Every breath, every inhalation, all of them contain the great Tao's supremacy. The arcane nature of this method is simply unheard of. It's comparable to the great Tao level technique. Great Tao level feats? Hiss. Yuanshi and Tongtian were shocked in unison and couldn't help but suck in gusts of cool air. Now, once again, the hammer is solid. Xuanqing is Pangu's own son, even after a long time. Only then did the three Qings settle down. And then they glanced at each other. And then they all smiled heartily, instantly understanding each other. And they all offered up their spiritual treasures to protect themselves, and hurriedly accelerated their pace to catch up with Xuanqing. In terms of bloodline affinity, the three pristine ones prided themselves on being no match for Xuanqing. On the perverse nature of enlightenment, the three Qing asked themselves, they and Xuanqing, press is not even in the same league, but the good thing is, who told them to have a good big brother? A letter in blood from my three Qing, pleading with my eldest brother to teach us the supreme secret method. No, a brisk voice suddenly echoed the lofty and uncharted. After practicing the Tao for an unknown number of years, Xuanqing came back to his senses from that metaphysical state of enlightenment. When he looked back, the three clearances were already at the bottom of the mountain, pulled a large distance away from him, not knowing what they were yelling. At first glance again, without realizing it, he himself has already reached the top of the uncharted summit. Chapter 21, Star River Chessboard. Pangu Chalcedony, Pangu Kai Tian? Looking up at the lofty Buzhou, finally glimpsing the mountains, looking up at the pale and vast sky of the ancient stars, looking down at the greatness of the heavens and earth, Xuanqing felt a lot of emotions. His thoughts were enlightened, his Taoist heart was clear, and his spiritual platform was clear. Even though he climbed to the top, unconsciously, he has completely adapted to the surrounding Pangu pressure, and his body is so light that it seems to fit in with heaven and earth and become one with Buzhou, like a fish out of water. I felt very relaxed and at ease. In addition to the fact that the physical body has been cultivated, all the more so because he had drifted into the good state of the way. Ascending to Buzhou, the higher one climbed, the more the Pangu Dao rhythm blazed and the more terrifying the pressure became. Therefore, traveling to the top, the vitality is cut off. Year-round snow is a bitter cold Jedi. As far as he knows, the top of the Buzhou Jie, there are spiritual roots innate gourd vine growth, but now the time has not arrived. It is too early, and did not conceive the world. While the three clearings were still keeping up with him, Xuanqing wasn't idle and began to roam around in search of opportunity and creation. And again, I traveled for more than a few years. Still nothing. The search is fruitless. Adhering to the principle that there is a time for everything and a time for nothing, Xuanqing felt only a twinge of regret, but was not lost or discouraged. I'm lucky if I get it, and I'm lucky if I lose it. Even if the top of Buzhou Mountain was vast and boundless, he had not yet traveled to see it all. But Xuanqing was clear that he had already reached his limit in this walk, questioning and enlightenment. It's futile to keep going any longer. With this in mind, he planned to return to his original point and sit in meditation while waiting for the three Qing to meet. Just in time, he was suddenly blessed with a sudden whim. There is a sense of a destined opportunity that awaits one, so he began to cruise the top of the Unchained Jedi again. Finally, guided by the Pangu bloodline in his body, he sought out an innate formation with the name, Mixed Star River Formation. Xuanqing stepped into the formation, and with his enlightenment against all odds, he quickly gained insight into the subtleties of the formation, stepping on the Big Dipper, stepping on the nodes of the formation without missing a beat, bypassing the many obstacles, and entering the interior after easily breaking the formation. Reflections. It is a chessboard. Its material is special. Not gold, not stone nor jade, diffusion of arcane Tao rhyme, for a superb innate spiritual treasure. The name is, Star River Chessboard. Is this a formation within a formation? Xuanqing pursed her lips and began to decipher the arcane mysteries of the game. 2 fingers lightly twisted a chess piece. Rumble. The next instant, I felt that my ears were buzzing more than once, and there was a flurry of buckets and stars, between the illusion of the universe and the sky. Then I realized that there was a different world in front of me. It was a vast and endless chaos of ancient stars. There are vast rivers of stars running across the heavens. There is also a forest of stars in the sky, scattered with stars. There were also countless laws of the heavens and earth, the great Tao and the supreme principle, filling this heaven and earth. Using the chaotic starry sky as a chessboard and the stars of the heavens as pieces, is a bit interesting. Xuanqing was immediately intrigued by the placement of the chess game, the hidden mysteries within, and was intrigued. Now that the three Qing had not arrived, he could just take this opportunity to chat to entertain himself a bit and pass the time. At first glance, this chess game is in accordance with the principle of the 36 stars of the week. Placed in the midst of chaos, the stars are scattered, fitting the Star Avenue. The long river of time and space floats, and fate is all flowing on both sides, mysterious and mysterious. It looks like a game of chess against a game. In fact, it is the examination of the game player's sense of the great Tao. Pop. Boom. This is not. When Xuanqing lifted the chess piece and dropped it, the chessboard suddenly lit up billions of feet of bright divine radiance, reflecting the heavens and the universe, all of a sudden illuminating the dark chaotic starry sky, like day. Chapter 21, Star River Chessboard. Pangu Chalcedony, Pangu Kai Tian? 2. There was also a boundless magnificent power born, sweeping through the endless chaos, shaking billions and billions of miles of emptiness, and swaying the 10 ancient stars. After that, as Xuanqing landed each time, the Taoist rhythm on his body became more and more mysterious, and a thick and mysterious aura was emitted all around him, inexplicably gives a sense of abyssal and unfathomable vision. Gradually, a round of wisdom god ring even emerged behind its head, incomparably bright and dazzling, like a wise man. His enlightenment was heaven-defying, and he was able to break through the heavenly chances of the chess game, thus comprehending a law of heavenly chances and condensing an aura of wisdom to add to it. He also watched the game of chess, which was spread out in a starry pattern, secretly containing the principles of the stars and buckets of the week, and realized the law of the stars. I don't know how much time has passed. Xuanqing finished the game, broke the chess game, the attainment of the way of formation, more exquisite, to the peak of the realm of excellence. Back in reality, it was like a dream. The surrounding Taoist rhythm became more and more esoteric, the cultivation level rose, and the Taoist practice became even more profound and unfathomable. What a stellar chess game! Xuanqing felt the board's subtlety firsthand and praised it without stinting, while at the same time having a plan in mind. Previously, he had received benefits from Honghuang and owed a karmic debt, promising to take Honghuang to smuggle him down the mountain. Xuanqing didn't want to expose his bottom card and prematurely publicize the Chaos Pearl, and was fretting. It turned out to be a chance acquisition of the Star River chessboard. It's like sleeping on a pillow, with the chessboard to attract Honghuang into the game, trapped in a side of Qinquan heaven and earth. By the time Honghuang analyzed the board's esoteric mysteries, he was expected to have completed his stowaway. This is a wonderful plan. As his thoughts floated, Xuanqing continued to wander through the formation, Pangu bloodline in his body, stupid, restless, and more intense. Obviously, the chance of creation that pulled him there must be 1,000 threads of karmic connection with Pangu. This is Pangu Chalcedony. As expected, the next moment, Xuanqing will be in the array of gains, a pair of starry eyes flashing, seems to disillusion the heavens and the ancient starry sky, blossoming cham essence, falling eyes and going. Only a drop of chalcedony was crystal clear, and it was floating and sinking in mid-air. The majestic life chi emanating from it was incomparably pure and vast, and divine. But it is said that the Buzhou Mountain is made of Pangu's spine. The spine gives birth to the creation and diffuses the chalcedony. If anything, Pangu essence blood was the standard for many travelers' predecessors. For the essence of Pangu, then, this Pangu chalcedony is even more precious. Is the essence of Pangu origin? The essence of the essence. Once refined, not only can it strengthen one's own roots and feet and benefit one's cultivation. What's more, it could also help Xuanqing to refine his fleshly body, cleanse the marrow and remove the tendons, transform his bones, and break through the limit of his fleshly body in one fell swoop, the fleshly body becoming a saint. Many thanks to Father God Pangu for the gift. Eating water without forgetting to dig a well. Xuanqing suppressed all the palpitations in his heart and bowed down to worship towards the lofty Buzhou. This is a great worship. It's in thanksgiving and in honor of Pangaea, coupled with Xuanqing's step-by-step climbing of the mountain and walking the path. The questioning is not 1,000 years on Saturday. The questioning does not stop. The pious city of the heart. With all the accumulation, Pangu has a spirit and a will that lives on. And there is a sudden feeling. Rumble. A burst of divine thunder exploded steeply. In an instant, heaven and earth were disillusioned. Qinquan was displaced, and the void was distorted. In the blink of an eye, Xuanqing once again entered a vast chaotic world. This world was even more ancient, vicissitudes, and long-lasting than the Qinquan world among the Star River chessboard. Without the 4 poles of heaven and earth, the 4 seasons are not differentiated. The wind and rain are not in order. The earth, wind, water, and fire have not been diffused, and the astral winds are raging in a chaotic manner. At the top of the ancient chaotic dome of the sky, there stood a huge man holding a giant axe, lofty and incomparable, domineering, spitting out the voice of the gods and devils, Jia. This is the scene when Pangu opened the sky. Xuanqing's pupils were slightly dilated, staring, and his Dao heart was suffering a vicious impact. Chapter 22, 3,000 laws add to their bodies. The forces of all directions converged on the top of Buzhou. It's an illusion? Or the legacy of creation? Time flowed backward, and the long river of years traced back to the opening of the heavens and the ancient chaos period. While Xuanqing was invigorated, the heart fluttered. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. My demon god of power, Pangu heavenly king, today opens up chaos, divides the clear and the turbid, and proves the great Tao. Rumble. A gust of divine and demonic sound was magnificent and loud. Strike that. Pangu held the heaven-opening axe and split the boundless chaos. The axe blazed, brimming over the 10 directions of chaos, reflecting the universe. It instantly triggered the earth, wind, water, and fire, deducing infinite destructive visions and obliterating all living beings. All time stood still for a moment. This axe, extremely all the sharpness of the world, killing billions of ancient unparalleled. Nothing is not chopped, appealing to the true meaning of the law of force. The ferocious might was unstoppable. Xuanqing was in this world, although ethereal and illusory, but really felt a horrible sense of oppression came. Shuddering, it's as if, at any moment, he could be caught by the aftermath of that axe, and in a flash of thought, his body would fall. If not for the fact that he had attained great success in his physical body, it could be comparable to an innate supreme treasure. I'm afraid that at this moment, the flesh would have already collapsed. The greatness of the great demon god Pangu is evident. Scary as hell. Heart-stopping. Xuanqing seeks to create something in the midst of danger, and it pays off. His enlightenment was heaven-defying, and he had first glimpsed the mysteries of the laws of force. He also watched the sharpness of the divine axe and realized the true meaning of the opening of the heavens. However, and that's not all. Kill. But it is said that Pangu opened up the chaos, divided the clear and turbid, and wanted to prove the great Tao. This move can be said to be a will succeed in 10,000 bones, and directly touched the 3,000 chaos demon gods' settled life. Then, immediately afterward, 3,000 chaotic demon gods manifested, each wrapped in monstrous killing intent, their demonic might swirling, tearing apart billions and billions of chaotic turbulence, stepping on a river of ages, and descending in a furious manner. Like a tidal wave surging, it instantly converged into a single stream, like the carp that crossed the river, all of them frantically pouncing on the demon god Pangu. Despite being alone and fighting alone, Pangu is not afraid. Swinging up the great axe in his hand, he met the 3,000 chaos demon gods, wanting to chop them under the axe one by one. Boom! Rumble! Seeing this scene, Xuanqing was in the scene and his Taoist heart was shaken to the core. At this moment, he finally knew. Under the hybrid, why are all ants now? Being there, he really realized his own insignificance. As weak as a mole cricket, a grain of dust, a drop in the ocean, a grain of sand in the sea of stars, covering scenes like that, quite magnificent and beyond impressive. His enlightenment was heaven-defying, and as he witnessed the 3,000 chaos demon gods showing off their ferocity, an intricate rune pattern of laws appeared in his mind, numbering up to 3,000. From this, I have been able to understand the 3,000 laws in their infancy. Just like that, Xuanqing watched the whole thing from the sidelines, witnessing the 3,000 chaos demon gods on the verge of death madly roaring, and screaming. It seemed to annihilate him. See to the end. Pangu finally cut down the 3,000 chaotic devils and gods, dividing the clear and turbid chi, which floats upward to heaven and sinks downward to earth. A new dawn has dawned on heaven and earth. And eventually, Pangu also exhausted himself and died, evolving the flood of the heavens and the world, blessing heaven and earth and the living beings. Even after a long time, Xuanqing was immersed in it, in a trance. It took a long time to get over that shocking, magnificent, atmospheric scene. He only closed his eyes, appearing to be recuperating, but in reality, he was reviewing the past and digesting a series of gains. He comprehended the true meaning of opening the heavens, blended them together, pushed them forward, and created the 9 styles of opening the heavens. At the same time, there was a deeper understanding of the 3,000 fledgling laws. Chapter 22, 3,000 laws add to their bodies. The forces of all directions converge on the top of Buzhou. 2. Time is honored in space as king. Fate is not out of the picture, and cause and effect are called king. There is no limit to destruction, no limit to creation. The 5 elements are predominant, and the yin and yang go hand in hand. Strength to the core, reincarnation control. This is the breath of the power of the law Dao Yun, and there's more than one. 3,000. I've counted. A total of 3,000 laws ring around Big Brother Xuanqing. Hiss. It was at this time that the 3 pristine ones were well on their way to the top of Buzhou Mountain. They were riding the wave of excitement, intending to beg Xuanqing to grant them the Dharma, when they were suddenly shocked by the scene in front of them. 1 or 2 of them were all dumbfounded, staring blankly in place. No, how long has it been since they met? Now the 4 brothers are reunited. But things have changed. After the shock, the 3 Qing are very curious. During their absence, what kind of strange encounters had Xuanqing experienced? How is it that in a single turn of the head, Xuanqing has 3,000 laws in one? Though they were all still just fledgling true intentions. However, it was enough to make any flood cultivator, or even a great power, envious and marvelous. 3 Qing did not sour, not to mention jealousy, just feel empty in the heart, ashamed of themselves. Even more so, there was a pang of shame and a desire to find a crack in the ground. It's still the same. The four purities are the same as the Pangu authenticity, and are in the same lineage. But why? Big brother Xuanqing is always so good. As expected, Father God Pangu only favors Xuanqing alone. I don't know how much time has passed. Xian came to his senses, facing the concern as well as inquiries from the three clearings. Xuanqing said calmly, "My brother has obtained the heaven-opening inheritance of Father God Pangu." A simple sentence, brief and concise, and understated to the extreme. The clouds of lightness out of the mouth. As a result of these words, the three Qing instantly like a thunderclap in the ears, and as if struck by lightning, the Taoist heart, Yuanshan all shook and swayed more than. However, they soon regained their composure and their complexion was ancient. After all, the three clearings had been commonplace for a long time, and completely numb. Well, Father God Pangu has secretly given Xuanqing a small meal again. While envious, the three Qings were happy for Xuanqing and sincerely congratulated him. After all, the four Qings are one family, and they share the same honor and disgrace. The higher the Tao of Xuanqing, the deeper the depth, the more the three purities would follow. After that, the three Qing got what they wanted and were taught by Xuanqing to sit on the ground, get to see the idea of Pangu's opening of the sky and practice Pangu's breathing method. The three vortexes of aura converged at the top of the Buzhou Jiet, and were instantly swallowed by the three Qing, constantly fueling their cultivation and enhancing their Tao. Little friend Xuanqing, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time. It's better to leave quickly. Suddenly, a hasty voice came. Xuanqing sniffed and looked over, but the person who came was none other than Hongjun. Only, thousands of years of long years, when I see Hongjun again, the same thing is not the same. At this time, Hongjun, hiking in a hurry to come, no longer as calm as before, immortal style and no longer. The jade crown on his head is lost somewhere. A coat of white hair was worn out and rather messy. The formerly half-immaculate Taoist robes were in rags, and they had a dusty, wretched appearance. Where is there any trace of the majesty of the Eastern immortal ancestor? The style of the great powers of the flood? Behind it, there is a demonic shadow following, in hot pursuit. In the same situation as Hongjun, the same woeful scribbling. It was clearly none other than demon ancestor Luo. Under the mountain, there are even unicorns in groups, and each of them is intimidated by the pressure of the mixed golden immortal. Chapter 23, Fighting Luo Again. Xuanqing, you're laughing. Why don't you stop laughing? At first, Xuanqing was happy to see the immortal and demon path suffer. In particular, Hongjun's wretched appearance made him unable to help himself. Hongjun came to meet, not to catch up on old times, but to seek Xuanqing's help in escaping this calamity and sneaking down the mountain. But Xuanqing was in no hurry. Cold indifference and devil ancestor Luo glared at each other, and their auras started a confrontation. Tit for tat. Little friend Xuanqing, don't pay any attention to him. The beginning Qilin is leading the five virtues Qilin to arrive. They have a lot of spirits and a lot of power. So please honor your previous agreement and take the poor Taoist out of this place of wrongdoing. Hongjun persuaded. After a fierce battle with the beginning Qilin, the qi and blood in his body was disorganized and his immortal Dao qi was weak, so he desperately wanted to leave. Little thief, let's see where you can escape today. If you are sensible, return that heavenly destiny chance of this ancestor as soon as possible. Otherwise, will not be forgiven lightly. Law said viciously, completely disbelieving that Xuanqing, a mere Dao Lord Griffin, was able to help Hongjun sneak down the mountain smoothly. Please, senior, protect the path for my three younger brothers on my behalf, and wait for me to settle a karmic score with this devil before I descend the mountain. A great enemy is in front of him, and he is surrounded by enemies. Xuanqing is not afraid of danger, and he lightly instructs Hongjun. Then he took a step out on his own. Between the flip of his hand, the Godslayer Gun was offered. Crossing his spear toward the sky, he pointed directly at the Sumeru old devil. In a deep, cold voice, he said, "Demon ancestor, will you fight with me?" This statement was made. Hongjun instantly stared in dismay, puzzled. No, at what juncture is it that Xuanqing actually wants to invite the demon ancestor to battle? It is necessary to know that the difference between the Dala Golden Immortal and the Mixed Golden Immortal is not two words. Rather, they are separated by an insurmountable chasm. The difference in strength between the two sides is like the difference between clouds and mud, which cannot be overstepped. Even though Hongjun knew that Xuanqing's physical strength was strong and powerful, and with the god-slaying lance, he was unrivaled by any Dao Lord in the same realm. Available at, if you want to challenge the devil's ancestor Luo Hu at a higher level, and cut off the feuding karma of the past, how easy would it be? To put it bluntly, it's not giving away your head for nothing. Hongjun wasn't worried about Xuanqing's safety. Rather, he was worried that Xuanqing would be suppressed and no one would take him to smuggle him down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Luo was also astonished, and then a contemptuous smile. In the end, he couldn't help himself and laughed wildly up in the air. It was as if he had heard some great joke. Little friend, don't want to be intentional. The beginning Qilin old ancestors' cultivation is strong. Not we here can be an enemy. And there are also 5 virtues Qilin. Hongjun advised again. Xuanqing responded indifferently. Then just hurry before they arrive here and make quick work of it. His talk is smooth and he possesses unrivaled confidence. However, he was not a toady, forcing 13. Rather, he wanted to take this opportunity to take advantage of Luo's hand to sharpen his Dao and consolidate the foundation of his rapid advancement, so that he would no longer be vain. Also for the validation of his law. If you can't beat them, the big thing is to run away. The Chaos Pearl is in your hand. It's not like you can't escape. This was Xuanqing's bottom line. It's also the last way back. Therefore, it is possible to be fearless. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Luo Hu laughed even louder, madly deriding and mocking out. What a rampant brat. What a big mouth. Ha ha ha. Only in the next second, the devil's laughter came to an abrupt end, and his expression changed abruptly. Clang. The cover was because Xuanqing had already struck out. With a single step, his body swayed as he straddled the world of Prowl. Chapter 23, Fighting Luo Again. Xuanqing, you're laughing. Why don't you stop laughing? 2. In an instant, he came to 3 feet away from Luo. The gun entered the dragon and stabbed out blatantly. This little thief has such a fast speed aptitude. Xuanqing sacrificed the mixed yuan free step. Extreme speed aptitude. Even if it is the mixed yuan power also sweat. Luo Shujiu cannot help but secretly shocked. The body shape of the rapid retreat away. At the same time, his body erupted with vast demonic might around him, pouring out all the demonic Dao laws to kill, quickly turning defense into offense, bullying his way up, and blasting out with a fist. The god-slaying lance and the god devil's fist shook each other, resounding with the sound of gold and iron, erupting with terrifying might. Xuanqing was shocked back 100 feet, and then resumed the line 100 feet, danced a gunflower, dazzling gorgeous fluttering, and then 2 fingers together, across the chest, reciting the Xuanqing myriad law recipe, the figure overlapping, a gas into the 3 Qing, great desolate imprisoning skyfinger, Taishang forgetfulness Taoist, a finger pointing down, the body of the Dala mana volatile, cohesion manifestation of the sky giant finger, strong suppression and down, a thought of blossoms, a king in the world. Following Taishang obliviousness, Jade Qing hierarchical heavenly Taoist stepped out and stood proudly on top of the ancient dome of the sky. His Tao was transcendent, transcending everything, instantly crushing the long river of time, stepping through the long river of space, and falling down with terrifying divine power might. Mixed 8-pole collapse. The upper Qing heaven interceptor Taoist also followed suit, raising his hand to collapse mountains, lifting his hand to crack the earth, exhausting the might of the great Luo, like a meteorite, shooting out violently. The Xuanqing divine abilities were endless and truly astonishing. Luo colored. Hongjun was also horrified. Even if you have all your divine abilities, what's wrong with that? After all, Dao Lords are ants. This ancestor will suppress them as usual. One had to admit that Xuanqing was indeed amazingly talented, and his various killing aptitudes were outstanding. But instead of making Luo shy away from the battle, it evoked his wariness and made him murderous. After all, if a demonic talent like Xuanqing's could not be strangled in the cradle and swaddled in time, once you let it grow, definitely a recipe for disaster. The devil up killing heart, black lotus hanging on the top, floating sinking the dome of the skytop, instantly bloomed billions of feet of black mango, infinite magic law dropping down, the potential to suppress all the enemies in the world. Laughing at the uselessness of my great Luo divine power? I laugh at the fact that your devil Dao laws don't even rank in the top 10 of the 3,000 laws. Xuanqing laughed contemptuously and sarcastically returned, not willing to show weakness. End of speech. Terrifying demonic might likewise spread around him, and the laws of the devil Dao manifested. No, how come you're also? Luo Shu this time finally not calm. Heart suddenly thump a jump. Fearful. There is also the immortal Dao laws of the poor Dao. When did this son comprehend the immortal Dao laws? Hiss. Looking up at the sky dome of the vast immortal shadow. Immortal in devil 2 Qi dazzling. Immortal in devil 2 law intertwined ring. Yi ran as sacred general. Hongjun also followed the shock. However, the surprise that Xuanqing had brought them was much more than that. Time is honored. Space is king, fate is not out. Karma is king, destruction is infinite. Creation is unmatched, the 5 elements are dominant. Yin and yang are together, power is supreme. Reincarnation is in control. Not even waiting for Hongjun and Luo Shua to settle down. But then they heard Xuanqing reciting words under his breath. It was as if he had a heavenly constitution in his mouth, and his words followed the law, and with every word that fell, a prototype of the true meaning of the law dropped down. It was a fledgling law, but it was good enough. Gathered sand can form a tower. A pool of water can become an abyss. Not long after, the 3,000 law prototypes came out, converging into a long river of laws, vast and majestic, stretching across the heavens. See this scene, whether it's Honghuang, or the devil's ancestor, Luo Shuji. He froze in place, his expression horrified and his eyes wide open. The heart of the Tao madly suffered a violent shock. Devil, you smile. Why have you suddenly stopped smiling? Are you born not smiling? Wow. The 3,000 long rivers of laws rolled vastly, like thunder, echoing Xuanqing's merciless taunts. Demon Ancestor Law. Chapter 24. Group of heroes battle the old devil. 3,000 laws transformed into a long river, vast and surging, stretching across the heavens, leaping up behind Xuanqing. All of a sudden, it will be set off like the ancient sacred general. Supreme greatness, diffusion of horrible pressure. Under the pressure of that law, in particular, the true meaning of laws, which ranked among the top 10, suddenly came out of nowhere. The devil Tao laws in Luo's body was like a pampered family dog suddenly encountering a hideous and vicious wolf in the wild. The aura was instantly suppressed. Even the monstrous demonic mighty fury that rushed out from his body seemed to stagnate and slow down at this moment. It is no coincidence that Honghuang is in the same situation. The two great immortal demon giants were all shocked in their hearts. Since the reincarnation and recultivation, Honghuang's heart is still the first time to produce palpitations. The bottom of the eyes quietly surfaced a touch of scorn. Even if he was at the bottom of the mountain and encountered a beginning Qilin whose cultivation was stronger than his, Honghuang had never even felt this way. Looking up at Xuanqing standing at the top of the ancient dome of the sky, Honghuang is like seeing a new star rising. He must be bright billions of ancient flood. In time, will be the top of the avenue. The path is boundless and open. Achievements are definitely far above him. It seems that the matter of accepting disciples has to try to speed up the progress. Shocked, such a thought subconsciously flashed through Honghuang's mind. After all, he knew that Xuanqing's qualification routes were not bad, transcendent, and in time, would definitely surpass him. At that time, he may have to be called his senior and honor the other party with the title Tao friend. Take an apprentice? Then it's a no-brainer. Honghuang cherished talent, a glance in the potential of Xuanqing, so the heart of the intention to accept the apprentice. As for law, the opposite is true. After being surprised and appalled, he was still hideous. His expression was cold, and there was a killing intent under his eyes that he couldn't hide. Cold and stern. This son's natural talent is demonic. There's no one in billions of ancient times. We absolutely cannot let him grow up. Otherwise there will be endless consequences. Luo's heart was in his mouth. The words "this son must not be kept" were almost engraved on his head. Killing heart again. Luo Shujio also do not love to fight. A deep voice shouted. Extremely push the 12 black lotus of extinction power, from which to draw the majestic magic gas, nourish their own sharpness, in a whale swallowing trend. Terrifying demonic might erupted with a roar, sweeping the 9 skies, shaking the ages, and killing intent rolled on. Rumble. In an instant, the one breath transforms 3 Qing detachment, and Luo Shu tangled in a piece. Xuanqing's original self wasn't idle either. The Godslayer spear in his hand constantly waved, gulping in an infinite amount of killing sharpness as he joined the battle and fought with it. Bang! 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 The two horrifying mights continued to violently collide, fiercely battling at the top of Buzhou, and the entire divine mountain shook at this moment, showing a few signs of being on the verge of falling. Horrible and appalling in the extreme. One side for the newborn forces, although only a comparable Dala golden immortal cultivation, but the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The more the battle the more courageous. The other side is the oldest great power in the flood, with a long history of precipitation and a deep foundation. And every time it strikes, it is a killing move that is powerful and unstoppable. When raising his hands and feet, he could overthrow a small world of the heavens. Killing a Tao Lord was as easy as crushing a mole cricket, just for now. And yet it's weird. He has been running through the devil's career, reigning over the Sumeru winds and clouds, and for the first time in his life, he has actually met his Waterloo. Even though Law poured out all his strength, exhausting all sorts of demonic killing aptitudes, all to no avail. It's been a long time coming. He was never able to suppress Xuanqing and settle the battle. Xuanqing offered Qingyun for defense, and there was nothing Luo could do. Xuanqing turned defense into offense. His gun came out like a dragon. Luo could only avoid the front for the time being. Xuanqing fled and he chased after him, but he couldn't catch up with Xuanqing's mixed yuan easy steps. Chapter 24. Group of heroes battle the old devil. 2. It's just been a stalemate. It is clear that the two sides are of vastly different strengths, and the gap is like a cloud of mud that cannot be overstepped. However, right now, Xuanqing was fighting back and forth, attacking and defending in an orderly manner, coping freely and with ease. Luo can't help him at all. The harlot is an abomination. If you have the ability, don't scurry around. Let go and fight with this ancestor in a sound battle of life and death. Gradually, Luo struck true fire, roaring out viciously, impotent and furious. The most infuriating thing was that while dealing with Xuanqing, he had to be constantly interfered by the one breath transforms three purities detachment. If not, Luo boasts, it is certain that it will be suppressed. In response, Xuanqing ignored it and even wanted to laugh a little. Immediately, he once again mocked mercilessly. Old devil, you bully the weak, bully the small, so can't help me. Spread the word if you're not ashamed of it. Come and get me if you can. Slightly. The words, as always, were glib and cloudy to the core. Not much damage though, but the insults are extreme. Piss me off. At those words, Luo Shu's complexion was incomparably ferocious, completely frenzied, attacking even more fiercely, striking out with even more murderous ferocity. But the sound of this place is quite overwhelming. It coincided with the realization of the three Qing's enlightenment. Lao Zi smoothly stepped into the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both broke through to the middle stage of the Great Luo. Upon hearing the commotion, the three brothers abruptly opened their eyes. The result was instantly surprised by the scene in front of him. How? Did Big Brother fight with the old demon of Sumeru again? Outrageous! How dare you bully my brother? Brothers, give it to me. Tai, devil, take your life. After the surprise, the three Qing also do not care about shocked at their own big brother Xuanqing's heavenly combat power. The battle record of the brilliant. How amazing. Immediately without saying a word, all rush to kill on the battlefield, to join the melee. The three Qings are raging. Righteous indignation. The four Qings of Pangu are one, so they really can't see their own brothers being bullied. Even if their opponents were prime giants and flood giants, they would still have to lay down their lives to fight. And so it was. The battle was 4 against 1 from the start. It suddenly evolved into 7 against 1. The Honghuang below, looking at those 4 juniors who were unusually brave, sweated more than a little. Especially see the 4 Qing have offered all kinds of spiritual treasure to defend the enemy. Raise a hand. Is a defensive spiritual treasure? Waved his hand. Will be another offensive spiritual treasure. There are upper class precursors. There is also no shortage of extreme precursors. The layers are endless. Obviously, they were all a few juniors who had just transformed into forms and had only been born a short while ago. The depth of the foundation is so deep that it is even beyond the reach of Honghuang. The number of spiritual treasures was so great that it immediately made Honghuang ashamed of himself and out of reach. If you can't attack for a long time, you will lose the city. That battle was a stalemate for I don't know how long. On the way, suddenly, Xuanqing suddenly realized that his realm had been consolidated. His foundation was solid, and he was no longer floating. The shooting skills became more and more skillful. The 3,000 laws fledgling faded away from its tenderness and gradually became skillful and comfortable. The deeper the sense and understanding became, his Taoist behavior gradually rose, his cultivation gradually advanced, and his breath and Taoist rhythms gradually became more and more mysterious. It's a feeling that is simply wonderful and unspeakable. It's just cool anyway. The objective had been achieved, so Xuanqing stopped fighting. Taking advantage of the gap between the three Qing's group holding back the Sumeru old devil, he decisively recited his mantra and draped down the various columns of innate great formations. Rustling down, rumble. Chapter 25, Going Down the Mountain. Meeting the 12 ancestral witches across the mountain. The innate mixed air, Taiji and the 2 dusts. The 3 talents of the innate. 4 elephant Xin Tian. 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The river of mixed stars. The complex array patterns manifested, and the infinite array awnings brimmed and rushed to the sky, instantly constructing a great innate array and triggering a gentle tremor in the majestic Buzhou. The sound is magnificent. All at once, the sky-covering demonic shadow was enveloped in it. In a matter of moments, the devil's power was hidden, and the devil's chi all disappeared. This place, heaven and earth, was quiet all of a sudden. Comprehending the Star River chess game, Xuanqing's attainments in the Tao of formation had reached the state of perfection, and he was able to reach the peak of the game with ease. On the basis of the original grand formation, it blended many law mysteries, making the power of the formation even more blazing. Each column of the great formation, although not able to suppress the old demon Sumeru, but also able to trap him for a period of time. Little Xuanqing is friendly. Honghuang sighed in awe, settled down, gently stroked his white beard, not stingy praise out. The bottom of his eyes have a hidden appreciation. Never in a million years, Xuanqing really was able to rush the battle before the beginning Qilin's group ascended to Buzhou and settled the battle ahead of time. After this battle, From now on, who still dares to say that the great Luo golden immortals are ants under the great powers of the mixed world? At least, that phrase doesn't work here in Xuanqing. There is a saying, an ant can shake a tree. The light of the fire can be as bright as the sun and the moon. A great Luo golden immortal can also shake a powerhouse at the level of mixed golden immortal. Thoughts vibrate between. Hongjuan's desire to take on a disciple was even stronger. Try asking. An innate divine with extraordinary roots, heaven-defying qualifications, explosive battle prowess, a ray path genius, and 3,000 laws all added to one. Who wouldn't want to take him as a disciple? It's not a lost cause. Thus, Hongjuan made his intentions clear to Xuanqing. Take me as a disciple? When Xuanqing heard this, his sword brows slightly raised, and in his heart, he added in ventriloquism, you, Hongjuan, are also worthy? In this life, he was both the fourth Qing of Pangu, with extraordinary roots and qualifications. He was also blessed by the great Tao and his enlightenment was heavenly, and Pangu favored it and received the supreme inheritance. The depth of blessing is unfathomable. Creation is born everywhere. That's it? You still need to worship Hongjuan, and practice what immortal way system, and chopping three corpses method? It's a joke. At this very moment, Xuanqing was very tempted to middle-of-the-roadly cry out to the sky, my father, the great god of creation, Pangu heavenly king, is also on the root foot. Hongjuan but a cricket eel to get Taoism, the opening of the heavens, broken tail to survive, lucky reincarnation and repair. He was among the 3,000 chaos demon gods, not on the top, and even more so, not in the top class. Xuanqing, on the other hand, is an authentic descendant of Pangu. The path is destined to be limitless. What's more, it might even be able to inherit the will of Pangu, pass on the mantle, and witness the supreme way. And where's Hongjuan? In the future, the road will come to an end, at best, but the heavenly Tao pulls the strings of puppets and marionettes. Thought saved the day. Xuanqing then wanted to politely decline it. Kid, when this ancestor breaks these rotten formations of yours, he will come out and definitely set your bones to ashes, break your body into pieces, pick your head as a wine cup, drink its blood, and gnaw on its flesh. At that exact moment, the thunderous sound of the Sumeru old devil roaring and roaring was suddenly heard from within the various columns of the great formation. The voice of the gods and devils directly roared and shattered a side of the great formation. Monstrous demonic might rolled out and broke through another great formation. Chapter 25, Going Down the Mountain. Meeting the 12 ancestral witches across the mountain. 2. A divine devil's fist sizzled and blasted a building once again. Almost at the same time, a thick and powerful fluctuation in the aura of a mixed golden immortal was sweeping down the mountain. It was self-evident that it was that Qilin ancestor, and the 5 virtues Qilin under his command. The situation is critical. Xuanqing, for Hongjuan's acceptance of the disciple's heart, has read not back, and take the opportunity to digress, saying, Senior, now that the enemy is present, the crisis is still present, and the road ahead is uncertain. Life and death are not yet known. We'd better leave here first. End of speech. With a wave of his raised hand, Xuanqing offered the long-prepared Star River chessboard and presented it in front of Hongjuan. Sincerely inviting, he said, please play a game of chess, Senior, and when the fall is complete, we will be almost out of Buzhou and out of danger. Above Hongjuan's head, a big question mark suddenly surfaced. Feeling confused. No. What time is it? Xuanqing is actually in the mood to shout at him to play chess? After playing chess, you can leave Buzhou, get out of danger, and return in one piece? That's bull ********. Hongjuan wanted to say something several times, but met Xuanqing's sincere gaze, and then settled down half-heartedly, plopped down on the ground and sat alone on the rock. Twist the white pieces lightly with both fingers. The eye is about to fall on the chessboard. Rumble. In an instant, Hongjuan suddenly felt in front of the eyes of a burst of buckets and stars. Qianquan disillusionment. Yin and yang upside down. Between the opening and closing of the eyes of the law, in front of the eyes will present a sight of the Sumeru mediator heaven and earth. The vastness of the infinite. Hongjuan has entered the chess game. At first, the shock was great, and then a frown. The landing is as light and easy as a dragonfly. But gradually, it was indecisive. Beads of bean-sized sweat began to ooze from his forehead, and he clearly looked like he was struggling, because Hongjuan is not versed in the formation of the road. Shallow, not as enlightened as Xuanqing heaven, so crack the game up. Quite a struggle. Even if he had the remnants of the jade disk of creation, which could deduce the direction of everything and tend to good fortune and avoid misfortune, it would still take some time to break the situation. Successfully trapped Hongjuan in the chessboard world. The beginning of the unicorn crowd will arrive. Xuanqing collected treasure. With 3 Qing disappeared into the chaos bead space. Towards the mountain swept away. On the way, straight away, he rubbed shoulders with the beginning Qilin and the five virtues Qilin. Only, this time, neither of those two griffin cubs took the opportunity to scream for help, but instead, they glanced at each other with their father, the beginning griffin, and reluctantly bid farewell, because they know, Xuanqing rely on the power of the Pearl Arcane, cover up the 10 heavenly chances, a party of its own space, hidden in which to confuse. God does not know the ghosts. It's useless even if you yell at the top of your lungs. In addition, the two Qilin cubs followed Xuanqing, and along the way, they had witnessed too many amazing things, several close calls, but managed to come out unscathed several times. Therefore, they were completely pleased with Xuanqing, and they were fivefold, completely returning to their hearts. Although the two Qilin cubs were not as wise as Honghuang, but it's not blind. Naturally, they could see that their master Xuanqing, in the future, the Tao path would be limitless, and his achievements would definitely not be inferior to any contemporary flood powerhouse. Even their father, the beginning Qilin, had to be inferior in comparison. Being able to follow such an existence was likewise not a lost opportunity. Little thief, don't go. At this moment, Luo Shuji saw Xuanqing was going to escape down the mountain. The ferocious might around his body was about to break out of the formation. At this exact moment, the beginning Qilin had already arrived at the head of the five virtues Qilin. Luo Shuji knew what to do. Hastily shut his mouth, immediately dismissed the idea of breaking the formation, and obediently hid in the columns of the formation. Convergence of interest to hide the shape. Do not dare to make a sound. This trip is not a week. Asking for the whole 9,000 years. Fitting the extreme number of 9. Xuanqing and his party could be said to have harvested a lot of pots and pans, and it ended successfully. Travel to the foot of the uncharted mountain. But then, suddenly, I heard a vast sound coming from the corner of the Buzhou. Steeply. I am Di Jiang, the ancestral sorcerer of space, taking form today as the Pangu Masamune. I am Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire. I am Gong Gong, the ancestral witch of water. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch race have come out of nowhere. Chapter 26, Large-Scale Recognition Scene? Who on earth is the ancestral witch? Falling eyes toward that vast vault of heaven. Flying sands and stones, fierce winds, the sky and the earth were dim, surging with infinite blood-devouring chi. In the haze, 12 figures were born in response, manifesting the true bodies of the ancestral witches. Standing at the top of the dome of the sky, towering like mountains, it was like a demon god descending into the world. Each one's chi and blood surged monstrously. The witch race, the 12 ancestral witches? Good guts. How dare you claim to be Pangu Orthodox? What exactly is the origin of these guys? I, the 4 Qing, am the only authentic Pangu in heaven and earth. 3 Qing listened to the gusts of magnificent thunder, iterative ringing through the sky and the earth. After a small surprise, will all be angry hair and beard, righteous indignation more than. It could be said that the name of the Pangu Orthodox Patriarch had been deeply imprinted in the depths of the 3 Qing's Yuanshan, absolutely not allowing other living beings to taint or desecrate it. After all, how can we allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? Xuanqing, on the contrary, was ancient, covered because he knows it well. The 12 ancestral witches were all conceived by the cohesive manifestation of the 12 drops of essence blood after the fall of Pangu. Like the 4 of them, the 4 purities are of the same lineage, descended from the same Pangu. As for whether it is authentic or not, well, we'll have to try it to see. It just so happened that the 12 ancestral witches had something that Xuanqing cared about. It could help him to cross-train his physical body and physique to the next level. Previously, he was at the top of Buzhou Mountain, where he accidentally obtained the creation, the Pangu Chalcedony. This chalcedony can help Xuanqing's physical body become a saint. But, Xuanqing felt that it was still not enough. In today's age where saints are not present, the mixed golden immortal was already a top flood powerhouse. With how strong Xuanqing's physical body strength was now, he could shake a great power. But going forward, with the outbreak of the great Honghuang robbery, immortal demon wars and the struggle between the Tao and the devil then ensue. After Honghuang has settled the strife between the Tao and the devil, he will soon be certified as a mixed sage. Then he gave 3 successful sermons in the Purple Heaven Palace. Preach to the heavens and preach to all beings. At that time, the era of the Paraclete was about to begin. After that, it was the frequent emergence of saints, the 6 saints of heaven, together with the competition for the great Tao. 100 barges competing, 100 schools of thought. The great era came. He who was familiar with the plot of the flood, knowing that there is no end above the mixed great Luo saints. There are also the mixed heavenly fortune Luo Jingxian, harmonization realm. Above the mixed heavenly extreme realm, there is also the mixed Taiyuan Taijia Luo Jingxian, heavenly Tao realm. Upwards from the mixed metaphysics Taiji realm, there are even the mixed metaphysics infinite metaphysics Lajin immortals, transcendence realm. the exact division further up. Xuanqing did not know. He is prepared for a rainy day and is already planning for the future. He was well versed in the realm of fleshly sainthood, and at best, he reached immortality and would not perish. But it is said that in the flood, all the laws are in abundance and all the paths are in contention. But the art of horizontal training of the physical body is few and far between and rare. Among them, the witch race was born with a crippled Yuan Shen. And although they were unable to cultivate their Yuan Shen in this life, their fleshly body strength was horrifying. And as soon as they came out of the world, they possessed a hardness comparable to that of an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The cover was because the witch race also had the Pangu inheritance, the 9 revolutions of Xiangong. The 4 Qings received the innate inheritance of Pangu, the 9 revolutions of Yuangong, which focuses on the method of Yuanshan cultivation. As for the 9 turns Xiangong of the witch clan, it was the art of horizontal training of the physical body. If he was able to get his hands on this technique, the Yuanshan and physical body would be cultivated at the same time. The effect would be absolutely remarkable, and the cultivation would be even more rapid by leaps and bounds. Let's go. Let's take a trip to the ancestral land of the witch clan. Thoughts settled. Xianchang then waved his hand and swept towards the ancestral land of the sorcerer clan. The 3 Qing had nodded and were impatient, all thinking that Xianchang had gone to the ancestral land of the sorcerer clan to compete for the name of Pangu Jingzong, in order to promote the prestige of the 4 Qing of Pangu. 1 or 2 of them looked like they were ready to fight, and they were aggressive. Chapter 26, Large-Scale Recognition Scene? Who on earth is the ancestral witch? 2. Soon, following the 12 ancestral witches were conceived from within the Pangu blood pool. Then there were 4 splendid divine rainbows that cut through the sky and arrived from the heavens. All of a sudden, the 12 ancestral witches all look awe-inspiring. One by one, the power of the law around the body ring. Dark storage of wind and thunder. Stand by. The 4 Qings in their group had the least strength of a midday Alo stage. Shenshang was the strongest, possessing the peak cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Just such a lineup was not much in this flood world where golden immortals were as plentiful as dogs and Dala was full of them. Just their 12 ancestral witches alone. Each possessed a great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation level as soon as they were born. Among them, the head of the ancestral witches, Di Jian, even had a cultivation of the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, relying on the strength of the physical body, fighting with an ordinary Dao Lord could achieve a level crossing challenge. But somehow, when the 4 Qing appeared at the moment, the 12 ancestral witches' hearts inexplicably throbbed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of oppression that hit him in a mountainous manner, especially Xianchang, who was at the head of the group, actually made their bloodline restless, striking a trace of scorn from the bottom of their hearts. Who are you, and what is the purpose of your uninvited and inexplicable visit? Also, why do you and others have the bloodline of my father god Pangu flowing through them? Discarding the many distracting thoughts, Space Ancestor Witch Emperor Jiang suddenly stepped forward and said in an unkind tone, I am Tai Chung Dao Tianzun, the rightful ancestor of Pangu, recognized by heaven and earth. I am Yu Qing Yuan Shir Tianzun, the rightful ancestor of Pangu, recognized by heaven and earth. I am the supreme Qing Lingbao Tianzuan, the rightful ancestor of Pangu, recognized by heaven and earth. 3 Qing also not willing to show weakness, have to report their own home. Talk, the might of Dala show, shocked the world. This statement was made. The 12 ancestral witches frowned in unison, or look sulky, or shake your fist in indignation, or maybe gnashing of teeth and a look of anger. For a while, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense. Both sides have not yet formally exchanged hands. The momentum has already begun to violently collide. Each other do not give way. Like a pinprick, especially when it was Xuanqing's turn to declare himself. The crowd even barely managed to drop their jaws. I am the Xianqing Hongmeng Daofather, the rightful ancestor of Pangu, and the elder of your 12 ancestral witches. Quickly, call Big Brother, and by the way, bring Father God Pangu's innate inheritance technique, the 9 revolutions Xiangong, for a look, or else I'll beat you all to death. Rumble. The moment Xuanqing's words came out, it was like rolling divine thunder that rumbled through the heavens and earth. Surprised the 3 Qing. It scared the 12 ancestral witches. 3 Qing, not Big Brother, we are not here to take the name of Pangu authentic. Now, shelved here to recognize relatives to 12 ancestral witches. No, who is this person? Do we know him? Why are you climbing up the ladder as soon as you come up? After the haze. Xianchang's sentence directly pulled the hatred of the 12 ancestral witches instantly. As the saying goes, the Dharma is not lightly transmitted, and the way is not lightly taught. I've never met anyone in my life. As a result, as soon as Xianqing opened his mouth, he asked them for the witch clan's innate inheritance technique, the 9 revolutions Xiangong. This tone of voice was simply greater than that of their ancestral witches. Rumble. In the next moment, without waiting for the 12 ancestral witches to react, Xuanqing actually took the lead and stepped out. One step cracked the void in 10 directions. A fist blasted towards the space ancestor witch Emperor Jiang. The three Qings were surprised again. The 12 ancestral witches were completely confused. No, this guy in the end, what is the head without saying anything to start fighting. Actually then their 12 ancestral witches more reckless, more impulsive. Now, who could tell who was the ancestral witch? Chapter 27, Fighting the 12 Ancestral Witches Alone. So tough. It's really too hard. The witch race was naturally warlike. It was engraved in their bones. In the latter days of the flood, it was even more of a fight against the heavens and the earth, disrespecting the saints and the way of heaven. A lifetime of military service, either in battle or on the way to battle. It was known as the first reckless man in the floodplains. Until I met Xuanqing. It was only then that the 12 ancestral witches' perceptions were completely overturned. The original, vast flood, under the heavens, there is actually more than their witch race, and a hot temper, a being with a more reckless nature, that, in turn, was to their liking. Ahahaha, good boy. Dare to fight hard with my witch clan's physical body? You are simply looking for death. After being stunned, Emperor Jiang quickly came back to his senses and laughed wildly up to the sky. Laughing, he took the same step and bowed like a dragon, blatantly blasted out a fist of god and demon. That's right. Where did that stupid kid come from? Is he usually this brave? Fire ancestor witch Xu Rong. At this time also followed and echoed the voice. Talk of mockery full of meaning. Doesn't he know that our 12 ancestral witches are naturally strong in flesh, with a hardness comparable to? In the next moment, the water ancestor witch Gong Gong had a teasing expression on his face and was about to banter out, including the rest of the ancestral witches who were nodding their heads in succession a second ago, one after the other like chickens pecking at rice. Next, all the cynicism, and the banter. It came to an abrupt end in a split second, only to hear the boom of the heavenly noise, such as the muffled thunder rolled, burst in an instant, sweeping out gusts of mountainous airwaves. The sky is covered with waves. The aftermath of the gust raged, leveling 100,000 miles of mountains, all of which were turned into pieces and dispersed. Hundreds of thousands of miles of grass and trees are bent. Xuanqing and Di Jiang. The two fists clashed. It was like two meteorites colliding violently, and as the fists of gods and demons shake each other. At first glance, Emperor Zhong's figure actually suffered a huge impact and was directly blasted out. It's like there was a large, invisible hand that carried him by the neck and pulled back hard. The mountains were shattered, and the 1,000-foot rolling mountain range was instantly leveled to the ground, rolling up the sand and dust rolling in the sky, covering the sky with soughing. Gaze, gaze, gaze. The rest of the ancestral witches in the field immediately stared at each other with wide eyes and eyes wide open. This place, heaven and earth, was quiet all of a sudden, and you could hear a pin drop. It's all in the words. I haven't even used my full strength yet. How did you fall so quickly? With this physical strength, we need to practice more back in the day. Xuanqing flicked the floating ash on his fist, his words light to the extreme. Very sincerely, he gave space ancestor Emperor Zhong's physical body a very pertinent evaluation. Big brother is mighty. Big brother bully. Master is awesome. The three pristine ones and the two Qilin cubs, cheering Xuanqing on from the side, each looking incredibly proud, their faces following the light. Hiss, I didn't blink. Did I? That kid actually punched away big brother Tijiang? How is this possible? How is it possible that this son's physical strength is even harder than our ancestral witches? That's right, Dijiang big brother is the head of the 12 ancestral witches, but also the existence of a hard mouth among us. But now, defeated? Even after a long time, with the exception of Emperor Jiang, the 11 ancestral witches instantly exploded into a clamor that boiled over. You talk, I chatter and scream. Before that, a crowd of ancestral witches in the field, and would not expect, the seemingly elegant, gentle as jade young man in front of him actually contained such divine power within his body. The strength of the fleshly body was not in any way weaker than that of their ancestral witches. Now, may I borrow the 9 revolutions? Xuanqing closed his fist, raised his eyes to scan the group of ancestral witches in front of him, and asked politely, borrow my ass. Who said this ancestral witch lost? I was just unprepared just now. Again. At this time, amidst the flying sand and the shroud of smoke, an indignant voice suddenly came from the sky. Chapter 27, Fighting the 12 Ancestral Witches Alone. So tough. It's really too hard. After he spoke, he only saw a gray-faced Emperor Jiang, his toes snapping. Click. The earth was rapidly chafing away, and then it completely collapsed, denting out a huge deep pit. His sturdy and robust body, like a meteorite, blatantly shot out. Again, like an arrow, pounce on Xuanqing. Another divine demon fist blasted down. This time, Emperor Jian no longer underestimated Xuanqing, and to get back, the power of spatial laws was directly sacrificed. Ring around the fist of the gods and demons, the power blazes even more. However, the ferocity of Emperor Jian's attack was unstoppable. However, it was easily sidestepped by Xuanqing with a free step. A left hook lands to the jaw of Tijin. Powerful. It seems to contain the heaviness of the 10 heavenly worlds. Blasted it out again. Gaze. 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 The rest of the 11 ancestral witches, again, doubled up and stared in unison. Jaws agape. The heart takes a hard hit. Now last time, when Emperor Jiang lost, it was a fluke of Xuanqing. So this time, how should this be explained? There is no need to go through so much trouble. You can simply go on together. I am about to borrow you to verify my fleshly body method. Knocking Di Jian away, Xuanqing turned toward the remaining 11 ancestral witches, spread his hands, ticked his fingers, and stood proudly between heaven and earth, saying indifferently, this statement was made, let alone the 11 ancestral witches. Even the 3 purities were startled and stared in unison. No, big brother, although we know that your merit undying golden body is strong and unrivaled, but, let's not be so wavy. It was 11 ancestral witches, 11 great Luo golden immortal powerhouses that they were facing. The 2 Qilin cubs were even smacking their lips. Lord, this 13. I don't think that's a good idea. Rampant. Arrogant. Arrogant. What a mouthful. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the remaining 11 ancestral witches' anger values were directly detonated by Xuanqing's sentence. As a shouting sound exploded across the heavens and earth, the 11 ancestral witches manifested their true bodies, transformed into demonic gods, and stood at the top of the firmament, covering the sky and covering the sun, with their ferocious might spreading over 90,000 miles. Boom! Rumble! In an instant, all sorts of laws and divine principles stretched across the heavens. The divine aura of the laws brimmed and rushed to the sky. The ancestral sorcerer of wood, his law transformed into thousands of verdant vines, broke through the air and attacked. The ancestor witch of fire, sweeping the monstrous divine flames, covering the sky and the sun. In the momentum of burning the sky and boiling the sea, the ancestor witch of gold, setting off an endless Genjin killing aura to wreak havoc. The ancestor witch of water, flipping his hand down the endless swampy torrent raging, the tsunami covering the sky. The reign of the ancestral witch, slender jade hand raised, long sleeves flying, falling sky ice cones, rustling storm shot out. The earth ancestor witch, chanting the 10 directions of mountains and earth veins towering up. The ancestor witch of thunder, releasing endless thunder snakes and electric pythons hissed. Or perhaps time has stood still. The winds and rains are unorganized. The seasons are indistinguishable, and the heavens are in a state of confusion. The 11 ancestral witches, each displaying their divine abilities. The power of the laws was exhausted, splendid beyond measure, and all the laws shone together, facing the group attack of the 11 ancestral witches. Xuanqing is not far behind. Get a head start and take the lead. Throwing punch after punch of gods and demons, it shattered the mountains and rivers, cracked the void, shattered the Qianquan. In an instant, it breaks all the laws of the world. Chapter 28, Comprehending the Xiangong. Flesh body becomes sainthood? The ancestral witches are all divine. Xuanqing is also still too much. The fist of the god and the devil blasted away the burning flames of the sky, shattered the ice cones in the sky, tore off the vines of the heavens, stopped the monstrous floods, settled the 4 times of the day, and leveled the heavenly phenomena. The merit indestructible golden body was even stronger, almost blowing away an ancestral witch with a single punch. And invincible posture. Invincible and unstoppable. The 12 ancestral wizards attacked, but it was as easy to be suppressed by Xuanqing. The brimming light came to a screeching halt as the sky was filled with splendid laws avatars. Xuanqing hit the finish line, hands behind his back, standing on top of the dome of the sky, overlooking the 12 ancestral wizards below, all scattered, falling to the west and east, all of them with a gray face. Indifferently, he said, now, did you serve? Whether the 12 ancestral witches were convinced or not, they didn't know, but anyway, the 3 Qing and the 2 Qilin cubs, they were considered to be completely convinced. 1 or 2 of them were all staring at each other in disbelief. 12 ancestral witches, a group of ancestral witches, likewise, one by one, their faces were scornful, their pupils were quaking, and everything was in the air, shocked and terrified. They were again puzzled. This is the legendary bloodline suppression? Otherwise, how could Xuanqing's physical strength be harder than their ancestor witches? More than that, they're 12 ancestral witches in charge of the 12 laws, all plus the Xuanqing 1 spirit above, such as the arm of the finger, at your fingertips, even more skillfully and casually than they use them all. What Pangu Masamune? This is the ing pancake to orthodox. In comparison, Xuanqing was more like Pangu Jingzong than any of their 12 ancestral witches. Could it be that this son's generation is really greater than our 12 ancestor witches? Otherwise, what about this damn bloodline suppression? Doesn't that mean that our witch clan will have another elder brother generation in the future? Hiss. Amidst the cries of astonishment, countless gazes converged in unison on top of Emperor Jiang, seemingly waiting for him to state his position. Inexplicably, an extra big brother replaces him. Di Zhang's heart was a mixture of all kinds of flavors, but the facts speak for themselves, whether it's blood purity, or the degree of physical strength. There is also the comprehension and understanding of the various laws. Xuanqing completely crushed and was far above them. This cheap big brother. You can't deny it. After all, Xuanqing's casserole-sized fist was no joke. I, Emperor Jiang, pay my respects to big brother Xuanqing. As his thoughts settled, Emperor Jiang sighed helplessly and could only accept reality, bowing and saluting towards Xuanqing with his fists. The rest of the crowd of ancestral witches, at first staring, surprised, then also have saluted and bowed. Now then, can I borrow the 9 turns of Xiangong? Xuanqing nodded happily and accepted the 12 little brothers and sisters, while not forgetting to ask for the witch clan's innate inheritance techniques. Don't worry, I'm just casually flipping through and observing. I won't be able to delay much. If you dare to be interested in the 4 Qing inheritance technique, the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, I can also lend you a look. Xuanqing added. These words from the heart, very sincere, upholding the principle of mutual benefit. Available at Chapter 28, Enlightenment of the Xiangong. Flesh body becomes sainthood? 2. Xuanqing seemed to have forgotten one thing. People of the witch race were born with a crippled Yuanshen, and their Yuanshen could not cultivate the heaven and earth mysteries. It's a line that can be described as not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Brother Xuanqing, do you want to listen to see what you're talking about? Emperor Jiang was speechless and rolled his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xuanqing then reacted and couldn't help but smile sarcastically. The sorcerer race did not cultivate the Yuanshen, so even if the 9 turns Yuan Gong was passed on to them, it would be useless. After that, Xuanqing smoothly got his hands on the sorcerer clan's supreme body training technique, the 9 revolutions Xiangong, and temporarily borrowed the witch race Pangu Hall, on the ground on the knees to sense up. Big brother Di Jiang, my witch clan's untransmitted secret method, the 9 turns Xiangong, is it just going to be spread out like this? I'm afraid this isn't right, is it? Yeah. That wouldn't be blasphemous to God the Father, would it? Watching Xuanqing step inside the Pangu Hall, an ancestral which raised concerns, Emperor Jiang, however, waved his hand, unimpressed. What are you afraid of? Big brother Xuanqing is the same as us, the same Pangu authenticity, one lineage, Father God will not blame. What's more, with brother Xuanqing's strength, if he is powerful, he may be able to take care of my witch clan for a while in the future. Why not? Upon hearing this, the group of ancestral witches nodded in agreement. In this way, the 12 ancestor witches and the 3 purities stood guard outside the Pangu Hall, defending the Dao for Xuanqing. During this period, Hongjun came out from within the Star River chessboard, sweating more than just a little, with a palpitating expression on his face. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch race have come out? It's just that, as soon as these sorcerer barbarians were first born, how did they get to hang out with the 3 Qing? When Hongjun saw the 12 ancestral witches in the field, surprisingly, hooked up with the 3 Qing, each other as brothers, the first reaction of unconscious surprise, reaching the realm of the mixed golden immortal, honored as a great power, Hongjun is able to see the great situation of the flood, see more truly, and clear. It is reasonable to say that the 12 ancestor witches and the 4 Qings, although they are all descended from the same Pangu, have the same lineage. However, according to the temperament of these reckless ancestors, they would not allow others to get their hands on the name of the Pangu sect. The 2 parties met narrowly, and it was considered good that they didn't fight to the death or not, and now there's a bias. I become an old friend and a buddy. What's up with this weird style? Discard the many cluttered thoughts. After Hongjun was surprised, he didn't bother to look deeper, although he didn't know what magical power Xuanqing had utilized. Just by playing a game of chess, he was able to successfully help him get out of danger and withdraw from the Unicorn Clan's sphere of influence where they were searching for him. But that's exactly why its intention to take on a disciple was even stronger. After some questioning, Hongjun learned that Xuanqing is being closed in Pangu Hall, and did not dare to disturb, but can only follow the example of the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 Qing, silently subdued outside, obviously here to apprentice. Now it's humbled like a grandson. Hongjun was also convinced. However, Once he thought of being able to accept Xuanqing, a person of such heavenly talent and demonic talent, as his chief great disciple, he was inexplicably proud, and a sense of accomplishment. Thinking like this, Honghuang felt that this bit of aggravation was nothing. Comprehending the witch clan's innate inheritance technique, the 9 revolutions Xiangong? Oh, this law is esoteric. Is Pangu horizontal training physical body of the supreme technique? If you want to realize how easy it is, 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. Anyway, it is also idle. In the process of climbing with the 3 Qing, Honghuang learned that Xuanqing purpose, a trace of disdain, abdominal slander. It was expected that within a few moments, Xuanqing would be fruitless in his enlightenment and knowingly walk out of the Pangu hall. It is not expected. Honghuang but do not know. Xuanqing enlightenment against the heavens. A hole is 100 holes. All the laws of the world. See once will be. Learn once will understand. This is not. Following Xuanqing stepped into the Pangu hall. The whole process, but a few incense sticks of effort. He will be the first glimpse of the door. To understand the Xiangong fur. After a few more incense sticks, he ascended to the room and realized the essence of it. And then, he gradually got better and better. And his merit indestructible golden body blossomed with a glittering divine radiance. He felt that his thoughts were clear and his Xiangong was slightly accomplished. 9 revolution Xiangong. This method is wonderful. At this moment, Xuanqing opened his eyes and turned over his hand to offer up the Pangu chalcedony, intending to combine the wonders of Xiangong to refine it. By doing so, he impacted the extreme realm of the physical body and proved to be a saint. Chapter 29 Honghuang, little friend Xuanqing? No, it's fellow Taoist Xuanqing. Once one breaks through the extreme realm of the physical body and attains sainthood, I'm sure the battle will go up. The next time you encounter a great power like the devil ancestor Luo, you don't have to run away and avoid him at all costs. One thought to this. Xuanqing immediately began to sacrifice the Pangu chalcedony to strengthen his body. Rumble. Unexpectedly, when the chalcedony was revealed, the Pangu temple suddenly shook and a thunderous sound was emitted. The crowd outside the temple all cast their gazes, unsure. Puff, puff. A movement suspected to be the thumping of a heart, like a muffled roll of thunder, resounded in the ears of the crowd. Among them, Honghuang's right eyelid throbbed furiously, vaguely sensing a hint of uneasiness. This is the heart of Pangu? At this time, within the Pangu hall, Xuanqing was similarly nonchalant, as far as the eye can see, but see the depths of the Pangu temple. Hera floating suspended in the air with a huge heart, bloody, like a brilliant sun, and like a white moon to cover the sky. The rhythm of heartbeat rhythms explodes into rolling thunder and oppression. As far as he knows, although the Pangu temple was not a supreme treasure, it is not innate or acquired, but it was made from the heart of Pangu. In addition to the heavy unknown billions of pounds, the material is indestructible and the defense is unparalleled. There is no other use. In the latter days of the flood, the Pangu temple was also notorious, and could only be used as a place of residence for the witch race. Nothing more. As for why Pangaea is suddenly different, Xuanqing stared at the drop of Pangu chalcedony floating in his palm, his heart understanding. Perhaps the two are the same thing of Pangu, interconnected, and there are inextricable karmic consequences, thus creating a resonance. Gulp, gulp. At first, Xuanqing didn't think much of it and had planned to continue meditating on refining the chalcedony. At that exact moment, there was actually a movement of a stream gurgling and flowing unceasingly in his ears. To be precise, I should say the sound of blood flowing. At first glance, only to see that the heart of Pangu around, climbed and entangled a blood vessel, such as the old tree coiled roots, withered vines entangled. The blood vessels are crystal clear, translucent red light. Vaguely, you can spy which the essence of the blood gurgling flow, eventually converging into a single stream. A golden drop of blood coalesced. This is Pangu's heart essence blood. Seeing this, Xuanqing abruptly raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing a superbly refined and invigorating aura. In his previous life, he had familiarized himself with countless flood novels. Xuanqing was naturally clear about what Pangu essence blood was. This is one of the essential base sets for travelers. There are even rumors from good people. The great god Pangu did not open the heavens and die of exhaustion. Rather, they are being drained of their essence and blood by the various systems of the heavens and the earth, digging up their blood and marrow, and the essence of the poor dying. This Pangu's heart blood, on the other hand, was even rarer and more precious than Pangu's essence blood. Xuanqing occasionally obtained the opportunity to create. The exhilaration of the time, do not wait for him to collect. That drop of Pangu's heart blood will automatically swept out, and the drop of Pangu's chalcedony in his hands fused into one. The chalcedony fused with the blood of the heart, and the energy in it was instantly amplified infinitely, releasing a vast and majestic energy fluctuation that swept through the vast Pangu hall. Feeling the raging energy contained within, Xuanqing was once again overjoyed, blessed to the core. This time he broke through the extreme realm of the flesh body and became a saint in the flesh body. This wave is definitely solid. 9 out of 10. Say, what is big brother Xuanqing up to in there? The commotion is too big. At this time, the wizards outside the Pangu hall were all astonished and curious at the same time. For their part, the three Qings said they were so used to it, so commonplace, that they had become numb to it. As for Hongjuan, he didn't say a word the whole time, and his heart became more and more apprehensive. He had a sense of the underworld. There was always a feeling that this intake wouldn't go too well. It's like there's a fear of accidents. With this in mind, Hongjuan could only quietly recite the mantra of clearing the heart, wishing for good things to happen and for everything to go smoothly. Chapter 29. Hongjuan, little friend Xuanqing? No, it's fellow Taoist Xuanqing, too. However, unexpectedly, accidents happen. Claptrap. Suddenly, the vast spiritual chi of heaven and earth rose and fell abnormally, like 100 rivers converging on the sea, converging in the sky above the Pangu hall, steeply forming a huge spiritual chi vortex, floating and sinking in more than one way. As time passed, the aura vortex grew louder and louder. 30,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 90,000 miles, 100,000 million miles. In a matter of moments, the aura of heaven and earth in a radius of 100,000 miles all converged. Like the Milky Way waterfall in the 9 heavens hanging upside down between the heavens, it creates a great deal of noise, floating and sinking, between the vastness. Then a brain poured into the Pangu temple. It was a whale-swallowing trend, and in the end, they were all absorbed and refined by Xuanqing. This heavenly and earthly vision happened suddenly and without warning, so that the countless scattered cultivators and several living beings in the 100,000 mile square of the Buzhou Earth realm had been diving in their own cave heavens a second ago. Drawing in the aura of heaven and earth was painful. In an instant, the aura of heaven and earth was instantly drained. Qilin Peak, Buzhou Mountain, Upside Down Cave, the ancestral land of the witches, and so on. All of these top-notch cavernous blessings that stood in the uncharted territory suffered different degrees of impacts at this moment. For a while, it immediately caused countless scattered cultivators and living beings to complain more than just a few times. I wipe Li Xiancheng, big brother. This is to dismantle the Pangu temple? What the hell is he up to? It's just horrible. The terrifying sound created by Xiancheng was magnificent and vast to the extreme, and instantly caused a huge panic in the ancestral land of the witch race. I don't know how much time has passed. Yet again, various visions were seen in the sky above the Pangu hall. The sky is full of flowers. The earth is full of golden lotus. The two suns are the same. The sea is full of bright moon. There are also thousands of reichi spouting purple. 10,000 feet of golden light rolling rainbow neon. So gorgeous, grand and spectacular. A scene here and there. It was as if there were signs of a living being certifying to the mixed greatness. Look, big brother has come out of the gate. Under the backdrop of all kinds of magnificent visions, a figure with an immortal posture and a worldly independence suddenly rushed out of the Pangu hall, overriding the top of the ancient dome of the sky. What a terrifying aura of Dao rhythm. Did this sun certify to the mixed Yuan Dao Lord? It's not right. He's obviously only a mere Dao Lord. Hearing the sound, Hongjuan raised his eyes to look up at the sky, staring straight at the figure. His eyes instantly widened, either in surprise or consternation. At this time in the flood, there was no concept of saints. However, there are a number of hybrid realm divisions. Between the thoughts turning over, Hongjuan pinched his fingers and deduced, and then came up with an appalling news. He could not help but exclaim out in shock, little friend Xuanqing. No, Taoist friend Xuanqing even physically witnessed the mixed metamorphosis Great Luo Golden Immortal? The physical body achieves the mixed Great Luo. Even Hongjuan has not reached this level. He never expected it. He was only trapped in the Star River chess game for a few days. When I see Xuanqing again, the other party had actually cultivated to the level of immortality of the physical body and imperishability of the 10,000 tribulations. From then on, he was among the ranks of the great powers of the flood. It's more of a shake-up. A little friend turned into a Taoist friend in seconds, being on the same level as Hongjuan. And the reason why Hongjuan is eager to take on disciples, just in case that happens, he just didn't expect this day could come so quickly. At once, Hongjuan was caught off guard, and for a moment, he was even more at a loss. The mind was a mix of emotions and thoughts were in disarray. It's a different kind of cut, a different kind of mess. It's over. The plan of accepting the apprentice Xuanqing, I guess it's going to be in vain. Chapter 30, Alternative Way of Becoming. 9 Violet Thunder Tribulation. At the moment, Xuanqing was on his body, his flesh to be exact, quietly diffusing gusts of mixed Dao sound, wrapped in radiant meritorious golden light dropping down. Extremely divine. It was like the ancient sacredness, supreme and majestic. Honghuang looked up at it and slightly folded his arms. Even the top of the Unchained Jedi, the beginning Qilin that was stationed at the periphery of the various columns of great formations, waiting for a rabbit to abide by the Sumeru Old Devil, as well as the 5 virtues of gold, wood, water, fire and earth Kirin. Even the old devil Luo Shua who temporarily avoided the Qilin with the help of the might of the Xuanqing formation Dao, all of them are feeling it at this time. They all changed color. This heaven and earth were just about ready to give birth to a mixed Yuan Dao Lord level divine. This breath Doratham is. How could it be that little thief? Just him? How is it possible? The Sumeru Old Devil had a feeling of appalled incredulity as his eyes glazed over. The crowd of Qilin powers, after being shocked, all showed envy and were incomparably hot. To witness the supreme mixed realm, but countless flood cultivators' great powers, poor life, dreaming, and the supreme fruit of the Tao cannot be sought. Before that, among the ranks of the great powers of the flood, ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Kirin were the recognized favorites who had the most hope of attaining the Tao fruit of the great Luo of the mixed element. Secondly, there is the eastern immortal ancestor reputation of the Buzhou Mountain casual cultivator, Honghuang, as well as the western Sumeru devil ancestor, Luo Shu, and infinite mountain range, Chui Lu Cliff, raised eyebrow immortal, Yin Yang Mountain, upside down cave, old man Yin Yang, Qiankuan Mountain, old man Qiankuan, the Taoist of the hours, 5 elder elements. To summarize, all of them are the mighty ones of the flood, or a giant overlord of a party, or the reincarnation of a chaos demon god to reincarnate a great power. No more, they are also those with extraordinary roots and saintly qualifications. Nowadays, the heavenly Tao has not yet completely taken charge of the world, and is not dominated by one family. The immortal ancestor, Honghuang, also did not ascend to the throne, taking charge of the Tao on behalf of heaven and launching the immortal Tao system. At this time, it was still a great era where all paths competed for glory, 1,000 barges competed for flow, 100 flowers blossomed, and all beings and spirits cultivated the great Tao one by one. There is the ancestral Dragon Way, Yuanfeng Avenue, beginning Kirin Avenue, Fairway, the Devil's Way, the list goes on and on. Before that, there's even the Divine Reversal Avenue. However, anyone would not have expected it. I have not yet completed my path, but now I suddenly killed a junior halfway through. Surprisingly, he had jumped ahead of them and touched that barrier wall of the supreme mixed realm. This nifty. It was just too sudden. This instantly caused the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, beginning Qilin, and a host of other great powers of the floodlands to smack their lips in response. Like Honghuang, it felt bad inside, especially when they offered up various supreme secret techniques to calculate the heavenly chances and learned that the being who was about to attain the Tao was not among the ranks of the great powers. Bias is just a milquetoast brat. It's just a big mole cricket. The district is just a junior who has just transformed and attained the Tao not long ago. For Xuanqing, a rising star, all of a sudden, he stole the limelight from a crowd of flooding great powers. It makes them feel uncomfortable. Of course, there were also some sharp-eyed powerhouses who could see a hint of what was going on, or snort a laugh, or stifled. Chapter 30, Alternative Way of Becoming. 9 Violet Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. 2. Even the sad and compassionate show of sympathy. Xuanqing flesh body into a saint. This is the first case in the great world of the flood. No ancient spirit before. No one after. Unprecedented. It can be said that he opened up a whole new avenue. It's the other kind of becoming a man. It's just a shame. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. Xuanqing was born at the wrong time. In today's great world where the will of heaven has been derived, he was just too bright, too much prominence, too good. The end he faces next, and what happens to him? It was like the 26 pints of the green lotus of creation. The might is too blazing. It is not permitted by heaven and earth. Under the operation of the laws of heaven, it will be destroyed, doomed to fall short of success. Tragedy scribbled out. Those who snickered were certain that it would be difficult for Xuanqing to escape. Those who lamented could not bear the loneliness of the avenue, and hoped that Xuanqing would be able to successfully resist this calamity and succeed in opening up a brand new avenue, so that the avenue would not be lonely. Those who had mercy silently prayed for Xuanqing, wishing him good fortune. Prickly, as expected, only a sound of thunder and lightning could be heard, blasting through the heavens and the world. At first glance, but then see a hideous thunder dragon, steeply tearing through the vastness of the sky, wrapped monstrous horror power, appealed to the true meaning of the law of destruction, straight down the lofty Buzhou Mountain, kill all the laws, dump everything, It seems to be destroying the sky and burying all living beings. The horror is overwhelming. Is this the descent of the heavenly tribulation? How can it be? Nowadays, the great Tao has only retreated. The heavenly Tao is first reproduced. The rules of heaven and earth are not complete. How can there be a heavenly tribulation born at such a time? Not only that, the lightning tribulation derived from the heavenly Tao's will is the most powerful and terrifying 9-9 purple heavenly thunder tribulation. This catastrophe can make the great powers of the golden immortal instantly perish and turn into flying dust. Above the great Luo, they are also afraid of it. Playing with eggs, this is the end. The sudden commotion frightened the 3 Qing and 12 ancestral witches present, as well as Honghuang. Among them, those 2 Qilin cubs were even jumping up and down in shock, just like ants on a hot pan. Their positions were in chaos. Feeling the terrifying aura of that thunderbolt, like a tsunami, it raged wildly and filled the heavens and earth. The previous second was still immersed in Xuanqing flesh into the saint. For him to feel ecstatic 3 Qing, the turn of the moment, all of a sudden have hung up their hearts, face immediately white. And the 12 ancestral witches, they all thought to embrace a big thick leg. The witch clan has Xuanqing cover, looking forward to a bright future. The future is boundless. Now there is a sudden and unexpected turn of events. This huge sense of falling. It was as if they had been plunged from the top of the floating sea of clouds to the abyss of billions of feet at once. 1 and 2 could not help but pinch up a cold sweat for Xuanqing. Only Honghuang, although there is a heart shock, but the corners of the mouth pursed lightly, the bottom of the eyes flashed a touch of cunning. In his opinion, the great Luo golden immortal, a mere mole cricket, a speck of dust, is now usurping the heavenly Tao, opening up a brand new path, becoming a Taoist in a different way, and attempting to get his hands on the fruits of the great Luo Tao of the mixed yuan. This is a move that is counterintuitive. It was tantamount to provoking the vast heavenly authority. The sacred heart is like an abyss, the heavenly might is like a prison. So, how could the heavenly Tao tolerate such a thing? Therefore, Xuanqing's witnessing this time is destined to be a flash in the pan. Scenery for a while, fleeting. Honghuang has the heart to cherish talent, except the disciple eager, naturally do not want to see Xuanqing front too much, happy to see its defeat. Once Xuanqing fails to cross the threshold and fights his way back, he then has a chance. At that time, between Xuanqing's life and death in danger, he will then give a helping hand to win favor, so that he owes a pile of favors and karma, so that he will return to his heart. This meter. Wonderful. Thoughts settled. Honghuang corner of the mouth smile cannot be hidden. Silently on the sidelines to watch the change, to wait for the time to move. In an instant, countless gazes were focused on Xuanqing. That immortal shadow, still vast, stood on the top of the dome of the sky, facing the billions of miles of thunderbolt raging, his expression pleasantly unafraid. Taking a step forward, he met them frankly. Chapter 31, Life and Death Enlightenment. Honghuang doesn't dare to save? The heavenly Tao does look up to me. He. Xuanqing laughed contemptuously, and his merit indestructible golden body blossomed with blazing golden light, surrounded by heavenly merit, and surrounded by Xuanhuang's qi, which was radiant and dazzling to the extreme. He resolutely threw himself into that ocean of thunderbolts, treading on the easy steps. He galloped through the boundless sea of thunder, just like a tidal wave. However, it was said that the sainthood of the flesh was something that Xuanqing had expected to happen, and that the water had come to the surface. However, thus angering the heavenly might and drawing down the 9-9 purple heavenly thunder, wanting to kill him. This was an unexpected turn of events. As far as he knows, an existence like the thunder tribulation would only be derived after the heavenly Tao completely took charge of the world. In the early days of the flood, a host of innate deities and countless flood great aptitudes attained the Tao of transformation and didn't even have the transformation thunder tribulation. But to the late flood, the will of heaven molding tends to be perfect, only to create a variety of thunderbolt, the level of strict division, in accordance with the root of the spirit of the innate strength and weakness of the number into the seat to be chopped. But where you are a little bit better, would show in the forest, line above the people, a little bit prominent. The eyes of the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate a grain of sand, to find ways to kill you in the cradle swaddling clothes, and the derivation of the heavenly tribulation, with the aim of better maintaining the order of the floodplain, stifling the existence of all variables and maintaining stable development. In addition, it was to manifest the majesty of the heavenly Tao, to establish the belief in the heavenly Tao, to deter all beings, and to forbid blasphemy against the heavenly Tao. Xuanqing usurped the heavenly Tao and opened up the avenue of flesh-body sainthood, an alternative way to become a Taoist. He has committed all of the above 2 offenses, so now he is condemned by heaven. The violet heavenly divine thunder, although it was a heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, was not comparable to the chaotic thunder tribulation. Fitting the number of 9 nines, the total number of 81. At first, the first 3 or 4 9 thunderbolts, crispy, Xuanqing is still quite coping with the ease, just like scratching an itch, gradually arrived. 5 9, 6 9 thunderbolt, such as thunder snake electric python, hit him in the body, will be entangled, where it passed, leaving a scorched black trace, like a whip. Iron locks hard pumping, finally began to have pain. Rumble. The 7-9 thunder tribulation was like a thunder dragon roaring, an electric python spitting out letters, blatantly thundering down. The light of the merit indestructible golden body tended to dim, and traces of blood remained on the surface of his flesh. Prickly. The 8-9 thunder tribulation was ferocious, manifesting the shadow of the chaotic thunder god, tearing apart Xuanqing's flesh, causing him to instantly bleed, instantly dyeing him into a blood spirit. Resisting to date, Xuanqing has become more and more courageous, showing his invincible demeanor. But this scene is really shocking and horrifying to those who hear it. The 12 ancestral witches all looked grave, not even daring to breathe. The 3 Chang and the 2 Qilin cubs, even more so, had their hearts clenched into a ball, as if they were being saved tightly by a large invisible hand, and their hearts would stop at any time. In the end, there are 9 thunderbolts left, which have not yet fallen, and they are also the most crucial 9. Where success or failure is at stake. If you can resist it, you will successfully witness the Tao, and your flesh will be immortalized and will not fall in 10,000 robberies. On the contrary, they will become a handful of ashes of the thunderbolt, and will completely fall into oblivion, returning the way to heaven. Even if he survives by chance, the foundation of the Tao is damaged, the physical body collapses, and the merits and virtues are disorganized, and the Tao will be hindered and will not go far. And then look at Honghuang. At this time the same color austere, has long been expected to Xuanqing is the end of the crossbow, then stupid, waiting for an opportunity to move, available at, looking up at the dome of the sky horrendous thunderbolt, even as strong as Honghuang, honored as the flood mighty man, is also felt a palpitation. Honestly, if it were not for the purpose of discipling Xuanqing, he really didn't want to provoke the might of the thunderbolt, especially those last 9 thunderbolts. Once the slightest mistake is made, I am afraid that even he will suffer. It must be said that Honghuang had put up a fight in order to take in his disciple Xuanqing, but the remaining purple heavenly thunder is divided into ethereal positive thunder, sea fire yang thunder, declining yin thunder, gung-ho thunder, eturf underworld thunder, the evil destroyer thunder, god-killing demon thunder, birth and death purple thunder. Any kind of lightning tribulation was enough to threaten the existence of a mixed golden immortal powerhouse. As for the great Luo golden immortal powerhouses, more like slaughtering chickens and slaughtering dogs in general, can easily be overthrown. Chapter 31, Life and Death Enlightenment. Honghuang doesn't dare to save? 2. Positioned in the thunderbolt below the 3 Qing, a group of great Luo Xian, although separated by 100,000 miles, all felt shivering, the heart of the Taoist. The 2 Qilin cubs at the Taiyi level were even more reportedly curled up, their livers trembling. Cultivation is a little weak. Heaven and earth creatures, do not dare to approach that area. Light or soul fly away, heavy body broken fall. Buzhou Mountain boundary, white elephants, golden lions, roebucks, elk beasts all hide their heads, and even more, so scared that they fell to their knees and kowtowed countless, bitterly begging the heavens to take back the wrath of heaven. Even Honghuang, too, was beginning to hesitate. Under such a terrifying thunderbolt, is there no egg left intact? Are you saving yourself, or not to save? Prickly. When it was too late, a thunderbolt followed by a thunderbolt, blatantly cutting through the sky, rolling heavenly thunderstorms violently pouring down, destroying everything, almost at the same time. With a wave of his hand, Xuanqing decisively offered up several defensive spirit treasures to defend himself. The celebratory clouds of the heavens hung on the top. The world of Honghuang was hidden therein. The sun, moon, and stars shone universally, and the 5-colored milliluminous light rendered the heavens. Holding the Godslayer Gun in his hand, he gulped out an infinite amount of sharpness, spewed out monstrous fury and rolled around. The gloomy wind was soughing, and the blood mist covered the sky. Chaos Speed is the last life-preserving card, always being saved by Xuanqing in his arms. The divine aura is dense, chaotic gas is vast, hidden in it. Rumble, rumble. Qingyan blocked the first 3 thunderbolts for him, while the light of the spiritual treasure dimmed afterward. Jab, stab. The Godslayer Gun came out like a dragon, similarly tearing through 3 thunderbolts. The Dharma phase of heaven and earth is as lofty as the unseen. The great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger was like a pillar standing between heaven and earth. The mixed 8 extremes avalanche was overbearing as it crumbled mountains and cracked rocks. A thought of blossoms, the king of the world. The sky is full of flowers. Flowers, rustling and falling in colorful, so gorgeous. There were also 2 thunder tribulations, but they were dissolved one by the many divine abilities that Xuanqing offered. Right now, it's down to the last one. Success or failure is a matter of life and death. This last 9 purple sky divine thunder, different from any previous one, seems to be pouring the heavenly Tao supreme killing. Tell all the true meaning of destruction. Will be in front of the 90 thunderbolt power, screwed into a stream. See this scene. The 12 ancestor witches and the 3 Qing's group. Their hearts were half-cooled. During this period, the 3 Qing dynasty searched all the fruits and medicines on their bodies, and picked a few peaches of nonpareil water, and threw them all to Xuanqing to help him recover his mana, so as to solve the pressing problem. But relying on external objects is ultimately unhelpful, and the effect is minimal. As for Hongjun, the thunderbolt was terrifying. He didn't dare. Therefore, it was delayed. Never dared to take that step. And, sweating more than a little, claptrap, under the attention of all the people, the 3,000 laws fledgling true intent suddenly rose up from Xuanqing's body. It soon converged into a long river of laws, vast and majestic, stretching across the heavens, intending to use it to defend against the last life and death thunderbolt. Taking advantage of this gap, he plopped down on the ground and quickly recovered from his injuries, while at the same time, his enlightenment was against the heavens. Recalling his past and having an epiphany, he resisted the heavenly tribulation, experienced the heavenly might as a prison, and realized the 2 major mixed-level avatars, the heavenly robber's light, and the hand of God, crossing the thunder tribulation, from which he again realized Thunder Emperor's treasure art. As a result, the Thunder Road laws were more deeply realized and tended to be perfected. Rumble. Suddenly, Xuanqing's enlightenment was accomplished, coinciding with the fact that the last thunderbolt had arrived, instantly churning up 3,000 rivers of laws. It split straight on him. Chapter 32 Great Tao Recognition. Chaotic Realm C. 3,000 Tao Mountains. Big Brother Xuanqing. Is this enlightenment? What time is it? He actually has the leisure time to enlighten the Tao? Good fellow. What does it mean to disrespect the heavenly Tao? Big Brother Xuanqing crossing the life and death tribulation. A split second between life and death. Can actually still be so calm and enlightened. Simply not putting the flood heavenly way in his eyes. That's what's called disrespecting the heavenly Tao. This is a model for my witch clan. The heavenly tribulation is certainly horrible as such. The 12 ancestral witches were shocked and terrified. After seeing the arcane Daorime spread out from Xuanqing's body, all of them were dumbfounded. There was a great deal of solemnity. Even the 3 purities couldn't remain calm. Memories of past events. Xuanqing's enlightenment is unbelievable. And the process of fighting with spirits can lead to enlightenment. Traveling through the landscape can lead to enlightenment. Step by step, you can also realize the way. In short, it is the ability to enter a state of enlightenment anytime, anywhere. Just for now, Xuanqing was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, a life and death crisis, and at a crucial juncture, he was actually in the mood for enlightenment? This nymphet is just too much. Truly don't put the heavenly Tao in your eyes. Rumble. No. The heavenly tribulation also seemed to feel that it was being nakedly provoked, and the thunderous sound was even louder and the tribulation even more horrifying. Extremely destructive in its true meaning. Ugh. Feeling the horror of the thunderbolt, Hongjun, who has been quietly observing the situation and intends to wait for an opportunity to take action, suddenly felt that he had no heart and was unable to do so. Think about it again and again, weighing the pros and cons between them. The Celestials are at war. Eventually, all he could do was sigh heavily. Lamented, this son's natural talent is too demonic. Billions of ancient none. Now the submerged dragon out of the abyss. The future will certainly soar. Destined to have no master-disciple destiny with the poor Tao. Just, whether it is a blessing or a curse, it has nothing to do with the poor Taoist anymore. Kid, you seek your own happiness. It goes without saying that Hongjun knows the terrifying nature of that last heavenly tribulation, and even he doesn't dare to take it lightly. One could only reluctantly dismiss the idea of taking on an apprentice. Break me. When the thunderbolt arrived, Xuanqing's enlightenment was accomplished, and he abruptly opened his eyes, bursting out with a flash of coldness and severity, shouted softly. Its merit indestructible golden body divine aura blazed. Unlike before, with a thick thunder ring, thunder snakes dancing wildly, and even more immeasurable robotic light surging. In an instant, the mountains and rivers of 100,000 miles were shattered. Not much longer. A wheel of merit and virtue manifested behind it. The light of the calamity shone brightly. The merits were radiant. The aura of Xuanqing was dazzling. The thunder raged, and many Tao laws were gathered in one place. In a matter of moments, there was a large hand in the sky, probing out from the Dharma wheel of merit and virtue, containing the power of the heavens, infinite greatness, and killing and destroying without bounds. A large hand in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, fiercely grasped at the hideous and furious thunder dragon in the dome of the sky. By virtue of heavenly enlightenment, just now, Xuanqing had actually integrated the three disciplines of the heavenly robbing light, heavenly hand, and thunder emperor treasure art, removing the clutter and preserving the essence, and combining the three into one. The three disciplines were combined into one. In an instant, the immeasurable light of the robbery cut through the dark dome of the sky. Berserk thunder and lightning raged, competing with the sun and moon. It was so bright and blinding that the beings could not open their eyes and could not see for a while. Roar! Immediately afterward, only a burst of high-pitched dragon roars could be heard. Again, it seems like a thunderous explosion. Deafening, at first glance. However, he also saw the large hand in the sky, directly strangling the 7 inches of the heavenly tribulation thunder dragon, causing it to be unable to move, madly twisting the dragon's body and roaring in rage. In the end, with Xuanqing's single thought, he was actually extremely powerful with the might of the hand of the heavens, and hardened his grip to explode. Chapter 32 Great Tao Recognition. Chaotic Realm C. 3000 Tao Mountains. 2. Claptrap. The heavenly tribulation breaks down, turning thunderstorms to pour down on the world, and the volatile tribulation cloud disperses with it. It was like the dawn breaking. This place, heaven and earth, all of a sudden restored the peace and tranquility of the past. Under the gaze of countless eyes, that vast immortal shadow, still standing on the top of the ancient dome of the sky, the golden body of merit and virtue is bright. Many auspicious surroundings, a profound and unfathomable aura emanated from his body. Even the beginning Qilin, Honghuang, Luo Shua and other great powers of the flood, looking up at its figure, cannot help but give birth to a hint of jealousy. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Big Brother just actually crushed the heavenly tribulation with his bare hands? I think Big Brother's current physical strength has already reached a state of supreme terror. Father God Pangu, really biased nah. Despite having been numbed long ago, he still couldn't help but be shocked and lost his voice in a series of exclamations, as if relieved. At the same time, he felt happy for Xuanqing from the bottom of his heart. No, isn't Big Brother Xuanqing saying that it's simple to casually observe my witch race's 9 turns of Xiangong only? Now how? To observe a supreme flesh body that is comparable to that of a mixed Yuan Dala. Not only that, the Pangu bloodline in his body seems to have become even purer and thicker. This damn oppressive feeling. Alas, don't mention it. My 12 ancestral witches are really ashamed of the name of Pangu Jingzonga. Then look at the 12 ancestral witches. Witnessed Xuanqing flesh into sainthood. The body of Pangu blood majestic as a rainbow. Marveled at the same time. Have shaken their heads and sighed to themselves. It's still the same. They and Xuanqing are both descended from Pangu and have the same lineage. But the gap between the two is like a gulf in the sky. Insurmountable. One is like the first son of Pangu, the most dear and loving. Thousands of favorites in one. The blessing is unfathomable. Is a generation of hundreds of millions of ancient celestial pride. Magnificent. Their 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, were more like what Pangu had picked up. I'm envious and jealous. This son even really became? Honghuang stayed frozen for a long time. His heart was mixed, more and more bad taste. The 99 purple heavenly thunder tribulation that he was clearly afraid of was now being smoothly crossed by Xuanqing and was unharmed. Thinking about this, Honghuang's heart, the last point of the superiority of the flood mighty, instantly shattered. Congratulations to fellow Daoist Xuanqing. The physical body certifies the perfection of the Tao. From now on, the Tao is limitless. Unable to do so, Honghuang could only arch his hand and clasp his fist towards Xuanqing to express his congratulations. This time, Xuanqing alternative into the road, opened up a frank body art horizontal training avenue. Have to be admired. Rumble. No. Just as Honghuang's words fell, the entire floodplain seemed to shake. This burst of commotion seemed to be emanating from the depths of the chaotic void. A supreme and magnificent will of the great Tao manifested out of thin air. Give recognition to Xuanqing. Recognized his flooded roots. It also recognizes his avenue. Same time, in that chaotic realm sea, a tsunami billions of Jingzhou high was raised. Immediately afterward, a lofty ancient divine mountain steeply rose up from the ground, towering majestically and sacredly amidst a mountain of Tao in the boundary sea. This mountain of Tao symbolizes the great Tao of Xuanqing. In the vast chaos and the 3,000 realms and seas, there were 3,000 Taoist mountains standing, representing the 3,000 great Tao. Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, Beginning Qilin, Yang Mei, Luo Shuji, Honghuang, and many other avenues, to name a few, are listed. Of course, there were also many crumbling and broken Tao mountains, such as the Divine Reversal Avenue and Pangu Avenue. Among the 3,000 Taoist mountains, it is Pangu Taoist Mountain is the highest and most lofty, although it is broken, the same crumbling away a section, but it is still the first of the 3,000 Taoist mountains, incredibly sacred and solemn, and the Taoist mountain of Xuanqing stood on one side of it. Chapter 33, Thunder Tribulation Divine Liquid, Heaven's Destiny Guardian of the Pangu Palace, Xuanqing's Taoist mountain, though far less than Pangu, it is also not as lofty as the ancestral dragon, Yuanfeng, the beginning Qilin, and a host of other innate great powers. Even the Divine Reversal Dao Mountain, which had broken off a section, was slightly inferior. It is as delicate as a rainy day, just beginning to break through the ground and yet to thrive. However, with the Tao Mountain standing and the Great Tao established, Xuanqing's future path will be limitless. After that, all eyes were on them. Xuanqing raised his eyes to the sky, his gaze locking onto the sea of clouds. The thunderbolt dispersed, the dark clouds dissolved, and then a ball of crystalline divine liquid that remained in midair. The divine liquid was azure in color, like sheep's fat white jade, flowing slowly and containing surging energy. This was the thunderbolt divine liquid, a great tonic that could be used to quench the flesh, forging bones and refining tendons. Things are expensive because they are rare. In a flood world such as this one, which has not yet been multiplied, thunderbolt divine liquid was a rare commodity. Moreover, it was the thunderbolt liquid of the 99 purple heavenly thunder, which was a supreme body refining treasure medicine. This thunderbolt is finally not chopped for nothing. Xuanqing spat out a sentence and gladly collected it. It was filled with nearly 100 jade bottles of thunderbolt liquid. Take a drop of it and swallow it to refine it. The traces of the lightning tribulation on the surface of his merit indestructible golden body, as well as his injuries, healed in an instant. 10 fingers in a fist. Shake an arm. Its flesh erupted into a crackling muffled sound of fried beans. The indestructible golden body had yet to catalyze its power. Just raising his hands and feet, the surrounding void will explode gusts of thunder. Rustling collapse. Broken open. The strength of his fleshly body, terrifying to this point, was evident. When Xuanqing first tried the method, he made the 12 ancestral witches smack their lips again. None other. The reason for this was because their ancestor witches naturally did not cultivate the Yuan Shun, but only the physical body and the law's avatars. Only now that Xuanqing's way of the flesh had become a reality, the 12 ancestral witches were confused. Inexplicably, there's a sense of being robbed of your job, isn't there? Congratulations, eldest brother, on becoming a Taoist in the flesh. Kudos and congratulations. Humph, with Big Brother covering us, I'll see who dares to bully our Pangu 3 Qing in the future. Xuanqing's success in crossing the tribulation. The 3 Qing brushed a breath of relief and rode the divine rainbow, going up to exchange pleasantries and congratulations. The 12 ancestral witches didn't give up on this opportunity and hurriedly hugged their thighs and went up to get close to them. Among them, Hongjun smiled awkwardly and glanced toward Xuanqing high in the sky, nodding lightly, and then very sensibly retreated knowingly, bidding farewell with him, and somehow, he had all clearly smuggled himself down the mountain without incident and escaped with his entire body. However, Hongjuan's heart was empty and frustrated for a while. This time Xuanqing alternative to become a Taoist. In the chaotic world C stands Tao Mountain. Countless flood great powers or admiration, or praise. After all, the 3,000 avenues opened up, and the 10,000 avenues competed for glory, and the 1,000 barges competed for flow, and their avenues were not alone. Moreover, the avenue established by Xuanqing is not in conflict with a group of innate great powers, and is not an enemy of the way, but can be a friend of the way. In this regard, they are naturally happy. Of course, there are exceptions. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. It was also because Xuanqing was too good. The sharpness of the first show, so the tree attracted the wind. The public, thus triggering a grudge karma entanglement. The Tao rhythmic qi on this sun is actually the same as the little thief that remains within the ancestral land of my Qilin clan, but then it's vague, real, unknown, ambiguous, and really weird. No. The beginning Qilin utilized its supreme secret method to overlook the Xuanqing Tao Mountain from that chaotic realm C, tracing back the origin and searching for the roots, and was able to catch a glimpse of the end. At first, beginning Qilin was only skeptical. After all, Xuanqing was carrying the Chaos Pearl enhancement, and the heavenly chance was confusing, so everything was not really visible. But the thought of the theft of the unicorn treasury, 2 heirs have inexplicably disappeared, holding on to the idea that it's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. The beginning Qilin's pair of Dharma eyes instantly pierced through the endless void, instantly locking onto a strand of Xuanqing's Tao rhythmic qi within the ancestral land of the sorcerer clan. At that moment, he shouted in a deep voice, "Pass on my Kirin's order to give a hunting order to the 4 Pangu Qing." Yes, Sir. Chapter 33, Thunder Tribulation Divine Liquid, Heaven's Destiny Guardian of the Pangu Palace? 2. With a single command. Within the Qilin clan, countless Daolord powerhouses instantly poured out, like the crushing carp of the river, swarming towards the ancestral land of the sorcerer clan in a brainwave. Seeing this scene, Luo Hu, who was trapped in the formation, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and seem to understand something. It seems that during this time, the Unicorn clan was not all searching for stowaways when they made such a fuss and fanfare and closed the mountain for patrols. Rather, there is something else. Pangu 4 Chang? I don't know that those 4 little thieves, what exactly committed a mortal sin, actually caused this old Qilin thunderous anger. This time they are afraid to suffer the old sin. Luo began to gloat, happy to see the 4 Qing suffer. Now the attention of the beginning unicorn is diverted. In this way, he would also be spared an undeserved disaster. The ancestral land of the witch race. Inside the Pangu Hall, the 4 purities and the 12 ancestral witches talked to each other. During the process, Xuanqing had a feeling that the Yuanshan sensed danger coming and whirled around to leave. This tour of Buzhou is also considered to be a successful and rewarding trip. Only, Xuanqing still felt inadequate. It always felt like something was missing. And so it was. Before his departure, he reluctantly looked up and down the witch race Pangu Hall. Then cheekily, frankly said, "Families, I feel the will of the Father God. I learned that the Pangu Hall is the heart of the Father God. Need to bring it back to the Kunlun Mountains, forever and ever to guard this hall, in order to consolation of the spirit of the Father God." I don't know what the families, what do they think? Xuanqing's words were so crowning and justified that one could not pick any faults. After all, when it comes to the purity of Pangu's bloodline, no spirit in the world can match it. In terms of combat power, that's even more of a no-brainer. Whether it's the 3 Qings, or the 12 ancestral witches, in their opinion, Xuanqing is Pangu's own son, firstborn son, heir to the mantle of Pangu's way. Logically speaking, the Pangu Hall should be handed over to Xuanqing to watch over and guard, a proper guardian of the heavenly destiny of the Pangu Temple. Just, no matter what, the Pangu Hall was also the witch clan's greatest treasure of the clan, and it was of great significance. What's more, the 12 ancestral witches are all nurtured in the Pangu blood pool in the Pangu Hall. In the future, more sons and daughters of the witch race will be birthed in the Pangu blood pool, thus reproducing the witch race and growing the witch race population. If it's just taken by Xuanqing, boom! Just as the 12 ancestral witches were worried about this, Xuanqing saw that the ancestral witches were in a difficult position, and instantly, he had already struck out and blasted his fist on the edge of the Pangu blood pool, as the gusts of shocking loud sounds iterated. Not long ago, Xuanqing was actually relying on perverted physical strength to harden the Pangu blood pool, straight out of the Pantheon gouge. Forced separation, instantly dispelling the concerns of the 12 ancestral witches to reproduce their species. Just ing. What's the deal with being sweet? Family, is it always okay this time? Xuanqing grinned and asked with a smile. The 12 ancestral witches in the field, one by one, stayed as if they were wooden chickens, looked horrified, the corners of the mouth madly twitching more than, at a momentary loss for words. At this time, Di Jiang took the lead in settling down, forced a smile. Xuanqing big brother, not that we are stingy, do not want to give. Just this Pangu Hall heavy billions of millions of pounds. The mixed yuan daluo is also difficult to shake the slightest. We are afraid that you take not go yes. Pangu Hall is heavy. We are afraid that big brother Xuanqing has flashed his back. That's right. The rest of the group of ancestral witches hastily nodded in agreement. Originally, he thought that Xuanqing would back off on this and give up on the idea of hitting the Pangu Hall. It is not expected. The next moment, Chapter 34, Beginning Qilin stops the road. Rumble. Just as the 12 ancestral witches were all celebrating, suddenly, the Pangu Hall shook violently and steeply. After jumping in shock, all the ancestral witches dropped their eyes in unison, only to see Xuanqing had already tied up his stance, bow down and encircle a corner of the lofty Pangu temple. How dare they want to lift up the Pangu temple by virtue of their qi? The 12 ancestral witches were truly shocked at the sight. Come on, this is the ing heart of Pangu. In addition to being indestructible and unmatched in defense, it's unusually heavy. It was estimated that if a mixed golden immortal powerhouse came to resist, they would all be exhausted. And yet Xuanqing now wanted to carry it up and just move it away? Should we be so reckless? When the 3 Qing saw this, they were also sweating more than a little. Big brother, can't we just sacrifice the Pangu Hall and then take it away? Old man Tai Qing kindly reminded. Although the Pangu temple was not innate or acquired, it could be sacrificed all the same. Once sacrificed, it can be as big or small as you want it to be, with a single thought, and is simple and light to carry. There's no time for that. I sense the fluctuating aura of countless Qilin clan powerhouses coming our way. Carry them away first. Xuanqing talked to himself while pounding the Pangu Palace. Fortunately, the Pangu temple was indeed heavy, as if it had taken root and was rooted in the ground of 10,000 feet. Firmly untouchable. The Pangu temple shook for a moment, then returned to calm. The 12 ancestral witches finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. This time, the Pangu Palace would finally be able to be saved, right? The truth is that it is not. Xuanqing persevered with perseverance. Neither waited for the ancestral witches to completely suspend their hearts. He then pushed his physical body strength extremely hard, and a surge of qi and blood in his body, like a tidal wave, swept over the mountains and seas. Give me up. With a light scolding, the Pangu temple was completely shaken and actually slowly floated out of thin air. At first glance, however, he saw Xuanqing's hands in a propping up the sky position, holding up the lofty Pangu hall, and grinning at the 12 figures below, said, "Brothers and sisters, many thanks for the gift. In the future I will be on behalf of all of you, guarding the Pangu temple. See you later." After saying that, Xuanqing then lifted the Pangu hall and slowly sailed out of the ancestral land of the witch race. Looking at it from afar, it was as if the Pangu hall would move by itself, a very treacherous image, and shocking the eyeballs of countless living beings. Along the way, it attracted countless living beings and cultivators inhabiting the territory of the Buzhou Mountain, all of whom were dumbstruck and smacked their lips. No, the poor Taoist didn't blink, did he? Isn't this the witch race's Pangu hall? Now how? To run away by yourself? How did the witch race Pangu hall run away by itself? Did it derive a spirit and grow legs of its own? Damn yeah, am I going off the deep end and getting delirious? I can't believe I saw the Pangu Palace flying up into the sky. Xuanqing lifted the Pangu temple and galloped between the pale sky and the earth, which is not less than a great spectacle of the flood. And instantly, in the realm of the uncharted land, it blew up. When the 12 ancestral witches saw this, their jaws were even more stunned off, their eyes bulging out, their eyes wide open. Shocker, horrified, and unbelievable. At the end of the day, all the ancestral witches were dumbfounded, helpless and speechless at the same time. These Thunder Tribulation Divine Liquid is considered as a meet and greet gift from Big Brother to you. I hope that you will cultivate well in the future, and I will see you again in the future, and have the opportunity to cut and discuss some more. A torrential sound of yellow bells suddenly came from the sky. The 12 ancestral witches raised their eyes, only to see a brilliant divine radiance sweeping across the sky, cutting through the long sky and arriving, as bright as a shooting star. 12 jade bottles in all. The bottles were all filled with Thunderbolt Divine Liquid. It can be used by the 12 ancestral witches to quench the strength of their physical bodies. Chapter 34, Beginning Qilin Stops the Road. 2. When the ancestral witches saw this, all of them showed exquisite aura in their eyes. Each witch's face then squeezed out a smile, brilliant to the extreme, and cried out in unison, "We respectfully send off Big Brother Xuanqing. Have a safe journey." I have to say, this cheap Big Brother of theirs, still a preaching spirit. One thing for another, no delay, no debt, and the karma is settled. Xuanqing waded forward, although the action as a tortoise crawling, but along the way, but none of the spirit dares to come forward to block, asking for fun, unimpeded. Plus, the 3 Qings were in front of the line. The 2 Qilin cubs straddled the binding immortal lock on their backs, helping Xuanqing drag forward and lighten his burden. With such a lineup, no ungrateful ones would dare to come forward to block. It wasn't until a group of Qilin clan cultivators arrived and saw the scene in front of them that they were startled. They have stopped and did not dare to stop the road. And for a moment, they did not know what to do, but could only transmit the voice of the beginning Qilin to report the situation. What? That thief carried away the witch clan's Pangu Palace? 2 of my bloodline heirs, and they still help him with hard labor? This Fong is just too ferocious. My heir must have been forced by this Fong. He must have been. When the beginning Qilin learned of this news, his first reaction was also one of confusion. Full of anger surged to the head, immediately instructed the 5 virtues Qilin to take good care of the devil ancestor Luo Shua in the formation, and he himself rushed to the scene of the crime without stopping. But Luo, although he got rid of the suspicion of stealing the treasure, but a mortal sin can be avoided, but a living sin cannot be escaped. Anymore, Law's identity as a stowaway was already seated and exposed. The Griffin clan would not let him off easily. Fellow Daoist, please stay. Not long after, Xuanqing traveled on his way, and the beginning Qilin descended from the sky, rebuking in a cold voice. Father, the 2 Qilin cubs were reunited with their blood relatives, cheering and jumping for joy, but because they were submissive to Xuanqing, they no longer desperately called for help as they did in the past. A cry of fellow Daoist, please stay suddenly caused Xuanqing to stop his pace, and a hint of vigilance grew in his heart. The cover was because he knew very well that in the latter days of the sealing of the gods, the power of these words was so awesome that it could not be underestimated. Raising his eyes, the original path was a middle-aged cultivator clad in a Qilin imperial robe, with a purple and gold crown on his head and an unruffled demeanor. It is the oldest ancestor of the Qilin clan, the beginning Qilin, who was also the beginning Qilin. The beginning Qilin blocked the road, and Xuanqing did not find it surprising. After all, he stole the Qilin treasure trove himself. He also accepted the crown prince and princess of the other people's Qilin clan as his mount. This is the great cause and effect. It was just as well that, now that his own fleshly body had come to fruition, he took this opportunity to settle this karma with the beginning Qilin in one fell swoop. At the same time, Xuanqing also wanted to verify the gap between himself, with his physical strength, and the mixed golden immortal powerhouses. Fellow Daoist beginning Qilin, what is your business? Xuanqing opened his mouth and asked. The way has its highs and lows, as well as its strengths and weaknesses. Those who reach it are the masters, and those who are strong are honored. Now that Xuanqing had become a saint in the flesh, he was considered to be among the ranks of the great powers of the flood. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with being on par with the beginning Qilin. But his simple sentence silenced the beginning Qilin dry at once. No, why is this guy so thick-skinned? Why did you come here? Don't you have a little pussy in your heart? My unicorn treasury was stolen a while ago for no apparent reason. The beginning Qilin began to rise to the occasion. Unexpectedly, before he could even finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xuanqing. What has it got to do with me? Do you have any proof? Karmic traces can be traced back to the source and investigate the ins and outs. Have you investigated clearly? And you want to rely on me to blackmail me and bully me? Xuanqing asked in a series of 3 questions. Once again, the beginning Qilin was confused by the question. Chapter 35 Battle Beginning Qilin. Physical Body Clash. It was because Xuanqing was empowered by the Chaos Pearl. It can cover up the 10 directions of heaven, obscure the Qianquan, cover up cause and effect, and confuse the public. So the crime can be committed without leaving any trace. Not to mention the beginning Qilin at the level of the mixed golden immortal. Even if one was a great Luo golden immortal of the mixed world, it would be difficult to deduce any clues to cause and effect. What's more, even the heavenly Tao had difficulty detecting 1 or 2 of them. Therefore, in the face of the beginning Qilin's questioning, Xuanqing acted very calmly. The beginning Qilin was deflated, and was at a loss for a moment. However, when he saw the 2 Qilin cubs, with ropes tied to their bodies, were working as oxen and horses for Xuanqing, exhausted and panting, heartbroken, he was furious. His expression sulked, releasing a terrifying mighty pressure that swept out like the sky. In a deep voice, he rebuked, Then what crime should you commit for abducting my heir? Working as a cow and horse, wantonly abusing him, and trampling on the bloodline of my Qilin clan in such a manner? Thunderous sounds rolled out with great power. If not for the 2 Qilin cubs being bound by the immortal binding lock, their lives would be in Xuanqing's hands. I'm afraid the beginning unicorn has already made a move to suppress it. They voluntarily recognized their masters and bowed down to me, willingly serving as oxen and horses. If you don't believe me, just ask them yourself, Xuanqing said gently. This statement was made. The beginning Qilin, as well as the crowd of Qilin clan cultivators around them, couldn't help but snort and laugh, all of them furious. To know, how noble is the Qilin bloodline? It is a supreme bloodline that stands at the very top of the 10,000 races in the flood. Ruoshi Feng, the son of the Qilin, and Ruoshi Rue, the daughter of the Qilin, are the proud sons and daughters of the clan. Therefore, would he willingly submit to the spirit and become a mount, degrading himself and bringing shame to the Qilin clan? What Xuanqing said was simply a slip of the tongue. Your bull ting me. This is ridiculous. The beginning Qilin's anger knotted up and his hair flared with rage as he took a step and looked about to strike at Xuanqing. It is not expected. At this time, however, Karen Z timidly echoed, reporting back to my father. My lord's words are true, and it is indeed we who have willingly submitted. The Qilin lady followed suit and added, Aha, what elder brother said is very true. We did it voluntarily. And, we also made a heavenly Tao oath and concluded a bloodline contract with it. Rumble. The words of the 2 griffin cubs were like sharp blades, stabbing the beginning griffin in the heart, and sprinkling a handful of salt along the way. It also seemed like one mouth after another, ruthlessly flung at the beginning unicorn's face, snapping it in the face. Upon hearing this, the beginning Qilin was instantly struck by lightning. Its chest rose and fell violently, and its figure staggered so much that it almost didn't fall headfirst to the ground. A red-faced and thick-necked look of obvious exasperation. You 2 ungrateful heirs. Confused. This son is certainly gifted with heavenly talent and an unlimited path. But, in the end, He is nothing more than a Dalek Griffin. How can you take the noble bloodline of the Qilin clan and make a contract with him? The beginning Qilin cursed and scolded, training the 2 Qilin cubs to hang their heads and instantly wilted, hastily shutting their mouths and not daring to touch the beginning Qilin's reverse scales again. After a long time, the beginning Qilin slowed down, glared angrily at Xuanqing, and said icily, "Fellow Daoist, now this ancestor gives you 2 choices. One is that you voluntarily sever your bloodline karmic connection with the heir of our clan, terminate the contract, and this matter will be resolved, and this ancestor will let you go. The second is to be forcefully suppressed by this ancestor, imprisoning you in the Qilin dungeon for eternity. The bloodline contract has been signed. Once the host falls, the mount will follow suit and suffer a backlash, and all will be lost, since he could not be killed." Then the beginning Qilin intended to capture Xuanqing alive and then imprison him for eternity. Then the theft of the unicorn treasury. But 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered. Beginning Qilin is more important to freedom and the way of one's children, as well as the dignity of the Griffin clan. No, fellow beginning Qilin Daoist, say, are you from a female frequency? Why do you like to reason so much? Raucous, seeing the beginning Qilin gabble on and on, Xuanqing's ears were almost calloused from listening, and then he said impatiently. Upon hearing these words, the beginning Qilin's complexion immediately sank. Incomparably ironic. Chapter 35 Battle Beginning Qilin. Physical Body Clash. 2. Get the hell out of my way. The next moment, without waiting for the beginning Qilin to react, only Xuanqing could be heard letting out an explosive cry. With a violent force of his arms, he slammed the lofty and heavy Bango temple of billions of Jingzhou directly at the beginning Qilin. Stare. The beginning Qilin glared, looking at the smashing down of the Pangu hall. His complexion suddenly changed. His body's mixed dharma power surged around him, instantly entering a fighting state. Boom! Resisting the Pangu hall, his shoulders sank violently. His hands were trembling. The heaviness of this exotic treasure has far exceeded what the beginning Qilin had imagined. Eat my Pangu fist. Another bellow. Xuanqing bowed like a dragon. One step cracked the void, and brazenly struck out the fist of God and Demon, which was powerful and equally heavy by billions of pounds. Since he was going to test the law with the beginning Qilin, he wouldn't leave anything to chance and went all out. Thus, that punch was extremely powerful in terms of physical combat. Unstoppable. Xuanqing's physical body certified at the level of the great Luo of the mixed Yuan, and the beginning Qilin didn't dare to be arrogant. First, we moved the pancake palace, and then stepped out with the unicorn step. Wanted to hold off for a while. It is not expected. He has the unicorn step. Xuanqing also has the easy step. There was simply no way to avoid that strike of the fist of God and Demon. Bang! The 2 fists shook each other and collided violently, just like 2 great stars of the ancient times crashing into one piece. Instantly set off violent gusts of wind, churning out the earth, wind, water and fire. The surrounding void collapsed and shattered, evolving into a chaotic chaos. Rumble. Immediately afterward, the Pangu hall crashed heavily into the ground, crushing the 100,000 mountains, directly smashing a huge deep pit in the ground, instantly setting off a burst of flying sand and rocks, and the sky was filled with sand and dust dancing wildly, making it impossible to see. I don't know how much time has passed. Seeing that the beginning Qilin was stunned in place for a long time without making any statement, Xuanqing didn't bother to ask more questions. The corners of his mouth pursed lightly, his heart unspoken, and he immediately put away the divine demon's fist, recarrying the pancake hall. He traveled far away from himself. At the same time, he didn't forget to greet the 3 Qing Chi. What are you guys still standing around for? Do you want him to keep you for dinner? Some of its talk is light to the extreme, just like nothing, as if nothing happened just now. Triple clear, crowd of unicorns. Although none of them knew what was going on, but see Xuanqing gradually walking away. The beginning of the Qilin did not stop. 3 Qing also only need to harden their heads, feet vertical ground golden light, stepping on the rainbow and go, followed by Xuanqing. The 2 Qilin cubs, while dumbfounded and appalled, also bowed deeply towards the beginning Qilin, saying goodbye to it, and then followed after. Old ancestor, is it possible to just let this fawn leave? Yes. If we don't impose a severe punishment, what face will our Qilin clan have in the future? Old ancestor. Seeing that Xuanqing was about to walk away, a group of Qilin clan cultivators hurriedly came back to their senses and admonished each other. However, beginning Qilin, has read no return. Just silently, the fist that had just blasted against Xuanqing slowly poked out from his wide sleeve robe. It was presented before the eyes of the griffins. It's all in the words. Hiss. Chapter 36, The Way to Break the Situation. Wade into the East Sea, seek the 3 immortals. In the middle of the field, there was silence. Deadly quiet. A group of Qilin cultivators had their eyes fall and go. After seeing the beginning Qilin arm, a blood scar emerged, just like the grain of broken glass. All of them were stunned and couldn't help but suck in a gust of cold air. Shocker, horrified, and unbelievable. For a while, many thoughts rushed wildly through the minds of the group of Qilin clan cultivators. Now, they seemed to understand why the beginning Qilin had let the Pangu Si Qing leave. To know, their Qilin clan's physical body strength was considered a top existence of the flood wasteland 10,000 clans, second only to the dragons. In particular, the beginning Qilin's pair of Qilin arms were tempered to be incomparably hard and strong, possessing unparalleled might that could shake heaven and earth, gods and devils. However, never in a million years. In the middle of the exchange with Xuanqing, the beginning Qilin's Qilin arm had actually cracked. Seeing this scene, the field between a group of Qilin clan cultivators also all cracked. From now on, let's see who dares to say that the great Luo Golden Immortals are ants. Who dares to say that the power of the Golden Immortal is untouchable? Alas, a child is too old to be governed, and a woman is too old to be a woman. The beginning Qilin gathered his emotions, raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. The cracks on that Qilin arm healed instantly, and then looked in the direction where Xuanqing and his line of spirits were far away inside helplessly, feeling helpless, but not lost. After all, the beginning Qilin saw that Xuanqing's path was limitless and must be above him. Even more so, ask for the top of the great Tao. Besides, reaching the mixed golden immortal and being honored as a great power in the flood, it is natural to look longer than ordinary beings. Now the situation in the flood wasteland is turbulent. The heaven and earth robbery gas is getting more and more dense. The 3 innate tribes are in constant strife. The contradiction is getting more and more intense, and the forces in the flood wasteland are surging in the dark tide. It was like a sign that a storm was coming and a great catastrophe was on the horizon. The beginning Qilin was a father, and certainly did not want his heir to be a mount for others. However, with the great calamity approaching, being able to have the 2 Qilin cubs stay by Xuanqing's side and be sheltered by him was a blessing, not a curse. After this battle, the beginning Qilin is also considered to be completely recognized. Xuanqing, and high hopes, has already put down the grudge. No longer have a grudge. More than anything, I hope Xuanqing goes further and further, and the path is long. As for the karma of stealing the Qilin's treasure trove, the beginning Qilin was only suspicious, but suffered from a lack of evidence and could only stop. Besides, isn't there still a great evil seed at the top of Buzhou Mountain? However, Luo Shuji is the ancestor of the Western Devil's Way, with a deep heritage, not much different from the 3 innate races, and is certainly rich. If he didn't take the opportunity to extort some money and make Luo Hu compensate all over the place and hemorrhage a lot of money, the beginning Qilin would not be able to get even. With this in mind, the beginning Qilin waved his hand and revisited the top of the Buzhou Jie peak, going to look for Luo Shuju's bad luck. At the sight of the beginning Qilin's return and the offer of compensation, Luo's entire demon was dumbfounded. No, it turns out that after half a day of tossing and turning, the big bad seed is actually himself. Chapter 36, The Way to Break the Situation. Wade into the East Sea, seek the 3 immortals. 2. The line of Buzhou Mountain ended completely and successfully. However, the 4 purities did not return to Kunlun. At the suggestion of his elder brother, Xuanqing, they continued to travel the floodplains, all the way to the east. As far as Xuanqing knew, the vast floodplains, with the exception of the Buzhou Divine Mountain, the East China Sea is a vast area, the sky and the earth, rich in material resources. The heavenly treasures are hidden. The legendary 3 immortal islands of Panglai, Honghuang and Yingzhou are situated in a corner of the East China Sea. Although he knew that the karmic creation of the 3 immortal islands of Panglai was the destined chance of the Eastern Qinggong, the head of the male immortals of the latter flood. In the latter days, the Duke of Dongwang was first appointed as the head of the male immortals, and he wanted no spiritual treasures and no one, and he was a bare-assed commander. However, soon after digging out the treasure of Yingzhou Immortal Island in the East China Sea, he successfully opened up the Purple House Immortal Court, recruited talents, and rose strongly, completely seated in the honorary position of the head of the male immortals in the floodplains. Just one Terra Nova Immortal Island alone fed the Duke of Dongwang to his heart's content. This shows how deep the 3 immortal islands of Panglai are. Unfortunately, without waiting for the Duke of Dongwang to excavate the treasure resources of the other 2 immortal islands, the Heavenly Court's Emperor Taiyi conquered Yingzhou and made others graft one of the great unworthy seeds. The chances are heavenly, but the depth is not up to you. Now that Xuanqing had established his own Tao, his path was currently quite smooth, with everything going smoothly and to his heart's content along the way. However, he knows how to think of danger in times of peace, and has a long-term vision, knowing that the current state is only temporary. Over time, Once the heavenly Tao completely took charge of the world and became the master of the flood, then, under the constraints of the laws of the heavenly Tao, all the cultivators of the great flood world, heaven and earth, would have to be forced to abandon the great Tao and turn to the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, they will be targeted by the heavenly Tao at every turn, and their path will be difficult and dangerous for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Xuanqing had to rush before the great world of the heavenly Tao settled, constantly accumulating and settling down, deepening his base, and growing his body in order to break the situation. Asked the Buzhou Mountain. He harvested a lot. Spiritual treasures, kung fu, all kinds of opportunities. Get soft, Tao, cultivation, and the bottom line also rose. This trip to the East China Sea, searching for the 3 immortal islands of Pangu, searching for treasures and seeking opportunities at the same time, is also asking, I'm lucky if I get it, and I'm lucky if I lose it. What if, on the way, Xuanqing was no longer carrying the bulky Pangu haul on his shoulders as he cruised, but had managed to refine it to the size of his heart. When he rested his feet, he also did not forget to teach the law of the 3 clearances. He himself is becoming enlightened. His enlightenment was heaven-defying, reviewing the past, and through his encounter with the beginning Qilin a while ago, he realized the absolute divine ability, the Qilin treasure art. He also will be the sorcerer's Xin Gong from time to time to learn from the past, combined with the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong that he practiced, and with the implementation of blending and integrating, pushing forward, and obtaining a supreme technique of dual cultivation of the physical body and the Yuan spirit, the mixed Yuan Wuji Xin Gong. With this technique, supplemented by the Pangu breathing method, Xuanqing's cultivation grew by leaps and bounds in a single day, and his cultivation level rose even higher, successfully stepping into the realm of the perfection of the great Luo golden immortal, and the 3 purities also followed the light. Laozi broke through the peak of the great Luo, and Yuanshi and Tongtian both stepped into the ranks of the middle great Luo. Everything is looking up and the future is promising. On this day, the 4 purities arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Eldest brother, the East Sea waters are just ahead. Xuanqing Tongtian yelled coolly, already looking forward to the next adventure. Laozi and Yuanshi are also stupid, and their hearts are calculating which flood innate gods should be intercepted next, and which flood innate gods should be created by chance. But the East China Sea is vast, with blue sea and blue sky, and the wind and sun are beautiful. As far as the eye can see, there are countless flying fish out of the sea. The water rolls over and the waves fly high. Sometimes the waves are shocking, sometimes they are calm. There are also wild winds and rains, and even more peaceful winds and rains. Xuanqing enjoys the magnificent seascape along the way, is asking, seems to be in harmony with the heaven and earth, listening to Pangu's heart, gradually entering the good state of the great Tao. Who is the visitor? This is the Dragon Sea realm. If you want to cross it, you need to pay the waterway fee. Otherwise, they will all be considered as intruders and killed on sight. The 4 purities had just set foot in the East Sea when an untimely voice suddenly spread out. Chapter 37, Robbed? Xuanqing, handle it cleanly. Falling eyes and going. Several 5-clawed golden dragons blocked the 4 Qing's front road, each hideous and majestic. Dragon teeth sharp and sen. Teeth and claws, so not gods' martial arts. All of them were clear-cut great Luo golden immortal powerhouses. Behind them, a portal loomed. Golden, bright. The head of the door seems to be glazed. There are golden lamps hanging. Celluloid, pendant beads falling from the sky, such as the eaves before the drops of water source and source, gorgeous and eye-catching. The name of the portal is Dragon Gate. It was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. In later times, there were rumors that anyone who crossed the Dragon Gate could shed his mortal body, turn into a dragon and rush to the sky, and get ascension. This is the location of the well-known story of Carp crossing the Dragon Gate. But, this Dragon Gate is not the other Dragon Gate. It is said that the dragon, phoenix, unicorn innate 3 tribes, the hegemony of the flood, was the situation of the tripod, each entrenched in one side of heaven and earth. The phoenix family, ruling over the world's plumes and birds, is the overlord of the sky. The Qilin clan rules the beasts of heaven and earth and is the lord of the earth. The dragon clan, on the other hand, rules over the scaly sea clans of heaven and earth, and dominates the 4 vast seas as a hegemon of the oceans. If you want to ascend to Buzhou and seek creation, you must pay the upper offering to the Qilin clan, and the dragons, no less, also have a means of enrichment, and this portal is the way for the dragon clan to demand money from passing sea-crossing cultivators. There is a gateway to the 4 seas, east, west, south, north and south. For endless years, the dragon clan had amassed countless fortunes with this, and their heritage was deeper than both the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Simply rich. In response, Xuanqing, who had traveled across the world, said that he was used to it and was helpless. He just didn't expect afterlife as a human being. willing to be a cow and horse, and occasionally have to be cut leaks even. Traveling through the flood is also limited and hindered in every way. We four clear. Were stopped and robbed? Ha 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 ha, interesting. What do you think, big brother? The three Qing brushes down to Xuanqing. One by one all have a set of fists rubbing their palms, leaping to battle posture. As the saying goes, a fierce dragon is not a river. Xuanqing knew that this was the territory of the other dragons, so he saluted first and began to announce himself. We are the four Qings of Kunlun, the Pangu Orthodox clan, and we hope that. What the hell is the Pangu Orthodox sect? Never heard of it at all. Cut the crap. According to the number of heads, each of them will offer one innate thing. Spiritual treasure or spiritual root is fine, and then they will be able to cross the dragon gate and get a glimpse of the East Sea. Those five-clawed golden dragons looked arrogant and untouchable, directly interrupting Xuanqing's words. Between the talks, they had all begun to count the number of heads of the four Qing and his party. 4 Qing plus 2 Qilin mounts, totaling 6 innate objects. Seeing this, Xuanqing snorted and then whirled around to give a wink towards the three Qing. Then also no longer scruples, indifferently instructed, this a few loaches to deal with clean point. The dragon race is full of treasures. Dragon horns hard, can be sacrificed to refine magic weapons. Dragon scales can be used in medicine. Dragon skin and dragon tendons can be made of armor belt. Dragon bones can be simmered in soup. Dragon meat and dragon blood are all great tonic. Word for word, cloudy to the core. Hearing that, Xuanqing's harangue was drooling all over the place, salivating. At the same time also called the few five-clawed golden dragons, suddenly felt scalp a burst of numbness, and inhaled gusts of cool air. No, where did these guys come from beings? It's so vicious. That said, they have been guarding the dragon gate of the East Sea for endless years, and I don't know how many heavenly materials and treasures they have demanded. And they have taken and 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 taken. It was the first time in such a long time that they had encountered an existence that was even fiercer than them. Chapter 37, Robbed? Xuanqing, handle it cleanly, too. Rampant, arrogant, unbridled, seek death dash. Along with a stern voice rebuke sound, accompanied by gusts of high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavenly skies. Volatile dragon might roll mountains and seas. The momentum rolled. But, in the end, it's just a lot of thunder and a lot of rain. However, he saw Tai Ching holding the heaven and earth Xianhuang pagoda in his palm, the spiritual treasure brimming in the sky, the Xianhuang qi raging, and in the blink of an eye, he forcefully suppressed the 2 Dala dragons, also holding a coiled dragon flat crutch, chaos divine dragon soaring and charging, a crutch to knock ahead, unstoppable. Looking at Jade Cheng again, the 3 treasures' jade ruins flew up and down, their precious light shining brightly, striking down one dragon after another. Xuanqing holding a 3-foot green blade number Qingping, reciting the Xuanqing sword skill, sword gas astral winds surging between the sword light appeared, the sky and the earth white, flying swords across the sky, 100,000 miles away can take the dragon's head. In a few moments, the world, many spiritual treasures and magical powers converge, temporarily restoring peace and tranquility, wind and sunshine as usual. In a matter of moments, the 9 dragon guards in the field were left with only one dragon squad leader, trembling with fear and trepidation, his liver and guts cracking. I have to say, this group is just too vicious. It was simply unheard of since the dragons had dominated the 4 seas. At this moment, the innate arrogance that belonged to the dragon race instantly dissipated. The arrogance did not exist, and the dragon's might no longer existed. The leader of the dragon squad hurriedly quivered. Fellow Taoists, please hold your hands high. We are only acting according to the rules of the Dragon Clan. After all, the heavenly materials and treasures that you have offered are not owned by us. It's all about honoring those 2 old ancestors up there. I hope you all will pardon me. In order to survive and save his life, the leader of the dragon squad directly moved backstage, intending to use this as a deterrent to knock out the 4 Qings. It was well known in the Floodlands that the ancestors of the dragon race in the current era were 2 superpowers. One is the first to be conceived in the flooded heaven and earth, the ancestral dragon. The second is his brother, Candle Dragon, the second dragon of heaven and earth. The former was at the realm of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, half a foot into the threshold of the mixed great Luo. The latter is no less impressive. For the peak of the mixed golden immortal, a bizarre great magical ability is horrible, so that countless great powers of the flood are far from respect. It was because the Dragon Clan had these 2 old ancestors sitting on their side that they had been steadily suppressing the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Originally, he thought that he could get away with it by bringing up the names of the 2 old ancestors of the Dragon Clan. At least it also made the 4 Qing slightly converge and be afraid of a few points. I'm not sure that the leader of the dragon squad missed the mark. At the mention of the 2 great powers, Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon, The three Qing did hesitate for a moment, unable to make up their minds for a moment, before looking at Xuanqing in unison, falling eyes and going. While the three purities were fighting soundly with the dragons, Xuanqing was not idle either, responsible for roaming the battlefield and cleaning up a bunch of dragon corpses, or cramp the skin, or tearing apart bones and flesh. A series of movements, flowing and skillful, a good hand at being a cook. As the three pristine ones cast their gazes, Xuanqing was stroking his chin in contemplation, seemingly pondering something. Seeing this, the leader of that dragon squad couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, mistakenly believing that his plan of knocking down the mountain to shake the tiger had worked, causing Xuanqing to have scruples. But I don't know. Next, only to hear Xuanqing muttered in his mouth, spicy big loach, is actually steamed well? Or braised? Or stew? Rumble. At those words, the leader of the dragon squad dropped his jaw in shock, his eyes widened in anger, and he instantly felt despair. The three Qing understood and killed him directly and cleanly. Just in time, the dragon palace at the bottom of the East China Sea. A dragon powerhouse with a reddish body had a feeling. Chapter 38 Seafood Buffet. Mysterious innate formation appears. The dragon palace at the bottom of the East China Sea. A red dragon abruptly opened the dragon eyes, like two red lanterns, glittering, between opening and closing, disillusionment of yin and yang, alternating day and night, messing up the time. God's power is unpredictable. This dragon, different from other dragons, born with 9 claws, tiger beard and hyena tail, body length winding like a mountain range, scales like fish, horn imitation deer, claws like eagle. The whole body of the dragon scales are red, like chaos god gold casting general, glossy and translucent, divine incomparable. It was clearly the second dragon of the flooded heaven and earth, Candle Dragon Elder Ancestor. How dare you, dare to slaughter my dragon clan's heirs, looking for death. Candle Dragon has a sense of the same clan killed. Suddenly the dragon whiskers angry. Big thunder. In this moment 10 East China Sea heavenly chaos. Moments suddenly bright and bright. A day, a black night. The magical power is boundless. After that, Candlewick used his secret method to try to deduce the magnitude of it. However, Xuanqing has the chaos speed to cover up the sky, so that Candle Dragon and other great powers do not really see. A hazy, strange, there's even an existence under this universal sky that this ancestor can't deduce? Interesting. After being surprised, the Candle Dragon, which had been dormant for several yuanhui without coming out, rarely rushed out of the sea today. He personally led 100,000 dragons, 3,000 nightjars, and 800 seafarers to descend on the scene of the crime. But when Candlewick arrived at the Dragon Gate, he found that the guards of the place were nowhere to be found, and the perpetrators had fled. Following a trace of karma, Candle Dragon once again ordered to blockade the waters of the East China Sea and hunt down the murderer with all his might, in order to rectify the majesty of the Dragon Clan. In the meantime, a round and clear treasure pearl, surrounded by rich chaotic chi, was riding recklessly in the vastness of the East Sea, like a stream of light, cutting through the blue sky, sometimes disappearing into the void, sometimes hidden in the clouds and mist. The trail is secretive and uncatchable. Big brother, why don't we just have a big fight with those loaches, to raise the prestige of our Pangu for Cheng, and properly thwart the Dragon Clan's sharpness? Within the chaos bead space, the belligerent Tong Tian watched himself and Candle Dragon's 100,000 dragon congregation, gradually pulling away from each other, and said with a high level of wariness, Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were on the side, also nodded their heads in agreement. After this period of time traveling through the flood, the three Cheng and Xuanqing were born and died together. Through all kinds of strange encounters, the mentality has already changed in a subtle way. Instead of being quiet and uncontested, Tai Ching Laozi began to be sharp, striving to be the first in everything, and seizing the first opportunity in everything. Yuan Shi is also no longer arrogant and untouchable and understands the importance of teamwork. Tan Tin, on the other hand, is, as always, his temper becomes more and more fiery and impulsive, and he has to unsheath his sword at the drop of a hat, wanting to cut down all the injustices in the world. Xuanqing was happy to see and hear about the transformation of the three purities. Still, he wasn't satisfied. After all, although the three pristine ones were currently amicable, in reality, something like character was inherently engraved in the bones. Lao Tzu majored in purity and inactivity and liked to play Tai Chi. Yuan Shi advocates the exposition of the way of heaven and the conformity of all things to the general trend of the way of heaven. Tong Tian, on the other hand, advocates that there is a silver lining for all things and all spirits, and pursues the contrary in all things. At first, the three clear contradictions were not apparent. However, in the later period, when the Shenmen Taoist system was established and three religions were taught in one school, the three Qings began to diverge in their teachings, and gaps grew and contradictions became more and more prominent. At the end of the day, there was a complete break until the family was separated. Fortunately, in this life, Xuanqing became the fourth Qing of Pangu, and was honored as the head of the four Qing, and traveled through the timeline early, so everything was still in time. Environment changes character. As long as the three friends in a religion to pass on, Xianmen set up before the three religions, correct the concept of the three Qing, in order to tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck, to escape the three Qing infighting separation of the end. When there is an opportunity, must properly give three cleansing brainwashing before, must not be Hongjun that old den to bring crooked. Xuanqing looked towards the three clear, his eyes clear, his mind pondering in secret, and only then did he begin to answer Tongtian's query. This time we traveled through the East Sea. We didn't come here to fight. The purpose is to seek the creation of the three immortal islands in the East Sea, because Xuanqing knows that the Dragon Clan is powerful, far more than the Qilin Clan, and the Dragon Clan is born untamed, wild nature, high and unbeatable. Chapter 38 Seafood Buffet. Mysterious innate formation appears. 2. Most importantly, the Dragon Clan still had two supreme powers, the Ancestral Dragon and the Candle Dragon. In attendance, before finding the three immortal islands of Panglai, Xuanqing really didn't want to dwell on it too much. Moreover, the few five-clawed golden dragons we fought and killed earlier were enough for us to eat for a while. When we're done eating, we'll find another opportunity to hunt down his 10,000 or 8,000 dragons and go back as salted fish to marinate and eat slowly. Xuanqing went on to add. These words immediately aroused the gluttony and salivation in the stomach of the three Qing, including those two Qilin cubs. There was no exception, and they had already begun to look forward to it ruthlessly. Although the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan have always been at odds, most of them are just minor fights between the younger members of the clan, and are harmless. That said, feeding on dragon meat was something they hadn't tried yet. Three immortal islands in the East Sea? Big brother, is this a big ticket? Settling down, old man Tai Ching suddenly asked. Xuanqing nodded. Big, very big, very big, not even inferior to the unconventional creation. Upon hearing this, all three Qing raised their eyebrows and stared, instantly becoming more and more interested and looking forward to it. Unfortunately, after the four Qing traveled the vast East China Sea, more than 3,000 years, but never see the three immortal island of the trace. Nothing. During this time, they found a deserted island, set up a pot fire, cooking food. A good time. The pot is a bronze ancient tripod. Name, Xian Huangding, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, shun from the Qilin treasury, relying on the mountain to eat the mountain, and relying on the sea to eat the sea. So naturally, the ingredients were locally sourced from the flesh and blood of that nine-headed five-clawed golden dragon. The dragon's meat was tender but not faggy, very delicate and bouncy, similar to the texture of the sashimi Xuanqing had eaten in his previous life, sweet and savory, because of the delayed and fruitless search for treasure. On the first day, Xuanqing stewed a large pot of dragon meat soup. The next day, Xuanqing sliced a dragon fish raw. Day 3, barbecue. Day 4, steamed, until the dragon meat was finished. The cultivation of the four Qing as well as the two Qilin cubs had increased, and there was still no sign of the three immortal islands. Big brother, the dry food has already been eaten. Do we want to? Jia. The three Qing looked at the surface of the vast East China Sea, countless night forks patrolling the area, a number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in swarms, and tens of thousands of dragons wandering about. They glanced at each other and then each understood what was going on. Xuanqing was helpless and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. That said, are they here to hunt for treasure in the East China Sea? Or are they here for a seafood buffet? The delayed search for the treasure was fruitless. Xuanqing was in a depressed mood, so it was just the right time to vent and move his muscles. Not waiting for the three purities to react, he had struck out on his own, decisively sacrificing the Pangu temple and throwing it high into the air. 1 second it was like a palm-sized Pangu hall, and the next moment, it skyrocketed against the wind to become as lofty as a mountain of ancient gods. Pushing all the way across, he directly smashed down a large number of shrimp soldiers and crabs, a number of dragons, and harvested a large number of seafood ingredients. During the process, the Pangu palace accidentally crashed into a side of the spatial barrier, triggering a shocking loud noise that instantly caught Xuanqing's attention. This place actually has an innate great formation lurking? Xuanqing thought of a certain possibility, and his eyes blossomed with exquisite aura and were incomparably hot. Chapter 39, Spiritual Roots born on Panglai Island. Under the plum tree, the bull demon is subdued. According to the Flood Traveler's Survival Guide, wherever there is an innate spell formation guarding a place, there must be an exotic treasure lurking in it, combined with all the previous experiences of obtaining treasures. Therefore, Xuanqing concluded that this mysterious innate formation in front of him was suspected to be the entrance and exit of the 3 immortal islands. Really stepped through the iron shoes without looking for a place. Get all the effort. Actually by mistake. Smashed into an innate great formation? Could it be that my 4 Qing really have Pangu's blessing? Or the great Tao is dying? Xuanqing murmured softly, then hurriedly collected the Pangu hall and simply cleaned up the battlefield. Then instructed out, brothers, protect the law for my brother. This time, they had tossed out too much commotion in order to replenish the ingredients, lest they startle the 2 dragon ancestors, so Xuanqing planned to make quick work of it and break the formation to board the island as soon as possible. Good. The 3 Qings led the order to go, fending off the countless dragons charging in for Xuanqing, with a clear division of labor and tacit understanding. Almost at the same time, the commotion in the sea area of the 4 clear, which was quite loud, attracted the attention of countless sea patrol dragons, and was soon learned by the Candle Dragon ancestor. Not long afterward, a group of dragon teams led by Candle Dragon were rushing aggressively and volubly towards the side of the sea where the 4 clearances were located. Feeling the majestic mixed golden immortal aura fluctuations spreading out from Candlewick's body, Xuanqing's expression was ancient and unperturbed. With his extraordinary array talent, he stepped on the array nodes step by step, tending to good fortune and avoiding misfortune, and in a short while, he skillfully broke the array, smoothly with the 3 Qing 2 Qilin, disappeared into the big formation, submerged and hid the shape. Damn! Letting them escape again? Coincidentally at this time, the Candle Dragon arrived with the dragon. See the battlefield in a mess. A number of dragons dead and wounded. Wailing resounded through the East China Sea. The Candle Dragon was furious. Candle Dragon looked around, a pair of dragon eyes gleaming, quickly detected a hint of clues. The same spy out this place has a formation protection. Instantly clear. Immediately, in a fit of rage, he ordered 100,000 dragons to converge here and surround that innate great formation, completely blocking it off and guarding it. The other side. Inside the large formation, immortal mist surrounded the area and purple vapor steamed. The 4 Qing walked through it and soon found an island coming into view. Immortal Island Potential Town Ocean. Wei Ning Yao Hai. Tidal surge of silver mountain fish into the cave. Waves of snow waves mirage away from the abyss. Is not lost as a heavenly paradise. When I first landed on the island, I encountered an ancient monument. On the stele, there is a seal engraving of a divine pattern, manifesting the word Panglai. The 3 clearings and the 2 unicorns are all invigorated. Xuanqing's suspicions in his heart were confirmed, and in a happy mood, he gladly boarded the island. However, he didn't slack off, knowing that there was a fluctuation of the aura of a mixed power outside the formation that always lingered. It's either Candle Dragon or Ancestral Dragon. Once the dragons forcefully broke the formation, they were afraid that it would affect the success of their treasure hunt on this trip. Spinning around, he immediately launched a carpet search on Panglai Immortal Island. Wherever they passed, not an inch of grass was left, but not much was left. What kind of yao grass and strange flowers, immortal roots and precious medicines, spiritual materials and precious minerals, all of them were in the bag. Among them, he was also lucky enough to pick up a few innate spirit roots, all of which were among the top grade. During the process, there were accidents, or Candlewick became impatient with his compliance and began to forcefully break the formation. Its dragon mouth like an abyss, gulping dragon amazement, rustling falling down. This amazement is strange, although it cannot break the array, but it can penetrate the array barrier. Large area coverage attack. In an instant, Panglai Immortal Island shook violently, and the sky dome extended above the endless heavenly fire, burning red. Looking at it from afar, it was as if an ancient star meteorite had fallen violently. In a flash, it caused the temperature of the entire Panglai Immortal Island to rise sharply, and the surrounding aura became hot and blazing. The mountains, rivers, grasses and trees are all decayed and depleted. The rivers and lakes are drying up. Countless living beings on the island scattered like birds and beasts. It is like a natural disaster. Chapter 39, Spiritual Roots Born on Panglai Immortal Island. Under the plum tree, ambush the bull demon, too. The team of treasure hunters are scared and terrified by the sudden change. Xuanqing was also amazed at the dragon race's great powers and means, and from this, he was able to realize a divine power, the lotus of heavenly fury. After that, he decisively sacrificed the heavenly celebration clouds, enveloping the sky and covering the earth in defense, sheltering the 3 Qing's group. Instantly, the countless dragon Amazons resisted and isolated the outside, and all the laws did not invade, and all the paths avoided being easy. In addition, he also set up a magnificent large formation to add to the surroundings of Panglai Immortal Island, reinforcing its defenses while speeding up the treasure hunting process. Well, heaven forbid, traveling to the depths of Panglai, they encountered another innate formation. Xuanqing broke the formation as fast as he could, entering the interior of the large formation. What met his eyes was an innate spiritual root, which was surrounded by chaotic yuan qi and was extraordinary at a glance. According to the innate memory inheritance, Qing quickly learned that the spiritual root in front of him was indeed extraordinary, and was actually one of the top 10 best innate spiritual roots in the floodplains, Honghuang. The plum tree blossoms in 3 shadows and bears fruit in 9. It is said that this tree blossoms once in 10,000 years, bears fruit once in 10,000 years, and matures only after another 10,000 years, and has only 9 fruits in 30,000 years. Its flower is shaped like a lotus flower and its fruit is shaped like a pearl stamen. Flowers and fruits are above the word yellow in, so the name is yellow in the plum. If a god smells a flower, he can gain 10,000 years of Taoism. If one is lucky enough to eat one fruit, one can instantly become a great Luo golden immortal. Seeing such a supreme treasure, although the 4 Qing were invigorated, they did not rush forward to take the treasure. It is only because under the plum tree in the middle of the yellow, an ancient murderer lies dormant. This beast is as huge as a mountain, with electric eyes and fangs. Its size is like a cow, but its appearance is like a fierce tiger, accompanied by wind and rain around it, and its body exudes a brilliant light like the sun and the moon. His snoring sounded like thunder, and he was at the peak of Tai golden immortal cultivation. This is the ferocious beast Kuei Niu. Xuanqing was quite surprised to learn of this murderer's origin based on his innate memory inheritance, but it is said that after the volume of ferocious beasts, the remnants of the beasts of the 10 no one left, scattered all over the floodplains, licking their wounds in silence, and because of the infinite karma entangled in the world, may not easily enter the world. Now but in Panglai Immortal Island, it was rare to encounter an ancient fierce beast. In addition, he also knew that this ferocious beast Kuei Niu existed in a karmic relationship with his own 4th brother, Tong Tian. In the later Seal of the Gods, Lord Tongtian's mount was this Kuei Niu. When the god sealing hijacking fell, the Interceptor Church was destroyed, and the Tongtian sect leader was confined to the chaotic purple heavenly palace. His mount, the Kuei Niu, was then nowhere to be found. There are also different accounts in various versions of the Flood God and Devil novels. It is said that after the loss of power of the Interceptor Church, Tongtian Mount Kuei Niu transformed into a Taoist, and the Blood Sea Rakshasa female Iron Fan happy marriage, and privately raised a junior, named Jade Fox. This Kuei Niu ferocious beast is actually the sworn big brother of the latter-day Journey to the West protagonist, Lingming Stone Monkey Ox Demon King. Xuanqing guessed that there was this possibility, and his eyes glittered, as if he had already begun to plan for the future and landed on sealing the gods in the West. 4th brother, you go and subdue that ferocious beast, while my brother goes to fetch the treasure and pick the spirit fruits. With a soft shout, Xuanqing had stepped out. Kuei Niu's dream was disturbed. Get up and out of bed all of a sudden burst. Angry eyes, voice roar like thunder, shaking the sky and the earth. Tongtian led the Xuanqing will, also not ambiguous, feet on the 7-star step, Qingping sword blatantly sheathed, clang, roar. The Dao sword chant was clear and loud. The sound of the beast's roar shook the mountains and rivers like thunder. Chapter 40 Powerful Bull Demon Fist, 1 Yuan Heavy Water, Battle Candle Dragon. Ferocious beast Kuei Niu is exceptionally brave, thick skin, infinite strength. In the ancient era of ferocious beasts, it is also considered to be among the top of the stream of ferocious beasts. Tai territory rare enemy. However, the upper Qing Tongtian has been with the Xuanqing through the Great Flood World, not Zhou Quenching Body, the Battle of Sumeru Old Devil, and many supreme secret method of enhancement. The mixed Yuan without extreme true power evening body, whether it is divine power, Dao method, Yuan Shun, physical body, the attainments are extraordinary, although far less than Xian Cheng, but in the same realm of Luo, can also be called unrivaled. This is not, the Qingping sword up and down fluttering between, straight as a swimming dragon, the sword gas rushed to the clouds, the sword light brimming, the sword power to town the world. It wasn't even 10 rounds before the Kuei Niu was beaten back and howled. In the end, Kuei Niu's ferocious power was converged, good as a white rabbit, prostrate in front of Tongtian, very tame. Tongtian obediently concluded a bloodline contract with it and accepted the Kuei Niu as his mount. During the process, Xuanqing observed Tongtian's fierce battle with the Kuei, triggering his enlightenment to go against the heavens, and sensed an attacking divine ability, the powerful bull demon fist. After realizing the divine power and taking the yellow middle, the 4 Qings continued to travel to Panglai and seek other creations. On the way, Tai Ching Laozi blessed with a duster, the name of which is the innate Yin and Yang Tu Chi duster. For the upper grade innate, Jade Qing Yuan sure also lucky to get the treasure. Collect an immortal mountain, sacrificed for the seal, the name, mountain and river seal, the same as the top grade innate, attacking and sharp. Tong Tian also obtained a top-grade innate spirit herb. Xuanqing is the only one who always gets nothing. The mood was depressing, but it turned out that there were regenerative movements outside the Panglai Immortal Island formation. The entire innate protector formation shook violently and faltered. Those loaches outside the formation intend to forcefully break the formation? Xuanqing's eyes were cold, and he stepped out of the formation regardless of the three Qing's persuasion. Directly in eye contact with Candlewick. See the situation. Tai Qing looked awestruck and was secretly shocked. What a powerful mixed golden immortal aura. Yuan sure stared. The body is red. The dragon's eyes are like red fire, and it's a great power at the mixed Yuan level. This big loach is one of the old ancestors of the dragon clan Candle Dragon? Eldest brother. Should we kill him or hide back in the formation and continue to search for treasures? Tong Tian then swallowed a mouthful of dried saliva and asked with forced composure. Looking at Candle Dragon again. After seeing the four Qings finally show their heads, at first they also had cold eyes, and their enemies met each other. But when he heard Tong Tian's words, Candlewick couldn't help but frown. What's going on now? But he had managed to force the group out, and he hadn't even gotten mad himself yet, only to have the other side contemplate how to calm himself? No, is that crazy? Where are the petty people who dare to slaughter my fellow dragons and smuggle them across the East Sea? This crime is punishable. The Candle Dragon opened its mouth and roared. The dragon's roar resounded through the clouds, and the vast dragon's might rolled across the ancient blue sky. The poor Taoist is on fire right now. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to retreat on your own. If not, you'll suffer the consequences. Xuanqing said indifferently. The arrogance of the talk was even more arrogant and wild than their dragons. All at once, Candlewick was dry and silent, only to see Candle Dragon's expression froze as he began to look Xuanqing up and down. And when he learned that the other party was nothing more than a mere de Luo griffin, he was once again dumbfounded. No, where did the rash come from? Why is it kind of hard to tell the difference between big and small kings? See Xuanqing's overbearing, proud posture in the world. For a moment, Candlewick was skeptical. Just between him and Xuanqing, who is the mixed golden immortal power? Outrageous. Do you really think that this ancestor is a small character? Dare to pretend hard in front of me? Looking for death. The next moment, the Candle Dragon could not endure. The huge dragon body swaying, rolled up 100,000 feet of tsunami, covering the sky, wrapped in the vast mixed golden immortal mana. Surging and surging eruption. Ka-ching, click. The rolling waves came, heavy with billions of pounds, and were actually able to crush the void, with cracks all over, enacting a scene of horrifying visions. Chapter 40 Powerful Bull Demon Fist, Yuan Heavy Water, Battle Candle Dragon. 2. If it is an ordinary de Luo touch, I am afraid to be injured. Touch a touch will be disabled. This water is not right. Surprisingly, it's a Yuan Heavy Water. According to the innate memory inheritance, the 3 Qing quickly detected a hint of clues, and their expressions were all horrified, and they all offered up their spiritual treasures to defend themselves. Yuan Heavy Water is a special treasure of the flood, and is on par with 3 Lights Divine Water, Xuanji True Water, Water of Origin, Glazed Pure Water, 3,000 Weak Waters, Yellow Spring Water, Imperishable Sunflower Water, Taiyin True Water, and 8 Treasures Pool of Merits and Virtues Water, the same as one of the top 10 true waters of the flood. This water is subtle, a drop of hundreds of thousands of pounds, strange and heavy, into mana, majestic and exquisite, strong and unparalleled, heaving and gurgling with a splash of power. The cultivator who sacrificed this water was far superior to cultivators of the same realm if they were to talk about the majesty and thickness of their mana. While the 3 Qing panicked and responded, Xuanqing, however, showed great anticipation. According to the properties of the Yuan Heavy Water, he could completely utilize its subtleties to quench his fleshly body and beat his sinews and bones, which was no less than a supreme exotic treasure for refining the body. Yuan Heavy Water. This treasure is very good. It's mine. A light scolding. Xuanqing flipped his hand and offered the Godslayer Gun. The gun came out like a dragon flying, gulping infinite sharpness, tearing through layers of seawater, breaking through the 100,000 feet seawall, presenting a line of wonders. The seawater that was heavy a second ago was as light as a feather under his gun, and it was destroyed by lifting his hand. Claptrap. Under Xuanqing's fierce attack, in a matter of moments, the tsunami faded, the waves stopped, turning into a torrential downpour of rain. Every drop of true water dropping down was like a meteorite falling from the sky, causing a huge wave on the sea. In the end, Xuanqing raised his hand and waved his sleeve, and then collected all the scattered Yuan Heavy Water, packing it up and bottling it with great satisfaction. Little thief, how dare you get your hands on this ancestor's exotic treasure? Take your life. Regicide gun out of the shocked Candle Dragon. Foreign treasure was taken. He is more completely crazy. Open the bloody mouth. Crazy pounced to Xuanqing. Big brother beware. Get out of the way. The three purities were instantly startled and hastily reminded out. Candle dragon mouth dragon teeth white. Sharp as a steel spear. Sharp and unmatched. Can break the gold broken mountain. Not to mention the unusual big Luo get a bite. Flesh broken. Even a mixed golden immortal powerhouse would have to have a piece of flesh ripped off. However, Xuanqing, didn't avoid or dodge, looming as steady as the unseen holy mountain, directly allowing the candle dragon to take a bite out of his arm. Indifferent. Jia kid. You're dead this time. Candle dragon got his hand. No, is to get mouth. 2 rows of Mori white dragon teeth dead clamp Xuanqing arm when. Do not forget to caricature laugh out. Xuanqing has read no return. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In a flash, the candle dragon's upper and lower jaws lashed out, and it wanted to shatter Xuanqing's physical body in one fell swoop. Medium. Unexpectedly, with an ear-splitting sound of gold and iron clanking together, Xuanqing remained lofty. However, Candle Dragon felt a tingling in his dragon's mouth, which instantly attacked his entire body. Xuanqing's physical body was not crumbling and was intact, but Candlewick's fangs were senseless in a row. One mouth was dripping blood. It can be described as untouchable. How is this possible? Thy fleshly body has become the way. You're that alternative pathfinder from a while ago? The Candle Dragon was shocked, his thoughts surging wildly, and his pupils were quaking. Chapter 41 White Lotus of the Pure World. Terra Nova Creation. 3 great avatars disturbed. Until now, it was only then that Candlewick knew the origin of the roots of Xuanqing's group. It was precisely the 4 strands of Pangu Yuanshan that took shape and attained Taoism on the Kunlun Mountain, and Xuanqing, but also a while ago in the chaotic realm Sea, to establish the Taoist mountain. Alternative to become a Taoist, the flesh to prove the Taoist monstrosity. It was no wonder that the degree of hardness of the other party's flesh was such that even his own dragon's teeth were unable to damage it in the slightest, but instead chipped a row of dragon's teeth. Between the rummage of thoughts, Candlewick's expression was quite grave, while feeling depressed at the same time. No, this girl is obviously Pangu Yuanshan incarnation, but the art of physical cross-training, to such a perverted situation, even so hard. What in the world do you want to do? Not to mention Candlewick, even the 3 Qing, at this time are also stunned in place, was visually shocked. Previously, Xuanqing and the beginning Qilin had engaged in a fleshly encounter, and their situation was unknown, so they had not been able to catch a glimpse of Xuanqing's formidable fleshly body into the Tao. However, from the way the beginning Qilin had let them leave peacefully, it seemed that the 3 pristine ones would be able to guess a thing or two. At that time, Xuanqing had roughly fought the beginning Qilin to a draw. It was only at this moment, when the 3 purities witnessed it with their own eyes, that they came to a realization. And the fine print. It seemed that the strength of Xuanqing's physical body strength had far exceeded what they had imagined. Candlewick, I haven't even made a move yet. Why are your teeth chipping? Xuanqing got a yuan of heavy water. Injured the Candle Dragon. Mood. After some jokes, but also do not bother to continue to entangle with it. Turn around and re-emerge into the big formation. The 3 clearances returned to their senses and also hurriedly followed behind. Old ancestor Candle Dragon. This son is just too arrogant. Why don't we just conclude the 10,000 dragons grand formation, smash their turtle shells, and suppress them in one fell swoop? My dragon plan shall never be humiliated. Xuanqing flesh body first showed the sharpness, shocked the surrounding 100,000 dragon cultivators are fearful and appalled, to be back to God, but each and every one of the righteous indignation, angry eyes, killing intent. Candlewick was likewise awakened from a dream, and after coming back to his senses, he did not take action, only to see its complexion gloomy, cold and indifferent. This place has a chance of creation latent. They run for a moment where to go. To be my brother Zulong rushed to. This group of small curfew must die. Against the alternative pathfinder, Candle Dragon, who had just suffered a loss, didn't dare to act rashly. Talking, he has used the divine idea to communicate with the ancestral dragon. He is to continue to wait for the rabbit. Order 100,000 dragons will be surrounded by Panglai Immortal Island. A radius of 100,000 miles of sea. Mosquitoes cannot enter. The birds also fly off. After the vignette, Panglai Immortal Island temporarily restored a moment of peace and tranquility. The 4 purities continue to cruise the Immortal Islands, seeking opportunities and creation. But Xuanqing didn't dare to delay for a moment. The cover is because he knows that the current calm is only temporary. This time with the Candle Dragon, the Dragon Clan will definitely make a big fuss, just waiting for them to venture out again, and to kill them all in one go, in order to correct the Dragon Clan's prestige. On the treasure hunt afterward, all 3 Qing had their own successes. mostly in the form of spiritual roots and precious medicines, and Xuanqing was blessed to the core. There was a sense that the 1 yuan heavy water on his body was transmitting a strange movement that seemed to be guiding him to something. On a whim, Xuanqing took a drop of heavy water, swept high into the air, and in the next instant, the one element of heavy water was swept out, not knowing where to run. Seeing this, Xuanqing hurried to catch up, traveled to a cliff and waterfall. There is a cold pool below, pool water depth of 1,000 feet, waterfalls hanging down, whisking up gusts of wind, rolling pool water rippling, sparkling, pan 3 color light, very gorgeous, and divine. This is triple light divine water? Xuanqing came along with the reception of the one element of heavy water, viewed 1,000 feet of cold pool flooded with precious light, could not help but be surprised out loud. As far as he knows, these 3 lights of divine water are daylight, moonlight, and starlight. The sunlight divine water is golden, and can consume blood, essence, and flesh. The moonlight divine water is bright and silver and can corrode the Yuanshan soul. The starlight divine water has a purple aura, and can swallow and dissolve the true spirit's consciousness. Any one of the 3 waters is the world's poison, and the gods and goddesses are also in awe. But once the sun, moon and star 3 light divine water is combined into one, then it is the first healing medicine of the flood. Chapter 41 White Lotus of the Pure World, Terra Nova Creation. 3 great avatars disturbed. 2. It can relieve all poisons and overcome all so-called incorrigible poisons. It also cures all the old diseases of the disease. It can even flesh white bones and live dead. Having obtained this divine water, Xuanqing was ecstatic. But this 3 light divine water is home travel. Go out and fight with others. The necessary medicine. It's a proper blood bag. Happily collecting the treasure, Xuanqing was about to leave, bringing the trip to Panglai Immortal Island to a successful conclusion. It is not expected. Tong Tian, however, was fixed in place, slow to move, seemingly feeling something. Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? Xuanqing asked with concern. In the next moment, he only saw Tong Tian fumble around on his body before pulling out a crystal clear lotus seed. It was that pure white lotus seed. At this time, the lotus bloomed in a different color, transmitting holy white light, sprinkling down the cold pool. In an instant, the cold pool of blue waves surging, bursting monstrous sacred light to give a response. The 4 clears in the field were all startled by this sudden scene and looked at each other in dismay before smiling heartily. It's all in the words. It goes without saying. At the bottom of this cold pool, there must be a supreme treasure lurking, and it's also associated with white lotus seeds. After that, Tong Tian volunteered to recite the water avoidance skill and plunged headfirst into the bottom of the cold pool, his clothes not wet and his green silk not stained. Not long after, he was seen holding a lotus platform, gleefully returned, smiling and said at Xuanqing, "Big brother, surprise, surprise?" Falling eyes and going. However, he saw the lotus platform, all white and flawless, surrounded by holy light, with lotus flowers, each flower blooming with 12 petals. It was none other than the legendary 12 pure white lotus. This white lotus of the pure world was the same as the green lotus triple jewel essence, the 24 pieces of the green lotus of creation, that the 3 pristine ones had previously obtained, the same as visualized by the mature lotus seed of the green lotus of creation. It is a superb innate spiritual treasure. Sitting on top of the lotus platform, all evils will avoid retreating, all laws will not be invaded, and defense is unparalleled. It can also help one to realize the Tao, purify the spirit, wash the spiritual platform, and keep the Taoist mind clear at all times, which is of infinite use. After that, Tong Tian decisively seated the white lotus. Granted, if the lotus in his body had not echoed this treasure, they would have almost narrowly missed the wrong billion. But after all, that pure white lotus was something Xuanqing had gotten from Honghuang and lent the flower to Tong Tian to pass on to him. Tong Tian emphasizes feelings and righteousness, and knows that he is also trying to repay his kindness. Xuanqing cannot argue, there is no pretense, gladly accept the treasure. The 4 clear friendship deeper, brother and sister. But it is said that the 3 immortal islands of Panglai, Fangjiang, and Yingzhou are interconnected, one after the other, and watch over each other. When he traveled to the end of Panglai, he saw another ancient monument towering over him. Ancient monument with seal engraving of the divine pattern. No, Terra Nova. Filled with anticipation, the 4 Qings ascended to the immortal island of Yingzhou, almost at the same time. In the violet continent, there was a strand of innate pure yang qi, which had not yet taken form, but was moving stupidly and appeared to be very agitated. There are no exceptions. In the North Underworld Great Swamp, there was also an innate deity inhabiting it, a Kuan fish, shaking its fins and wagging its tail constantly, very violent. Endless sea of blood, a blood cocoon writhing, spreading horrible blood, fury, hostility. These three existences, all of which are the innate great magical beings of the latter-day flood. The Eastern King's Duke, Kuanpeng Taoist, Styx, underworld. This is the moment they all feel. A destined chance that should have been his own was about to disappear. Chapter 42, Innate Banana Tree. Old Man's Mount Out. Terra Nova is also reinforced by a great formation of the innate heaven, which obscures the heavenly mysteries of the 10 directions. However, in the eyes of Xuanqing, a formation Tao master, it was nothing. He was seen stepping on the 7 stars and stepping on the formation nodes to smoothly ascend to the island Yingzhou. As soon as he entered the interior of the large array, he was greeted by a rich innate water gas, dense water gas into spiritual liquid, mysterious and mysterious. Following the source of the innate water chi, with the best of eyes, what came into view was a metaphysical colored treasure flag. The flag is exquisite, with an oceanic pattern painted on its surface, surrounded by auspicious clouds as lace embellishments, and countless innate inscriptions resembling waves, seal engraved on it. An extraordinary glance. Xianyuan Water Control Flag. The 4 clearances instantly recognized the origin of the basilisk-colored treasure flag and raised their eyebrows. One of the innate 5 square flags, the Northern Xianyuan Water Control Flag, has a hazy Qian koan, covering the sky and sun, all evils to avoid retreating, and all the laws do not invade the mysterious. It can also suppress the northern qi, fix floods, and regulate the water movement of the floodplains, and it is a superb innate spiritual treasure. In later times, it was also said that this flag was the Zhenwu soap sculpture flag in the hands of Zhenwu Emperor. It is also said to be the Shura flag of the Lord of the Blood Sea, the old man of the river Styx. As for how this treasure belonged to him, Xuanqing didn't care, nor did he care. Chance is determined by God, and the depth of the half is not up to anyone. Since this Xianyuan water control flag has been taken by them first, then it is something that has no owner. It's not good enough for anyone. Thoughts to this point, the 4 Qings pushed and humbled each other, and in the end, Xuanqing collected the treasure, having occasionally obtained Xianyuan to control the water. Xuanqing was in a good mood and continued to cruise the Yingzhou immortal path in search of creation. Wandering in the forest, meet the immortal deer spirit fox playful. Mysterious birds and birds of prey spread their wings to open the screen to compete for color. Along the way, yao grass and flowers do not thank you. Pine and cypress long spring, peaches and trees often results. Wherever the 4 clearings pass, it can be said that the wild geese are plucked from the ground, and wherever the blessing is to the heart, the chances are all converged. This was Xuanqing's command in the creation of the 3 Qing. The reason for this was because Xuanqing knew that the vast majority of all the opportunities and creations of this Yingzhou immortal island belonged to the Duke of Donghuang. Under the calculations of the heavenly Tao, the unlucky man, the Duke of the East King, was nothing more than a graft for the demon heavenly court apprentice. Instead of cheapening those 2 flat-furred golden crows for nothing, it would be better to let them all 4 Qing laugh it off. After that, old man Taiching wandered around Yingzhou and occasionally obtained one of the 5 square flags, the Southern Off-Earth Flame Light Flag. This precious flag can confuse yin and yang, invert the 5 elements, and control all the fires in heaven and earth. Yuanshi got the Central EE apricot and yellow flag. He was so happy that he waved the flag, dropping 10,000 golden lotuses. Nothing can break. The sharpness is obvious. And Tong Tian also did not empty-handed, but fortunately got the Oriental Green Lotus Treasure Color flag, which has Sherry Millilight now, can help people calm the mind, all evil to avoid retreat. The reason for this was because the 5 square flag of the innate was the green lotus of creation, of which 5 lotus leaves were transformed. Not to mention the latter days of the flood. The 3 Qing blessed with deep destiny are each holding a side of the treasure flag, but it is by the Honghuang sainthood, the establishment of the Xianmen, preaching discipleship after the division of treasures. These treasures fell into the hands of the 3 Qing. In this life, because of the emergence of Xuanqing's foresight of the flood script, he helped the 3 Qing to intercept many heavenly treasures in advance. Those meticulous writers in my previous life really did not deceive me. Nowadays, our 4 Qing have already occupied 4 of the 5 square flags of the innate heaven, and if we can get the last precious flag together, then it will be perfect. Xuanqing felt that there was a lack of beauty, as far as he knows. If one could gather all the innate 5 square flags, one could set up the innate 5 elemental array, which could trap a great power at the level of the mixed golden immortal. And the last precious flag, the Western Vegetarian Cloud Boundary flag, also known as the Gathering of Immortals flag, is the heavenly destiny of the innate supreme spirit of West Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West. She used this flag to order a group of female immortals in the flood, laying down the divine character of the head of the female immortals, not losing the generation of female emperors in the flood. I'll have to take a trip to Xikanlun sometime before I can. Xuanqing had already begun to calculate in his mind. Firstly, in order to get together the 5 square flags of the innate heaven. And secondly, in order to catch a glimpse of the immortal elegance of the Empress Xuanqing. Journey to the immortal island of Terra Nova. A successful conclusion. At the end of the line, he came across another ancient monument. No. Abbot. Cracking the Abbot immortal island formation and entering it, the 4 Qings realized that this immortal island was no richer than the other 2 immortal islands. Chapter 42, Innate Banana Tree. Lao Zi's Mount Out. 2. Look around. This place on all sides of the peaks, a total of 72. Auspicious clouds sheltered. Flying springs surrounded. All the way to the Yao grass and flowers are also few and far between. It's not like the 2 fairy islands in front of you, where you can turn around at 10 steps and be blessed with a heartbeat. The 3 clearings were depressed. Xuanqing, on the other hand, was not surprised, because he knew very well in his heart, the way of heaven is not full, and the way of man is not full. Under the operation of the heavenly Tao's laws of heaven and earth, the vast majority of the opportunities and creations on the 3 immortal islands of Panglai, Yingzhou, and Fangzhan have been covered up to obfuscate the heavenly chance, and there are still a lot of treasures that haven't been unearthed. Moreover, the 4 clearances and the others were still intercepting other people's chances. Under the operation of the will of heaven, they can never have everything go their way and be happy with everything. This was the first time Xuanqing had felt the constraints of the heavenly Tao's rules, and although it was painless and hard to detect, it was real. He thought of danger in peace and security, and the alarm bells rang, considering that in the future, the heavenly Tao was destined to take charge of the world and dominate the flood. At that time, after the many laws of heaven and earth had been perfected, the force of the heavenly Tao's constraints would become more and more apparent. Countless cultivators who practiced the great Tao or the divine Tao had no choice but to abandon the great Tao and turn to the heavenly Tao if they wanted to continue to survive in the floodplains and have a smooth path. Nowadays, the dragon and phoenix cataclysm is brewing, and the battle between the Tao and the devil is not expected to be far away. Soon, Honghuang will be certified as a saint and replenish the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Xuanqing needed to hurry up and perfect his Tao as much as possible before this happened. Big brother, this Kuei-Yu of mine doesn't seem right. Just as Xuanqing was pondering, Tong Tian suddenly reported. The ferocious beast Kuei-Nyo seemed to sense that in this neighborhood, there was the presence of a similar ferocious beast that was inexplicably restless. After that, the 4 Qings followed the trail of the Kuei-Nyo and found a secluded valley. The secluded valley is quiet, with the same waterfalls and cold pools. The aura is dense, and the 4 elephants' chi permeates the area. 4 Qings found an extremely high-grade innate spiritual root underneath the flying waterfall. This is the innate banana tree. Seeing this, all 4 Qing were overjoyed. This innate banana tree, also known as the 4-elephant banana, Basho is born with 4 leaves, evolved by earth, wind, water and fire, and can be sacrificed and refined into 4 innate magic treasures. Among the later generations, 2 of the banana leaves, one for earth and one for water, were taken by the 5 sacred beasts, Kirin and Xuanwu. The only 2 banana leaves left were fire and wind, and one was taken away by old man Tai Ching and refined into a fire fan for stirring up the furnace for alchemy. Among them, the wind elephant banana leaf fell into the hands of the old man of the river Styx, sacrificed and refined into a fan, given to his subordinate Rakshasa female, also known as Princess Iron Fan. Moo, for Qing have not yet come forward to take the treasure. Suddenly, there will be a burst of animal roar high-pitched, suddenly resounded through the valley, breaking the peace and tranquility of this place. Tongtian's mount, Kuei-Nyo, was in a fighting stance and began to bare its teeth in a strict wait, sniffing. However, beside the banana tree, there was a ferocious beast that was eyeing the tiger, its head with a unicorn horn jagged and its eyes fronted brightly. The top is thick and leathery, and the ear roots are dark and fleshy. The tongue is long and stirs the nose. The mouth is wide and the teeth are yellow. The fur is green like indigo, and the sinews are as hard as steel. This is Laozi's mount, the plate-horned green bull, ancient divine beast, bull. Xuanqing's sword brows swiftly raised, his eyes shining brightly. He could not help but feel surprised. First, Tong Tian's mount Kuei-Nyo recognized his master. Now it's the old man's mount, the plate-horned green bull. That's out in force. After that, isn't it the turn of the Genesis? The 9 dragons sinking carriage has gone? Chapter 43, Xuanqing opens the clam. 24 pearls, and the first dragon of the flood. But it is said that this plate-horned green ox, in the shape of an ox, pale black, plate horns, when the world is in full bloom, but now out of the world. In later times, the immortal and Taoist temperament of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, who rode a green ox upside down, was derived from this. Second brother, this divine beast has a destiny with you. Take him. Xuanqing looked toward Laozi and pursed her lips. Without the need for Xuanqing to say anything, Laozi also sensed that there was an inextricable karmic relationship between himself and this plate-horned green ox. When Xuanqing's words fell, with a gentle nod, Laozi had stepped out, decisively offering the heaven and earth Linglong Honghuang pagoda. He forcefully suppressed it. Rumble. Infinite Honghuang gas dropping, heavy billions of pounds, crushing the void cracked. The previous second is still high and mighty, hissing up to the sky constantly. The ferocious might of the plate horns of the green ox. Less than a second of divine spirit. The moment was strongly suppressed. At once, as if facing 100,000 ancient divine mountains pressing on his shoulders, he directly fell on the ground and wailed in pain. Sinful animal, dare to provoke my Pangu Zhengzong? Now give you two choices. One is to submit to the poor Taoist. There is still a ray of hope. Or we burn the fire and set up the pot. Stew you. Sacrifice the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. I don't know if Laozi has been mixing with Xuanqing for a long time. There is more than a trace of banditry in his body, and he talks and spits in a domineering manner, suppressing the peak plate horned green ox as if it were crushing a mole cricket, easily. Hearing the old man's reprimand, where would the plate horned green ox still dare to show off its aggressiveness? Sweat hairs instantly exploded all over his body, trembling more than just a little. He almost didn't pee in fear. On the spot, he prostrated his front limbs and bowed his head toward Laozi, kowtowing uncountably, formally recognizing Laozi and making a heavenly oath to conclude a bloodline contract with him. Congratulations to second brother, happy to receive an ancient divine beast mount. What a joy! Tong Tian and Yuanshi hurriedly came forward to clasp their fists and congratulate them. Among them, Yuanshi he finished and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Now, big brother Xuanqing got 2 Qilin cubs to follow him. Elder brother Laozi got the plate-horned green ox as his mount. Even the fourth brother, Tong Tian, had the Kuei-Yu fierce beast to add strength to his feet. He was the only one who didn't. Though the beginning of the world is not jealous, and by heart blesses his own brother, but this sense of falling away gave the first years a kind of empty. Seeing Yuanshi's clues, Laozi and Tong Tian looked at Xuanqing in unison. Xuanqing said frankly, third brother, do not want to be discouraged. Back to our brothers to catch a few heads of 9-clawed golden dragon. Specifically for you to pull the carriage. Out of the thief to pull the kind of wind. Ha ha ha, it's pull. What eldest brother said is very true. This is the land of the dragon clan of the East Sea. The last thing that is bad is a mount. Laozi and Tong Tian hurriedly agreed. Yuanshi also followed the grin bloom smile. Heart suddenly warm. Immediately one by one towards the Xuanqing crowd. Bowed and saluted. In that case, then it will be a bother to all brothers and sisters. A few brothers hooked shoulders. High talk. The picture is very cozy. When the 4 purities were about to draw a perfect conclusion for the abbot's immortal island, unexpectedly, on the way out, the plate-horned green ox somehow got bullish. Stubborn. No matter how hard I pulled and pulled to no avail. When things go wrong, they go wrong. The 4 clearings stopped, and dropped their eyes, only to see the plate-horned green ox lying on the edge of the cold pool, hesitant to leave. Xuanqing saw the situation. Instant understanding, gently flicked his sleeve. Then drumming thick mana, the pool of water set off waves, split into 2. All see the bottom. Fix your eyes. At the bottom of the cold pool, there was a clamshell as large as the size of a stone mill. Its body was crystal clear, like sheep's fat white jade, and there are 5 colors of light from it. Divine light dense, obviously hidden treasures. After that, Xuanqing, blessed to the core, flicked his sleeve again and opened the clam as if he were opening a blind box. Claptrap. Chapter 43. Xuanqing opens the clam. 24 pearls. The first dragon of the flood. 2. When the clamshell was opened, the 5-colored milli light blazed even more, and the infinite divine radiance blatantly rushed into the sky, illuminating the world. Under the radiant divine light, the 3 pristine ones as well as their mounts all felt a sudden wave of dizziness and staggered. The 2 Qilin cubs, as well as the mounts Kuei-Nyo and plate-horned green ox, all flopped to the ground in less than a moment, with the exception of Xuanqing, whose Yuanshin was exceptionally powerful, as far as the eye can see. But then he saw the clam producing pearls, 24 in all. The sea fixing pearl. Xuanqing was overjoyed to get another treasure on his way out. In front of me, there are 24 fixed sea beads, which can be saved into a string, emitting 5-colored milli-luminous light, which can dazzle the enemy's spiritual consciousness and 5 senses, with great power, which contains the power of the majestic 4 seas. An innate sea-covering formation could be concluded. In the latter part of the world, Zhao Gongming, a disciple of the sect of the Interceptors and a disciple of Tong Tian, had used this treasure to sweep away the 12 golden immortals of the hierarchy in the burning lamp, the vice-priest of the hierarchy. After the sealing of the gods, the burning lamp Taoist got this treasure and threw himself into the west, evolving 24 Buddhist kingdoms with the 24 fixed sea beads and transforming into the burning lamp ancient Buddha. the power of this treasure is evident. The three Qing spiritual platforms were shaken and dazed. The Yuan Shen was confused and delirious, so they were not fortunate enough to consume this treasure. Big brother, take this treasure. Yeah, we can't hold out much longer. This damned five-colored metaphysical light, shaking me so much that I can't see or hear anything. All three Qing were urging Xuanqing to collect the treasure, more or less acting in a very pompous manner. Seeing this, Xuanqing couldn't help but laugh dumbly, and without any pretense, he gladly collected the 24C fixing god pearls. After collecting the treasure, Xuanqing did not leave immediately, but sat on his knees, refining the spiritual treasure restrictions on the spot, together with the chaos bead, the Godslayer Gun, the heavenly celebration cloud, the 12 pure white lotus and so on. Many offensive and defensive treasures forbidden, all began to refine one by one. How much can be refined counts how much? None other. It was because he had a feeling that beyond the three immortal islands, there was a vaguely unfathomable fluctuation of mixed aura that was foolishly moving. Except for Candlewick, the Dragon Clan seemed to have another mixed golden immortal level powerhouse. Looking at this battle, it was obvious that they wanted to find bad luck with their 4 clearances, and were bound to retrieve the situation. Although right now Xuanqing's cultivation realm was only Canondala. However, he alternatively became a Taoist, became a saint in the flesh, and his Taoism was so profound that he did not lose to ordinary flood powers. It is often said that a gentleman is good at falsehoods. Since strength was not enough, then spiritual treasures would come in. This time, he crossed the East China Sea and made a grudge with Candle Dragon, and even concluded a great karma with the Dragon Clan. Once the 4 of them cleared out of the 3 immortal islands' grand formation, a fierce battle was inevitable. Therefore, Xuanqing wanted to utilize the power of the spiritual treasure to fight against the Dragon Clan for a while. Chaos Bead Bottom. The rest of the means of the bottom card is used to manifest the might of the 4 Pangu Qing. Xuanqing stood by sternly. The 3 Qing also have followed suit, kneeling down to realize the heaven and earth Qiankuan wonderful, or enlightenment to enhance the cultivation, or sacrificing spiritual treasures, to help grow their own Tao. In the meantime, at this point, outside the 3 immortal islands, it was all filled with a solemn killing intent. Countless dragon congregations stood on each of the 8 sides of heaven and earth, each with a hideous dragon head, grimacing teeth, and a dragon's mighty power, at the head of the group. Except for Candlewick, there is also a body of gold, like gold pouring general, the dragon body winding hundreds of thousands of feet lofty, abdomen borne 11 claws. There is a claw has shown the prototype, fit 12 for the number of perfect. This golden dragon was already on the verge of touching the shackles of that barrier of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element. This dragon, the first dragon of the flooded heaven and earth, ancestral dragon. Chapter 44 Death to those who insult Pangu Jingzone. The 4 Qing killed madly. At this time, the East China Sea was not at peace. Panglai 3 immortal island outside the big formation. The dragon many as a million. The group of dragons to rise up the wind and waves. Wantonly roll. Dragon roar burst. No longer the past days calm. Say, just what kind of god is it that can actually make the 2 old ancestors, Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon, personally come out? Ha! I heard that it was 4 great Luo golden immortals who failed to pay their offerings, brutally murdered my fellow dragons, forcibly crossed the East Sea, and even fought a fierce battle with the Candle Dragon elder ancestor, seizing its 1 yuan of heavy water and chipping all of its dragon teeth. Hiss! No buddy, do you know what you're babbling about? It's just 4 Dao Lord mole crickets. Are you sure that all these things are done by a group of their spirits? Indeed. I was there at the time and saw with my own eyes that old ancestor Candle Dragon was almost killed. That's why I called out to the ancestral dragon old ancestor to personally go out to the sea to quell the chaos. Hiss. When did the great Luo golden immortal become so terrifying? Talk fake talk. For a time, all kinds of rumors in the group of dragons, talking more than, make the dragon's heart in fear, simply horrified to hear the dragon, elder brother Candle Dragon. Are you sure that on the Kunlun Mountains, the alternative way of becoming a Taoist who boasts of the Pangu Orthodox sect is hiding in this great formation? The ancestral dragon stood at the absolute peak of the ancient celestial dome, overlooking the innate great formation below, and asked indifferently, regarding the so-called alternative pathfinder. Ancestral Dragon had always been very interested and desperately wanted to catch a glimpse of it. After all, the dragon race is proud of its nature, and has always boasted that its flesh is invincible, and it is the strongest race among the 10,000 races of the flood. As a result, now a flesh body achiever appeared out of nowhere, instantly arousing the ancestral dragon's damned desire to win. Reporting back to elder brother, 1,000 times true, that guy's physical strength is not weaker than our dragon race in the slightest, more even. Candle Dragon was just about to finish his sentence, but when he saw that ancestral dragon's expression was not right, He wisely shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything more. Little old brother, what's wrong with you? How can thou raise his spirit's ambition and destroy our dragon clan's honor? What kind of bull ******* Pangu Orthodox sect, alternative way of becoming a Taoist? This ancestor just doesn't believe it. Ancestral Dragon said indignantly. Throughout the endless years since, Ancestral Dragon had also seen many people with demonic natural talent. But in the end, it's not that the walkway dies halfway. It is too strong, by the great power to count, drink hate to the end. Buried bones do not know where. Anyone who insults the Pangu Orthodox clan will die. Suddenly, as soon as the Ancestral Dragon's words fell, a cold voice suddenly came from below. All the dragons instantly woke up and dropped their eyes in unison, only to see that party in the void, quietly flooded with ripples, like water waves rippling, and then several figures slowly appeared. Xuanqing was at the head of the group, straddling the Qilin sun and holding the Qilin woman in his hand, dominating the group. Taiching Laozi rode a green ox upside down, showing his immortal style and Taoist spirit. Xuanqing Tongtian rides a Kuei ox and is more than spirited. Yu Qing Yuan sure. Don't mention it. When the 4 Qing out of the 3 immortal island array, Pang Lai, Ing Zhou, Abbot automatically hidden nowhere, just waiting for the next destiny spirit excavation. You are the Pangu 4 Qing? What a big mouth. Ancestral Dragon stared straight down at the 4 Qing below, and after seeing that they were all at the cultivation level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, although he had already known about it beforehand, now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Between the words, every word, that contempt is not hidden in the slightest. There were only a few greater Luo Golden Immortal ants in the district. It wasn't even worthy of him personally. Otherwise, it's just too much of a drop. Sons and daughters of the Dragon Clan, now I'll give you a chance to perform. Whoever can take their heads can be crowned and honored as the Dragon King of one side of the sea. Those who suppress their mounts will also be rewarded with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. In the next moment, the Ancestral Dragon offered a generous reward for the sake of practicing a group of Dragon Clan's children and juniors. Generous to the extreme. Chapter 44 Death to those who insult Pangu Jingzong. The 4 Qing killed madly. 2. Roar. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Ancestral Dragon gave an order. All of a sudden led to the presence of millions of dragons. Suddenly became unusually exuberant. One by one up to the sky hissing constantly. The sound of the dragon's roar shook the Qianquan. Claptrap. Immediately afterward, the dragons were all boiling with dragon's blood, frantically twisting their huge and sinuous bodies, each of them opening their bloody mouths, with dragon's teeth, frantically pouncing on the 4 Qing. The golden swaths were piled up as if they were overflowing, imposing, and unstoppable. This kind of battle, the momentum is so grand and magnificent. Even if it is a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse against it, it is estimated that it would have to be exhausted. Brothers, it's time to strike a blow for the prestige of our Pangu 4 purities. Cam ham. Xuanqing's face was fearless, and with a deep and violent voice, he leapt up, with a regicide gun in hand. The head of the heavens celebrates the clouds, feet on the white lotus of purity, directly plunging headlong into the dragon race army that was surging like a tidal wave. Since the Ancestral Dragon wanted to take them, the 4 purities, and use them as millstones for these dragons, Xuanqing naturally wouldn't be polite either. Clang, clang, clang. A burst of gun chants whistled in the 9 heavens, and the Godslayer Gun spat out endless sharpness, tearing through layers of emptiness wherever the brimming spear passed through, picking off head after head of dragons. Killing a great Luo Golden Immortal is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog, lifting one's hand to suppress both. The end is unstoppable in its invincible stance, and the 3 purities were not idle either, plunging into the battlefield, each displaying their killing abilities. Tongtian holding Qingping's sword out of the sheath, a sword like cold 4 seas and 9 continents. The heaven and earth sword chi cage, massacre of Dala dragons such as chopping melons and cutting vegetables, hand up and down, and even eyeballs do not blink a bit. The beginning of the 3 treasures of the Jade Rue flying, a hita accurate, the Jade Rue precious light flashes. There are countless dragons from the high altitude rustling fall, buried in the ocean. Laozi palms the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, dropping infinite Xianhuang gas, merits and virtues of the golden light, instantly pushed 8,000 dragons across the crowd. The same invincible style, the rest of the mounts, Qilin, Kuei Nyo, plate-horned green ox 4 beasts, Taoism, although trivial, but also fearless of strong enemies, all the way across the road, spelled countless dragons' chills. See here. Ancestral Dragon's face gradually looked out of place and became more and more nonchalant. At first, he reveled in the arrogance of having many dragons and being untouchable, but gradually, seeing that the millions of dragons had rallied against the 4 purities, but could not attack for a long time, watching countless dragon heirs die a violent death in front of his eyes, or get shot in the head by Xuanqing, or the dragon's body may be shattered by a punch from the three Qing. Where is this sharpening the dragon clan's later generations? It's clear that they're just letting them give away their heads for nothing. The most hateful part of the bias is, for Qing kill countless dragons in the process. Actually did not forget to those tragic death of the dragon corpse, ingested in the bag. What's this about? These pancake authentic. What's with this weird fetish for collecting corpses? All dragons listen to the order. Retreat. All retreat. In the end, the four purities killed the ancestral dragon and scared him so much that he hastened to pull out his voice and yell out. Covered because he knows. If we keep letting the four Qings kill us like this, the millions of dragons in this heaven and earth would definitely be killed to death. Chapter 45, The Four Qing Trench Spiritless Battle Style. God-slaying Lance injures ancestral dragon. Escape. Run. Hurry up and escape. Without the need for the ancestral dragon to open his mouth to remind them, the many dragon race Daoluo Jingxians had already begun to flee in haste, scattering in all directions. Before that, how could they have expected that this group of alien beings would be so brave and invincible? Obviously, they were both great Luo golden immortals, but the battle power of the four purities was ridiculously strong. Obviously, their dragon race's fleshly body was recognized as strong and unmatched in the flood, and was notoriously hard. Unexpectedly, the fleshly body of the four purities was even harder than that of their dragon race, obviously transformed by the four Yuanshan of Pangu. The physical strength of the four purities was terrifying to this extent. No, the spirit that was transformed by Pangu Yuanshan, but it has chosen to cultivate the strength of the flesh body to be so hard. Nerves this is. Epileptic. What's more, their dragon clan was only trying to suppress them, the four purities, but the four Qings were good. They were simply fighting for their lives. Even the two unicorns and the two cows were all as crazy as demons. It was true that whatever the master's virtues were, the mount followed suit. All of them are a bunch of crazy people who don't want to die. As the saying goes, the horizontal is afraid of the rash, and the rash is afraid of not wanting to die. The dragon tribe boasts of its noble bloodline, so it is unwilling to fight with the four Qing in their lives, decisively fleeing, scattering as birds and beasts. Want to run now? It's too late. Brothers, calm them to death. Shen Shang was getting addicted to killing, and between talks, he was already extremely powerful with his De Luo might, frantically outputting. Since the dragon clan wanted to suppress them, they had to be prepared to be killed back by them. Ha 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 ha, painful. All of them stay for the poor Taoist. So much dragon meat soup. Can't finish it at all. Kill kill kill. Three Qing is no less. Means frequently, divine ability to release. Spiritual treasures are thrown out, chasing after the escape of the countless dragons. Crazy bombardment. Boom. Rumble. In the end, the three Qing has completely killed Crazy, and Kill Red-Eyed. War to the back. Have begun to sacrifice spiritual treasure self-destruction. The sky was filled with brilliant treasure light, blatantly rushing into the sky. One spiritual treasure exploding itself, as if it was similar to setting off fireworks, bright and dazzling to the extreme. Where the precious light shines, countless dragons are like kites with broken strings, rustling down, and under the impact of the violent energy fluctuations, one by one, the dragon body collapses, and blood drips and gurgles. Claptrap. In a few moments, but also see a set of dragon corpses that cover the sky, like a meteorite from the sky, violently fell into the ocean, setting off a burst of huge waves. The sound was extremely loud. Not long after, 100,000 miles of the East Sea was instantly dyed red, crimson and blinding. There were countless limbs and broken arms floating on the surface of the sea, and the hideous dragon's head was floating and sinking, which was simply shocking to the eyes. Hiss, hiss. In this situation, even the ancestral dragon, who had fought hundreds of battles and had conquered countless battles, as well as the candle dragon and the two dragon clan ancestors, couldn't help but simultaneously suck in a burst of cool air. The dragon's eyes were all wide and glazed over. It was touching. No, it's the first time they've grown up since they attained. It turns out that spirit treasures can still be used in this way? Luxury. Waste. It's a waste. Even the innate spiritual treasures were taken out to blow up the dragon. And this trenchant and spiritless attack. Just looking at it made people feel flesh pain and heartache. No, this group of Pangu Si Qing only incarnated how long to get the Tao. From where to get so many spiritual treasures? The depth of this foundation feels like it's almost catching up with our dragon tribe, right? As Candle Dragon watched the way the four purities fought, he couldn't help but smack his jaws together in shock. Stop fighting. You stop fighting. Chapter 45, The Four Qing Trench Spiritless Battle Style. Godslayer Gun injures ancestral dragon. 2. Instead, The ancestral dragon was furious with the dragon's face and hastily called for a halt. From the time the four clearings had ventured out to the present, so far, they had already had thousands of great Luo golden immortal dragon clan cultivators, who had lost their lives at the hands of the four clearings. Roar! The ancestral dragon roared in anger. The body exudes a berserk dragon power, madly raging and volatile. A mixed golden immortal consummate might, sweeping out like the sky and the earth. In an instant, it presses down on the 10 directions of the world, scared hundreds of millions of miles of sea creatures, all trembling, or submerged under the sea dare not venture. Liver and gall. Old ancestral dragon is going to make a move himself. Great! Now we're saved. The countless dragons in the field were terrified, as if they had grabbed a straw to save their lives, and immediately turned from danger to joy. Seeing this, Candle Dragon also wanted to join Ancestral Dragon in making a move to suppress the four purities. However, it was stopped by the Ancestral Dragon's opening. It's just a few juniors. This ancestor's one dragon is enough. In response, Xuanqing was not willing to show weakness and yelled, "Brothers, you go on killing. The ancestral dragon Old Loach will be left to me." Xuanqing raised his head and chest, holding the god-slaying lance, with the celebratory clouds of the heavens on top of his head and the white lotus of the pure world on his feet. His body stood upright like an ancient pine, standing in the heavens and the earth. A pair of cold eyes gazed at the ancestral dragon's huge and sinuous dragon body, meeting the raging dragon might, but still not changing his face. "What an arrogant brat! If you are able to resist me for 10 rounds, this day, this ancestor will let you leave in peace and not take any blame." Xuanqing boasted that he intended to fight the ancestral dragon alone, deluding himself into thinking that he could use the body of a Dala griffin to fight against a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse, which immediately caused the ancestral dragon to burst into flames, his body shaking with anger. Roar! There was another dragon roar, sounding like thunder, deafening and resounding. The ancestral dragon had already probed out a thick and sharp dragon claw, crushing the layers of emptiness and forcefully suppressing it. "Come and fight." Instead of retreating, Xuanqing bowed like a dragon and took a bold step, extreme in the power of many spiritual treasures, and directly met them. The celebratory clouds of the heavens drooped with 5 colored millimeters of light, falling in a riot of color and unparalleled defense. The 12 white lotuses of the pure world shed infinite holy light, invulnerable to all dermas, and regicide gun is straight to shake to the ancestral dragon's melon. Boom, a loud sound. Both sides ruthlessly impacted together. Instantly erupted a strong airwave, sweeping the four sides. "Thou art not bad indeed. But, if these supreme treasures are your reliance, then, today you will die without a doubt." The ancestral dragon snorted coldly, holding invincible confidence and arrogance in his talk. You have to know that he was the #1 dragon in the flooded heavens and earth. The strength of its fleshly body was comparable to that of an innate supreme treasure. "Oh, yeah," Xuanqing teasingly responded. In the next moment, its complexion steepened as it bellowed, "Break it for me." Clang. After speaking, Xuanqing had already pushed the power of the Godslayer lance extremely hard. The sharpness of the spear was blazing and unparalleled, crazily spinning in the palm of the ancestral dragon, blooming with majestic fury and bursting with bright spear-ons. The tip of the Godslayer spear topped the ancestral dragon's gigantic claw, spinning crazily, extremely fast, and suddenly sparks flew in all directions, resounding with the sound of gold and iron clashing. It doesn't take a moment. Ancestral dragon's face, however, changed abruptly. The pupils were quaking. In a moment's time, he felt that his palm was attacked by a scorching heat, and in addition, a burning, neat aroma was diffused. It wasn't long before a sharp pain hit him violently from the center of his palm. At first glance, his dragon's claw, surprisingly, it was hardened by the Godslayer gun, drilling out a hideous mouth. In the blink of an eye, the wound was instantly torn open. Finally, there was a muffled pft sound. It seemed like the movement of a sharp blade piercing flesh and blood. As far as the eye can see, its dragon claw, unexpectedly, was pierced through a bloody hole. Chapter 46. Double dragons out to sea. They disappeared. Hiss. Gaze. Ancestral dragon couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, abruptly eyeing his eyes. Those dragon eyes were instantly filled with shock and horror. Once upon a time, he ruled over the water races of the flooded heavens and earth, dominating the four seas and ruling the water veins of the billions of rivers and lakes of the flooded heavens since. It had never occurred to him at all that there were still beings under this universal sky that were capable of injuring him. To know, he is honored as the Dragon Clan's supreme, the mixed golden immortal perfection top-level powerhouse. His ancestral dragon's physical strength. Recognize the second. The flood never dared to recognize the first, but that's just it. He is now favoring being injured by a great Luo golden immortal, the Dala golden immortal, and the mixed golden immortal. were not just a difference of two words. The gap between them is a heavenly chasm. Insurmountable. How is this possible? That Dala Griffin actually injured our family's ancestral dragon old ancestor? Hiss. No. That said, when did the great Luo Golden Immortal become so awesome? Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Countless dragons around, as well as a number of aquatic cultivators, seeing the scene in front of them, were equally frightened, all dumbfounded, jaws agape. 1 second they were overwhelmed by the fact that the ancestral dragon had personally taken action to pacify the four seas. Now it was a laugh. Xuanqing's shot could be more than just sticking in the palm of the ancestral dragon. It was as if it was sticking in the hearts of all the dragons in the arena. It impacted their Dao heart fiercely. How is this possible? Big brother. The candle dragon was also directly confused, and an unbelievable color was revealed in its scarlet dragon eyes. Before that, Candle Dragon had also seen Xuanqing's divine means, so he was a little bit afraid. But now that he had invited the ancestral dragon out to sea, he had thought that suppressing it and capturing it alive would be absolutely handily and easily. I did not expect that his good big brother, ancestral dragon, would be injured by a tiny Deluo mole cricket. It simply boggled the dragon's mind. And, unbelievable, fellow Daoist ancestral dragon, I wonder how this shot tastes. Can you let us go now? Xuanqing put away his gun, but did not put it away completely, and put the Godslayer gun across his back, with his head above the celebratory clouds of the heavens and his feet on the white lotus, as if he were a divine being from the ancient times, coldly staring at the ancestral dragon. Teasingly, the ancestral dragon was rampant and had threatened to let the four of them clear away as long as they could catch a slap. But Xuanqing wasn't stupid. In the flood world, the great powers were most concerned about their face, now that he had brushed off the ancestral dragon in public, causing him to lose face. Therefore, how could the ancestral dragon give up, falling eyes and going, only to see that the ancestral dragon's color was incomparably ironic. His face was disgraced, and his heart was burning with anger, so he immediately roared in a deep voice, letting out a high-pitched and loud dragon roar. Candle Dragon, follow this ancestor and strike together to suppress this Feng, in order to rectify the majesty of our dragon clan. Just as the ancestral dragon had stated, if the four Qing were to leave like this today, once word got out, it would be an absolute disgrace to the dragon clan. Roar. Candle Dragon froze for a moment, immediately reacted. Also do not care what to bully the small. Bullying. Immediately crazy swing huge dragon body, teeth and claws, blatantly rushed to kill Xuanqing. Chapter 46. Two dragons out of the sea. Disappearing them, too. Almost at the same time, the ancestral dragon followed suit. Too lofty as mountains, covering the sky, the dragon supreme, a gold and a red, or gulping dragon amazement, or spraying floods, churning and hooking the earth, wind, water and fire, setting off a tsunami. All of them were extremely capable of killing and destroying the avatars of the mixed immortals, instantly enacting a scene of horrifying visions. Fish and shrimp in the sea were so frightened that they all fled, and countless aquatic people all hid their heads. All souls immediately trembled and shivered more than a little. The two dragon clan ancestors have struck out together. Great! Now our dragon clan's majesty can finally set things right and revitalize the dragon's might. Now, these little thieves will surely die. The double dragons came out of the sea. The dragon's might was overwhelming and terrifying, and it immediately drew more than a few cheers of exhilaration from countless dragon clans. However, this was the first time they had seen it. The first time the two dragon clan old ancestors had joined forces. For the first time, Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon had joined forces to deal with the great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivator, which sounded truly dishonorable. Once the news got out, it would definitely be detrimental to the majesty of the Dragon Clan. But, as long as the four pristine ones and their mounts are silenced, the news will naturally not get out. The Dragon Clan, still the same as in the past, standing on top of the floodplains, respected by all the spirits. Kid, this ancestor will kill you today. Take your life. Ancestral Dragon was infuriated. Candle Dragon looked vicious. The two dragons were killing, disregarding the promises made earlier. Together they raised their claws high and pressed down strongly towards Xuanqing. Big brother, be careful nah. These two heads of cloaked hair and horns, wet-born ovipositing, actually do not speak martial virtue. Shameless, bullying the small with the big, bullying the many with the few, simply not shaking billion. Cough dash. Seeing this, the three Qing, their complexions were all grave, cursing and swearing, and even couldn't help but spit a mouthful of spittle, all urgently wanting to go forward to support Xuanqing. However, he was besieged by countless dragon cultivators, so he was momentarily distracted and could only be anxious. Bang! 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 Facing the joint attack of the two great mixed golden immortal powers, Xuanqing's expression was also awe-inspiring, and with a wave of his large sleeve, he swept out 24 streams of light that cut through the sky. The next moment, only to hear rumbling a loud sound, a great and heavy pressure, a blatant outbreak, all of a sudden imposed on the body of the two dragons. Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon felt a great deal of pressure, and their actions suddenly became much more sluggish, such as bearing the weight of 100,000 swift god mountains. This is the fixed sea pearl? And it's still 24 of them. The ancestral dragon recognized the spiritual treasure that Xuanqing had sacrificed with a single glance, and his dragon eyes narrowed into a slit with surprise and amazement, before a touch of greed surfaced. Brothers, withdraw. Suddenly, taking advantage of the gap between dragging down the twin dragons, Xuanqing yelled out and urgently withdrew a group of 3 clear and 4 beasts. Humph, if you want to run away, the vast East Sea is our dragon clan's territory. Where can you run to? The ancestral dragon immediately reacted with a divine dragon swinging its tail to crash through those 24 fixed sea beads, and immediately smiled coldly. Rumble. 2 huge dragon claws fell at this time, slapping apart layers of void collapse and rolling gusts of chaotic turbulence. The 2 great mixed golden immortal powers join hands, dropping the great power of life and death. Let Xuanqing's flesh body is invincible, but if it takes such a blow, it is estimated that it will have to be bad enough. However, the truth is that it is not. What the hell? Where's Spirit? Where's that kid's spirit? The 2 brothers, Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon, who had sworn and boasted that Xuanqing couldn't escape from him the second before, were now confused when they looked down at the bottom where they had hit empty space, but Xuanqing's traces had long since disappeared. Taking another look, even the traces of the 3 Qing and a group of mounts had disappeared together. It's pretty damn weird. Chapter 47, The Might of Pangu and the 4 Purities, The Fame of the Flood, Sumeru's Old Devil's Killing Intentions. Want to run away? No way. As the ancestral dragon said, the entire flood and the 4 seas, and even all the rivers and lakes and water veins, are the territory of the dragon race? So the ancestral dragon is full of disdain for the 4 Qing's disappearance. What's more, the divine sense of a mixed golden immortal powerhouse is exceptionally powerful, and with a single thought, it can cover the 10 directions of heaven and earth, searching the 4 seas with nothing to hide. In a nutshell, in Zulan's opinion, it is difficult to fly even if the 4 Qings have inserted their wings. One thought to this, the ancestral dragon decisively urged his divine thoughts, instantly spreading them out, enveloping the sky and covering the entire 4 seas. It is imperative to search out the 4 clearings. Well, how is this? How is this possible? Something's not right. What's going on here now? As time passed, only the ancestral dragon's brows were furrowed and his mouth kept murmuring. Gradually, his face couldn't help but change, and then it changes again. By the end of the day, one couldn't help but suck in a gust of cold air. Big brother, how's the scouting going? Seeing ancestral dragon's confused and puzzled expression, Candle Dragon couldn't help but ask, how can it be? How could those little thieves have disappeared? Something's not right. The ancestral dragon had no time to pay attention to Candle Dragon. As if he was caught in a deadlock, he was already completely bewitched. His pupils constantly contracted and enlarged, and his Dao heart and Yuanshen were all madly trembling and swaying at this moment. It took a long time to calm down. Gone? How can it be gone? Listening to the meaning of ancestral dragon's words, and seeing ancestral dragon's defeated look, Candle Dragon did not believe in evil, and immediately also released his divine thoughts, covering the entire East China Sea and looking at the remaining 3 seas. It's close to turning the flooded seas upside down, but as it turned out, nothing. There was never any trace of the 4 clearances. To know whether it's the ancestral dragon, or maybe it's Candlewick, all of them are top flood warrior powers. The power of the divine mind of the mighty can be a thought of insight into the 10 directions of the heavens. The world is clear. Everything can be clear. Any wind and grass absolutely cannot escape their eyes. But now, yet they were unable to search and probe for any trace of the 4 purities. No, the 4 Qing dynasty is only a great Luo golden immortal. In front of them, it is like a mole cricket, a speck of dust. Even with extreme speed aptitude, it was ultimately just limited to the great Luo golden immortals. However, what took Zulan and the others by surprise was, now, the 4 clear ones are indeed gone. It was as if, directly vaporized, not even a trace of karma remained. As if, the 4 clearances have never been to the East China Sea in general. More than that, they don't even exist in the world at all. Creepy. This is just too weird. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. After probing many times and still having no results, the ancestral dragon completely ran out of patience and roared madly. To know, he was at least the first old ancestor of the dragon clan, the dragon clan overlord, and a top-tier great power in the floodplains. if he just let the 4 Qings and the others leave peacefully. Chapter 47, The Might of the 4 Pangu Purities. Famous in the flood. Sumeru's old devil's killing intentions. 2. Where would his face, as well as the prestige of the entire dragon clan, go from now on? With this in mind, the ancestral dragon immediately passed down the order. Immediately blockade the East Sea. No, blockade the entire 4CC area. Start the dragon clan protection formation. Don't even let a fly or mosquito out. In addition, issue a reward. If anyone discovers the traces of the Pangu 4 purities, there will be a heavy reward. The ancestral dragon's face was so gloomy and watery that it could literally wring out a large bucket of water. And the entire dragon was about to explode with anger. Gotcha! The countless dragons were first stunned for a moment, and then they were violently awakened in an instant by the anger as well as the terrifying pressure that erupted from the ancestral dragon. One or two could not help but look at each other, or shocked, or terrified to the extreme. That being said, this was the first time they had seen this ancestral dragon old ancestor's dragon face in a rage, throwing such a big tantrum. For a time, the 4 seas of the dragon tribe were boiling. Countless aquatic beings unfolded the dragnet, and began to greatly search for all suspicious traces. The magnitude of the sound was so great that it actually caused the rest of the flood races to smack their lips. For the first time in endless years, the dragon race had made such a big move, so much so, that the unconventional Mountain Qilin clan, as well as the Phoenix clan of the Immortal Flame Mountain in Nanming, almost thought that the dragon clan was going to send out a crusade and declare war with them. Inside the Kirin ancestral land, beginning Qilin just finished dealing with Luo Shua. Back to the tent. The ass are not yet sitting hot, just want to drink a cup of tea. Unexpectedly, but heard the big action of the 4 Seas Dragon clan, then could not help but be shocked. Ancestral dragon, this old piker, what exactly do you want to do? It was almost as if the 3 Kirin armies had been reorganized, and the entire army was on alert and waiting. Through the scouts reporting the transmission, the beginning Kirin was surprised again, and the teacup in his hand almost didn't hold steady. What? East Sea stowaways? 4 great Luo golden immortal cultivators, and 2 Qilin, as well as 2 cows? Why is this combination so familiar? Could it be the Pangu Si Qing in them? Not right. 2 Qilin this ancestor can understand, but this group of bandits among the ranks of, when there are 2 more cows? Beginning Qilin learned that the reason why the dragons made such a big move of the cause. First froze for a moment, and then let loose a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, this group of little brats actually so quickly hovo to the East China Sea Dragon clan. This time, there's definitely that old bastard ancestral dragon who's going to suffer. The beginning Kirin saw through it and was happy to see it, with a heart like a mirror. In the meantime, south, immortal volcano, inside the Phoenix clan's ancestral land, inside a lofty and majestic golden palace, a Phoenix clan cultivator with an upright figure, wearing a phoenix robe, with a phoenix crown on her head, a fiery red dress, national color, immortal posture, a proper overwhelming female emperor style. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted at this time. She sat under a sycamore tree, surrounded by Nanmingli fire. Yi ran like a sacred general. The world is independent, magnificent. The Pangu 4 Qing? It's just a few de Luo golden immortal mole crickets, actually have such great ability to escape from under the eyes of the 2 ancestral dragon brothers? It's a bit interesting. The Phoenix clan empress had a teasing smile at the corner of her mouth. Her knitted brows and smile were all charming, taking in the hearts of the people, causing all beings to be confused and turned upside down. It's not just the Kirin and Phoenix clans. For a while, among the major races of the flood, the legend of the 4 purities of Pangu was circulating, and it was spreading. Battle candle dragon, injure ancestral dragon, slaughter thousands of dragon crowds. For that matter, it was actually able to escape unharmed and in one piece. This kind of battle record was glorious for ages, causing the spirit to tsk, and the great name of Xuanqing Hongmeng Tianzuan was thus rumored to be divine in the flood. There is no spirit that does not know. No spirit that does not know. Bai Yu Jing, on the Immortal Mountain, an immortal-style old Taoist, at first heard this news, also cannot help but raise eyebrows and stare, and then sweating more than. In the western Sumeru Mountains, the devil ancestor Luo has just returned from the eastern continent of the flood. In order to settle the difficulties of the beginning Qilin, he had hemorrhaged heavily for this. Not only did he have to cede land for compensation, but he was also extorted for a number of spiritual treasures. All along the way Luo was cursing. Obviously he didn't steal the Kirin treasure trove. Beginning Kirin, however, puts the on his own head. It's just too much devilry. However, Luo Shujiu, who was in a fit of anger, learned of the news that the 4 Qings had infested the East China Sea. All of a sudden, I'm not sleepy. The moment came. Chapter 48, Fierce Fury Supreme Treasure, the World-Destroying Great Mill. A trip to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. It is said that the old demon of Sumeru, Luo Hu, who has a reputation for ferocity in his life, has been tragically poisoned by the four Pangu Qing. Compared to the extortion of the Qilin clan, Luo now hates the Pangu four Qing even more. What's more, he even regarded him as a mortal enemy. Xuanqing Hongmeng Tianzuan, right? Well, take away my ancestor's chance of creation. Planted evidence to frame, not to share the sky. This revenge will not be reported. My Luo Shuju in this life swore not to be a devil. Luo Shu sitting on the throne full of skeletons piled up and casting the color of the shade to the extreme. Between the thoughts of the rummage, the more you think the more angry. With a click, he directly crushed a skull. In the next moment, he abruptly got up and swept towards the Devil's Abyss. The Devil's Abyss is a forbidden place for the devil race. It contained a supreme treasure of the demon clan, relying on infinite robber barbarism and blood-hostile chi to harbor the sharpness. This was the devil ancestor Luo's bottom card, and normally, he would never easily offer it up. But now, in order to be able to deal with Xuanqing, an alternative way of becoming a Taoist, Luo Hu attached great importance to it. Soon, a devilish shadow flashed into the Devil's Abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a divine and ferocious supreme treasure towering. Its shape is like a millstone, but it is as lofty as a mountain. Rumble. The mill was divided into 2 layers and slowly rotated, each rotation triggering a loud rumbling sound, and wrapped in a burial of the heavens and earth, destroying all things in the heavens and earth's terrifying chi. Crazy swept out, the terror of its power, filled with the great demonic abyss. The ordinary great shall not be involved in this place. The slightest carelessness will be the murderous treasure to wear out the spirit, stirred up the soul. The body fell to the end of the road. The name of this treasure is the Great Mill of Destruction. This is a heavenly Tao treasure, which does not belong to the innate or the innate, but its power is no less than that of a chaotic spiritual treasure. The world-destroying Great Mill, which had been born in response to the calamity since the era of the Beast Quantum Revelation, had been lurking in the depths of the western Sumeru Devil Abyss. Only when the infinite measurement tribulation descends upon the heavens and earth, when the aura of the heavens withers, when the aura of the tribulation fills the sky, and when the grievances of the living beings are not dispersed, will the Great Mill of Destruction come into being? This treasure can absorb endless calamity chi, living spirits' grievance chi, and heaven and earth's fury chi, thereby extinguishing the world, obliterating the earth, fire, water, and wind, returning everything to chaos, and reenacting the worlds of the heavens. It was a chaotic fierce fury supreme treasure of the same level as the Pangu axe, the 36th chaotic green lotus, and the jade saucer of creation. Xuanqing, even if thou fleshly body becomes the Tao, so what? Under the crushing of this world-destroying great mill, thou shalt also be obliterated into a handful of fragments. Jia. Cold and creepy laughter, iterated in the Devil's Abyss. The group of devils also shivered when they heard it. After that, the devil ancestor Luo took the treasure and ran to the eastern continent of the flood with great expectations. The killing intent was monstrous, and the demonic might was valiant. On Mount Jade capital, Honghuang seemed to have a feeling, and his brows furrowed before his eyes flashed. He had a sense in his meditation that a demon was about to rise up in the west, clearly heading for Xuanqing. Honghuang pinched fingers to calculate some, at the same time concluded that Xuanqing, when there is a disaster, is the disaster of bloodlight. However, after the last time by Xuanqing show, Honghuang knowingly retreated, no longer entangled, but his desire to take on a disciple never waned. His enthusiasm did not diminish, and it was very strong. But Xuanqing was just too heaven-defying. His blessings were more than just deep. He also created thousands of things, and his merits and virtues followed him. To put it bluntly, he, Honghuang, simply could not grasp this kind of amazing talent. But now, here's your chance. If he could help Xuanqing to pass through this calamity, he might be able to fulfill one of his wishes. As his thoughts settled, an immortal light swept out from the White Jade capital and headed straight for the East Sea. At this time, the East China Sea is in turmoil. The group of dragons grass and trees. There is a night fork patrol the sea. 10,000 dragons return to their nests, is on a rampage to search and arrest the spirit of the ancestral dragon bounty. During this period, in order to be able to catch the Pangu Si Qinggang, ancestral dragon even went so far as to raise the level of the reward. If he is able to suppress the 4 Qings, he will not only be enthroned as the dragon emperor, but he will also be betrothed to his precious daughter, the little princess of the dragon clan. What dragon emperor, not dragon emperor? The East China Sea water tribe does not care. The important thing is to be able to be the dragon's son-in-law. Hold on to the thick legs. The dragon family blessing for all time. Therefore, after the countless sea races got the news, They all worked very hard to capture the 4 purities. Chapter 48, Fierce Fury Supreme Treasure, the World-Destroying Great Mill. A trip to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. 2. Even the cultivators on the land had volunteered and chose to join. In the meantime, an unknown area of the East China Sea. There is a treasure pearl submerged under the sea. Floating and sinking more than. The precious light is dense with purple gas. An instant 10 million miles. Simply cannot be captured. Big brother, the dragon clan is now searching for us. Where are you taking us? Yes, big brother. The dragons we slaughtered earlier are already enough for us to have a meal. Why don't we hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing? At that moment, a rustling sound came from within the precious pearl. Following Xuanqing's injury to the ancestral dragon, the dragon clan had laid a dragnet to blockade the 10 seas. But, spare me, Xuanqing, however, did not choose to leave at first. For the 3 clear questions, Xuanqing's mouth smiled as he said frankly, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Triple clear. The mounts. At first, they were unable to understand the meaning of Xuanqing's words. But gradually, as Xuanqing urged the chaos bead to keep going deeper and deeper into the bottom of the East Sea, with a jolt, they came to their senses. One by one, their complexion suddenly changed. They have yelled out. There is the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea? Big brother, should we play so big? Master, don't. Stop. There. No. Amidst an exclamation of surprise as well as a cacophony of voices, the chaos bead arrived at a glorious, majestic underwater palace. This place is none other than the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. Falling eyes and going. The Dragon Palace is not only lofty and majestic, but also very opulent, showing luxury and nobility. The innate glaze is used as tiles, giant clams and onyx as floor tiles, 9 colored pearls as curtains, 5 colored shells adorn the red walls, precious jade and coral are used as scenery, and white jade pillars support the heavenly beams. Everywhere you look, there are landscapes, and everywhere you look, there are heavenly treasures. The dragon tribe likes to collect the world's most precious treasures. Very rich, and rich, this is a recognized fact among the 10,000 races in the floodplains. Now that the Pangu 4 Qings have seen it, it is true to its name, and it is simply breathtaking. Big brother, do you want to? He again. Tong Tian had a bad smile on his face. Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at each other, each understanding, the former lightly stroking his white beard, the latter rubbing his fists, from nervousness to anticipation. Inexplicably, he felt a surge of excitement, because the 3 clearings are known to all. Brother Xuanqing is going to start working again. Among them, the 2 griffin cubs knew it well, and soon reacted as well, feeling excited and nervous. Before, when the Qilin treasure trove was stolen, they didn't feel it and even had a slight sense of sadness. But now, they are the ones who are about to steal someone else's family's treasure trove. This feeling, old excitement. After that, Xuanqing utilized the convenience of the chaos bead to conceal his breath and hide his form, and led the 3 Qing group deeper and deeper into the Dragon Palace, bypass the sea guards, rubbing shoulders with the Turtle Prime Minister, collide with the Clam Girl and Mermaid Girl all over the place. Chapter 49, Subduing the Dragon Princess, 12 Pearls of the Fixed Sea, 9 Dragon Incense Sinking Chariot, Chaos Beads hide the shape. The 4 Qing wantonly cruise the East China Sea Dragon Palace, without fear, all the way unimpeded. However, the Dragon Palace is vast, the 4 Qing blindly wandering half a day, but never find the Dragon Treasure Trove is located. At first, the 3 Qing suggested that the Dragon Palace Turtle Prime Minister be captured to lead the way. After all, he is most familiar with this place. Unexpectedly, Xiqing inadvertently stumbles into a side hall. This remote hall is secluded, separated by 10 feet away. Can smell a curling aromatic pungent rouge and red powder smell. Rouge is the fragrance of 100 flowers. Refreshing. The red powder is giant clam beads percolating blood, which is then ground into powder. Apparently, it's a boudoir. I just don't know which dragon concubine is inhabiting it. In addition to the dragon race's preference for collecting treasures of heaven and earth, dragons are inherently lustful. Therefore, the number of dragon populations reproducing is one of the most in the flood. Therefore, it is normal for the ancestral dragon to have many wives and concubines. After traveling dozens of miles, the 4 Qing Fong entered the middle of the side hall. Into the eyes, but a meandering silhouette. Back to the 4 clear. Sitting alone in front of a bronze mirror. Self-conscious combing and dressing. Fiddle with the hair bun from time to time. From time to time, I'll look in the mirror and paste flowers. A little bit of vermilion lips are dainty. Makeup is exquisite. Posture is dusty. Temperament is gorgeous. Yuan sure couldn't help but ask. I wonder which of ancestral dragon's concubines this is. Tong Tian, however, started to be a jerk, and agreed in a serious manner. Big brother, Do you want this to be robbed back to you as a stronghold wife? It's just the right time to be angry with that old loach. Ancestral dragon. Xuanqing slapped Tong Tian on the back of his head and said in a bad mood, "Business is important." Tong Tian nodded gently and immediately jumped out from within the chaos bead space, wanting to capture the woman alive and take charge of leading the way for them. A group of strange spirits suddenly intruded into the boudoir, and the woman was instantly frightened. Her flowery face lost its color, and her flowery branches trembled more than just a little, almost not screaming out in shock. Fortunately, the three clear cooperation. The old man cast a spell of silence, the beginning of the first to cover up to the 10 heavenly chances. Xuanqing, on the other hand, had also set up a large formation around the side hall, isolating it from the world. Who are you all, daring to trespass on this princess's boudoir? What offense should be taken? If my father learns of this, he will not spare you. At first, the young girl was arrogant and directly told her origin, trying to deter the visitors. At those words, the crowd in the arena was astonished. The princess? Father? The true identity of the young girl in front of her leaps to the surface. Not an ancestral dragon concubine. Instead, it's the daughter of the ancestral dragon. In response, Xuanqing could not help but be surprised. As far as he knows, the ancestral dragon gave birth to 9 sons, but he had never heard that the ancestral dragon had a daughter. However, he was as wise as a torch and opened his Dharma eye, looking up and down at the young girl in front of him wearing a light white dress, and realized that this girl did indeed possess an ancestral dragon bloodline. A Tai perfection cultivation was quite impressive. You are the 10th princess of the dragon clan, the daughter of the ancestral dragon? Xuanqing opened his mouth and asked. For some reason, when the little princess of the dragon tribe saw a being of a similar age to her appearance, her guard was lowered quite a bit and she was no longer terrified. Especially Xuanqing, all elegant temperament, handsome appearance, like a clear wind and moon general, so that life cannot produce half a bit of disgust. Exactly. My father, Zulan, is also. The little princess of the dragon tribe inserted her willow waist and said with divine pride, "How familiar is that smell? What a familiar recipe." At those words, the 2 Qilin beasts, Ruoshi Wind and Ruoshi Rui, couldn't help but snort out a laugh, showing a hint of disdain on their faces. Jude remembered that they were so godlike back in the day. It's always my father started the unicorn. My father started the unicorn. Chapter 49, Subduing the Dragon Princess. 12 Pearls of the Fixed Sea. 9 Dragon Incense Sinking Chariot. 2. But what happened? Now it's not just being taken in and made into a mount. Ancestral dragon's name. In the flood is certainly a huge influence. Enough to make the flood all the spirit of respect, and avoided. However, in the case of the 4 Pangu, especially Xuanqing, it didn't work well at all. I'm familiar with this routine. Let me do it. You guys wait outside for a moment. After that, Xuanqing dismissed the 3 Qing and 4 beasts and began to deal with that little dragon princess. Roar. Within a short while, the sound of a dragon's roar iterated from the side hall. At first glance, I don't know what means Xuanqing used. Actually riding a pink 5-clawed golden dragon pranced out of the boudoir, roaming around in mid-air. More than spirited. And that little pink dragon is none other than our proud little dragon princess. In less than a tea's worth of work, Xuanqing had concluded a bloodline contract with it, making it willingly submit and fall into the role of a mount to be driven. The 3 Qing were shocked and delighted, and it was only after some questioning that they realized the truth. The original way is that Xuanqing knows that this little princess of the dragon tribe is naturally beautiful, focusing on appearance, and then threatened to disfigure her with poison, easily forcing her to comply. Upon hearing this, all 3 Qing gave a thumbs up and praised. Another joy to get a mount. After that, under the guidance of the dragon tribe's little princess, the 4 Qing quickly sought out the location of the dragon tribe's treasure trove. The treasure vault was guarded by guards, all of them at the Dao Lord level. In addition, there is a formation guard. Samqing is responsible for knocking down the guards, while Xuanqing was responsible for breaking the formation. Smoothly enter the interior of the dragon's treasure trove. A series of movements, flowing and very silky, looks like a recidivist. The 2 unicorns said they were used to it. Commonplace. And the little dragon princess sighed, and sweated more than a little. And at this moment, within the Grand Dragon Clan treasure trove, it was surprising that it had been completely filled with all kinds of heavenly treasures. Nearby, there were thousands of shelves displaying all sorts of spiritual treasures that permeated with mysterious Tao rhythms. A single glance at it gives you the feeling of a racing heart and dazzled eyes. Countless refining spirit materials were directly piled up into a dozen mountains. Palm-sized Dan bottles were scattered and placed, and at a glance there were at least tens of thousands of bottles. What with the giant clams, agates, and celluloid, it's all over the place. Countless innate spiritual roots, absolute treasures, and medicines of the lowest grade were 1,000,000 years old. What innate spiritual treasures and magic weapons! There was a wide array of them. All kinds of them, and the list went on and on. Among them, Xuanqing spotted 12 beads among the many treasures at a glance, and his eyes suddenly glowed. He was overjoyed. This is the fixed sea pearl. There are 36 of these beads in total, fitting the number of 6 and 6. Previously, Xuanqing had gotten 24 of them from Pangu Immortal Island. Unexpectedly, it was now actually within the Dragon Clan's treasure trove that the remaining 12 fixed sea beads were accidentally found again. In this way, if the Qianquan ruler or the Honghuang measuring ruler were found in the future, there would be a chance to open up and evolve the 36 heavenly worlds. Not only that, within the Dragon Clan's treasure trove, aside from the sea-fixing pearl, there was also a top-grade innate spiritual treasure that instantly attracted Xuanqing's attention. This treasure is in the shape of a carriage, very exquisite and gorgeous, rich and luxurious upscale. The carriage is built on a base of Hongmeng sedum wood, the upper collection of 5 colorful divine stones from the 9 heavens, the lower collection of 5 chi metaphysical gold from the 9 ghosts, absorbing the essence of the sun, moon and stars, and the divine beauty of the heaven, earth, mountains and rivers. The yin and yang polar energy flowed, and the 5 elements of spiritual light swam. This treasure is called 9 Dragons Incense Chariot. It was clearly none other than Yuanshi's celestial traveling tool. After that, Xuanqing gladly collected the treasure, while not forgetting to instruct the 3 clear 4 beasts to carry the dragon treasure trove, collectively, into the Chaos Pearl space. However, the Chaos Pearl prohibitions had been refined by Xuanqing to 21, and the space was expanding geometrically, like 10 great thousand worlds, vast and boundless. But, emptying the dragon treasure trove is enough. At the end of the day, just by carrying the treasures, the 3 Qing and 4 beasts were all exhausted. Chapter 50, The 10 Great Innate Dragons of the Flood. Ancestral Dragon 9 Sons. Dangerous? There were many treasures in the Dragon Clan's treasure trove, and Xuanqing's group had been carrying them for several hours before they were able to incorporate all sorts of heavenly treasures into the Chaos Pearl space. At first glance, the dragon treasure trove that was originally piled up as high as a mountain, shining brightly all over the place, with golden splendor everywhere, was now empty. After emptying the dragon treasure trove, Xuanqing's group did not rush to share the spoils, because now was not the time. What's more, Xuanqing also sensed a great aura that suddenly appeared out of nowhere outside the treasure vault, and was instantly alert, falling eyes and going. However, he saw a sinuous, huge, and mighty and hideous, 9-clawed divine dragon with wings on its back, towering at the entrance of the Dragon Clan's treasure trove, directly blocking the exit. This dragon is Yinglong. The Dragon Clan among the mixed golden immortal level power, is honored as one of the top 10 dragon ancestors in the current flood. The Griffin clan has the 5 virtues Griffin. The dragon race also has 10 dragon emperors, except for the first dragon ancestor of the flood, the ancestral dragon. There are 10 heavenly dragons in the floodplains, guarding the 4 seas and defining the water movement of heaven and earth, rivers and lakes, with different aptitudes, all of which are powerful and unparalleled. Ranked in order of strength, from lowest to highest. Coiled dragon, diffuses auspiciousness, and kills evils and prevents them from being easy. The black dragon, the master of the 5 plagues of doom and misfortune. Wherever it passes through, life is in ruins and bad luck follows. Fire dragon, as dragons are called, is a great fire player. The gnarled dragon, master of the law of green wood, holds the divine power of creation and birth. The Xuanqing, ruling the 4 elephants of heaven and earth. The green dragon, one of the 4 holy beasts in the latter days of the flood. Yinglong, who calls the wind and rides the thunder and lightning. The cloud dragon, which rises in the clouds and transforms into a cloud, is secretive and unpredictable in its movements. The rain dragon, capable of conjuring rain in the sky, specializes in rain and flooding. Candle dragon, the dragon god who rules over time, and the 4 Pangu are fortunate enough to have seen its divine power. The 10 dragons of the innate heaven, each of them is a great power at the level of the mixed golden immortal, which is the top pillar of the flood dragon clan, and even more so, the high-level battle force. The reason why the Dragon Clan can dominate the vastness of the 4 seas, steadily suppressing the Kirin and Phoenix clans, and is honored as the first hegemon of the floodplains. In addition to the ancestral dragon's strong strength, the 10 dragons of the precursor definitely deserve credit. Among them, this Yinglong that was now blocking the entrance to the treasure vault was the protector of the 10 princesses of the Dragon Clan. Following Xuanqing's acceptance of the little princess of the Dragon Clan as his mount and the conclusion of the bloodline contract, Yinglong was the first to sense it, and immediately came in a hasty search. Following a trace of karma, Yinglong unknowingly found his way here to the Dragon Clan's treasure trove. It's okay if this doesn't come, but as soon as it comes to the crime scene, it's straight up dumbfounded. Fix your eyes. Seeing that the dragon treasure trove that used to be piled up like a mountain was now empty and directly emptied, Long nearly petrified on the spot. Bold little thief. Dare to take our dragon clan's 10th highness captive, and not only that, but also dare to taint our dragon clan's treasure trove? Long was stunned and frozen for a moment, and immediately reacted with a thunderous bellow, and then madly twisted and swung his huge dragon body, opened his bloody mouth, and plunged headlong into the treasure trove, wanting to eat the four Qings and their party alive in general. To know, dragon treasure trove is the dragon's heritage, but also the world's countless dragons accumulated endless years of results, precipitation for a long time, to have today's fruitful. However, now it has been tragically emptied by thieves, once they let the four clearings have their way. Then, this is definitely a heavy blow for the dragon tribe. Elder Long. Great. Elder Long, save me. Please suppress this group of thieves quickly, in order to correct the honor of our dragon clan. When the little princess of the dragon race saw Long, it was as if she had grabbed a straw to save her life, and she hurriedly called out for help in a delicate voice. Since she had entered into a bloodline contract with Xuanqing, the master died while the servant died. One glory for all, one loss for all. But as long as she captured and suppressed Xuanqing alive, imprisoned him for eternity, and even forced him to break the bloodline contract, she would be able to regain her free body. Chapter 50, The 10 Great Innate Dragons of the Floodplains. Ancestral Dragon 9 Sons. Dangerous? 2. All of a sudden, he was caught in the act. The east window was exposed, and the matter was revealed. But Xiqing's reaction was ridiculously calm, especially when the little princess of the dragon clan desperately cried out for help. Those two Qilin cubs couldn't help but laugh dumbly. 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts coolness, and 4 parts self-deprecation. How familiar is that smell? What a familiar recipe. Think back to that year. Once upon a time, they had the same experience when they were first kidnapped by Xuanqing. Qilin Zi laughed coldly and said to the little princess of the dragon clan, "Don't shout. It's useless. Since you've fallen into my lord's hands, it's useless even if you shout your throat out. Little princess of dragons. Yes. The more you shout, the more excited my lord becomes." At this time, the Qilin lady followed suit and said. Upon hearing this, the little princess of the dragon race was dumbfounded, and a big question mark appeared on top of her head, indicating that she was unsure of what was going on. She wondered, these two Qilin clan, how could they be so self-sacrificing and willing to fall into other people's mounts? At least your father is one of the 3 great overlords of the flood today. The beginning Kirin, powerful bull demon fist. In the next moment, without waiting for the little princess of the dragon clan to react, only a light scolding could be heard suddenly resounding, only to see Xuanqing groveling like a dragon, fiercely stepping out with a single step, wielding the fist of god and demon, extremely powerful with the undying golden body of merit, and directly blasting out with a single punch. This fist, powerful and heavy billions of pounds, can shake the Qianquan, shock the heavens and earth, break the dome of the sky, and destroy the heavens. Immediately after that, but then seeing Long's huge body, directly blown out, crushed 1,000 miles of underwater coral reefs, flattened dozens of temples, and finally fainted. Do not save the dragon. Gaze. Seeing this scene, the little princess of the dragon race directly stared with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded. A punch, just one punch. Xuanqing then ed the dragon clan elder, a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse, straight into a fainting spell. Such strong physical strength, even her family's father, ancestral dragon, couldn't do it. While the little princess of the dragon clan was shocked and terrified, she continuously looked Xuanqing up and down, her pupils violently quaking with disbelief. This degree of physical strength, it's just sick. Now, she finally knew the meaning of the words that the 2 Qilin cubs had said earlier. At the same time, he also instantly understood why the bloodline of the Qilin clan was willing to be a mount for others. After drying down Long with one punch, Xuanqing was still in no hurry to leave. It was learned after some questioning by the little dragon princess. Zulan had 9 sons and 1 daughter. Each child has a protector of the way. Previously, Xuanqing had obtained the 9 dragon sinking carriage in the dragon clan's treasury and was suffering from the lack of a corresponding number of dragons to pull the carriage. Flood innate 10 dragons, and each of them is a mixed golden immortal mighty, subject to realm limitations, currently only comparable to the Dala golden immortal Xuanqing. A moment cannot be forced to conclude a bloodline contract with it. So, he was left with no choice but to hit the 9 dragon sons with his idea. Big brother, where are we going now? Tong Tian watched Xuanqing straddle the little pink dragon and go, and couldn't help but ask curiously, quickly follow, before the ancestral dragon and the others realize it. Let's get the 9 dragons of the 9 dragons sinking incense chariot together for third brother. A quick battle, Xuanqing yelled. The 3 Qing all froze, and then they were overjoyed and hurriedly followed. Make things happen. Make a big deal out of it. Chapter 51 Dragon Clan's Pursuit Order. On the shore of the South Sea. Stormy weather. But it is said that the dragon has 9 sons, each different from the other. The first son, Prisoner Bull, was said to have been born to Zulan and a cow, and was fond of music. The second son Jarius, whose mother was a jackal. So the killing and fighting, often carved in the knife ring, sword hilt swallow mouth. The third son, Mocking Wind, shaped like a beast, was the oldest, and was a good risk-taker and a good looker in his life. And the beast on the corner of the temple platform in later times was his image. The fourth son, Pu Wan, roared loudly when struck, and in later times served as the animal knob of the flood bell's lifting beam, helping it to sound far and wide. The fifth son, Mythical Gaby, shaped like a lion, was the fifth in line, preferring quietness to movement in his life, good at sitting, and fond of fireworks. Hence the foot decorations on the Buddha's seat and on the incense burners in the later times were its images. The sixth son of Baxi, also known as Baishi, resembles a tortoise with teeth and likes to carry heavy loads, and is a tortoise under the steel. Quoted. The seventh son, resembles a tiger and is good at lawsuits. 8 sons of Shitua, Fushi, with a body like a dragon, elegant and gentle. 9 sons of Chi dragons, mouth moist and throaty but well swallowed. These 9 dragon sons, all of their strengths were at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, very good to deal with. The hardest thing to deal with is their protector. Among them, with the exception of Candle Dragon, the protector of the eldest son, Prisoner Bull, who was not in the Dragon Palace at this time, the remaining 8 dragons, all followed by their protectors, were inseparable, each inhabiting a corner of the seabed. Afterward, under the leadership of Xuanqing, the 3 purities pushed across the East Sea and engaged in a fierce battle with the protectors of the 9 dragon sons. In the end, Xuanqing, with his strong physical strength, presented a crushing force, suppressing the innate 9 dragon elders one by one, and succeeded in bringing the 9 dragon sons under his account. Finally, the 9 dragons pulling the carriage were successfully assembled, and together with the 9 dragon sedum carriage, they were presented to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi did not pretend, knowing that this is Xuanqing and their brothers risked their lives to find a ride for him in the carriage, and then gladly accepted, and touched by the heart of the warmth of a burst of water. In the meantime, East China's CC, Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon were leading millions of dragons to vigorously search for traces of the Pangu 4 pure ones. Brother, rest assured, the Great Flood, the 4 seas, rivers and lakes and riverside, are all covered by our Dragon Clan forces. Even if the 4 Pangu Qing can no longer be big, but also certainly wings cannot escape. Seeing his own brother is angry. Anger rushed to the clouds. Candle Dragon this comforting said. Just at this time, there are scouts to report. Panicked, staggering, and trembling report said, reporting to the old ancestor of the ancestral dragon, the East China Sea Dragon Palace, my dragon family treasure trove, stolen. Upon hearing the news, Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon both looked aghast, their right eyelids beating furiously, and a wave of uneasiness inexplicably arose in their hearts. Ancestral Dragon hurriedly asked, how many pieces of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been lost together? Ancestral Dragon boasts that the Dragon Palace is well guarded, and the Dragon Treasure Trove is even protected by an innate spell formation. What's more, the Dragon Palace still had the 9 innate Dragon Elders in attendance, so even if the Dragon Treasury was stolen, it was estimated that the loss wouldn't be too much. Moreover, their Dragon Clan had a deep heritage, so they weren't short of that 1 or 2 heavenly treasures. Yes, it's that posh. However, when that scout continued to report, the Ancestral Dragon's face instantly pulled across, and the entire dragon nearly cracked. Reporting to the Ancestral Dragon old ancestor, it's not how many pieces were lost, but the entire Dragon Clan treasure vault, all of it has been emptied. Not a single spiritual treasure or even a single spiritual grass is left. Rumble. This statement was made. Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon were instantly struck by lightning, their faces instantly pale as paper, especially the Ancestral Dragon. He felt a dizzy spell before his eyes. His eyes were starry, his chest rose and fell violently and continuously, and he almost didn't faint from anger. As for Candle Dragon, his lungs were even about to explode with anger. To know, the Dragon Clan treasure trove, but it was where their Dragon Clan's heritage was. Now that the treasure trove had been emptied, the Dragon Clan was tantamount to having its vitality greatly injured and suffering a heavy blow. Report. At this moment, another scout came to report in front, reporting to the 2 old ancestors. The 10 highnesses of my Dragon Clan have all been taken captive by a group of thieving spirits. Rumble. One thing leads to another. Chapter 51 Dragon Clan's Pursuit Order. On the shore of the South Sea. Stormy weather. 2. Hearing the bad news again. The ancestral dragon immediately felt that his Dao heart and Xuanqing were shaking and swaying wildly, and suffered a vicious impact. His body staggered and almost did not fall into the sea headlong. If it wasn't for the candle dragon holding him at the side, I'm afraid he would have already fallen off the clouds. Asshole, what kind of god is it that dares to covet my dragon clan's treasure trove? And it dares to take my heir, my beloved precious daughter. It is best not to let this ancestor catch it, or he will surely be thwarted. The ancestral dragon could not cry, but could only be impotently furious. Candle dragon on the side weakly said, "Big brother, stealing my dragon clan treasury, as well as capturing my 10 virtuous nephews, will not be the same group of spirit?" At the word, the ancestral dragon froze for a moment. Then Icanthus, ice pants and cold killing intent, cold and sullen voice said, "You mean, this matter with the Pangu for Qing related?" Candlewick lapsed into a moment of contemplation, not sure for a moment, just skeptical. After all, the seabed of their dragon palace in the East Sea was heavily guarded, with as many great Luo golden immortal powerhouses as dogs, and with 9 innate divine dragon elders suppressing one side. I think that Xuanqing, no matter how powerful he is, can't ignore the 9 dragons and steal the treasure under their noses, right? However, not much longer. Then there are 9 huge sky-shadowing dragon shadow, blatantly from the bottom of the sea rushed out, one by one all bruised and swollen, came to the ancestral dragon, candle dragon in front of, have to spit out bitter, simply do not be too aggrieved. Reporting back to the dragon ancestor, that gang of thieves is so powerful. The bandit leader is not only strong and unparalleled physical body, but also suspected to be in charge of a secret treasure. Can be submerged to hide the shape of the convergence of the breath of the Dao rhyme, specializing in knocking muffled sticks, a knock a squeak. Simply do not talk about the martial virtues. That's right, look at the way the old man's head has been knocked into a corner. Even more excessive is, this gang of brigands even will 10 highnesses, all captive, forcibly forced them to set up the heavenly Dao oath, concluded bloodline contract, reduced to mount, break is abominable, one by one. You said something and I said something, and the noise made Zulong too explode with anger, and he was suddenly shocked and afraid. Shocker, horrified, and unbelievable. Even more, it felt incredible. That's enough, all of you. Immediately hunt down the Pangu for Qing, and pass on the order to the 10,000 tribes of the flood. Once someone discovers this group of thieves, as well as those who provide their whereabouts, my dragon tribe will heavily reward them. Ancestral dragon directly in situ gas explosion, hate to gnash teeth, after settling down decisively on the Pangu for Qing issued a dragon hunting order. For a time, the vast floodplain was in an uproar, and all the races were terrified, and the name of Pangu for clear, not only the name of the 4 seas and 8 deserts, now it is a complete sensation of the entire flood heavens. Pangu for Qing's ferocious power is so vast that it can stop children from crying at night and make all the spirits scared. There are even more rumors that the 4 Pangu purities slaughtered the East China Sea dragon clan, and that they could eat up 8,000 dragons in one day. In the meantime, South China Sea, a dragon carriage rides between the pale heavens and the earth. There are 9 dragons pulling the carriage in front of them, which is quite powerful and full of faction, traveling towards the North Sea and Twilight Kangwu, with fast feet. Wherever it passed, there were dragon chants and dragon might, and the divine bridge crossed the sky, so divine. This is a 9-dragon sedum carriage. In the carriage, sitting there was clearly none other than the Pangu for Qing, relying on the chaos pearl to cover up the heavenly chances and confuse the public. Coupled with the divine speed of the 9 dragons' chariot, the 4 Qings would soon be on the shore, free from the pursuit of the dragon clan of the 4 seas. However, look away. At this time, but it seems that the shore is also not peaceful. The demonic might was vast, and the fury rolled on. Chapter 52, The 4 Qings in Peril? On the shores of the South China Sea, even though it was separated by a long distance, a heavenly devil shadow could be seen soughing, inexplicably daunting to avoid. Sumeru old devil. How is it this devil again? Xianqiang looked out over the shore and stared at the demonic shadow, his eyes narrowing slightly into a straight line as a cold aura bloomed in his eyes. With regards to the demon ancestor Luo Shuo's ghostly spirit and entanglement, the 3 Qing also looked grave. I do not know why. Buzhou Mountain and Luo Shuhu goodbye, and now once again reunited. They are feeling an unprecedented palpitation. After not seeing him for a while, this devil seems to have gotten a lot stronger again. The demonic might was vast and intimidating. At this time, this scene, also hidden in the depths of a side of the void Honghuang, witnessed the whole process. He first looked at Luo Shuo on the shore, imposing and murderous, and felt shuddering, and then glanced at Xiqing again, seemingly expecting something, but afraid of missing something. It was contradictory. Expect a good show. However, He was afraid that the four Qing would be afraid of the devil's ferocious power and retreat from the battlefield, directly choosing to flee and leave. In that case, then he had come all this way for nothing. Big brother, are we going to go around, or are we going to take him on head-on? Old man Tai Ching said bluntly. Yuan Shi concurred. This devil seems to have come prepared. Tong Tian did not say anything, but he subconsciously gripped the Qingping sword at his waist, and his body was surrounded by sword intent, and his battle aura was majestic. It goes without saying? Xuanqing asked rhetorically, teasingly. Afterwards, the three Qing instantly understood. Very tacit understanding of Xuanqing's words, all in unison, said, of course it is Cam his damn ah. Ha 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 ha. Pangu for clear laughter suddenly resounded through the great South China Sea, sound into the ears of the old demon of Sumeru, so that his chest raged wildly, killing intent more blazing. That's the ancestor of the Western Devil's Way. Luo Hu, you guys are planning to compete with it. This is crazy. Dragon Princess looked at the four Qing encountered after the devil blocked the way, not retreat, not to mention did not choose to go around, to avoid its sharpness, cannot help but smack his lips and stare, and hasten to persuade, please, lords, you are now being chased by the four seas dragons. At this time if you then make trouble, once by the family father, ancestral dragon, as well as the family uncle, candle dragon. No, heard the news to come. You cannot go away. For the demon ancestor Luo Hu's fierce reputation, this little princess of the dragon tribe has long heard of. When she cried when she was a child, her mother would bring out the name of the old demon of the Sumeru to scare her, which can stop the child from crying at night. The devil's ancestor Luo Hu is a first-class mixed golden immortal power in the floodplains, but he is second only to the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin in terms of existence. But now, the four purities were actually planning to go head-to-head with demon ancestor Luo Hu? What is this if not madness? In response, the two griffin cubs said they had seen it all and were used to it. What are you afraid of? As long as we hurry before the ancestral dragon and the others descend, we can have a quick battle with the demon ancestor Luo Hu and pack him up in a hurry. Won't that be fine? Xuanqing said in a cloudy manner. As he said that, he put the group of mounts inside the chaos bead space. Hurry up and get rid of it? Hurry up and clean up demon ancestor Luo? Hiss. Within the chaos bead world, the little princess of the dragon clan already didn't know what to say for the best, and couldn't help but suck in gusts of cool air. Previously, she had also seen Xuanqing's terrifying features. His battle strength was heaven-defying, and the strength of his fleshly body was so strong that under the enhancement of such exotic treasures as the chaos bead, even if one was a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse, if one was a little bit careless, one would accidentally get caught up in the way. However, to confront a demonic supreme being head-on, Xuanqing actually dared to speak out in such a manner, was something that the young princess of the dragon tribe could not have expected. Madness. Rampant. It's simply arrogant. Demon ancestor Luo Hu, how dare you block our way? Looking for a fight. Not long after, the four Qings, led by Xuanqing, disembarked and clamored with the old devil. A light scolding fell. Chapter 52, The Four Qings in Danger? 2. Xuanqing sacrificed his Godslaying Gun, and the gun came out like a dragon, stirring up a tsunami of 100,000 miles with a single shot, covering the sky and the sun as it surged and attacked. Laozi palmed the heaven and earth Honghuang Linglong Pagoda, dropping infinite Honghuang Mother Qi, which poured out crazily, crushing the 10 directions of emptiness to collapse. Yuan Shi directly threw the three treasures Jade Ruin out with force, creating a splendid divine rainbow. Tong Tian holding the sword Qingping, bursting with monstrous sword intent, is bound to cut down all the enemies in the world. Unstoppable. As the saying goes, enemies meet in person. The four Qing and the Sumeru old devil reunited once again, and instead of avoiding retreating, the former directly charged out, without even a word of conversational nonsense. Straight up KAM. See this scene. Hong Jun also sweating for it, face shows the color of surprise, and then dumbfounded emotion. Pangu four Qing is still like this head iron reckless, just this time, afraid to plant a heel. Hong Jun discerning, naturally see, this time Luo Hu is prepared, laying out the trap in advance. He was just waiting for Xiqing to get into it himself. While lamenting, Hong Jun couldn't help but feel a little bit of joy, before Xuanqing's physical body proved the Tao, the horror of the thunderbolt. He indeed did not dare to stand up for Xuanqing, and therefore missed a good opportunity to accept his disciple. But now, Hong Jun no shame and courage, happy to see Xuanqing defeat, the best fight to defeat, he good fisherman benefit, can successfully accept the apprentice, the great mill of extinction. Shun, Luo Shuji also no nonsense, see the four Qing into the game. The corner of the mouth smiled, decisively pouring out all the mixed golden immortal magic power, extremely pushed the world of the Great Mill. Strong suppression and down. The moment he struck, it was the greatest treasure of killing and destroying, the world-destroying Great Mill. The reason for this was because he was well aware that Xuanqing had already become a Taoist in another way some time ago, and his physical strength was comparable to the level of a mixed Yuan Dao Lord, so he didn't dare to do anything about it. One shot is a kill shot. Rumble. As its words fell, a thunderous boom resounded. At first glance, a large and incomparable, black as ink, covering the sky, a large mill, like the sun and the moon hanging high in the skytop, suddenly appeared out of thin air above the head of the four Qing. Instantly, they were enveloped in a party of fury heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble, the mill wheel slowly rotated, running for a week and a day. It derived terrifying might, crushing the 10 directions of the void collapse, crushing 800 small worlds, wrapping up monstrous heavy pressure, and all of a sudden imposed on the four Qing. In an instant, the Linglong Pagoda trembled violently, and the Xianhuang Qi was constantly being dissipated. The precious light of the three treasures' jade ruins gradually tended to dim. Qingping sword wildly trembling more than shocked Tontian tiger mouth and numbness raw pain. Fortunately, Xuanqing's hands of the Godslayer Gun, against the top of the world-destroying Great Mill, slowed down the speed of this mill's operation, but only to the extent that it did. The world-destroying Great Mill, this devil, actually took out this kind of ferocious supreme treasure, but he looks down on our Pangu four Qing. Xuanqing raised an eyebrow, holding his gun and holding up the Great Mill of Extinction to suppress it, standing on top of the sky, just like Pangu in the world. What a blazing demonic might! This breath fluctuation seems to have been transmitted from the shores of the South Sea. All dragons listen to the order. Quickly follow this ancestor to the shores of the South Sea. At the same time, the two dragon clan ancestors, Ancestral Dragon and Candle Dragon, were all of a sudden attracted by the commotion tossed out by that part of the heaven and earth. A command. In an instant, millions of dragons swarmed, like a swampy torrent opening its gates, loud to the extreme, frantically surging in the direction of the South China Sea. The gas is raging. The dragon's might was terrifying. For clear. In danger? Chapter 53. The first unlucky ghost of the flood wasteland, the great injustice seed. Luo Hu is also in front of us. There is the old demon Sumeru blocking the way. After that, there was an attack by the dragon race's million-strong army. At this point in time, the situation of the four clearings was not good. Seeing this, Honghuang is also for the color change. All the immortal Dao laws flow. The mixed Yuan Dharma power saving, at any time may be able to step in, to save the four Qing in distress. After all, there was no way for him to be able to fight against the entire dragon clan with one immortal, and stepping in to help the four Qing to deal with demon ancestor Luo Hu, whose world-destroying Great Mill was already very far-fetched and involved great risks. Right now, the only way to take advantage of this gap was to take advantage of the fact that the dragon clan's army had not yet arrived to save the four Qing. If there are no surprises, this wave, then, is absolutely solid. However, accidents happen. Break me. Just as Honghuang was about to prepare to strike, only Xuanqing could be heard bellowing. The god-slaying lance resisted above the world-destroying Great Mill, and the god-slaying lance's aura collided with the infinite baleful qi, shaking the sky and the earth, and his circumference suddenly bloomed with billions of feet of golden light of merit and virtue, instantly illuminating 100,000,000 miles of mountains and rivers shattered, reflecting the heavens, radiant to the extreme. In addition, there were 3,000 more law-fledgling true intentions that converged to form a long and vast river of laws. All the laws were gathered in one body, and he directly blasted out a divine and demonic fist. Rumble, a huge sound, shaking the world extermination mill. Crazy shaking, stirring and tearing infinite baleful gas, washed away the vast demonic power, destroying the general, unstoppable, appealing to the true meaning of the physical strength of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. Whoa! The great mill of annihilation was shaken. Luo Shua suffered backlash, suddenly coughed up blood out loud. The already white and grimy face instantly whitened a few degrees again, without any half-blood color to speak of. A mouthful of demonic blood spilled into the air, instantly dyeing a piece of the sky red. 100,000 miles of clouds and sea of darkness, black as ink, and exudes a rich bloody odor, so that countless South China Sea aquatic creatures smelled to avoid retreating. Do not dare to dip. But the world's great mill is certainly powerful, strong and horrible. Is the supreme murderous treasure? Luo Shuji exhausted all his strength, but also barely manipulated, and cannot be extremely full of all of its killings, plus Xuanqing's physical strength. It is indeed terrifying. Nothing is unbreakable, indestructible. Innate supreme treasures can give you bonkers. Until now, Luo Shujiao just realized the gold content of the physical body to become a Taoist. The Taoist heart suffered a vicious impact. As the saying goes, a good devil doesn't eat his words. At this time, he couldn't care less about being shocked, and in a flash of thought, he wanted to urgently withdraw an extermination mill. There is no other. Not to mention the fact that today's battle is already settled and there is no hope for revenge. On the dragon army's imminent arrival in the waters of the South China Sea, there were also dozens of aura fluctuations of mixed golden immortal powerhouses that were heading this way. Once the dragon clan found out that Luo Shuji was messing around in the South China Sea, it was inevitable that there would be an unforeseen complication. Thoughts flowed in and out. Luo Shu said to do it and retrieved the great mill of extinction with hatred and unwillingness. It is not expected. Xuanqing did not let him have his way, while sacrificing the heavenly celebration clouds, shielding the surrounding endless impact of the fatal chi. Feet on the white lotus of the pure world, purifying the vast demonic might. Taking a step out, he flashed to the top of Luo Shua and once again blasted out a powerful god devil fist, breaking the dome of the sky, tearing the sea of clouds, bursting layers of void collapse, annihilating the earth, wind, water and fire. Unstoppable. Luo Shu was shocked, hastily offered 12 black lotus of extinction, hanging above his head for defense. At the same time, the devil's path law tumbled violently. A brain poured into the fist above. There was a loud thunderous bang. Two fists violently collided, like two meteorite collision. The outbreak of horror power overturned the infinite waves, billions of feet of the South China Sea nearly to the bottom. Fish, shrimp and crabs are exposed. Coral reefs are exposed. It was horrible as hell. At first glance, that sky-shadowing devil's shadow is no longer suffering. Fly directly backwards out of 90,000 miles, plowed a chasm in the sea. Seawater splashing up, under the illumination of the blazing sun, mapping out a dense rainbow. It's spectacular. Chapter 53, The First Unlucky Ghost of the Flood Wasteland, the Great Injustice Seed. Luo Shu is also, too. At this moment, all of heaven and earth were silent. The three Qing, and even Hongjun, all that was left in their ears was the sound of the sea breeze whistling past. Under their gazes, the Xian robe immortal shadow, the gentle and bountiful young man filled a crowd of eyeballs. Its invincible style is like a branding iron. It was deeply imprinted in their hearts and lingered for a long time. Shocker, horrified, and unbelievable. However, it was said that the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu had sacrificed such a ferocious treasure as the world-destroying great mill. By the way, non-saints cannot be easily shaken. Even Hongjun, if not except the disciple eager, will not come to wade in this muddy water, with his body in danger among them. Before that, there was simply no living being who would think that Xuanqing would be able to win in the face of old demon Sumeru's killing attack. There will likely be a fierce battle to the death between the two sides. But this is not the case. The battle happened too fast and ended too soon. Before the devil ancestor Luo even had time to react, he had already been blasted back by Xuanqing. After shaking the old devil with his fist, Xuanqing also took the opportunity to include the world-destroying great mill within the space of the Chaos Pearl. From this, the terror of Xuanqing's physical strength once again refreshed the knowledge of all the beings in the arena. The heaven-defying strength of its battle power had far exceeded their imagination, so much so that the crowd in the arena was still unable to return to their senses from that shocking thought. Xuanqing then had already rolled away the three Chang, and together they disappeared into the space of the Chaos Pearl, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The secretive nature of his movements, which could not be captured at all. I don't know how much time has passed. Hongjun, who had been hiding in that mysterious void, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, never had the chance to show his face. He came back to his senses and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Ugh, no luck again. This ancestor's world-destroying great mill. The little thief will not escape. Luo Shu shocked. Immediately Icanthus. Crazy roar out of the voice. Thunderous sound swinging four seas. Words, shaking body, turned into a ball of rolling black smoke chased up. Want to retake the treasure. I am not sure that the sky is the best place to be. When Luo Shu utilized the secret method of the Devil's Way and followed a trace of karma to try to pursue the four Qing gang, he coincided with the ancestral dragon's arrival with the dragons in the middle of the journey and collided with him. As the saying goes, twine picks out the thin places to break, and bad luck picks out the bitter demons. Now that the four Qings have disappeared, the ancestral dragon, the candle dragon and the rest of the 9 ancestral dragon elders have caught Luo Shuhu in the act, so naturally they won't let it go. Western demon ancestor Luo? How did you appear here? Needless to say, it must be this guy who stole my dragon clan's treasure trove. After all, stealing and pilfering is something that only the Devil's Way would do. Truly abominable. Demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, how dare you get your hands on my dragon clan's treasure trove? Tai. Suppress him. This is not the case. But after seeing Luo Shua, the ancestral dragon and a group of dragon race great powers first looked at each other in disbelief. And then they understood, and they hissed and roared at Luo Shua. Luo was completely confused in frozen place, completely at a loss. Wait a minute, what dragon treasure trove? Why can't he understand it? What a familiar routine. What a huge load to pull down. Chapter 54, Being Seeded with a Demon Seed? Cultivating the Devil's Skill and Sacrificing the Cave Heavenly Furnace. This time, Pangu Qing made a big fuss in the East China Sea, captured the 10 highnesses of the Dragon Clan, and also stole the Dragon Clan's treasure trove. The ancestral dragon was slow to ambush them, and he was already angry at his head. But now it is not easy to catch Luo Shujiu. Therefore, how could the ancestral dragon let it go so easily? Just like that, Luo doubled up as the backstabber again. The great injustice seed. Under the lustful authority of the ancestral dragon as well as the 10 great powers of the Dragon Clan, Luo Shujiu has been forced to make up for the shortfall in the Qilin clan's treasure trove after filling in the shortfall in the Qilin clan's treasure trove. Now he had nothing left. Not a drop. Before the battle between the Tao and the devil arrived, the Western devils had already begun to be barren. As a result, it also allowed Luo to bury an extremely deep hatred for the Dragon and Qilin clans, 2 of the 3 innate clans. After this battle, Luo Shujiu not only failed to kill the 4 Qing, but also lost a murderous treasure. It can be described as stealing a chicken and losing a wife and a soldier. But the only thing to be thankful for is, earlier, during the fight with Xuanqing, Luo Shujiu had utilized the devil's way and had already planted a devil's seed into Xuanqing's body. After being forced by the dragons, forced to pay a fine, and expelled from the South China Sea with a small punishment, Luo stood alone on top of a mountain, was secretly grateful and subconsciously relieved. Luckily he stayed back. It's eliminated and broken. In this way, the negative emotion of losing a fierce fury supreme treasure was eased. Then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jie, this son's roots are not bad. His battle power is heaven-defying. He can enter my devil's path. Devilish methods, bizarre and unpredictable, are indeed indefensible. Even the top flood powerhouses like the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Kirin, will fall into the way if they are not careful. Once the devil's seed is buried and deeply rooted, in time, the person who is planted with the devil's seed will fall into the abyss of the devil's path forever, and from then on will be reduced to the devil's ancestor's puppet, marionette, just like the Walking Dead. However, just as Luo was secretly rejoicing over this, dabbling in complacency, previously, Xuanqing, who had sensed and ruled a devilish law by virtue of his own enlightenment against the heavens, was the first to discover the end of the story after he had vanished from the South China Sea. Especially the battle with Luo Shunanhai. Xuanqing's mastery of the laws of the devil's path became more and more skillful, and he had already reached the realm of the Dingji. Under the saving of the laws of the devil's way, Xuanqing detected a hint of abnormality within his body. Immediately, he sat on his knees within the chaos bead space and began to trace the origin to find out. And at this moment, within the chaos bead space, there was silence. The 3 Qing didn't dare to disturb Xuanqing and silently stood by to protect him. The dragon princess here, however, stared at Xuanqing with unblinking eyes, constantly looking up and down, her eyes filled with shock and incredulity. After this battle, Xuanqing's invincible demeanor was like a branding iron, deeply imprinted in his heart. Before that, this young princess of the Dragon Clan had also been in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and had seen Xuanqing's awesome power. But she knows that although Xuanqing is strong, but the cultivation time is too shallow, not enough heritage. Even if the Dao line is high, it is also difficult to get benefits from the hands of the old demon in Sumeru, let alone win. However, Xuanqing's brilliant battle results once again refreshed the Dragon Princess's perception. Its power and terror had far exceeded her imagination. Between all the thoughts floating around, the Dragon Princess was inexplicably filled with admiration, and incomparable awe. Thoroughly be pleased with it and returned to the heart of Xuanqing. In response, the 2 Qilin cubs were surprised but not surprised, having long been accustomed to it and already numb to it. Chapter 54, Being Seeded with a Demon Seed? Cultivating demonic feats and sacrificing the cave heavenly furnace. 2. Old Devil Sumeru. Really good tactics. Suddenly, Xuanqing raised his eyebrows and sighed in his heart, only to see him activate the laws of the devil Dao. His body was covered in devilish aura, as if he was a devil in the world. It's one thought, the view of the true self, and the inner glimpse of the dry world within the body. After going through the layers of cocooning, I finally broke through all the illusions and realized the essence through the appearance. Thus, we know that his Taoist heart is no longer as clear as it used to be, and it has been stained with fiber and dust. The spiritual table is also defiled. There is a trace of a wisp of demonic qi ringing around the sea of qi in its dantian. The gas is like a wandering thread, sometimes hidden and sometimes appearing. If you do not peep carefully, it is really difficult to detect. During the process, Xuanqing attempted to use his mana to refine the devil seed. However, it was found that the devil seed was weird. It was hard to eliminate the mana, and it was hard to get rid of the power of the law. So it was always hard to get rid of the devil seed. It's like a hawk. And that's when the three clearings also noticed the difference in Xuanqing's body, and their expressions couldn't help but gradually become grave, with a tinge of worry surfacing in the bottom of their eyes. Big brother, this is suffering from the invasion of demonic gas, or to enter the rhythm of the devil? Big brother seems to have been counted by the devil. Damn it, it must be that Sumeru old devil without a doubt. While the three Qing were worried, they couldn't help but hate Luo with a passion. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation, as they were not deeply involved in the world and their cultivation days were shallow. However, the three Qing also know that the devil seed into the body, the devil Qi Tarsus, if not timely eradication, in time, to be the devil seed breeding endless devil Qi, will be embedded in the devil nature. The Taoist heart is no longer clear, so as to derive into the devil heart. From then on, he was delirious and went off the deep end. It's still light that the path stops there. If you are serious, you will fall into the devil's path forever and never be able to return. Read this. The three Qing mood are heavy. Are for Xuanqing silent prayers, hoping that his good fortune, the father god Pangu blessed. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. There's also the old man who lost his mare. Even though the Western Sumeru old devil is cunning and calculating, there are times when an old horse loses its hooves and makes a mistake. After Xuanqing sat quietly to realize the Qianquan myth, insight into the true meaning of the law of the devil's way, triggering enlightenment against the sky, and even perceived a supreme Taoist law from it, mixed elements swallowing heaven devil's work. As the name suggests, the true meaning of this law lies in the everything is not my own, but can be used for me theory. All things can be swallowed and refined, to make up for their own missing origin. The same can be proven. The demonic seed that was now hidden in Xuanqing's body and was taking root, although it did not belong to him, it could be used for him and made to work for him, especially after he sensed that he had obtained the hybrid heaven-swallowing devil technique. This feeling became stronger. In a sense, that magic seed, what's not to love about it? After Xuanqing used 3,000 years of time to completely understand the mysteries of the devil's work, using his body as a furnace, sacrificing and refining the cave heaven Qianquan mysterious method, and using his body as a container for the devil's seed within his body. And then for the next 3,000 years, Xuanqing first glimpsed the way of devouring, realized the laws of devouring, refined his way, understood it thoroughly, perfected it, and fused it into the laws of the devil's way, blending them together. For another 3,000 years, he evolved the Qianquan cave heaven with his Tao body, and his 9 orifices transformed into 9 cave furnaces, and merged the 9 into one, and began to draw on the essence of the devil's seed, transforming it into majestic spiritual power, constantly growing its mana thickness, containing the sharpness of its demonic laws. Gradually, its breath became more and more mysterious, its realm rose, and its Tao became higher and higher. 3,000 years and 3,000 years, and then 3,000 years, fit into the 3-3 conjunction. 9 is the extreme number. Xuanqing finally enlightenment is complete. Chapter 55 Immortal Fire Mountain Body Tempering. For a full 9,000 years, Xuanqing had successfully refined the demon seed and turned it into his own. A demonic might that is hard to measure and unmeasurable. With a single thought, its demonic qi rolled around its body, unceasing and unceasing. The laws of the devil's way have also reached the state of perfection. Therefore, the cultivation realm is even higher, cultivating to the extreme perfection of the Luo, and is only 1 foot away from that level of the mixed golden immortal. All that was needed was a suitable opportunity, and he would be able to pierce through the window paper and certify the Tao fruit of the mixed golden immortal. However, Xuanqing's maneuver was a shock to the three Qing, causing the crowd of mounts in the arena to be more than appalled. Big brother, you've gotten into the devil. Tongtian's nature is straightforward, jaw-droppingly blunt. My 3,000 laws are gathered in one body. All laws are one. One thought can become an immortal. One thought can become a demon. Xuanqing said this. The talk was light to the extreme, with a spring-like smile on his face. Triple clear. A bunch of sitters. To be honest, what Xuanqing said was like a heavenly constitution in his mouth, containing infinite Tao supremacy, and they were really unable to comprehend it because their Tao was so trivial, and they were clueless. Xuanqing didn't explain much. In a slight movement of his mind, he flipped his hand and offered a blackened millstone the size of a compass. It was clearly the very same fierce fury supreme treasure that had been seized from the hands of the Sumeru old devil, the great mill of extinction. This thing is too ferocious. If it can be used to its fullest extent, and its ferocious power is extremely exhausted, Even if it's a mixed metaphysical great Luo golden immortal, it will have to avoid its sharpness. To summarize, this trip to the East Sea was really a profitable one. Not only did he get the dragon treasure trove, but he also got a 9-dragon sedum carriage for Yuanshi, and he himself experienced the taste of a dragon-taming master. Moreover, the tiger's mouth also snatched the food and accidentally obtained the Fierce Fury Supreme Treasure Extinction Great Mill. After that, Xuanqing intended to first refine the spiritual treasure prohibition contained within the Great Mill of Extinction to further enhance his offensive base. But, instead, he unintentionally glimpsed the countless rows of towering volcanoes that towered over heaven and earth 100,000 miles away. Even if it is some distance away, he was able to feel a searing breath of Dao rhythm coming at him head-on. What a strong Nanmingli fire Dao rhythm. What race's territory is all the way to the south? Through the chaos bead barriers and insight into the outside world, Xuanqing couldn't help but ask. Reporting back to your lordship, all the way to the south is the Nanming Immortal Volcano, where the Phoenix clan resides. The Dragon Princess replied truthfully, her attitude no longer as arrogant as earlier. Respectful, clearly having recognized Xuanqing as her master. The Southern Ming Immortal Volcano? The ancestral land of the Phoenix clan? Xuanqing murmured under his breath and stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment. Then he made an immediate decision and said, Let's go to the Immortal Volcano. Immortal Volcano, filled with Nanmingli fire. This divine flame is one of the 10 great true fires of the flood, and the Samadhi true fire. The Sun true fire is the same name. Xuanqing was now following a path where the flesh avenue was the main focus and the laws were the supplement. The way of horizontal training of the physical body is long and endless, and the road is long and obstructive. Right now, it was just the right time to use the southern brightness flame from the immortal flame mountain to quench the body and bring the strength of the physical body to the next level. Not to mention, the treasury of the Qilin clan and the Dragon clan had been patronized by all 4 of them, and they were just missing the Phoenix clans. The 3 innate clans of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn should be neat and tidy. What? Going to the Phoenix clan's ancestral land? When the Dragon Princess learned that Xuanqing's next stop was actually the Phoenix clan's lair, she was instantly confused. To know, the Immortal Volcano was the territory of the Phoenix clan. Chapter 55 Immortal Fire Mountain Body Tempering. 2. There was even a supreme female emperor sitting in the Phoenix clan Yuanfeng. Phoenix clan chief Yuanfeng, although the strength of the peak of the mixed golden immortal, but relying on the Immortal Fire Mountain's infinite Nanmingli fire support. Even if it is the ancestral dragon does not dare to rashly go to mess with. What's more, Xuanqing had only just escaped from their dragon tribe's territory, narrowly escaping death. And now he was actually thinking of wreaking havoc on the Phoenix tribe? Now, the Dragon Princess finally realized what it meant to be accompanied by a king like a tiger. It's too much of a day to be on edge. Look again at the 3 Qings, especially Lao Tzu of Taiqing. After hanging out with Xuanqing for a while, it has gone from starting out initially quiet and uncontested to a complete turnaround. As soon as they heard that Xuanqing was going to go to the Phoenix clan to make things happen again, and with any luck, they might even have the honor of catching a glimpse of that Phoenix Empress. The 3 Qing all looked like they couldn't wait. One by one, their gazes were burning, they were rubbing their fists together, and they had already begun to look forward to it ruthlessly. Depart! With a yell from Xuanqing, the Dragon Princess had no choice but to sway her dragon body and take off into the clouds. Tong Tian steered the ox, followed closely by his mount Kuei-Nyo, his 4 hooves swinging the sea of clouds, galloping at will. Lao Zi rode the plate-horned green ox backwards, which looked slow, but in fact, the speed was not much ambiguous. It is worth mentioning that also belongs to the beginning of the mount is the most windy. 9 dragons incense carriage out. The dragon roar. Immortal sound dazzling, colorful, faction-full. Wherever the 9 dragons pulled the carriage, the flood tribes on the earth were frightened, either kneeling down to worship or scattering. Third brother. What a divine mount. Ha, third brother is mighty. Xuanqing a few brothers see this, have flirted and snickered out. Make the beginning of the beginning are a little embarrassed. Face gradually red warm. Just like that, the Pangu 4 Qing brothers talked and laughed as they made their way southward, whistling towards the Immortal Volcano, moving away from the South China Sea. After rolling through the centuries, it sailed into the southern continent of the flood in a flash. The south is fire, born 9 away from the Qi. All converge in the Phoenix tribe. Qi continuous, thick and volatile. However, along the way, Xuanqing also discovered the end. Although the Phoenix clan's Qi is continuous and thick, it fluctuates. Although the fortune of the departing fire is vast, there is a robbing energy lurking in it. From all indications, the Dragon Phoenix cataclysm is estimated to be not far away. Heaven and Earth's robberies are brewing. Seeing this, Xuanqing knew that he had to seize the time to improve his strength, and as much as possible, He had to perfect his own Tao before the will of the heavenly Tao took shape and reigned over the flood god's power. Is this place the southern Ming immortal volcano? Not long after, between thoughts floating around, Xuanqing and his group had arrived at a volcanic area. Look around. It turns out that Nanming immortal volcano does not just mean a volcano towering over it. Instead, it was made up of countless supersized volcanoes, forests of them standing majestically, building a rolling mountain range. It stretches for untold billions and billions of miles. The territory was vast and expansive, not in the least inferior to the four seas of the dragon race, not yet having truly stepped into the interior of the immortal volcano, and only being on the periphery. Xuanqing was able to feel the endless temperature of the divine flames around him, which was very scorching hot. The extreme view went on. The immortal volcano located in the very center of this zone, in which flames erupt, as long as a cluster, can burn an ordinary Great Luo golden immortal powerhouse into ashes instantly. The end is beyond terrifying. Seeing this, Xuanqing was not afraid, but rather pleased, and grew more and more expectant. None other. Covering this, he had come for the southern bright flame divine flame. Chapter 56, Mysterious Woman. Yuan Feng? This immortal fire mountain's southern brightness separation flame is of great benefit to the tempering of the physical body. So I'll take a step ahead of you. Xuanqing instructed the three Qings, then collected his own aura and wrote a divine rainbow to take the lead into the immortal volcano mountain range. He didn't follow a gradual progression, and started his trial from the outskirts of the volcano first. Instead, it goes straight to the deep zone, rushing towards the most lofty and towering volcano. At first, the three pristine ones and a group of mounts were all trying to keep up with Xuanqing's pace as well. Unexpectedly, when they had just stepped into the boundary of the immortal volcano with their front feet, the Nanmingli fire, which was still only in the periphery, made them feel a burning and suffocating sensation, which pounced on them head-on. The group of mounts with poor cultivation all stopped at the periphery of the immortal volcano. On the other hand, the three Qing were not weak. After the Unchained Mountain had quenched their bodies, coupled with the cultivation of the mixed Yuan infinite true technique that Xuanqing had imparted to them, the physical body and Yuanshan were cultivated at the same time. At this time, their physical strength, although far less than Xuanqing, but also enough to boast the same realm of heavenly pride, unimaginably powerful. So, naturally, it's going to go farther than a bunch of sitters as well. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles again, it was only as they went deeper and deeper that the three Qing gradually felt uncomfortable. At first, they could at least see Xuanqing's taillights, but gradually, the distance was gradually pulled apart. When he raised his eyes again, Xuanqing's figure had already disappeared, the same as the root foot of Pangu. The gap is so big. The three Qing lamented the inferiority of self, sighing at the same time. There is no sense of disparity, has long been accustomed to, commonplace. However, they did not slack off and cultivate negatively because of this, but instead worked harder to catch up with Xuanqing. Unconsciously, while the three purities were still roaming around the periphery, utilizing the southern brightness flame to refine their bodies, Xuanqing had already arrived at the central area of the immortal volcano. Although the Nanmingli fire that filled this place was not the most powerful, it was still terrifying enough. When he stepped into this place, there were monstrous hot divine flames coming towards Xuanqing from all directions, covering the sky and engulfing him at once. Placed in a sea of fire, the retesting Dao robe on his body was instantly burned to a crisp, with no strands. The surface of his skin, flushed with red temperature, like a red-hot iron in general. Sweat drops on the skin, ZZ sound, instantly evaporated into water vapor. The Nanmingli fire is truly overbearing. Xuanqing relied on the might of his physical body and was emboldened, so he was fearless and completely free of any discomfort. Even if the Taoist robes were burned out, he just felt, it's cool. He wasn't afraid of the Nanmingli fire being strong. I'm afraid the Nanmingli fire isn't strong enough. In addition, he was also quite curious as to what kind of metamorphosis he would experience in his physical body power level during this trip to the immortal volcano. The Nanmingli fire that fills this place is obviously not enough for quenching the body. It seems that you have to arrive at the depths to have an effect. In the middle of the conversation, Xuanqing raised his hand and offered up an 8 treasures purple longevity immortal cloth, putting it over his body before his gaze locked ahead, falling eyes and going. That was the core of the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. In the center loomed a huge volcano that was looming large and imposing, even though separated by a great distance. Xuanqing was also able to feel the terrifying chi of fire contained in that volcano. And so it was. While the group of accompanying mounts were still struggling to survive on the periphery, the three Qings are still in the middle ground. When they are hobbling, Xuanqing had already gone all the way to the top, courageously going deeper and deeper. Under the concealment of the chaos bead, he directly ignored the Phoenix clan cultivators along the way. Rubbing shoulders with the 9 heavenly birds, soar alongside a colorful peacock, flying with the phoenix, 100 birds in the air, all the way through. Not much longer, Xuanqing arrived at a volcanic area, and the immortal clothes on his body were once again burnt out. Needless to say, the Nanmingli fire in this place is even more blazing, but he still felt it wasn't enough. His flesh. Chapter 56, Mysterious Woman. Yuan phone? 2, still no response at all. As Xuanqing continued to go deeper and deeper, the immortal clothes, armor on his body were replaced with one set after another, and none of them were burned to ashes. In the end, Xuanqing was too lazy to change his clothes. Go straight to bare bones. Tandem. After all, it is only right that we, as cultivators, should not be formalized. Not enough. Still not enough. No. Still no. TSK, why is this Nanmingli fire so weak? Or is it that my fleshly body is so strong that it is directly invulnerable to all laws and is directly immune to the Nanmingli fire? After that, Xuanqing made his way forward through volcano after volcano, constantly shaking his head and changing places along the way, but it was always strong. Before that, although he knew the gold content of fleshly sainthood, he didn't think. The power of this Nanmingli fire unexpectedly had no effect on him at all. Apart from the heat making him sweat, there was no effect of refining his body at all. Now, he had tried almost every blazingly powerful part of the immortal volcano all over again. Right now, all that's left is that last looming volcano. If there was no more effect and it remained strong, then he could only return home, defeated. Thoughts to this point. Xuanqing had already sacrificed his chaos bead to hide his figure and dived headfirst into the interior of that undead volcano. Wow! Endless molten magma splattered and burst up, as if it was a brilliant flower of beaten iron. This unusual movement immediately caused the team of Phoenix Clan cultivators patrolling the mountain to come to attention. Watching the interior of that lofty volcano, suddenly spewing out fiery lava, they were unable to avoid it and hastily withdrew from that area. What's going on? Why is this volcano suddenly rioting? Could it be that the Yuanfeng clan chief is coming out of the gate? Several great Luo Golden Immortal level Phoenix Clan cultivators looked up at the volcano in front of them, with amazement in their eyes, as well as a few moments of exhilaration and anticipation. Cool, that's what it feels like. In the meantime, inside the volcano, Xuanqing dived into the volcanic lava, and immediately felt a suffocating wave of air that wrapped around him all at once, causing the 1,080,000,000 cellular particles in his body to be agitated and his blood to boil more than just hot. The surface of the skin also began to rise with strands of blood qi, dense and steamy and mysterious. Xuanqing couldn't help but feel happy that the flesh body had finally responded. So he continued to dive in, trying to probe towards the bottom of the volcano. The more you dive towards the bottom, the effect of the Nanmingli fire then became more and more significant. How unexpected. He had just dived halfway to the bottom of the volcano when he was about to reach it. The scene that came into view, however, caused Xuanqing's figure to jolt. He was only seen looking down in a dazed manner, falling eyes and going, only to see a meandering silhouette. He was sitting on his knees, seemingly refining his body as well. The other side of the appearance is absolutely beautiful. The city of the world. The body is delicate and exquisite. Jade body such as sheep fat white jade. Delicate. Snow white. Hair bun disc phoenix hairpin. Elegant and noble. Elegant and dignified. Temperament absolute dust. Most importantly, this woman was the same as Xuanqing. Equally naked. Naked. And alone. Now, Xuanqing's physical body. Once again, there was a reaction. Hiss. Chapter 57 Empress Generous. Xuanqing panicked. Surprisingly, it's a peak mixed golden immortal level powerhouse? Could this woman be a certain elder in the Phoenix clan? Or is it that rumored female emperor of the Phoenix clan Yuanfeng? The identity of the other party remains to be seen, but whoever the other side really is, Xuanqing had panicked at this point. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. Ha! Just as Xuanqing froze, that mysterious woman suddenly frowned with a willow brow. It seemed to sense that someone had intruded into the holy place where she cultivated. Bold! What little thief dares to spy on this ancestor? Right at this moment, the mysterious woman abruptly opened her eyes. A pair of phoenix eyes flooded with a morose coldness. Wow! A soft, delicate voice scolded. It's a hybrid golden immortal peak mana. Crazy drumming, rolling endless Nanmingli fire immediately riot up, tearing layers of molten magma tumbling violently. The waves roll over like a ridge and surge like a mountain. The entire volcano shook violently at this moment. The volcano erupted molten lava, brazenly charging into the sky. All of a sudden, the mysterious woman slowly rose up, overriding the floating sky. If the empty swim without any dependence, towering above, like a supreme female emperor, magnificent, just gazing coldly at Xuanqing without saying a word. If eyes could kill. I believe Xuanqing has died 1,000 times by now. This ancestor. She is the Phoenix Empress Xuanqing. I actually looked at the body of Xuanqing, one of the 3 great overlords of the Flood Wasteland. This is great karma. After sitting down and realizing the identity of the other party, Xuanqing was shocked and irritated, and could not help but laugh dumbly. Very helpless. After all, he didn't do it deliberately. Xuanqing Taoist friend. Poor Tao Xuanqing Hongmeng Tianzuan is also. Is Pangu authentic? Yuan listen to my sophistry. Bah! Explain. I really do not mean it. Xuanqing first introduced himself, arched his hand and clasped his fist towards the other party, and said with a bitter smile, trying to bring up the mighty name of the father god Pangu, and extravagantly hoping that the other party would give a few thin air. It was only meant to be a trial. It is not expected. When Xuanqing learned of Xuanqing's root origin, a flash of consternation quietly flashed above the delicate and absolutely beautiful pretty face. The sulking color on his face actually faded a few points with it. Thou art the first of the 4 Qings of Pangu, Xuanqing? Looking up and down at the plump, handsome and gentle young man in front of her, Xuanqing coldly asked. The mighty name of Pangu Xuanqing was now considered a thunderous and resounding figure in the flooded heavens and the 10,000 realms. It is the rising star of the flood. The influence was in no way weaker than the 3 great overlords of the ancestral dragon, Xuanqing, and the beginning Qilin flood. After all, nowadays, among the floodplains, various legends about Xuanqing's deeds are widely circulated. What battle of the Sumeru Devil's Law? Fighting Eastern immortal ancestor Honghuang, stealing the unicorn treasure, thwarting the candle dragon, injuring the ancestral dragon, and making a splash in the East China Sea, and so on. It can be said to be a brilliant battle record, enough to monopolize the billions of ancient floods, famous in the 4 corners of the world, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Fellow Daoist Xuanqing, recognize me? This time, it was Xuanqing's turn to be surprised. I didn't realize that his name was actually better than Father God Pangu. That said, is he so famous in the flood now? Even a supreme empress like Xuanqing, the strongest woman in the flood, knew his name. No wonder this ancestor's right eyelid has been jumping around lately, and it's hard for his thoughts to be at ease. Fortunately, this ancestor anticipates things as if they were God, knowing that this kid will come to patronize the Phoenix clan sooner or later, and transferred the Phoenix clan's treasure trove early. Hail! Indeed, hail! Xuanfeng's vermilion lips lightly opened, murmuring under her breath, patting her lofty chest and secretly breathing a sigh of relief, as she said, thanks to her foresight, with the Qilin clan and the Dragon clan as the 2 previous examples. Chapter 57 Empress Generous. Xuanqing panicked, too. Xuanfeng learned his lesson and took precautionary measures long ago. Xuanfeng's voice was not loud. However, it still reached Xuanqing's ears. A black line could not help but appear on its forehead. No, one's name is loud, but it seems to be all negative more than anything else. This ancestor was unwilling to cross paths with you, but you have tarnished this ancestor's reputation. A mortal sin can be waived, but a living sin is hard to escape. If you risked your own eyes, this cause and effect will be over. Suddenly, Xuanfeng said indifferently, and right off the bat, he asked Xuanqing to dig up his own eyes, although Xuanfeng had expected Xuanqing to come. But 1,000 calculations have been made, and yet there is still a mistake. Xuanfeng never counted on. The Phoenix clan's underbelly was sort of preserved, but his own innocence was completely seen by this guy Xuanqing. Letting Xuanqing pluck out his own eyes was already considered very merciful. If it were any other living being, Xuanfeng would have already struck out to kill it, thwarting its bones and whipping its soul. Xuanqing was speechless. Why did that sound weird to him? Although he himself had looked at Xuanfeng's body, a small punishment was inevitable. The reasoning is indeed this one. Nothing wrong with it, but the meaning that came out of Xuanfeng's mouth. How did it give Xuanqing a kind of, after you gouge out your own eyes, you still have to be grateful to the other side? The flavor of imperial grace? Needless to say, the Phoenix Empress is the Phoenix Empress, worthy of being the absolute female emperor of the flood. Queenly, available at, dig your own eyes out? It would be strange for Xuanqing to take her on, thought Shakti. When Xuanqing's magic power was being blown up, he stepped on the mixed elements easy steps and instantly transformed into a trail of shadows, swept out of the crater, and hurriedly fled away. Don't even bother refining your body. After all, Nanmingli fire he kind of saw, very general, not very useful, continue to stay there is no effect. Instead, Empress Xuanfeng, pretty good. Self-digging both eyes is not necessary. This pile of karma can only be repaid when he has the opportunity to do so in the future. Poor Taoist still has things to do at home. Fellow Taoist Xuanfeng, so I'll take my leave. After dropping such a sentence, Xuanqing even disappeared. The only thing left behind was the graceful silhouette that always remained inside the volcano, not moving at all, and completely lacking any intention of pursuing Xuanqing. Only one side of the edge will be able to let a future peerless power. Oh my Phoenix clan of karma, this deal is not too bad. Cheap that kid. Looking at Xuanqing, this little devil with his ferocious might, he was in such a sorry state as he fled in haste. For some reason, Yuanfeng's heart actually developed a few feelings of accomplishment. A teasing smile surfaced at the corner of its mouth, a smile that was overwhelmingly beautiful. Regarding today's matter, Yuanfeng actually didn't put it on her mind. After all, monks of Taoism do not hold back on small things. A body of flesh is just, after all, a handful of red powder skeletons. Look at it. But as a result, he received a share of Xuanqing's promised karma. It wasn't looked at in vain. Not a moment too soon, Xuanqing's figure then appeared 100,000 miles away from the immortal volcano. It happened to meet up with the three pristine ones in their group. What's wrong with you, big brother? What's with the mess? What really happened? The three Qing looked at Xuanqing as he walked out of the Chaos Pearl, just as if he was having palpitations. To be honest, this was the first time they had seen this situation, and then they were curious and asked. Chapter 58, Descending to the Solar Planet. Seeing Xuanqing's flustered appearance, all three Qing were stunned and expressed their curiosity. However, Xuanqing offered no explanation. Hastily urging, he said, "This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Withdraw." Upon hearing this, all three Qing looked aghast and became even more curious. Those who didn't know thought that Xuanqing had encountered some great terrifying existence, but Xuanqing honors the position of the first of the four Qing, and is the eldest brother, although doubtful, but do not dare not from. After that, the four purities withdrew from the boundaries of the immortal volcano of Nanming at a rapid pace. Along the way, the three pristine ones had also inquired of Xuanqing as to what had happened, but Xuanqing just can't read back anymore. Until along the way, the truth came out when I came across a few elves and monsters who were climbing the gossip ladder. Hey, have you heard? A while ago, within the Phoenix ancestral land, there were intruders who actually molested Phoenix Empress Yuanfeng. Hiss such a big melon? Begging for a follow-up. Ask for more. Dare to blaspheme against Empress Yuanfeng? That little thief must be dying a horrible death right now. Nonetheless, it is said that Empress Yuanfeng fell in love with him at first sight and concluded a Dao couple with him. When the three Qing heard this, their expressions froze at the same time, and they couldn't help but look at each other. Although it was only hearsay, analyzing Xuanqing's reaction, they had already believed half of it. Eldest brother, it turns out that your trip to the immortal volcano was not an encounter with any great horrors and mysteries, but rather a flamboyant encounter. Ouch. Not bad. That's the Yuanfeng Empress who is on par with the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin. It's actually been conquered by our big brother. Big brother's vision is really good. The three clearings couldn't help but flirt as well, all the while coming to a sudden realization and with hindsight. After all, wherever they, the Pangu four Qing, had passed through, they had pulled out hair from the geese, and not an inch of grass. But the trip to the Phoenix ancestral ground, in addition to the refining effect of the body, was quite remarkable. But they didn't manage to get their hands on any treasures. Needless to say, all know their big brother must and that Yuanfeng female emperor. There are stories. Nonsense. Do not rumor as a brother. My Xuanqing is Pangu authentic. Walking the flood world is to promote Pangu authentic, and how will peep, cough, and will not be entangled in these daughter love loan. This matter, do not mention it again. Xuanqing made a stern face in feigned admonishment. Ah yes, 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 yes. Big brother is right. Big brother is right about everything. Ha 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 ha. The three purities looked at each other and couldn't help but hold their tongues and crack up. Seeing this, Xuanqing could only put on the pose that an elder brother should have, rubbing his fists together and taking a step towards Sanshine. After that, it goes without saying that the three Qings all looked like they had a bruised nose and a swollen face. Their laughter came to an abrupt end, and they all came down honestly. Big brother, where should we go next? At this time, Tong Tian couldn't help but ask. After a long time of contemplation, Xuanqing then raised his hand and pointed to the brilliant sun that hung high in the flood dome, and said in an uplifting manner, "The sun star." Sun star? All three Qing raised their eyebrows. According to the innate memory inheritance, the sun star is their father god Pangu left eye evolved. The sun true fire filled, the essence of fire surrounded, although not lost as a treasure land, all kinds of opportunities latent. However, the sun true fire on the sun star was exceptionally fiery and terrifyingly powerful. And like the Nanmingli fire, it was among the 10 great divine flames of the flood. Even more so, the Sun True Flame was even more terrifying than the Nanmingli fire. Previously, they had refined their bodies in the immortal fire mountain, and their physical strength had indeed been small and effective, but they had also suffered a lot as a result. However, Xuanqing's trip to the Sun Star was aimed at the true fire of the sun, but the 10 great divine fires of the flood, the true fire of the sun, purple violet heavenly fire, the fire of nirvana, red lotus karmic fire, the 6 jins of divine fire, spectral ghost fire, chapter 58 descending to the Sun Star, 2, 3 flavors of fire, 9 heavenly metaphysical flames, Nanming leaving fire. The 10 great divine flames are all distributed in different regions and have different power characteristics. Since the Nanming Li fire had minimal effect on him, in order to be able to break through the physical extremity realm, then Xuanqing had no choice but to find another way to quench his body with a different type of flame. Thoughts settled. Xuanqing then said to the 3 Qing, the Nanming Li fire in the deepest part of the immortal volcano is not very useful to my horizontal body refining. It's minimal, while the Sun True Flame is known as the first divine flame in the flood wasteland. So maybe it's a bit useful to me in refining my body. What's more, there are innate holinesses nurtured on the Sun Star, which have not yet attained the Tao and taken shape, and the chances are all over the place that they are unowned. So let us pick them up. These words, from Xuanqing's mouth, talk lightly, and the clouds are light to the extreme. The words come from the heart, but to the ears of Sam Qing, but there are a few suspicions of pretending to be 13. No, Xuanqing had already penetrated into the territory of the Yuanfeng Empress. To the depths. The Nanming Li fire endured was also the most terrifying and the fire burned the most intensely. One must know that at that time, they had only refined their bodies in the outer zone of the immortal volcano, and they had already suffered a great deal of hardship and were in a very sorry state, traveling to the central area of the immortal volcano. If they didn't rely on the mighty shelter of the defensive spiritual treasures, I'm afraid that they would have already been burned to ashes. But now, Xuanqing said, to the depths of the Nanming Li fire did not help at all? Brother, you need to listen to what you're saying. Can you listen? It's simply a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. Sword sharpness comes from sharpening. Plum blossom fragrance comes from bitter cold. The true fire of the sun was certainly terrifying, but when they thought of the various opportunities and creations on the Sun Star, the 3 clearings raised a few interests, and then they could only give up their lives. After finalizing the next stop, the 4 Qings of Pangu set out on a journey, traveling in the vastness of the ancient starry sky, cruising through it, observing the vastness of the starry sky, and looking down on the abundance of the starry categories, wandering for more than 3,000 years in its entirety. Xiqing suddenly stopped to look into the distance. What came into view was a huge fireball, which was floating in the ancient starry sky, abnormally bright, all of a sudden overshadowing the 10 directions of the circumference of the stars and dippers, bright and dazzling to the extreme. Ahead, it was their destination, the Sun Star. The Taigo star adjacent to it was Taiyin, which was evolved by Pangu's right eye. Xuanqing has the flood script in hand. Know that both the sun and the Taiyin are divinely conceived by the innate divine and come in pairs. The former is the 2 supreme emperors of the demon race in the later flood, Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai. The latter, on the other hand, were the 2 Taiyin goddesses, Shihi and Changshi. Not only that, as far as he knows, Fusang is born on the star of the sun, Laurel is planted on the star of the Taiyin. These 2 divine trees were both among the top 10 best innate spiritual roots in the flood. More importantly, Dijun and Donghong Taijun are not bad, with extraordinary luck and deep blessings, and are the 2 sons of heaven's destiny in the quantitative hijacking of witches and demons. As soon as it was born, it was accompanied by 2 supreme treasures. Dijun executes the river map and the Book of Luo. The Eastern Emperor palms the Chaos Bell. The former is an extreme innate spiritual treasure. The latter is an innate treasure. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could snatch those 2 flat-furred golden crows before they transformed into their forms and seize their accompanying spirit treasures? Thinking this way, Xuanqing gave a look towards Sanchang and headed straight for the Sun Star. Advent. Chapter 59, the Fusang divine tree bears divine fruit. The golden crow takes form and comes out of the world in advance. The Sun Star is evolved from Pangu's left eye, no less than a top-notch cavernous paradise. Therefore, there are innate formations to add to it. Across the Great Formation, the figures of the 4 purities were above the Sun Star's dome, and as they looked down, they were able to feel a scorching wave of air coming over them. Based on perception alone, they knew that the sun true flame that filled this place was indeed a lot more blazing than the Phoenix ancestral ground's Nanming Li fire. The Sun Star is worthy of being created by the Father God Pangu. Not only is there a remnant of Pangu's will, this sun true flame also possesses unearthly might. When the 3 Qings were scornful of the Sun Star, Xuanqing was the only one who showed quite a bit of exuberance. After speaking, he couldn't wait and wanted to try his hand at it. The flower of the Dao formation above its head leapt into manifestation, floating and sinking more than just a stream of light. With his superior attainments in formations, Xuanqing stepped on the nodes of the solar star formation, and in a short while, he smoothly led the three Qing into the interior of the solar star. Clatter! When they first landed on the sun star, the four Qings encountered a true fire riot, but they saw a fire dragon exceeding billions of feet meandering and huge, tumbling and raging non-stop, wrapped in a scorching wave of monstrous fire, sweeping away like a mountain. It seemed like it was going to engulf Xuanqing and his party and bury them in a sea of fire. In addition to Xuanqing, the surface of the skin of the three Qing and others began to produce a reaction. Constantly ZZ sound. The blink of an eye was burned red, hot as a branding iron in general. The rest of the mounts, on the other hand, were overwhelmed and directly begged Xuanqing to send them into the Chaos Pearl space for shelter. Is that the Fusang God Tree? The sun star was vast and vast, with no boundaries across it, and Xuanqing had wanted to start searching for opportunities for creation while refining his body. But from a distance, he was able to see a fiery red divine tree that was exceptionally dazzling, an instant eye-catcher. The Fusang divine tree, the extreme spiritual root of fire, was the spirit of the sun, and was the companion spiritual root of those two three-legged golden crows. To think that at this time, Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East were still in embryonic form, perched atop the Fusang divine tree, while the Fusang divine tree was still unowned. Hurry up and intercept it. Brothers, follow. Let's see who reaches that divine tree first. At that thought, Xuanqing suddenly yelled out. His feet streaked the ground with golden light and swept out directly. Seeing the violent and raging sun true fire around him as nothing, it was like breaking through a bamboo wall. Games like racing to see who's faster were the daily jousting of the four clear. In the past, when they first took form, they used to play like this, full of memories. But now, looking at Xuanqing alone, he rushed to the front. The three clearings, however, couldn't help but roll their eyes in unison, and instantly became speechless. No, big brother, can you think about their feelings? It wasn't that the three pristine ones wanted to spoil the fun. Rather, strength does not allow it. Seeing the terrifying and incomparable sun true flame raging around them, their Yuanshan all felt a burning heat. At first, it was fine, but after staying for a longer period of time, the three clearings felt like their flesh was melting. Opportunity lies ahead. Helpless, the three Qing can only offer a defensive spiritual treasure, plus body. All laws do not invade, sheltered tightly, do all the defensive measures, which dare to give up their lives to accompany the gentleman. The sun star is really big and vast. The four Qing extremely exhaustive de Luo speed aptitude, all the way to charge countless fire dragons, spent a few hours, which arrived at the place where the Fusang God Tree is located. Falling eyes and going. It was only that the Fusang divine tree had a crown like a canopy, and its appearance was like two mulberry trees growing from the same root, snuggling and supporting each other's growth. And hanging from the tree is a large, full fruit, grains of crystal like agate, the size of a fist. This is the Fusang fruit. And this fruit needs to blossom once in the past 9,000 years, and only after another 9,000 years will it bear fruit once, and only after another 9,000 years will the fruit mature. Up to 12 fruits are produced. 9 is the extreme number, and 12 is the perfection, which fits in with the supreme principle of the Great Tao. According to the innate memory inheritance records, taking a single Fusang divine fruit could increase one's mana, which was sufficiently better than the boring and hard cultivation of the One Yuan Club. Chapter 59, The Fusang Divine Tree Bears Divine Fruit. The Golden Crow has transformed and emerged early. 2. It is no wonder that in the later flood, Emperor Jun, East Emperor Tai, although the roots than the stream of Pangu Sanqing, out of the world in just a few yuan will, cultivation strength will be able to equal it. Among them, the East Emperor Tai Chi, who is regarded as the bearer of the Sun Star, the talker of the demon race, and the god of war of the heavenly court, is even more recognized by the flood as the No. One person under the saints under the Chaos Bell, which is the supreme treasure of the heavenly offense, with the support of the Chaos Bell. Today it seems, Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the Eastern Emperor were not only blessed with the destiny of the sons of the quantum reign of fortune. This Fusang divine fruit is definitely not to be credited. This is an extreme innate spiritual root. This is all by us encountering an extremely innate plant. My four Qings are truly blessed with deep fortune. Big brother, why don't we just carry it back and transplant it to the Kunlun Mountains? The three purities looked up at the heavenly divine tree in front of them and were invigorated. Xuanqing, exactly. Wow. Just when the four clearings were about to think ill of the Fusang divine tree, the divine tree suddenly trembled. Seems to be on a protest? However, it was said that the Fusang divine tree and the sun star had evolved at the same time, and had been at peace with each other for endless years. After all, the sun god fire on the sun star is terrifyingly terrifying, and there are innate formations to protect it, so ordinary beings can't even avoid it. and it's too late to avoid it. It is not expected. Today is the day of the thief, let alone the Fusang God tree expressing its protest. At this moment, even the spirit perched on the tree was stirring. It's 2 three-legged crows? Noticing the movement in the tree, Xuanqing let out a light eep. Fix your eyes. However, he saw that in the lush branches of the Fusang divine tree's flamboyant clumps, there was actually a huge and incomparable bird's nest hidden. Si Tongtian has begun to roll up his sleeves, step by step towards the Fusang divine tree, ready to embrace the divine tree, giving everyone a scene of upside down pulling the Fusang drama. The 2 golden crows immediately panicked. In a moment of desperation, the whirlwind fluttered its wings and flew out of the tree. Plunge. I am the innate divine of the sun star. The 3-legged golden crow, Di Jun, is also bearing the approval of the heavenly Tao. I am the innate divine of the sun star. The 3-legged golden crow, the Eastern Emperor Tai is also, and I am recognized by the heavenly Tao. Rumble. It was accompanied by a flood of extremely loud thunderous rolls that boomed out. At first glance, 2 great shapes were suddenly appearing in the sky above the sun star. A man with a purple and gold crown on his head, clad in a golden crow emperor's robe, with sword eyebrows and tiger eyes, his back inserted with golden wings. His temperament was a little bit refined and handsome, and there was a hard-to-conceal emperor style on his body, and he descended out of thin air. A person with long hair like a waterfall spread over the shoulders, heavy armor including the golden crow imperial robe, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, as if the god of war possessed general. The war gas rolled in the ancient world. The geisha Huang Yi deterred the world. The former was Di Jun, the future heavenly emperor of the demon race's heavenly court. The latter is the god of war in heaven, Emperor Tai Chi. See this. Xuanqing was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, these 2 three-legged golden crows had actually transformed in advance. Rumble. Before its thoughts were settled, there was another thunderclap. Soon after Di Jun and Donghuang Tai took shape, their 2 heavens destiny companion Dharma treasures followed suit. Chapter 60. What the Pangu fortune see is ours sooner or later. It was not Xuanqing's conjecture that Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East had come out early, but there were signs of it. Follow the normal flood script. The moment these 2 flat-furred golden crows were born, they should have the strength of a great Luo golden immortal. Now, the Hichu Luo Shu and the Chaos Bell were paired up. However, the cultivation levels of Di Jun and Donghuang Tai were not correct. Because of the perceived threat from Xuanqing's group, Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai were forced to take shape and come out earlier, so that, now, they only have peak Tai golden immortal cultivation. Fellow Taoists, this sun star is the dojo of our 2 brothers. I don't know what is the reason for your sudden visit. After Di Jun transformed into a form, he actually found that he could not see the real cultivation realm of the Forqing, so he quickly learned that the other party's strength is definitely far above them, and he forced a trace of anger, and he forced a smile. Originally, they were drawing on the essence of fire from the Fusang divine tree in the bird's nest, and it was reasonable to say that the earliest they would be able to successfully transform into forms would be thousands of years later. As soon as it was born, it should have been augmented by the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. But now, it was because of the Forqing's presumptuousness that they had no choice but to transform early. Then look at the East Emperor Tai. His body was majestic with battle intent. His face was indignant, gritting his teeth, obviously blocking a breath in his heart. If it were not for the fact that the other party was so crowded and their cultivation was so profound, I'm afraid that he would have already sent a clock to the Forqing's. Big brother, that ancient diagram is actually an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Also, that bell is even better. It's actually an innate treasure. Alas, it's only a pity that the treasure, though good, is owned. The 3 Qings directly ignored Di Jun's inquiry and discussed amongst themselves, keeping their eyes focused on the river diagram Luo book and the chaos bell, unable to take their eyes off of them. These abominable fellows. Where on earth did they come from? Robbers and bandits. Big brother, don't stop me. Let me fight them. Hearing that the 3 clearings were hitting on their own companion spiritual treasures, the East Emperor Tai, who was already holding back a mouthful of nausea that had nowhere to be vented, was instantly furious. If not for Emperor Jun stopping at the side, I am afraid that the East Emperor Tai will have to die with the Forqing. Bold and courageous, worthy of being the god of war of the heavenly court in the latter days of the flood. Tai, don't be impulsive for now. The river diagram Luo book and the chaos bell are our companion objects. Since they have a master, I believe they won't mess around. Emperor Jun said with this dissuasion, in the face of a great enemy, but can remain calm and collected. The same is not lost a generation of emperor style. It is not expected. The next moment they were completely taught, only to hear Xuanqing face does not care. Suddenly said with a straight face, so what if there is a master thing? We are the descendants of Pangu, adhering to the supreme will of Pangu, the great flood world. Heaven and earth everything. Are my father god Pangu evolved and nurtured? Anything that we, the Pangu for Qing, have our eyes on, sooner or later it will be ours. Who cares if he has a master or not? We'll grab it first. Xuanqing's words about tigers and wolves frightened Emperor Jun and stunned the Eastern Emperor. 3 Qing heard the words, also all froze Lord, into contemplation. Seems to really haven't thinking about Xuanqing words. It felt so reasonable at once. Closed the door and released the beasts. Immediately afterward, Xuanqing didn't nag, and with a wave of his hand, he released the 2 Qilin, as well as the dragon princess, the plate-horned green ox, and the Kuan Yo, 5 beasts, from within the chaos bead space. The divine flame blazed on the solar star and couldn't tolerate them, so Xuanqing directly threw them outside the solar star to keep watch. At the same time, following the release of the 5 beasts, only to see Xuanqing's hands continuously pinching and sealing, striking out complicated array patterns, directly laying down a large array around the sun star, defending it to the death. Not even a fly will get out. The reason why Xuanqing was acting so cautiously, covered because he knows. Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the Eastern Emperor had a natural aptitude added to their repertoire called the art of transforming the golden crow into a rainbow. This is the divine ability of speed, blinking across millions of miles, crossing the void, at hand both the end of the world. Quite extraordinary. In order to prevent Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East from escaping from the battlefield and running away with the most precious treasure, Xuanqing was also quite attentive. After everything was properly arranged and not a drop of water could escape, Xuanqing nodded his head in satisfaction and murmured, well, this time it's stable. Even if they take the wings, they can't escape. Chapter 60, what the Pangu for Qing sees is ours sooner or later. 2. Triple clear. The 2 Golden Crow brothers. The 3 purities were confused, thoroughly baffled by this maneuver of Xuanqing's. No, big brother, it's just 2 peak Tai immortal cultivators. Is that so? Those who didn't know would think that they were going to deal with some supreme power. If it is not that the 2 golden crows have innate spiritual treasures, and even they do not have to go out and directly send a few mounts out of the horse can be pinned down. Now, Xuanqing was releasing ferocious beasts and setting up formations. It was too much to lift those 2 flat-furred golden crows, wasn't it? Let's not talk about the 3 Qings. Even Di Jun and Donghuang Tai were very confused. I'm afraid this is not going to end well. Not to mention that the various columns of great formations laid out by Xuanqing were arcane and powerful, magnificent and majestic, and indestructible. Just when they saw the 4 Qing's mounts, each of which was at the peak cultivation level of Tai Golden Immortal, the 2 Golden Crow brothers were instantly stunned. The opposite mount is able to fight them 50-50. Please, this fellow Daoist, have we known each other before? Or is there some kind of misunderstanding between our Golden Crow clan and you all? Horrified and terrified, Emperor Jun weakly asked. In his opinion, if they Jinwu and Pangu for Qing are not the existence of any misunderstanding, otherwise, what hatred and what resentment can let Xuanqing so Xinjiana? At those words, Xuanqing shook his head. Neither do we know each other, nor do we have any grudges. So can you be reasonable? Emperor Jun asked again. This statement was made. Xuanqing couldn't help but laugh. Reasoning? If everything has to be reasoned with, then wouldn't we be white great Luo golden immortals? Need to know. This is a world where the strong are honored, not a female world. After saying that, Xuanqing waved his hand and then greeted the 3 Qings as they swarmed up to him. Boom! With a loud bang, endless Xuanhuang Qi tumbled and drooped, and Linglong Tower directly smashed out. Shoo! The 3 treasures Jade Rui cut through the sky, outlining a curved arc and breaking the wind. Clang! The sound of sword chants whistled, gusts of sword awnings brimmed and rushed to the sky, and the Qingping sword was blatantly unsheathed. In the face of the 3 Qings' attack, which was as furious as a blizzard, Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the Eastern Emperor also panicked, sacrificing their accompanying spiritual treasures for defense while casting the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation Avatar and scurrying around. For a time, all sorts of spiritual treasure rays, as well as all sorts of divine abilities, intertwined continuously, brimming with brilliance, shaking the entire solar star. 3 Qing relying on their own strength, but also a variety of spiritual treasures to support, can be described as a crushing trend, beating the 2 brothers of the Golden Crow retreat. No strength. However, the victory was that Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai also had natural aptitude enhancements, and were extremely fast at transforming rainbows. For a while, the 3 Qing were also unable to attack for a long time and could do nothing about it, gradually running out of patience. These 2 flat-furred birds are fast. If you're capable, don't run around. The poor Taoist will fight you one-on-one. The 3 Qing completely fought with real fire. All of them were furious, until Xuanqing slowly steps out, finally struck out. Chapter 61, The Wandering Third Golden Crow? Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Xuanqing stepped on his easy steps and swept out a trail of shadows as he first chased after Emperor Jun. After all, the persimmon has to be soft. Seeing Xuanqing out of the horse, the three Qing directly as a shirker, automatically retreated to the side, quietly watching the big brother pretend 13. What speed? Emperor Jun looked at the road shadow toward his own swept. Look horrified. Decisive fluttering golden crow feather wings. A peak Tai golden immortal mana urged to the extreme. Extreme speed aptitude. Wanting to flee away. However, the Sun Star is surrounded by Xuanqing laid down each column array. He simply cannot escape. Cannot avoid. Can only be in a place? Bouncing back and forth. The mixed elements easy steps were created by Xuanqing when he traveled through heaven and earth, freeing himself from the mountains and waters. Its grade was comparable to a mixed yuan level technique. The art of the golden crow transforming the rainbow was certainly an infinite creation, but the easy step is even better. What's more, there was no comparison at all between a great Luo golden immortal and a Tai golden immortal, when the same gongfu aptitude was exerted together. Naturally, the strongest would always be the strongest. Little golden crow, where are you running? No! In the blink of an eye, Xuanqing flashed in front of Emperor Jun, stopping his path at once. That cry shouted Emperor Jun's scalp, sending shivers down his spine and causing him to go into a state of shock. Boom! In the next moment, not even waiting for Emperor Jun to react, Xuanqing had already smashed out a divine demon fist. Hichu Luoshu blocked across the front to protect his master. However, Xuanqing's punches were fierce and powerful, and it was difficult for ordinary mixed yuan powers to resist them. Claptrap. When it was too late, we only saw that the river map Luo book was shaking madly, and the immortal light gradually dimmed, and finally fell down in midair. Xuanqing's hand was quick and lifted his hand to ingest it into his palm. My companion's spirit treasure. Emperor Jun was shocked and wanted to cry. Thief, return my brother's companion spirit treasure. Thud. Following Xuanqing's thunderous momentum, captured the river map Luo book. The East Emperor Tai Chi directly stormed out. The golden crow wings vibration. He palmed the chaos bell smashed down. All of a sudden, the melodious bell sound. Honghuang 5-color light brilliant. Heaven and earth lost color. Qianquan shaking. The innate treasure of the power revealed undoubtedly. This scene caused a wave of fear and trepidation in the three pristine ones who were watching the battle from the side. Fortunately, the speed of the Xuanqing easy step is not weak. Between the floating shadow, it will be transformed into a splendid golden rainbow. A step at hand, retreating peacefully. This is the rainbow transformation avatar technique of the My Golden Crow clan? How is this possible? How could you also know the innate inherited divine ability unique to My Golden Crow clan? Emperor Jun and Emperor Donghuang Tai had sharp eyes and instantly recognized that the speed aptitude Xuanqing had performed was none other than the rainbow transformation technique of their Golden Crow clan. Directly on the spot, he was dumbfounded. The two Golden Crow brothers looked at each other, wide-eyed, and their yuan shin shook wildly. And then a piece seemed to come to mind. Spinning out in unison, he exclaimed, could it be that thou art our long-lost, wandering fellow Golden Crow? Rumble. When these words came out, the three Qings froze along with them, almost not being thunderstruck by those tiger and wolf words of the two Golden Crow brothers. If it wasn't for the fact that they were incarnated out of the world with Xuanqing, he also knew that Xuanqing's enlightenment was heaven-defying, and that all the laws of the world and the many divine abilities would be understood if he learned them once and practiced them once. If one trick is good, 100 tricks are good. Otherwise, they also couldn't help but wonder if Xuanqing was from the rooted origins of the Golden Crow clan. Impossible. This son doesn't have a Golden Crow bloodline in his body, much less Golden Crow Dao rhythm flowing through him. He's definitely not one of our kind. But, since he's not from the Golden Crow clan, how does he know the art of Golden Crow rainbow transformation? Di Jun and Donghuang Tai, after some analysis and deduction, directly overturned a certain possibility. Really puzzled, almost did not suspect the bird life. Chapter 61, The Wandering Third Golden Crow? 2. What long-lost, wandering fellow Golden Crow? I am of the authentic Pangu bloodline. Fong just watched you guys perform the Golden Crow rainbow transformation technique a few times, so can't you just learn it on your own? Inexplicably labeled as wet life oviposition and wearing hair and horns, Xuanqing couldn't help but roll his eyes and immediately explained. A talk, sincere to the extreme, words from the heart. However, Di Jun and Donghuang Tai's heads, however, shook like a rattle, a look of death and disbelief. Watching it a few times and comprehending a supreme divine ability on your own? Who would believe this ING talk? Xuanqing didn't care if they believed it or not. Taking advantage of the gap between the two Golden Crow brothers' days, he bowed like a dragon and took another step, transforming a golden rainbow, golden and bright. In a matter of moments, he arrived in front of the Eastern Emperor Tai and directly slammed his fist down. Donghuang Tai instinctively offered the chaos bell for defense. Bam! The ancient bell shook violently, crazily stirring up infinite Xuanqing qi, the sound of the bell piercing the ears. East Emperor Tai Chi felt a strange force coming from the chaos bell, and then his whole body flew out backwards together with the chaos bell. Tai Chi, Dijun also reacted at this time, and with a furious roar, he activated his peak Tai golden immortal mana and swept away like the heavens and the earth. Claptrap! Its golden crow wings stirring madly, scrolling around the infinite sun fire rolled back, turned into a fire dragon, blatantly rushed to Xuanqing, the potential to be swallowed up in general. Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai are the spirits of the sun star, and are innately divine, naturally attuned to the true fire of the sun, and can mobilize endless true fire with a single thought, rivaling the great Luo golden immortals. Good timing. Xuanqing gradually raised a few points of wariness, but it was only a few points. A light scolding. Between his raised hands, he tore apart billions of feet of sun true flame as easily as shredding paper. The last punch blasted above Taijin's chest. At first glance, Dijun's chest sunk down a few points first, gradually getting deeper and deeper, and then a crack spread across the surface of the flesh. In the end, bang, a muffled sound. Its flesh was directly broken half. Broken. Hot golden crow divine blood along with the meat foam crumbs, directly splashed out. Whoa! Dijun's fleshly body was broken and he coughed up blood in large mouths, completely losing his fighting strength. Big brother, be careful. Suddenly, the three Qings yelled out together, all looking appalled, wanting to remind Xuanqing of something. How dare you hurt my brother? Die for me! Thud! However, what responded to the three purities was a roar, as well as a burst of loud bells. Fix your eyes. Donghuang Tai had already held up the chaos bell and rolled back, directly smashing into Xuanqing. It is not expected. Xuanqing, however, did not move at all, or, perhaps, was too lazy to move, standing calmly in place, immovable as a mountain. Just like that, he allowed the innate supreme treasure to directly smash on his back, simply ridiculously calm. Ha 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 ha, you're not going to die this time? East Emperor Tai's sneak attack succeeded. Crazy Caracal laugh out. Thought he had settled the battle. Dejected to the extreme. It is not expected. Chapter 62, Unconvinced? Then fight until you are convinced. There was a muffled bang. The innate treasure chaos bell smashed solidly into Xuanqing's broad back. The sound of the bell was so loud that the terrifying might swept over the mountains and shook away 100,000 miles of the sun's true flame. Even the three pristine ones who were watching the battle, separated by a long distance, were able to feel the terrifying aftermath, scraping their cheeks raw and ruffling their green silk. However, they said that they followed Xuanqing and traveled through the floodplains, and their physical bodies in Yuanshan were cultivated at the same time, and the toughness of their physical bodies, although far less than Xuanqing, could definitely boast of being unrivaled in the same realm. But even so, feeling the terrifying aftermath sweeping over them, they all couldn't help but marvel at the terror of the Chaos Bell's supreme power. Imagine if they were the ones to take such a blow. They would probably have to suffer enough. Therefore, at this time, the three Qing all cannot help but tighten their nerves. Looking at the East Emperor Tai again, his Caracal laughter became even louder after he had scored a hit. Just the next second, when the Chaos Bell's power subsided, the divine light converged, and the waves of the sun god's fire faded. The scene in front of him made his jaw drop. Its laughter came to a screeching halt. Is this the power of an innate treasure? It's not bad. The crispy feeling is quite comfortable. Xuanqing talked and said, with an expression of enjoyment, words from the heart. With that, he reached out and directly plucked off the Chaos Bell and logically pocketed it. How is this possible? How come you're not hurt at all? East Emperor Taichi was completely dumbfounded as he looked unharmed and even intoxicated. Including Emperor Jun is also the same. Frozen in place. A moment actually some do not know what to do. Mouth murmured, this sun is which chaos demon god reincarnation it. How the flesh power is so horrible? And aren't these guys rooted by the Pangu Yuanshan? How did they train their fleshly bodies to be so perverted? Shocker, horrified, and unbelievable, even unbelievable. Various thoughts raged and surged in the hearts of the two Golden Crow brothers for a long time. To know, the Chaos Bell is infinitely mysterious and infinite in its creation. It can confine time and suppress space, bounces back any attacks from treasures and divine weapons, as well as all damage from divine spells. Attack and defense in one. Put it on your head and you will be invincible. It has the power of suppressing the world of the divine, reversing the power of the heavens and spacetime, the work of evolving the mysteries of the heavenly way, refining the power of earth, water, fire and wind. It could be said that with East Emperor Taichi in charge of the Chaos Bell, he would be able to easily accomplish a level-crossing challenge even against a great Luo Golden Immortal. But now, The spicy chaos bell smashed hard on Xuanqing, but the other party didn't do anything at all. Not even a single hair was rubbed off. How does this not call the two Golden Crow brothers fearful and horrified? Simply as if they were facing a great terror, sweating more than a little. This degree of physical strength. It's just too sick. Seeing this, the three Qing couldn't help but let out a long breath, as if relieved. Yes, because they were too involved in watching the battle, they almost forgot that their big brother Xuanqing had already become a Taoist in the flesh. Not to mention the canonical ascendant treasure. Even if a Chaos Supreme treasure came, it would be able to carry it. Harm, worry for nothing, and excited for nothing. Tai Chi, flee. Chapter 62, unconvinced? Then fight until you are convinced. 2. After seeing the horror of Xuanqing's fleshly body, Di Jun, after being shocked, forced down his inner fear and hastily reminded out. Escape? But, our companion's spirit treasure. Of course, Donghuang Tai also wanted to quickly escape from this place of wrongdoing, but his heart was torn in 100 different ways. After all, this is their innate habitat, as well as their dojo. More importantly, now their companion spirit treasures had all been taken away by someone who had plundered and robbed them by force. Just leave. He, the Eastern Emperor, was not convinced. This breath, my Donghuang Tai cannot swallow. After holding his tongue for half a day, the East Emperor Tai reddened his face and gritted his teeth. The words came out. Di Jun was shocked, drenched in sweat more than, hastily reached out to cover the East Emperor Tai's mouth, for fear of violating any taboo like. However, these words eventually fell on Xuanqing's ears. What? You're still not convinced? Since this is the case, today, the poor Taoist will give you a lesson on what is called the truth that the strongest man in the flood world is honored. In response to Donghuang Tai's indignation, Xuanqing smiled contemptuously and ignored it. If the two Golden Crow brothers' fists were harder than their 4 clearances today, and there were more people than them, I'm afraid it would be another ending. As Xuanqing said, the flood world, where the strong are honored and the weak are eaten by the strong, can be very cruel. Even if one is as strong as the Beast Emperor God Reverend, the Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, the Beginning Qilin, and Luo Shuji, in the end, can one be stronger than the Heavenly Tao's reckoning? In this life, Xuanqing crosses over, with extraordinary roots and deep blessings, backed by the background of the Pangu clan, all the way to the alternative path. It was destined to be on the opposite side of the Heavenly Tao in the future. Therefore, he had to become as strong as possible before the Heavenly Tao completely took charge of the world, constantly deepening his base and accumulating deposits. Anyone who dares to stop him will be avenged for blocking the way, and will be directly pushed across and suppressed. One thought to this, Xuanqing had already struck out, lifting his hand to swipe out a brilliant stream of light, blatantly charging into the sky, blooming with endless brilliant divine radiance. Streams of light, a total of 36. The divine radiance brightly condensed 36 pearls, light shining in the 10 directions of the universe, the heavens. It is precisely the 36 fixed sea god pearl, rumble, 36 fixed sea beads suspended in midair, floating and sinking more than, wrapped in the heavy force of billions of pounds, containing 36 worlds of the heavens' gravity, instantly overwhelmed by the surrounding endless emptiness, collapsed. Escape! Feeling the heavy force of the 36 heavenly worlds, pressing down horizontally. This time, the Eastern Emperor Tai finally stopped being entangled. Perceiving the great terror descending upon him, there was only one thought left in his mind at the moment. That's escape. Run as far away as you can. News. Thunderbreak. The two three-legged golden crows let out a cry, steeply lifted their wings and flew away, instantly turning into 2 divine rainbows to vanish. Where to run? Suppress. As Xuanqing let out a soft shout resounding through the vastness of the ancient starry sky, the 36 fixed sea beads swept out, shattering layers of emptiness, one after the other, swimming rapidly, constantly chasing after those 2 divine rainbows. With a muffled bang, the 2 Golden Crow brothers were simply unable to avoid the dazzling divine light, and received a heavy blow. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after that, another fixed sea pearl smashed down, directly lifting off the 2 Golden Crow brothers and even shattering the various columns of defense formations. The powerful and terrifying impact plowed the 2 Golden Crow brothers 100,000 miles of the land of the Swift Star, instantly blasting away one great star of the Taiku. The splendor of the picture is like a bunch of fireworks blooming in that dark starry sky. Very beautiful. Chapter 63, Daughter-in-law and sister-in-law incarnate out of the world? The field, for a moment, was quite quiet. The true fire of the sun stops going out and returns to peace. The 36 fixed sea beads retreated, and the many divine aptitudes and spiritual treasures were converged. Di Jun, Donghuang Tai, I, Xuanqing, tell you that the poor Taoist will not only take away your companion spirit treasures as a warning to others. From today onwards, the Sunstar Dojo is a subdivision of my Pangu Forqing Dojo. If you dare to come and offend, you will be beheaded without mercy. The magnificent and loud thunderous sound, all of a sudden the vast Taiku starry sky, reached the ears of Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East. At this time and then look at the Golden Crow two brothers, deep in an unknown star above, directly smashed out of a large deep pit. Purple and gold crown is no longer, cloak and hair. The Golden Crow robes tattered and stained with blood mottled. Flesh is also dripping blood more than. It's simply not too lousy. Listening to Xuanqing's piercing warning voice, the two brothers and the two birds both had an iron expression and their teeth were about to be clenched, but they dared not speak out in anger. Eldest brother, the Pangu Four Purities are just too arrogant. This matter absolutely cannot be left at that. Dong Huang Tai clenched his fists, his eyes as red as Dan fire with indignation. Di Jun didn't say anything and frowned the entire time. He knew that the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi was brave and warlike, but the other party was crowded and strong, and they were now without their spiritual treasures in dojo, all alone and weak. So what should they take revenge? Eldest brother, on the Taiyin star adjacent to us, there are also two innate sacred ones, fellow neighbors, so I believe they won't stand idly by. The East Emperor Tai was in a hurry and whirled around to propose. The planet Taiyin? At those words, Emperor Jun glanced toward that side of the ancient starry sky, a white and flawless. The whole body exudes icy cold gas, turning the cold tide surging and rolling. The starlight is not weaker than the star of the sun, an ancient star. His eyes blossomed with a superbly refined aura. In this way, the two Golden Crow brothers supported each other, dragging their broken Dao bodies, and swept toward the Taiyin star. It looks like a woeful escape. In fact, it was the Shaker who went to move the rescue. Big brother is mighty. Big brother is dominant. Bullseye. On the Sun Star, the three Qing have given Xuanqing a thumbs up and praise, more and more admiration and worship. Don't beat about the bush. Since this Sun Star was evolved by the left eye of my father god, Pangu, it's only right that we take it back now. Expelling the two Golden Crows and successfully occupying the Sun Star Dojo, Xuanqing seemed to have a feeling and immediately said, also, this Sun Star is a large place with hidden opportunities. While we utilize the Sun True Flame to quench our bodies, let's all pay attention and properly scavenge all the heavenly materials and treasures. The three clearings nodded in unison, not afraid of thieves stealing, but most afraid of thieves thinking about it. After, Xuanqing then collected the Fusang Divine Tree and carefully transplanted it into the Chaos Bead space, where it would be planted together on the Kunlun Mountains in the future. In addition, he did not forget to pick a few Fusang Divine Fruits in passing, and a few brothers shared them. After a few Fusang Divine Fruits went down in succession, the four clearings soon felt the majestic spiritual energy saved up in their bodies, and immediately put the matter of scavenging heavenly materials and treasures on hold for the time being. First, sitting on the ground on his knees, he began to refine the essence contained within the Fusang Divine Fruit, traveled all the way to the flood to this. The three Qing insights are quite deep, each touching the bottleneck, and now have the Fusang Divine Fruit to support. Breakthrough is a matter of water to the channel. However, Xuanqing was an exception. Although he also had signs of a breakthrough, he did not choose to break through in order to solidify his foundation and consolidate the foundation of the Tao, but rather suppressed his cultivation realm as a way to deepen his precipitation and grow his own base. But the way of physical cross-training, long and endless. Now Xuanqing is just the beginning of the first chamber, to the other side of the shore, but also need to slowly figure out, a long way to go. Taking advantage of the gap between the three Qing's cultivation to break through the bottleneck of the realm, Xuanqing sacrificed the celebration clouds of the heavens and enveloped them above the heads of the three Qing, and then recalled a group of mounts to protect them. After all this, Xuanqing is still not assured, raised his hand to pinch the seal, concluded a large array, sealed the entire Sun Star, in order to prevent the invasion of other living beings, disturbing the three Qing cultivation of the Pure Land. Immediately afterward, Xuanqing began to cruise around the solar star, seeking other opportunities for creation while also utilizing the infinite solar true flame to quench his physical body. Chapter 63, Daughter-in-law and sister-in-law incarnated out of the world? 2. Without using any magical power or spiritual treasures to enhance the situation, he stepped on foot on top of this ancient star, allowing his physical body to be roasted by the sun god flame and his yuanshan to be scorched. Just like an ascetic practitioner, he was practicing the Tao, but also asking and realizing the Tao. With his heaven-defying enlightenment, he observed that the true fire of the sun was blazing and raging like a dragon, so he created and reproduced a mixed yuan level technique, chaos incineration technique. As a result, he comprehended the fledgling true meaning of the laws of fire more and more thoroughly, and gradually became skillful, reaching the state of minor success. As time passed, Xuanqing continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the interior of the solar star. his fleshly body growing stronger, his Dao deepening, his cultivation rising, and his aura becoming more and more metaphysical. On the way to the road, he had picked up quite a few fire attribute spirit roots, about dozens of them, and there were many innate among them, as well as a variety of rare refining materials, spirit ore, fire crystals, onyx, and red gold, are too numerous to mention. The spirit root intends to stay back and hand it over to Tai Ching, and turn around and refine a few more potions to replenish his body. The refining materials, needless to say, were all given to Yuan Shi, so that he could get a few more innate spiritual treasures out. During the process of gathering the treasure, Xuanqing seemed to notice it and couldn't help but stop. No other reason, because he just couldn't suppress it. Suddenly, a muffled sound came out from his body. It seemed to be the movement of some kind of shackle being broken instantly. His physical body cultivation had just stepped into the realm of the second heavenly realm of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element. Realm cultivation distance from the mixed golden immortal, but also only separated by a thin layer of window paper. A poke will break. The sun star is worthy of being transformed by Father God Pangu's left eye, and the sun true flame derived from it is really strong. The effect of quenching the body was surprisingly significant. This trip was not a mistake. Asking for results, Xuanqing was in a happy mood. He suddenly thought, want to collect part of the sun true fire, for their own use? Just by the way, to verify the test method, just comprehended the technique, chaos burning technique. I don't know. When Xuanqing activated the chaotic incineration technique, he suddenly sensed that there was some sort of creation in the solar star that was echoing it. The heart and soul will be created, blessed to the core. There is bound to be an opportunity, thought Shakti. Xuanqing then followed the underworldly guidance of the chaotic incineration technique and disappeared into the sun star's underground. Through layers of spirit vein or layers, dive into the underground world of molten lava. It finally descended into an underground grotto. Or maybe, this is the geocentric world of Helios. This is the sun true amazing? And sun essence milk? The grotto was not large, all at a glance, and just after descending here, Xuanqing found two divine objects at once. Both are the essence of the sun star. Solar true amazing is the highest version of the solar true fire, the most pure and intense. Need to be through the infinite solar true fire, constantly and repeatedly quenching. Calcination can be sacrificed, and a small handful of fire. The milk of the sun, on the other hand, only condenses and molds one drop in 10,000 years. These two, both can temper the physical body. The former can also attack and destroy. With the chaos burning skill, burning the sky and destroying the earth is no big deal. All in all, it's a treasure to pick up. I am the Lord of Taiyin Star. Shiha, taking shape today. I am the Lord of Taiyin Star. Changxi, taking form today. Rumble. Right at this moment, bursts of Mimi Dao sounds iterated and swept in, resounding through the 10 directions of the ancient starry sky. Emperor Jun's daughter-in-law, and Emperor Jun's sister-in-law. The incarnation is out of this world. Chapter 64, Dharma as a guide. Prove the way with force. Prove the mixed golden immortal. Xuanqing was no stranger to the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi. As far as he knows, follow the normal direction of the flood script. Between the three-legged golden crow, Di Jun, and Shi He, a marriage is fated to exist, a heavenly marriage. The allusion to Shiho bathing in the sun and the 10 golden crows coming out of the sky is derived from this. It was just that now that the companion spirit treasures of the two golden crow brothers and the solar star dojo had been seized by Xuanqing, he didn't mind grabbing Emperor Jun's mother-in-law along with them. The aftermath is set aside for the moment. Today's business is today's business. With a hint of expectation, Xuanqing gladly collected the true sun amazing as well as the sun essence milk, intending to go back and bless a few other brothers. Along the way, he picked up quite a few more spiritual roots and exotic treasures. Not a moment too soon for Qing re-meet, but Xuanqing did not disturb their enlightenment and cultivation. Will be their own scavenging of the heavenly materials and geomantic treasures, moistened into 3, placed in front of the 3 Qing, and then self-conscious sitting on one side of the knee, also began to cultivate. Do not disturb each other. The flood does not remember years, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the divine fire on the sun star rioted, sweeping up a solar storm. 3 shares of blazing thick Dala magic power, blatantly rushed up to the sky, converging into 3 bright light columns, shining in the starry sky of the universe. Hundreds of millions of ancient stars madly trembling endlessly. This is quite a powerful sound. After this period of latent cultivation, the 3 purities had been quite successful. Elder Prince Tai Ching had successfully stepped into the realm of De Luo perfection, and his physical body's Dao had not fallen behind, and was strong and unrivaled. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian had both reached the peak of the great Luo golden immortal. Their fleshly bodies were equally terrifying, and their Yuanshan was incomparably solid. Congratulations, second brother. Smoothly quite realm of the great Luo perfection. Just 1 foot short of that mixed golden immortal realm. Tongtian felt the aura of Taoism in Laozi's body, which was subtle and unfathomable, and did not begrudge him for speaking out in praise. Yuanshan also nodded gently, arched his hands and clasped his fists, bowing and expressing congratulations from the heart. Third brother, fourth brother, you are also good. It is estimated that it will not take long, also be able to catch up with my brother. Just certify the way of the mixed golden immortal. Among the ranks of the great powers of the floodplains, how easy it is to talk about. In the face of the two brothers' compliments, Laozi could not help but laugh dumbly. He has a self-awareness, knowing that he is not as perverse as the older brother Xuanqing, and not as good as Xuanqing was favored by the father god Pangu, much less Pangu's own son. Along the way, if not relying on the many heavenly resources to irrigate the Dao flower and condense the Dao fruit, Laozi knows that the way is simply impossible to go so fast and so far. Among them, big brother Xuanqing great credit. Credit, I have no teeth to forget, grateful to remember, and I wonder how big brother is doing. When Yuanshan came out of the gate and opened his eyes, he saw the many strange and precious materials for refining weapons placed in front of him, as well as 1 copy each of the Sun True Amazing and the Sun Essence Milk. Surprised and unexpected, Yuanshan could not help but feel a warmth in his heart and mind, and then he asked with concern. Laozi and Tongtian also had a share. And then there was the massive amount of spirit roots and precious medicines, as well as various array Dao scrolls inscribed with the divine patterns of the heaven and earth Dao. Following Xuanqing's Taoist rhythm, he cast his gaze and discovered that his own big brother was also diving into enlightenment. The three Qing looked at each other and instantly understood, silently guarding Xuanqing's side and protecting him. During the process, all three Qing were very curious and wanted to get a glimpse of Xuanqing's true cultivation level. It is not expected. Perhaps it was because their Taoism was so trivial and their cultivation was so shallow that it was really hard to catch them. Even Tai Chang, who had attained the state of perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal and was almost on par with Xuanqing, could not see through it. Thinking for a moment, Tai Ching shook his head and sighed to himself. I thought that the poor road could take the opportunity to counteract a wave of the big brother. I did not expect to end up with a big difference. Feeling Xuanqing's body constantly dispersed out of the Dao rhythm, filled with mixed yuan breath. The originals still have a hint of luck. Extravagant hope to catch up with Xuanqing's footsteps of the Tai Ching, very consciously dispelled this idea. Claptrap. Just as Tai Ching's words fell. Chapter 64, The Laws as a Guide. Proving the way with force. Proving the mixed golden immortal. 2. A magnificent and vast fluctuation of spiritual energy crazily swept and converged. With Xuanqing as the center point, the infinite essence of fire, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, swelled into a sea, converging into a vortex of spiritual qi that hung high above Xuanqing's head. 30,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 90,000 miles. The aura sweeping range was expanding, and in the end, ravaged the entire solar star. Even the neighboring Taiyin star on the far side of the sky was also affected, and the rolling Taiyin essence as well as the spiritual qi all rushed towards Xuanqing. His big brother, this is the break through the rhythm of the mixed golden immortal? Your big brother is still your big brother. It's the same cultivation. But he's made such a big show. I'm convinced. Bullish. Until now, Yuanshan and Tongtian had only then realized the meaning of Laozi's words, and were suddenly in awe. Shocked and at the same time, the three purities couldn't help but be invigorated and had begun to look forward to it ruthlessly. After all, the Pangu for clear honor and disgrace. One honor and honor. Brothers, several people join hands. Its benefit can break the gold. No harm. It's just a pity that it was just a little bit late in transforming into a form and a little bit shorter in cultivation time. But not anymore. Xuanqing, who had already proved the Dao in the flesh, would definitely be even more powerful if he were to prove the mixed golden immortal Dao fruit at this time. At the stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, their elder brother Xuanqing had already presented an invincible posture, pushing all enemies across the board and suppressing the world. Once Xuanqing again proved to be the fruit of the golden immortal of the mixed elements. Hiss. They simply can't imagine it. With endless expectations and excitement, the pupils of the three Qing's eyes gradually enlarged and contracted, and the scene that came into their eyes gave them a visual impact that continuously slammed their Dao hearts. Falling eyes and going. However, he saw that above Xuanqing's head, not only were there the three flowers on the top gathered, but there were also the 10 great cavernous furnaces manifesting. Cave heaven furnace. For a party of Qianquan heaven and earth, the main devouring, accommodating the mystery. Ordinary Dala monks pour all their efforts. To be able to open up 1 or 2 has not been easy. 3 or 4 has been extraordinary. 5 or 6 is the path of the infinite. 7 or 8 more mixed qualifications. Xuanqing, on the other hand, now opened up 10 cavernous heavens at once. Thanks to the creation subtlety of the hybrid heaven-swallowing devil technique, Xuanqing had not only sacrificed the 10 cave heavens, but had also united them. The devil's power was activated. The mana was volatile, pulling the magnificent vortex of spiritual qi, presenting a whale-swallowing trend, a brain pouring into Xuanqing's body. The air swallowed billions of miles like a tiger. Under the support of the vast and surging spiritual energy, Xuanqing's yuanshan continued to be sublimated, and the strength of his fleshly body continued to be strengthened, cleansing the marrow and bones. Next, he didn't attack that layer of mixed golden immortal shackles in one go. Instead, they manifested the 3,000 laws of true intent prototypes. Intend to choose a path and take the path of the law of evidence. Time is honored. Space is king. Fate is supreme. And power is supreme. Among the 3,000 laws, power is supreme. Moreover, he mainly cultivated his physical body, with his yuan shen as a supplement, and the laws of force were more in line with his Tao. Therefore, Xuanqing did not think about it and decisively used the prototype of the laws of force true intent to irrigate it with infinite spiritual qi mana, constantly polished and honed to perfection and perfection. Condensing the long river of the laws of force, he impacted that layer of the mixed golden immortal shackles. Break me dash. Chapter 65, The Quantum Revenge is Coming. Ascending to Taiyin. Exerting too much? Ka Qing. Following Xuanqing's light scolding, the shackling yoke within his body was broken. Then all the mana manifested a law divine chain, surrounded by its body, floating around, transmitting the ancient Tao rhyme breath, subtle and complex, set it off like an ancient chaos demon god. In the eyes of the great Tao God pattern manifested, glittering, force word golden light appeared, deep and ancient, eyes open and close. It seems to disillusion the stars of the heavens, blazing like ancient Chinese astronomy, holy as the white moon, mysterious and esoteric. Attaining the mixed one realm, one no longer cared about the degree of mana strength or weakness. Rather, it focused more on the comprehension of the laws and the understanding of the supreme principle of the great Tao of heaven and earth. At this time Xuanqing through the body of its surface, Tao God pattern materialized, the law of force floating and sinking, apparently certified mixed golden immortal Taoist fruit. From now on, the path becomes more and more limitless, a straight path, and a promising future. Big brother, just like this, to break through the mixed golden immortal one realm? Hiss, the cowpoor Taoist has already said num. Don't say it, I've already heard it until my ears are calloused. Xuanqing's roots are extraordinary, the talent is demonic, the battle force is heavenly. These three Qing are very clear, but they thought that Xuanqing certified the way of the mixed golden immortal, at least thousands, or tens of thousands of years before they can understand their way. The flood does not remember years, and thousands of years are but a snap of the fingers, tens of thousands of years are but a flash. This was already the highest evaluation of Xuanqing's talent that the three pristine ones had given in their self-perception. It was not expected that Xuanqing stepped into this realm only a few hundred years ago now. Thanks to that, they were planning to stay up on the solar planet for a few thousand years to quietly protect Xuanqing. Never in a million years did they expect that they would still underestimate the extent of Xuanqing's perversity. Even from the time they attained the Tao by transforming into forms and cultivating the Tao until now, their cultivation time is only tens of thousands of years. It's only 30,000 years at the top. The same authentic descendants of Pangu. They were all still Tao Lord Grills. And Xuanqing had already become a Taoist in the flesh and had attained the Tao fruit of the mixed golden immortal. See, that's the difference. Thoughts rushed wildly between them. At this moment, Xuanqing really wanted to look up to the sky and roar, Father God is unjust and Father God is biased. Just a first glimpse of the corner of the great Tao of force, and you've successfully certified as a mixed golden immortal, worthy of the Father God Pangu's inherited laws, not to mention the three Qings. Even the person in question, Xuanqing, at this moment, had a look of surprise appear on his face. Surprised, he was glad to have made the choice. With the beginning of Pangu's Yuanshan incarnation, the body has the merit of opening the sky. Xuanqing resolutely shuttle, cohesion merit indestructible golden body, embarked on the way of physical strength, the art of horizontal training to the extreme, the physical body to carry all the laws of the world, shoulder 3,000 laws, as the basis. So this is today's understanding of the law of force. Certify the Tao of mixed golden immortal Taoist fruit, such as eating and drinking water is generally simple. It may seem unreasonable, but everything is by the book, by the book, by the book. Congratulations, big brother. The three Qing were stunned for a few moments, silently reciting the meditation incantation in their hearts, gradually stabilizing their Taoist hearts, stopping their mind apes, calming their thoughts, and brushing their hands towards Xuanqing to congratulate them. Let's go to Taiyin Star for a walk. Stepping into the realm of the mixed golden immortal, Xuanqing's Yuan Shen, physical body, and Taoist heart have all improved by leaps and bounds, and his perception of heaven and earth has become more thorough and clear, sensing that the aura of calamity in the flooded heavens and earth has become more and more dense, and that the quantitative calamity will come. Therefore, he also had to step up his time to become a Taoist before he could do so. Only by stepping into the realm of the supreme mixed Yuan Dala could one be free from the targeting as well as the constraints of the heavenly Tao after taking charge of the world. Struggle with the sky and the earth. And the gentleman is a self-starter. Only by continuously accumulating the underlying strength and deepening the precipitation can we perhaps intercept that ray of hope. Now that Sunstar had been pretty much gripped by them, it was time for a change. The Taiyin star, which is the right eye of Pangu, also contains the chance of creation, no less than the sun star, chance of creation and whatnot. Xuanqing certainly cared, but he was more eager to catch a glimpse of the overwhelming beauty of those two Taiyin goddesses. Before leaving, Xuanqing and Tongtian did not forget to set up various large formations in the Sunstar Dojo. What is the confusing and trapping formations? Attacking and killing formations. All of them were offered, in case you are coveted by the wrong people. More than that, it prevents those two three-legged golden crows from making a comeback. Chapter 65, The Quantum Revenge is Coming. Ascending to Taiyin. Exerting too much? After all, the Sunstar has now changed hands. So, how can we allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? After everything is arranged, the four Qings rode a splendid divine rainbow, cutting through 100,000 miles of the ancient starry sky and arriving at the Taiyin planet in the blink of an eye. At this time, inside the Taiyin star, it wasn't just the two aborigines, Shiha and Shanxi, but also the two golden crows. What? The Floodland humans? These guys are so rampant, seizing the companion supreme treasure, occupying the dojo, and injuring the two Taoists. Such a brutal spirit. How dare it presume to call itself the Pangu Orthodox sect? Nor are you afraid of bringing shame to the great god Pangu. When the two Taiyin goddesses heard about what had happened to Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai Donghong, they were instantly outraged, and both sisters had lofty peaks that rose and fell violently. Seeing the wretched, miserable appearance of the two brothers, Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai, Shiha and Shanxi instantly subbed in, shell teeth lightly biting her vermilion lips. The clear eyes contained fury, pink fists clenched. It was decided on the spot that he would see the road and pull out his sword to help a friendly neighbor. After Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai pulled the hate value of the two Taiyin sisters, they glanced at each other with a smirk at the corners of their mouths. In their opinion, although the Pangu four purities were numerous, they were nothing more than great Luo golden immortals. If you are not forced to take shape and come out of the world early, your innate origin is insufficient. Plus you are gullible. Anyway, it is a variety of reasons as well as under unknown factors. Otherwise, would they have lost so badly? Now, with the help of the two great Luo golden immortal powerhouses, Shiha and Shanxi, it was absolutely stable. Two Taoist friends do not panic. My Taiyin star has a Xian Ice innate formation to protect. Even if it is an ordinary mixed golden immortal level power to want to break the formation, it is by no means an easy thing to do. Ka Qing, he had absolute confidence in the protective array of his own dojo, but nay, just as she was in the middle of her sentence, a subtle movement rang in her ears. It seemed like the sound of breaking glass. The sound is like a fine mosquito, but it was very harsh. Look up at first glance. Shiha and Shanxi's pretty faces turned white, and they were immediately frightened. And Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East were instantly enraged, casting a glance. But see she in the previous second also proud of the Taiyin star innate array. The surface of the surface is inexplicably appearing a crack, though the cracks are very subtle and hard to detect. But, one hair moves the whole body, following the appearance of the first crack, immediately following. It is the second course, the third way, the fourth way. By the end of the day, the cracks were all over the place and resembled spider webs. There was a shocking sound, and it completely crumbled and broke apart. For vast silhouettes, the old, the middle, the young, and the young flood F4 combination, shun, just, stepped directly into the Taiyin Star Dojo. Among them, the young man elegant and handsome, surrounded by a law of force, floating and sinking more than, obviously as a clear breeze, dusty and vast temperament, but inexplicably daunting. Sorry, just pushed a little too hard. Chapter 66 Oppression from Xuanqing. Xuanqing's simple sentence caused the room to fall silent for a time. Shiha, Shanxi, and the two brothers of the Golden Crow, all froze in place in shock, and each one of them had a stunned and appalled look on their faces. No, the innate protective formation of Taiyin Star was shattered in one go, and you're telling me that I've overexerted myself? This ing. Who can stand it? They suspected that Xuanqing was pretending to be 13, but had no proof. Mixed golden immortal level power? Hiss. Fellow Daoist Emperor Jun, is this the group of humongous bandits? You didn't say that a great power exists among them. After Shiha and Xuanqing settled down, they felt the terrifying pressure radiating from Xuanqing's body, and their minds couldn't help but be shaken, not even daring to breathe. Come on, that's a hybrid powerhouse. Hot damn karma. Their two sisters couldn't afford it. For a moment, the full-blooded enthusiasm of the two Taiyin sisters who were previously happy to help the birds and see injustice on the road was instantly doused by a basin of ice water, drenching them from head to toe, inexplicably shuddering. If the other party was a great Luo golden immortal, they might still be able to join forces with the two Golden Crow brothers and try to fight against this group of dark forces of the flood together. But now, not only were they facing a large number of people, but there was also a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse in attendance. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. For a moment, the two sisters, Shiha and Xuanqing, even wondered if they had been punked by the two Jinwu brothers. No, two fairies, you listen to my explanation. Previously, the head of this Pangu Four Qings, the indeed is still just a great Luo golden immortal. Absolutely not wrong. Just somehow now, meeting the questioning and mistrust-filled gazes of the two sisters, Shiha and Xuanqing, Di Jun hurriedly explained. In response, the two brothers also said that they were very confused. How long has it been since I've seen you? When I see Xuanqing again, the other party will have already proved the fruit of the mixed golden immortal Dao, and become a great power in the flood. Who would believe this ing story? Even they themselves find it unbelievable and unbelievable. That said, from the great Luo golden immortal to the mixed golden immortal, in the blink of an eye can be certified. This span. Hot bigot? But the facts speak louder than words. Ironclad evidence. There is no room for the two Golden Crow brothers not to believe. Fellow Daoist Jun, do you mean to say that this person's cultivation level of mixed golden immortal is fake? Or are our two sisters blind? Di Jun's explanation was very pale and weak, making people even more skeptical. And Xuanqing suddenly snorted coldly and laughed in a conspiratorial manner. Ti Jun, Toho Taichi, both Golden Crow brothers were speechless, instantly petrified in place. The Taoist heart almost collapsed. It was almost as if he directly knelt down, hugged Shiha and Xuanqing's thighs, and roared, "Two fairies, you have to believe me Taiyin Star Lord, Shiha, meet Senior, Taiyin Star Lord, Xuanqing, meet Senior." Taiyin two sisters blanked the Golden Crow two brothers, then no longer pay attention to self-concerned open lotus steps, swaying graceful posture, up to meet, brush toward Xuanqing bow to bow. Etiquette is very thoughtful. Although they could perceive that Xuanqing was not too far removed from their days of cultivation, and was the same as the flood innate sacred. Chapter 66 Oppression from Xuanqing, 2. But, in the flood world, the strongest are honored, and the best are the best. Xuanqing's path was farther than theirs, his Tao was deeper than theirs, and his cultivation was stronger than theirs, so it was only right to honor the other party by calling him senior. Xuanqing was also completely afflicted. These two are Taiyin goddesses Shihi and Xuanqing? Not bad, just right. Xuanqing sniffed and dropped his eyes. However, he saw two delicate fairy shadows nicknamed, a body clad in light gauze white dress, hair bun plait white jade phoenix hairpin, exquisite pretty face white as jade, dignified and generous, graceful and elegant, full of imperial sister style, a clad in azure moonlight short dress, bare slender jade feet outside, extremely eye-catching, delicate and cute, quirky, let a person see the heart of pity. Go the route of lowly style. How come Di Jun and Honghuang Tai are also here? Suddenly, when Xuanqing was enjoying his eyes, he couldn't help but subconsciously frown when he glanced at the figures of two old acquaintances. Although the two brothers of the Golden Crow have already converged their body's breath in Taoism, and their mouths still keep chanting can't see me, but it was still discovered. Shiha, Xuanqing, know that the two Golden Crows and Xuanqing line of people have a problem, and see Xuanqing frowning, are not a sinking heart and soul. After all, they and Emperor Jun, East Emperor Tai is only a one-sided relationship. Friendship is shallow. If because of a whim, and a flood great power to conclude a karma grudge, it is really not worth the loss. In case the senior is displeased, gets up a murderous spirit, has bad thoughts, and draws fire, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is not, Jun do not see. Xuanqing when he first came to Taiyin Star, the intention was only to step on the nodes of the formation to take the trick to break the formation. Unexpectedly, just a little bit careless and a little bit stronger, it shattered the other person's innate protection formation. The strength of his physical body power was unfathomable. The laws of force that it was in charge of were even more terrifying. Senior, there's no need to pay attention to them. They're just passing by chance and asking for a drink of water. Yes, elder. We don't know the two of them. Please spare us. Between the floating thoughts, forced by Xuanqing's powerful aura of great power, as well as the sense of oppression, the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi, hurriedly set aside their relationship with the two Jinwu brothers. During the process, the lowly girl Changxi, who was afraid of upsetting Xuanqing, actually started to act cute between talking about the orchids. This, who the hell can stand that? Seeing this, Xuanqing couldn't help but laugh dumbly and said unconcernedly, so that's how it is. That said, is he scary looking? Look how scared the two girls are. Seeing that Xuanqing's complexion slightly eased, Shiha and Shangxi then secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the large stone that had been pressed on their chests, which had almost suffocated them, finally hung down, and they were suddenly relieved. After that, Shiha and Shangxi formally issued an eviction order to the two Jinwu brothers in their capacity as masters of the Taiyin Star. At first, they were really upset and couldn't swallow it. However, they saw that Sanshine was staring at them with an unkind face, staring right through them, coupled with sensing the oppressive feeling of great power that constantly struck Xuanqing's body. Even though Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the Eastern Emperor had 10,000 unwillingness in their hearts, they could only retreat from the Taiyin planet in a grayish manner. When he was leaving, he still had to feign respect and bow and worship towards Xuanqing to say goodbye. That's called holding back. Big brother, it seems that those two pussies, Shiha and Shangxi, can't be relied upon. What's going to happen now? When he walked away, Donghuang Tai gritted his teeth, his face gloomy to the extreme, and opened his mouth to ask. In fact, what Fairy Shiha did has been very good. In order to be afraid that we once again suffered from the poisonous hands of the four Qing, so that we detached us, when it is really a person beautiful and kind-hearted na. Emperor Jun did not mind, but fell into a bout of masturbation. Intoxicated, alive licking a dog. Seeing this, Donghuang Tai's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he was speechless. Chapter 67 Ancestral Dragon's 9 Sons, Becoming a Ring of Xuanqing Play? In this way, the companion spiritual treasure was taken, the dojo was occupied, and also seriously injured two brothers of the Golden Crow, had no choice but to find another new dojo. Noteworthy, thanks to Emperor Jun, he was still immersed in his own conjecture, as if he was intoxicated. However, what he didn't realize was that his future daughter-in-law, or even sister-in-law, was ready to be abducted. No! Following the departure of the two Golden Crow brothers, the four Qings and their group were invited into the Moonflower Palace as guests, sitting on the same case as the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi. At first, the two Taiyin goddesses were still very formal and careful with their words out of fear of displeasing the other party and bringing about the danger of killing them due to their fear of Xuanqing, a great power, as well as the sense of oppression. But gradually to the back, Xuanqing told the two sisters many interesting stories about the floodplains, coaxing the pair of Taiyin sister flowers to sway with their immortal postures, fluttering their branches and giggling, and the relationship was instantly brought much closer, and they talked happily. Senior Xuanqing, is it true that the ancestral dragon, one of the three great overlords of the current floodplains, has face blindness? Not picky at all? Everything matches it? No, the great melon of the great flood power ancestral dragon. Elder, quickly say it, please. During the high talk, the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi, once they heard that there was a big melon to eat, they immediately came into the spirit, and one after another, they filled Xuanqing with wine and sat down to wait for the melon to be eaten, just like two curious babies. Sure enough, gossip is a great trait of females, no matter the era. Better known than seen. Two fairies and look, I'll let you all open your eyes today. With a yell from Xuanqing, he raised his hand and swept out a stream of light, directly summoning the 9 dragon sons within the Chaos Pearl. Each one is oddly shaped, with different forms and external features, which is really rare at first sight. However, it is said that the cold air on the Taiyin Star is thick and heavy, and the Taiyin Taoist charm is so rich that even the strongest of the great Luo Golden Immortals feel a gust of coldness that pierces their bones. This is not. The dragon 9 sons without the shelter of the chaos beads, immediately felt a burst of cold tide to attack. One by one was frozen shivering, and soon snot and water flowed out, and then instantly frozen into the ice stick. Grand Master, I wonder what you summoned us out for. Boss Prisoner Bull huddled up and asked shakily. The rest of the group of dragon sons, in order to ward off the Taiyin cold, also clustered into a ball, with big question marks rising from the tops of their heads one after another. Come, introduce your roots to the 2 Taiyin Star Lords one by one, and say them for everyone's amusement and pleasure. Xuanqing joked. 9 dragons. At those words, they were all confused and really didn't know why. Introducing roots and feet? What's the need for an introduction? It is well known in the flood that they are the 9 first sons of the ancestral dragon. The dragon race with the purest bloodline. Extremely noble. Now they're summoned out. Not to pull the carriage, but for this? Just this? Speechless. Although they couldn't figure out why Xuanqing was doing this, but Xuanqing was their master Yuan Shi's big brother, and none of the 9 dragons dared to disobey. And so it was. Starting with the boss, Prisoner Bull, the 9 dragons began to introduce their roots and origins in turn. I am the son of the ancestral dragon, and my mother is the leader of the barbarian bulls of the green sky. The Prisoner Bull. I am Jarius, the son of a dragon, and my mother is a sky wolf. I am the dragon's son, Mockingbird, and my mother is the divine bird. I am Pujin, the dragon's son, and my mother is the toad golden toad. I am Quodid, the son of the dragon, and my mother. Chapter 67 Ancestral Dragon's 9 Sons, Becoming a Ring of Xuanqing Play? 2. Not long after, a magnificent and loud dragon roar resounded through the large Taiyin star, shaking the world. And during the process, the 9 dragon sons were afraid that others would not know how powerful they were, and even used their magic power. A gust of dragon's roar transforms the ancient temple into a flood of sound. I thought that I could take this opportunity to show a wave of ruthlessness, in order to raise the prestige of the dragon clan and shock the world. I'm not sure. After the 2 sisters, Shiha and Xuanqi, listened to the introduction of the 9 dragon sons' roots and feet, instead of showing any semblance of admiration or awe, rather, 2 pairs of almond eyes brush wide, Zhu lips slightly open. To the end, the pretty face gradually red temperature, really cannot hold back. Actually is snort a laugh out loud. The sound of laughter was as pleasant as the swaying of silver bells. 9 dragons. The prisoner bulls group all looked at each other. All of them looked like they were puzzled, and became even more puzzled. No, what the hell are these 2 pussies laughing at? Ha! Inexplicable. The 3 Qings on the side understood, instantly understood in seconds, and were all stifling their laughter as well. Among them, Tontian could not hold back any longer and threw his head back and laughed out loud, directly falling to the ground. But still could not stop laughing. His thighs were about to snap. A very comical look. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. The flood is really interesting. With the double laughs stacked on top of each other, the room burst into laughter and the atmosphere became more and more cordial. Alright, it's been hard on you, so retire for now. After Xuanqing finished laughing, he lifted his hand and waved it, again putting the 9 dragons into the chaos pearl. 9 dragons. Among them, the dragon son ranked the smallest Qi dragons have not even had the time to report their own roots, but was withdrawn by Xuanqing, but instead, a little reluctant. Immediately, he puffed out, "Gentlemen, I haven't even been introduced. I am the dragon's son, Basha, and my mother, the golden dragonfish." 9. Stop talking. Alas, when it really is a family misfortune. And then look at the chaos bead space within the dragon princess. Support forehead sweating more than a burst of shaking his head and sighing. Can be called the most sober on earth? It goes without saying. The 9 sons of the dragon have become a part of Xuanqing's play. It's a sin. In this way, after laughing and joking and opening up, Xuanqing's relationship with the 2 sisters, Shiha and Xuanqi, became even closer. Big brother Xuanqing, this is our Taiyin star's moon laurel agar jade brew, which contains the essence of the majestic Taiyin moonflower. It's a great tonic, so drink a few more cups. Big brother Xuanqing. These cinnamon pastries are taken from the extreme innate spiritual root of the flood, the petals of the moon laurel, and made from it, so eat more, and take our 2 sisters on a trip to the flood when you have the chance. As they spoke, the 2 Taiyin goddesses, in order to win Xuanqing's favor and look forward to Xuanqing taking them on a tour of the flooded heavens one day, said that they would propose to offer their art to help with the fun. Shiha stroked the zither, delicate jade fingers on the strings of the zither between the joyful jump, played a song of acacia spectrum. The sound is pleasant to the ear. The sound is moving, as if the sound of heavenly music. Xuanqi is dancing to make a clear shadow. Fairy flying, showing off the dance. Charming but not vulgar. Demonic but not enchanting. Taking people's hearts and souls, can be said to be beautiful. While listening to the music and appreciating the dance, before clear several people ate pastries and tasted the agar jelly, drinking and pushing the cups together. On the way, after a few cups of laurel pastries and agar, Xuanqing gradually added a few moments of satiety. The only exception was Xuanqing. Look at Big Brother. It seems like he's going to be enlightened again? Hiss. A word that directly breaks the beautiful atmosphere of laughter. Song and dance between the field. Several gazes fell. See only. Chapter 68. The Great Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation has been brought forward? Fix your eyes, only to see Xuanqing's body diffuse arcane Tao rhythm. Infinite immortal light dazzle its surface. The body rises up 2 clear qi. One black and one white. It was none other than yin and yang, but but it is said that Xuanqing has been involved in the two stars of the sun and Taiyin, and while searching for the chance of creation, he is not practicing the way, realizing the way, and asking for the way. What's more, his enlightenment was heaven-defying, sensing the sun and Taiyin and understanding the supreme principles therein, coupled with drinking several cups of laurel agar jelly one after another. He comprehended a law of yin and yang, and it was a matter of time. The two qi of Chongshu transformed into yin and yang, and yin and yang became heaven and earth. Xuanqing closed his eyes and chanted divine sounds under his breath, and the immortal sounds around him curled up. The sky was full of flowers, auspiciousness, and visions. Finally, the two qi of yin and yang manifested two yin and yang divine fish swimming on its surface. All of them are like empty swimming without any basis, mysterious and mysterious. During the sensing process, the yin and yang laws in Xuanqing's body subconsciously tugged on the Taiyin Dao rules in the bodies of the two sisters, Shiha and Shangxi. No, is big brother Xuanqing always like this on weekdays? Drinking wine and listening to music, while talking and laughing. He says that he is enlightened. Is this the root of a direct descendant of Pangu? It's really not bad. Yeah, it's like a holy one too. After the shock and horror, Shiha, Shangxi unknowingly, also subconsciously sitting on both sides of the Xuanqing, taking this opportunity to understand the mysteries of the law of yin and yang, and gradually enter the state of a number of metaphysical and mystical enlightenment. Seeing this, the three Qing naturally didn't stay idle, stopping their mind apes and each sitting on their knees, sensing the yin-yang wonderful law. At first glance, the crowd is as if the stars are arched, surrounding Xuanqing all around, constantly rubbing his method. It was self-evident that the crowd was treating it as an enlightenment stone. No rubbing for nothing. I don't know how much time has passed. Xuanqing was the first to wake up from that state of metaphysical enlightenment. Seeing the two Taiyin sisters, as well as the three Qing all surrounding him, he was first stunned and surprised, and then seeing the subtle and obscure aura of the Tao on all of them, he instantly realized what was going on. After this enlightenment, Xuanqing fully realized the way of yin and yang, and the laws of yin and yang were no longer obscure, reaching the realm of the dungeon. The rest of the crowd, however, all benefited from the benefits of each, especially Tai Qin Laozi, who majored in tranquility and inaction, now had his first glimpse of the way of yin and yang, and his Taoist mind was becoming clearer and clearer, and his Taoist practice was becoming deeper and deeper. On with the dance, on with the music. Enlightenment is accomplished. The spirit of joy, Xuanqing yelled, the atmosphere of the field again overflowing a burst of celebration, laughter, as if the world outside the fairyland in general. I do not know how much envy of the flood-bitter practitioners. There are degrees in everything, but Xuanqing didn't indulge in having fun, treating it as a combination of labor and relaxation on the way to cultivation. After staying for several years, he got up and bid farewell to Shiha and Shangxi, intending to return to the Buzhou Mountain dojo, following the Taoist incarnation out of the world. Therefore Qing has been traveling outside, in the blink of an eye, has passed tens of thousands of years, and their brothers, also from a few unknown flood small cultivators, became famous flood world, shocking the contemporary heavenly pride generation of the strongest, especially Xuanqing. More needless to say, in one fell swoop into the ranks of the great powers of the floodplains, broke down a hefty reputation, created a lot of brilliant achievements, can be said to dictate the ancient floodplains Qingtian. Nowadays, who in the flood knows the name of Pangu's four purities? This fight was not on Xuanqing's whim. Rather, he wanted to go back and digest what he had learned from his travels, consolidate his Tao foundation, and make precautionary preparations in advance for the next heaven and earth quantum revelation. As far as he knew, the dragon and phoenix cataclysmic ripple started in the eastern continent of the flood, and once it completely erupted, the war was raging and the smoke covered the four seas and 8 wastelands. It's a blessing or a curse that can't be avoided. Once the quantum robbery breaks out, no eastern cultivator can avoid it. Even if they are hiding in their own cave Daochang, there is a possibility that the curse may fall from the sky. When the robbery starts, the eastern continent's major caves and blessed places are afraid of suffering. Maybe, in an instant, it was razed to the ground and turned into ruins. Therefore, the Buzhou Mountain dojo needs them to go back to hold down the fort. Chapter 68. The Dragon Phoenix Cataclysm has advanced. 2. With what he had learned from his travels over the years, sheltering the dojo from the Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm, Xuanqing was fully confident. All sorts of thoughts are saving up. The four clearings formally bid farewell to the two Taiyin goddesses and set off on their return journey. On their way out, Shiha and Shangxi presented them with a number of moon laurel agar jelly and countless osmanthus pastries. In addition, Xuanqing did not forget to pick a branch of the laurel divine tree, intending to go back and plant it on the Buzhou Mountain dojo. As for survivability, Xuanqing didn't panic, because he had the 3 lights divine water, which he could pour and contain. Everything settled down and simple pleasantries were exchanged for a few moments. Tai Ching rode a green ox upside down and relaxed. Tong Tian straddled the ride of the Kuei ox. Wind speeding, waving and waving, and the spirit of the wind. Yuan Shi is sitting in the nine-dragon incense carriage, full of grandeur, just like the world's god king touring the sky and the earth, cannot be said to be windy. And Xuanqing, the mount options are a bit more diverse. From time to time, he straddles the two unicorns and switches between them in turn. And from time to time, lying on the back of the dragon princess, traveling between the vast sea of clouds, God is leisurely. Such a combination. Even the procession of mounts is so grand and imposing. Seeing this, the two Taiyin goddesses could not help but sigh in praise. Once we go, I don't know when we'll be able to see big brother Xuanqing again? CC and look into the direction of Xuanqing gradually walking away. Beautiful eyes flood ripples. Zhu lips gently opened. Mouth spitting orchids. Full of reluctance to give up. After this period of time together, Shiha has already been convinced by the many qualities of Xuanqing. Secretly promised her heart, giving birth to a trace of unspeakable feelings, including Changxi. How could it be otherwise? However, seeing her sister's reluctance to part, as if parting with her husband's sad gesture, Changxi could not help but cover her mouth and laughed out, emitting a burst of silver bells-like laughter. Jokingly said, "Sister, since this is so unwilling to give up, why not follow the big brother Xuanqing and go day and night as a companion, in order to solve the pain of broken-heartedness? Ah, damn girl, how dare you make fun of your sister? Let's see how I'll clean you up." CC in the pretty face for a second to restore the cold and proud, like a strain of ice mountain snow lotus, beautiful and beautiful, lifting up the slender jade hand, directly in Changxi's surplus can be held on the willow waist, twisted a hand. The pain caused Changxi to grunt softly and beg for mercy. But they're two sisters, and why do not want to travel the flood? Riding fast and furious one. But Xuanqing had said to the two sisters in advance, now the flood is not peaceful. Soon, the quantitative robbery will come. All the souls are coated with coal. Heaven and earth bleeds more than drifting skulls. Ambush billions of corpses. Just the sound of it is ghastly. Once they thought about this, the two sisters, Shiha and Changxi, temporarily dismissed the idea, waiting for the floodplain to calm down, and then go to the red world to enjoy themselves. In the meantime, the four Qings crossed the vast, ancient starry sky and returned to the eastern continent of the flood. The sights along the way up the road kept them quiet the entire time. As far as the eye can see, countless birds and beasts compete with each other. The sea tribe Night Fork landed on the shore, launched a wanton slaughter. One by one are killing red-eyed like, pupils red as Dan fire, covered with blood hostility. Xuanqing saw the situation, also cannot help but look aghast. The heart secretly said, Dragon and Phoenix Great Calamity. How to advance. Chapter 69, Building the Kunlun Dojo. The outbreak of the Dragon Phoenix Cataclysm was a matter of time before the flood, but it seems, it's not now. Xuanqing was puzzled. He murmured under his breath, could it be because I have plagued the 3 innate clans and emptied the treasure troves of the Dragon and Qilin clans, thus causing the quantum rain nodes to shift and triggering a series of butterfly effects? The world is full of people who are interested in profit. The Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, because of the deficit in their treasure vaults and the lack of reserves, naturally renewed their strife and competed for the resources of the heavens and the earth. Thinking of this, Xuanqing's face couldn't help but flatten out a few shades of gravity. If it is really because of him that the quantitative predestination is advanced, this karma can be tied up in a big way. Originally, he had become a Taoist in an alternative way, in the 3,000 chaotic realms and seas, standing on the Taoist mountain, cultivating the supreme great Tao, and would soon be subjected to the disgust of the heavenly Tao. Now that he had caused such a big trouble, in the future, when the heavenly Tao took charge of the world, it would definitely use this as a reason to liquidate him. When that happens, it won't be as simple as the landscape not being happy, the grass not being happy, and suffering from targeting, the consequences of which Xuanqing did not dare to imagine. Big brother, what's wrong with you? The face doesn't seem to look too good. Tai Ching's heart is fine. Observing words and colors, saw that Xuanqing was preoccupied, couldn't help but ask with concern. The Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm has broken out early, probably because of us, the four purities. Xuanqing spoke in a heavy tone. The Dragon Phoenix Cataclysm? The three Qing did not have the flood script to add to their body, and in addition, their Tao was so trivial that they were unable to gain insight into more causes and effects in the world, so they did not know anything about the quantitative robberies of heaven and earth. On the contrary, it was the 2 Qilin cubs, as well as the 9 sons and 1 daughter of the ancestral dragon, who, as a quantum race, were born with a sense of sensation at this time, and inexplicably had a burst of heart palpitations, and, Very strong. After that, Xuanqing, in order to confirm what was in his mind, landing in the great world of the flood, hiding in a corner of the void, watching the dragon and phoenix fight, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved. Its eyes see those who are killing the dragon. Phoenix beings, the body in addition to the air of the robbery break surrounded. The bottom of the eye also lurks a hint of magic air. Obviously, this was a means for the devil's way to compel and confuse the living beings. Xuanqing was carrying a demonic seed, so he could see through it. This was obviously a side road that Luo Shuzhou had practiced in order to instigate the strife among the three innate races of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, and to push forward the process of the quantitative catastrophe of the heavens and the earth. Old Devil Sumeru seems to have only one purpose in stirring up strife among the three innate races. Xuanqing, adhering to that sharp perception of foresight and insight into everything, deduced an appalling news. That's now the devil ancestor Luo Hu, who 80% has sought the flood under the heavenly Tao. The first to the fury and ferocity of the foreign treasure, the four swords of the immortal execution, and the diagram of the exorcism formation. This killing array for the flood, first killing array, naturally for the heaven and earth cannot. Therefore, the beginning of the opening of the heavens can set down this killing array of the immortal execution of the four swords, as well as the array map, was sealed by the Tao of Heaven in the Sumeru Devil's abyss deep in the ground. If one wanted to break through the seal, one would need the infinite heaven and earth's calamity air in order to do so. That's why Luo Shuji will carefully calculate the three innate tribes behind the scenes, let the three tribes of beings fight to the death, and then sit back and reap the benefits, to kill and destroy to prove the supreme demonic path. Once Luo Shuji is in charge of the four swords and a map, and sets up the immortal killing formation, then it will be the time for the demonic calamity to begin. The day has finally come. After figuring out the ins and outs of everything, Xuanqing's complexion eased a little, but the big stone in his heart didn't hang down. In the past, he had fought with the Sumeru Old Devil, seizing his chance, injuring his demonic body, and even robbing the world destruction great mill. Chapter 69, Building the Kunlun Dojo, 2. All sorts of karmic ties, chopping and chopping, but also messy. In a nutshell, it's only a matter of time before you have to pay for what you've done. Xuanqing was mindful of cause and effect in his heart, not because he was afraid of the demon ancestor Luo Shuo, but because he was constantly alerting himself not to take things lightly. He has an invincible Taoist heart, very optimistic mentality. Soldiers come to block water to cover the earth. God block kill God. Buddha block kill Buddha. And what to fear? Gather some of your stray thoughts. Xuanqing led the three Qing to return home together. Few after tens of thousands of years of rolling over. I'm finally back. After traveling outside, treading through the red dust, experiencing thousands of dangers, and having several close calls, it's still the peace and comfort of one's own dojo in the end. Yes, returning to the Kunlun Dojo, the four clearings were like returning home, feeling a wave of relief, refreshed, and overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, they just wanted to close their eyes and recuperate for a period of time, not hearing anything outside the window. But before that, Xuanqing, as the lead big brother, instructed the three Qing first will be those outside the travel gain the spirit root treasure material, transplanted into the Kunlun Dojo, do these chores before going to rest. The three Qing were helpless, but they didn't dare to disobey Xuanqing's words. There was no way around it. Who told them that the amount of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that they had scraped up over the past few tens of thousands of years was just too huge? There were hundreds of thousands of entire plants of innate spiritual roots alone. The latter-day spiritual roots, moreover, were countless. When really, how happy and crazy the treasure hunt was, how lousy it is now. Digging, transplanting, filling. After a series of processes, the three Qing only began one by one will be those roots, all transplanted, the whole carefully. After all, the root system of the innate spiritual roots is very fragile, not sloppy. For fear of hurting their spiritual roots, none of the three Qing dared to let those mounts interfere. At best, they let the plate-horned green ox and the kuei ox plow the ground and turn over the soil for the medicinal garden. During this period, Xuanqing was not idle, just in case the quantum revelation suddenly and completely erupted one day and the sky fell. So he utilized the wonders of formations and set up formation after formation in the Kunlun Mountains, directly to the Kunlun Mountain Dojo, made a super defense fortress, with his current Dao line as well as formation attainments, not to mention the defense of the general calamity. Even if the mixed Yuan Great Luo personally, I am afraid that it is difficult to shake the slightest. After doing this, Xuanqing used the excuse that it consumed too much of his mind, and ran his own ass back to his own hall to rest. There was no boring meditation, no quiet chanting of ancient scriptures, nothing to do but simply sleep. Tens of thousands of years of walking the path, tens of thousands of years of diligent cultivation. He traveled far and wide, ascended the Buzhou, traveled the 4 seas, stepped on the volcano, proximity to the sun, ascended to the moon, not a moment to spare, and the consumption of his mind and spirit was truly enormous. Therefore, this sleep, Xuanqing slept extraordinarily comfortably, and the temple where he rests is not the temple of the 3 pristine ones, but Pangu temple. In the meantime, the land behind Kunlun, originally an overgrown square-inch bullet land, now at first glance, has been 3 Qing as well as a group of mounts. Open up the land and cultivate 100,000 acres of medicinal gardens, falling eyes and going. All over the place is yao grass and strange flowers, mu spiritual plants. 100 flowers bloom, competing for color. Even the air is diffused with curls of medicinal fragrance, refreshing the heart to the extreme. With the addition of countless spiritual roots and precious medicines, the PM aura values of the entire Kunlun Mountain dojo had doubled several times. The aura was like liquid, floating and sinking. It was simply not too exaggerated. No, where is Big Brother? Old man Tai Ching suddenly realized something, holding the old waist while leaning on the coiled dragon flat crutches. It is really a bit unbearable. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Chapter 70, The Tao and the Devil Rise, the Great Tao Struggle. But the flood land. At this time, the blood fury rushes to the sky, and the rolling robberies are vast, rendered under the infinite robberies. From the initial small conflicts and frictions between the 3 clans of the innate, most of them were some juniors fighting. Gradually, it began to evolve into a fierce battle of life and death, and even some of the elders and great powers in the clan were involved. In the end, even the patriarchs of the 3 innate clans, the ancestral dragon, the Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin, began to show up, and the great battle was uncontrollable. In an instant, life was in ruins, and all beings wailed miserably. The measure of heaven and earth has arrived. Countless innate sacred, all cowering in their own dojo, trembling with fear, not daring to show their heads at all. There are also some unlucky cultivators, people at home meditating and cultivating, the result of the disaster from the sky, directly by a body of the sky covering corpses falling from the sky, hard smashed into a piece of meat sludge, under the great catastrophe of heaven and earth. No egg is left intact. And this is the horror of the quantitative catastrophe of the flood. Of course, there are exceptions. At this time, the Kunlun Mountain dojo was exceptionally calm. The aura was dense and purple. The mountains are covered with flowers and exotic flowers and grasses. Outside the mountains, golden lions, balsam fir and elk, leap and frolic. The atmosphere is one of peace and tranquility, completely unaffected by the outside world. Although the dragon, phoenix, unicorn innate 3 tribes of strife, waves throughout the flooded sky, earth, sea, everywhere, from time to time, covering the sky corpses like a meteorite, rustling fall. But the corpse fell in the Kunlun dojo, have not yet landed, was a moat barrier, or rebound shock fly, or directly by the columns of magnificent killing array, swept out of the turbulent sword astral wind, directly churned into pieces. Such a paradise in the middle of the heaven and earth's quantitative calamity was a clear stream of existence, so it was very suitable for meditation and enlightenment and recuperation. So, originally in the Kunlun Mountains reclaiming the wasteland, planting medicinal fields of the 3 Qing. See the big brother Xuanqing on lazy sleep to go. So also put down the burden not to do nothing else. The reason for this was because the heaven and earth spirit root treasure pills they had scavenged during the period of time they had been traveling out were simply too much. There is no end to planting. There is simply no end to planting. After, under the leadership of Xuanqing, the 3 Qing also began to touch the fish lazy. Groping for fish and being lazy? Say it like it is. But in reality, when each of the 3 Qing returned to their own halls, each of them was internally scrolling. Inside the hall of Tai Ching, taking advantage of his free time, Tai Ching burned incense, bathed and meditated, quietly chanting the Taishan Forgotten Love Taoist Sutra. After the fishing was completed, Tai Ching formally immersed himself in the self-indulgence of opening the furnace for alchemy and mastering the art of Dan Dao. As if intoxicated and oblivious, he will go out to travel the many Dan Dao enlightenment, as well as all kinds of spiritual roots treasure medicine, one by one to sacrifice into the Dan. I don't seek to rival big brother Xuanqing in terms of Dan Dao attainments, but I only have the luxury of not lagging too far behind, and the gap is too large. In the Jade Clearance Hall, Yuan Shi was combing and categorizing various rare materials, immersed in the way of forging weapons, unable to extricate himself. Inside the Hall of Supreme Clearance, Tong Tian buried his head in his desk, writing furiously, sealing talismans and divine patterns, as well as inscribing and deducing the mysteries of the Tao of formation. Simply not too hard. The 3 Qing are now holding their own paths, but their efforts are in the same direction, all taking Xuanqing as a model, not seeking to overtake, but only seeking that the gap not be too great. One is so inwardly curled. All of this, naturally, could not be hidden from Xuanqing, a mixed golden immortal level powerhouse, whose divine thoughts were saved. And then he took everything in. He was pleased that Xuanqing was motivated and guffawed. After all this time together, he realized that although there was a generation gap between the three Qing, the friendship between the three Qing was immensely deep. Even without him, the elder brother, as a guide, the three Qings would not implode. Several times through the crisis of life and death, the three Qing can be for each other to lay down their lives for righteousness. If not for the heavenly calculations, the latter days of the flood, the three Qing would not have been infighting and breaking up the family. Chapter 70, The Tao and the Devil Rise, The Great Tao Struggle. 2. Xuanqing, having been a man for 2 lifetimes and familiar with the flood script, knew that the origin of all this mischief stemmed from the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace and the acceptance of the 6 saints as disciples. Now the Dragon Phoenix cataclysm has broken out. I guess it won't be long before the Taoist devil gets windy. The 2 robberies fall to settle the world. Is the opportunity for Honghuang to prove the way of the mixed world? But in this life, Xuanqing, who knew the direction of all this great flood situation, would not fulfill the wishes of the heavenly Tao and Honghuang. Between all the thoughts saving up, Xuanqing had no desire to sleep. Getting up, he sat down on his knees and closed his eyes while he began to think about what he was planning to do next. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. At this point, Western Mount Sumeru, a black-robed cultivator took 1 step and stood at the bottom of the 10,000-foot demon abyss. Prior to this, when Luo Shuzhou had not yet fallen into the hands of Xuanqing, he relied on this place to roll out the demonic energy, monstrous demonic might, and cultivated the most ferocious treasure, the world-destroying Great Mill. It was only a pity that the Great Mill of Extinction was now taken by Xuanqing. But the weird thing is, without the world-exterminating mill sitting on one side of the Devil's Abyss, the bloodthirsty hostility that fills this place, instead of weakening by the slightest bit, is now even more blazingly terrifying. At first glance, the original way is the bottom of the Devil's Abyss. Hera sealed another set of ferocious to the treasure, is a constant source of breeding majestic fury, spewing rich blood hostile gas. Horror is unparalleled, falling eyes and going. The 4 swords and 1 figure were floating and sinking in the Devil's Abyss, gulping in immeasurable killing chi and sucking in the endless fury of heaven and earth. It's as if a supreme evil is about to be birthed and may awaken at any time. Demon ancestor Luo Throat gazed at the immortal execution 4 swords in front of him. His pupils were deep, his eyes were cold, and his eyebrows carried a domineering aura of looking down on the living world as he laughed. Wake up, hunt and kill moment. The immortal execution killing formation will become a reality, and this ancestor will dominate the flooded heavens and witness the supreme mixed origin. Ha 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 ha. A gust of hoarse, sardonic laughter transformed into a rolling demonic sound that echoed throughout Mount Sumeru. The Qianquan shook, and all the devils trembled, and they all made a respectful pilgrimage towards the direction of the Devil's Abyss to pay homage to the devil ancestor. Immortal volcano. Yuan Feng, a pair of phoenix eyes are no longer clear. More a few points of the robbery gas ring, slightly turbid. That beautiful face also added a few points of fatigue. Her right eyelid fluttered, foreboding, and she subconsciously looked out over the western continent, her eyes icy cold. In the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, the ancestral dragon also felt it, and his expression was not good. At the uncharted mountain Qilin Peak, the beginning Qilin looked grave. Flooded eastern continent. The agar tree on Yujing Mountain. Honghuang looked austere and heavy-hearted, sensing that the climate of his Tao enemy had become established, and could not help but become worried. The opportunity of the great Tao has come. Honghuang has a self-awareness, knowing that his power is thin. A single tree cannot support. It is difficult to fight against the old devil in the west. With this thought in mind, he took a step out of the Mount Yujing dojo, intending to go out and look for a few Taoists to help him in order to improve his chances of victory. Yin Yang Mountain. In front of the upside-down cave, Honghuang flashed to him and laughed. Honghuang is visiting. Is fellow Taoist Yin Yang here? In front of the Qianquan Sun and Moon Cave, old man Honghuang smiled and asked, fellow Taoist Qianquan, Honghuang is visiting. On Lightning Mountain, Honghuang laughed aloud. Taoist timeless, I want you to help poor Tao. Within a certain mysterious space, Honghuang descended and said respectfully, fellow Taoist Yangmei, the poor Taoist is saluted. After searching for mountains and visiting friends all over, Honghuang did not forget Xuanqing. The shadow of the great immortal fluttered and descended into the Kunlun Mountains. Chapter 71, A Trip to Kunlun. Honghuang grows knowledgeable and opens his eyes. Fellow Taoist Xuanqing, poor Tao Honghuang has come to pay a special visit. A gust of immortal sound reverberates through the great Kunlun. Hearing, the 3 Qing have stopped the hands of the busy business. Brush raised his eyes to look. Look are surprised, Hongjun. He came to our Kunlun mountain what? Seeing this, Xuanqing slowly opened his eyes and subconsciously frowned. It was at the time when the dragon and phoenix cataclysm broke out and the battle between the Tao and the devil was about to take place. Hongjun this old deng favor this time specially from the Yujing mountain far to come to Kunlun. Hongjun cocked his tail, and Xuanqing knew what he was playing at. All in all, absolutely nothing good. After that, Tong Tian, the youngest of the Xuanqing sect, went out to meet him and was responsible for guiding Hongjun into the dojo for a while. And Xuanqing also took a step out of the Pangu hall. Dodge appeared in a pavilion in the Kunlun mountain dojo. Self-consciousness began to clean the tea set. Start making tea, burning sandalwood incense curls. It's so relaxing. Not long after, a burst of tea curls, quietly from the pavilion dispersed. Lao Zi and Yuan sure smelled the fragrance of the tea, which was refreshing, and knew that it was a superb innate spiritual root, the enlightenment divine tea tree, that they had obtained by chance when they were out on their travels. After that, Lao Zi and Yuan sure came smelling the aroma of tea and flashed to appear in the gazebo. First, they respectfully bowed towards big brother Xuanqing, and only after Xuanqing nodded his head did they dare to take their seats and sit down to drink tea. Noteworthy. This before, they three Qing only know their own big brother Dan. Where? Array, Sword Road, attainments superb, champion of the flood heavens and the world. Until now, they couldn't help but marvel and lament that Xuanqing's way of tea art was also learned and perfected. This is not, you cannot see, with the spirit of the spring after boiling, tea brewing, bursts of curls of tea rose up, like a wisp of fairy gas floating, hazy the entire Kunlun immortal mountain sanctuary. Look around. The heaven and earth were heavy with immortal mist and purple gas, as if it was an absolute fairyland, which was intoxicating. Two brothers, please. Not long ago, Xuanqing's tea was brewed, and first made 2 cups for Lao Zi and Yuan Shi, and then he poured himself another glass. Lift up the teacup, take a light sip of fresh tea. Exhale a breath of fresh air. Xuanqing's face was filled with a cozy look. Urching was also pleased with himself and kept praising good tea, and big brother really has a wide range of ways. It is a model for my generation. And the other side, Tong Tian had already succeeded in receiving Hongjun into the Kunlun mountain dojo. The reason it took so long, nothing else. Covered in Xuanqing's build, Kunlun surrounded by defense, arranged various columns of innate great formations to protect. Even though Tong Tian's attainments in the Tao of formation were also not bad, he was tired after traveling through the various columns of innate formations and stepping on the nodes of the formations. Seeing this, Hongjun sweating more than, really cannot think, also cannot figure out. Xuanqing, why will their own dojo will be so solid as gold? Impregnable. Who are you defending? It's simply not too pompous. Until Hongjun entered the dojo, the doubt in his heart only then dialed up the clouds and fog, suddenly realized, and instantly understood in seconds. He had just stepped into the Kunlun dojo with his front foot, and he instantly detected a hint of something wrong. And, it's very wrong. Chapter 71, A Trip to Kunlun. Hongjun grows sighted and opens his eyes. 2. As a matter of fact, although the Kunlun Mountains is not lost as a heavenly paradise, dense aura, feng shui continuous, and heaven and earth fit, however, it should be slightly inferior when compared to his Yujing mountain. After all, he had attained the Tao earlier, and he had set foot in quite a few of the major caves of heaven and earth in the flooded heavens and earth, and it was not without reason that he finally chose to use Mount Yujing as his dojo. But now, being in the middle of the Kunlun dojo, feeling the abundant spiritual qi around him, surging like waves, Hongjun felt that the mana in his body became lively and ran very smoothly. MT. Yujing? Can't compare. Not even a little bit. What's going on here? That said, this is the Kunlun Mountain Dojo. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Hongjun was secretly surprised in his heart and did not show it. After he followed Tong Tian's footsteps and kept going deeper and deeper into the Kunlun Mountain Dojo, the sights seen along the way directly made Hongjun tense up. Outside of the Kunlun Dojo, there were various killing formations and maze formations that were added. Inside the dojo, there were also various columns of innate great formations guarding it. However, most of them were all formations of the type of spirit gathering, qi napping, and feng shui hiding. These formations, which were sparse in the floodplains, were not rare, but it couldn't be helped by the number of Xuanqing arrangements. It was just too much. Among them, the most Hongjun for the smack. But see the location of the 4 clear hall. On the ancient star river covered, the peaks articulated heaven and earth. Purple gas to the east, I do not know it, several 100 million miles. The vast aura of floating and sinking. Spectacular. The surrounding lofty peaks, arching over the 4 halls, towered over the heavens and earth in a peculiar layout, plunging straight into the clouds and sky, and disappearing into the ancient star river. surrounded by the stars of the heavens. The ingenuity of the layout is a masterpiece. For a time, Hongjun is also looking dumbfounded, deeply attracted by the layout of this place, and then could not help but marvel out, this layout is actually the secret of the stars and buckets of the circumference of the sky, unintentionally formed an innate array. Indestructible, unbreakable. I'm afraid, non-mixed yuan dollar power cannot be broken. Say, how does this formation look so much like the rumored 36 weekly heavenly star dipper formation? Now, Hongjun really convinced Xuanqing, and his heart could not help but be shocked. Along the way, all over the place is yao grass and strange flowers. Passing by a purple bamboo forest, where the winding path is quiet, Hongjun is again surprised. As far as the eye could see, every purple bamboo planted here was an innate spiritual root. Even the green bricks that he stepped on under his feet were not extraordinary, but were carved and polished from a piece of the original stone of enlightenment. Walking among the purple bamboo forests and stepping on the secluded paths, one is instantly enlightened and enlightened. As long as one stayed here for a few teas, their cultivation would grow by 1 point. Although Hongjun's Tao realm had already reached the mixed golden immortal, and he did not have a cold for the spirit-gathering formation in this place, he was still able to detect it. If an ordinary cultivator can cultivate in this place, it can help him or her to realize the Tao, and he or she will definitely advance rapidly and benefit greatly. It seems that Xuanqing Taoist friend this time traveling outside, obtained a lot of opportunity and creation. You Kunlun Holy Land, the depth of the bottom of the deep, even if it is a group of flood innate power is not as good as 1000th. Hongjun inwardly shocked. The thoughts in his heart for a long time cannot be calmed, said to Tong Tian emotionally. Now, he finally knew why Xuanqing had set up so many innate great formations inside and outside the dojo. Avoiding the robbery and preventing the invasion of the enemy is still the second most important thing. Most importantly, able to protect against thieves. Fellow Daoist Hongjun is flattering. Tong Tian saw Hongjun's unseasoned look and subconsciously held his head high with pride on his face. Doubling down. I don't know how much time has passed. Tong Tian along the mountain valley. Curls of tea. Finally Hongjun smooth reception. Fellow Daoist Xuanqing. Your Dao realm has broken through to the mixed golden immortal? When Hongjun arrived in the gazebo and finally saw Xuanqing, his entire body froze. Numb. Completely numb. Chapter 72. A chance for the three Qing to change their lives? Gathering Hongjun's wool. How long has it been? Now Hongjun meets with Xuanqing again, but is surprised to find the opponent's Dao realm was already on a higher level. For that reason, he couldn't help but stare and smack his lips. After being surprised and appalled, Hongjun couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There were accidents and surprises, and for a while, he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Happily, nowadays, the Taoist devil rises up. Between him and the old demon of Sumeru, there is destined to be an entanglement of causality in the battle of the great Tao, and it is still the kind that will not end in death. If he could have Xuanqing's participation, this western expedition to Mount Sumeru would definitely be a sure thing. It is no exaggeration to say that with Hongjun's understanding of Xuanqing, its divine ability to create a vast, behind the bottom of the means of the bottom of the endless, all the war power against the sky, simply be able to a top 10 great powers, apart from the Yang Mei that was a heavenly creation. The arcane space avenue was unfathomable. What yin and yang, Shenkuan and hour in these great powers were not as good as a single stick of Xuanqing. Thoughts floating. Hongjun felt a burst of blood boiling. Inexplicably invigorated. The depths of feeling, sometimes really want to yell up to the sky, to have Xuanqing this help. Sumeru the old devil can be no fear of it. Surprise to surprise, accident to accident, but let Hongjun sad regret, and helpless. According to Xuanqing's speed of development, it was estimated that after a while, one would have to change one's words and call Xuanqing senior, right? One thought to this, Hongjun immediately felt a lot of pressure, and was determined to win this immortal demon battle. He was blessed with a feeling that once he won the battle of the devil, his own Tao would be improved by leaps and bounds, and it would not be a problem for him to prove that he was a supreme hybrid. Sessions. There was still a glimmer of hope of taking on an apprentice Xuanqing. It was just a fluke. Pregnancy makes it so. Xuanqing was blissfully unaware of Hongjun's thoughts and said humbly while pouring Hongjun a cup of tea, "Reach out and make a please." Invitingly, he said, "Fellow Daoist Hongjun, please take your seat." Hongjun nodded and returned the salute, took his seat, and instinctively held up the cup of tea in front of him and drank it all in one go. Tea down the throat, flowing into the abdomen. Suddenly feel a burst of warmth. The violet mansion chi si mana rolling. Inexplicably a burst of comfort. Hongjun raised his eyebrows, stunned. This is enlightenment divine tea water. After tasting out that this tea was made from the tea leaves picked from an innate spiritual root that he had been swindled by Xuanqing, His heart was more or less full of mixed feelings. To be honest, he hadn't even tasted this enlightenment divine tea tree once before he was snubbed by Xuanqing. Just this, who wouldn't? After the hard time, Hongjun laughed dumbly, and without waiting for Xuanqing to inquire, he began to explain his intentions. Suddenly said with a straight face, Xuanqing Taoist friend. Now the dragon and phoenix robbery started in the east. The western Sumeru old devil Luo Hu took advantage of the chaos to gather the heir of the heaven and earth robbery, growing the momentum of the devil's path, wanting to kill and destroy all beings, proving the path of the mixed yuan. As far as the poor Taoist knows, that devil has already found the 4 immortal execution swords, as well as the formation diagram. Once the killing formation is accomplished, it's not something the 4 saints can match. Saving the living and upholding justice is an act of righteousness incumbent on our cultivators. Not to mention that, as righteous cultivators of the eastern continent, we are even more important. Not waiting for Hongjun to vocally and formally begin his speech, Xuanqing couldn't listen anymore. Spinning around, he opened his mouth and interrupted. Stop, HJ. Hongjun was a little confused. You know, this moral abduction, in the process of searching for the mountain to visit friends, but it has been tried and tested time and time again. Chapter 72, A Chance for the 3 Qing to Change Their Lives? Gathering Hongjuan's Wool. 2. How did it get to Xuanqing? And it doesn't work? Xuanqing was not a fan of Hongjuan's routine. He was already familiar with the flood script and had insight into the future momentum. So it is very clear that the latter flood, Hongjun is playing support justice. Remove the devil, the banner, fooled a large group of eastern monks, the western expedition to Sumeru, crusade against the Shuhu. As a result, countless great flood powerhouses were pitted and killed. If there is no accident, this Taoist devil fight and the original plot of the flood is almost the same. Hongjun will be the last big winner. After a move to become a hybrid saint, the flood of the name of the Taoist ancestor of the heavens and the world, and the meaning of Hongjuan's words, but also very obvious, is just want to take the opportunity to draw him, fool him, swindle him, mixed into the next immortal and devil war, the struggle of the devil. If it were before, Xuanqing would definitely not hesitate and reject it outright, but the thought of his own body contains a devil seed, ruling a devil law, a devil work creation infinite, so many buffs superimposed. Is not a living devil heir? It goes without saying that Xuanqing wants to outlaw the demon ancestor law. Hongjun has a small plan. Knowing that this immortal and demon war is a battle of the great Tao and a test of the heavenly Tao for Hongjun and Luo Hu, the finalized attribution of the spokesman of the heavenly Tao will be determined by the contest between Hongjun and Luo Hu. In the latter days of the flood, following Hongjun won from the battle of the Taoist devils, and got the favor of the heavenly Tao, and successfully proved the Tao of the mixed yuan, and established the Xianmen, and accepted the disciples of the 3 Chang and 2 interpretations of a woman. After that, Hongjun, in order to merge with the Tao of heaven, together with the Tao of heaven, counted on the internal strife of the 3 Chang and engaged in a duel. As soon as he thought of this, how could Xuanqing let Hongjun have his way and get what he wanted? Perhaps, right now is a great opportunity to tamper with the tragic fate of the 3 purities. Thought settled. Xuanqing's pair of starry eyes were deep, illuminating a party of stars, quietly flashing a color of determination, as if he had made a major decision. Convergence of many thoughts? Xuanqing sipped a mouthful of tea, before slowly said, crowning words I do not like to hear. In my place, only recognize the spirit treasure does not recognize the person. Along with you to go to the crusade against the old demon of Sumeru can be, but the karma between the entanglement is too deep. Have to take the spirit treasure to pay off. The spirit treasure, the spirit treasure, the spirit treasure, the spirit treasure, the spirit treasure. As long as you can afford to pay, we, the 4 purities, will help you out of trouble. Xuanqing also does not bend. Directly open the door. Straight to the point. Suddenly the Hongjun hole. Frozen for a moment, Hongjun eyes flooded with essence, and then laughed brightly. Ha 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 ha. Xuanqing Taoist friend fruit is a person of nature also. Deal. As the saying goes, treasures move the heart. Can't say that Xuanqing mercenary greed can take the spiritual treasure to solve things. Hongjun actually do not want to owe a pile of favors karma for nothing. After all, borrowed money is good to pay back, but favors are hard to pay back. Immediately after, not even waiting for Hongjun to open his mouth to inquire, Xuanqing then put up 4 fingers and said frankly, the 4 of us, the 4 Qing, together total 4 spiritual treasures. Xuanqing lion big opening, Hongjun eyes abruptly wide, quickly said, Xuanqing friend, truthfully, poor Taoist only want to ask you to a person can be, after all, heaven and earth quantitative hijacking dangerous and abnormal. Under the power of the peace no egg, even if you are a great power of the mixed golden immortal, if you are not careful, you will be in danger of losing your body. So, The meaning of these words is obvious. For one thing, Hongjun had selfishness and didn't want to hemorrhage money and shell out so many spiritual treasures. Secondly, what he said is true. The three Qing's little de Luo cultivation. Really difficult to wait for the Hall of Elegance. Hongjun, what do you mean by that? It's looking down on the three of us. Hongjun old piker. Look at the sword. Chapter 73, Early Plotting for the Three Emperors? Condong Seal. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. That dislike in Hongjun's words was heard by the three Qing present. Old man Tai Qing frowned and scolded sternly, and the Xuanqing tower above his head floated and sank. The jade clear beginning jade ruin appeared. On the Qing Tong Tian is even more violent temper. Waist-hanging green ping has been sheathed half. Sword light pan cold on deterrent. The three Taoist friends please calm your anger. The poor Taoist. Taoist does not mean this. Feeling the terrifying Daolord might that erupted from the three clearances, he was also stunned and waved his hands in a row, wanting to explain. Previously, perhaps Xuanqing was too dazzling amongst the four Qing of Pangu, so he only knew that Xuanqing was not bad in battle, and that his divine abilities were vast. A moment of negligence, but forgot that the three Qing are the same as the descendants of Pangu. The roots of the transcendent is not bad, especially after mixing with Xuanqing. A variety of opportunities to get soft. The depth of the bottom, such as the abyss like the sea, cannot be easily measured. It doesn't. At first glance, old man Tai Qing was already at the realm of de Luo perfection, and Yuan Shi and Tong Tian weren't weak either, both stepping into the realm of peak de Luo, relying on various types of offensive treasures. Even if the three Qing can face the mixed golden immortal level powers, they can also stand on their own and fight against them. It wasn't until the three clearings went ballistic that Hongjun came to his senses. Since stepping into the Kunlun dojo, Hongjun had been preoccupied with being shocked by the various wonders within the dojo, as well as focusing his attention entirely on Xuanqing alone. All almost forgot to focus on the three Sanqing. Transparent people now. Well, this feud is kind of over. Dao friend Hongjun, we Pangu four Qings are one, sharing honor and disgrace, life and death. If you want to ask me to take action, then you have to invite these three brothers of mine. Otherwise, everything is exempted from negotiation. At this time, Xuanqing came out to round off the conversation and said, this trip to the west to conquer the Sumero and outlaw the Luo Hu. If you can take the opportunity to extort Hongjun a sum of money, it is naturally good. That's all that's been said. Hongjun naturally understood in seconds. In order to facilitate the deal and stabilize the emotions of the three Qing, he was seen waving his hand, swept out 4 streams of light, and offered up 4 spiritual treasures. He presented himself to the crowd, 4 sacred lamps and a fire fan. After that, Hongjun, despite the fact that he was dripping blood inside, forced a smile and squeezed out a smirk as he began to introduce the 4 Qings one by one. This is the jade void glazed lamp. There is a golden flame inside this lamp, named Ancient Lamp of 10,000 Souls. It has the ability to detect 10,000 souls. Burning the sky and boiling the sea is not a matter of concern. It is an extreme grade innate. This is the 8th scenic palace lamp of Tai Qing. There is a purple flame inside this lamp, called Burning Sky Purple Fire, also has the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. The lamp shines universally. 100,000 miles of mountains and rivers are shattered. The same as the very first grade of innate. This is the treasure lotus lamp. This lamp was born at the time of the chaos of the heavens and earth. Within it is the 7 treasures wonderful flame, which is so powerful that it is able to reverse the universe, and settle the wonders of the earth, wind, water, and fire, and it is also a supreme innate spiritual treasure. This is the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, also known as the 5 Fire God Flame fan, 7 Plume fan. Refining materials are very delicate. Convergence of the air fire, fire in the stone, fire in the wood, Samadhi fire, the fire of the living beings, and then condense heaven and earth 5 God Bird Plume. Refining 9,981 days, can be molded, stirring a feathered fan, rolling 5 fires across the sky, moving mountains and burning the heavens to destroy the earth. For the extreme innate, seeing that Hongjun is quick, Xuanqing also does not pretend to be polite, making a look, signaling the 3 Qing to start choosing the treasure. Tai Qing, this 8th scenic palace lantern has a destiny with me. Yu Qing, this jade void glazed lamp has a destiny with me. Tong Tian, this Pauline lamp has a destiny with me. With the mind moving, the 3 Qings finished picking, and next, it was Xuanqing's turn. How unexpected. Xuanqing lightly glanced at the fire fan, indifferent the entire time, sipping tea to himself, obviously not looking at it. Hongjun perceived the words and frowned slightly, then asked tentatively, fellow Taoist Xuanqing, are you not satisfied with this fire fan? Chapter 73, Early Plotting for the 3 Emperors? Condong Seal. 2. Truth be told, I have no affinity with this fire fan. Moreover, As I traveled through the flood, I have actually been searching hard for a supreme treasure. And I don't know if you, Dao friend Hongjun, know its whereabouts. Xuanqing wasn't really looking at that fire fan, but had other plans. Hongjun asked, what is it? Condong seal. Condong seal? At first, Xuanqing was just holding the attitude of trying it out. If there was something, there was something. If there wasn't, there wasn't. But now, look at Hongjun's expression. Condong seal, 80% of it is on him not running away. As far as he knew, there was a record in the flood script that the Condong seal was in the hands of Hongjun. It was only after the establishment of the Shinmen Taoist system and the acceptance of disciples to share the treasure that it would be passed on to the three sect masters, who would take turns at the helm. If you hold this seal, you can abolish the human emperor. Yes, now only the dragon and phoenix great calamity, the Taoist devil wind. Xuanqing has already begun to plan the human race chi layout of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, plotting the human race chi treasure Condong seal. There are many spiritual treasures in the flooded heavens and earth. Innate supreme treasures are countless, as many as 3,000, and the treasures of the latter days are even more numerous, countless. I wonder why fellow Taoist Xuanqing is so fixated on the Condong seal? This is not. Xuanqing layout is really too far away, and now has not yet certified the way of mixed yuan, and not body with the heavenly Tao. Naturally do not know that this Condong seal in the middle of the karma entanglement, as well as the significance of which is significant, the relationship between the human race of the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors. No other. I was born with some kind of karmic bond with the seal, so I have been thinking about it, that's all. If you, Hongjun, have never heard of it, it's fine. Xuanqing began to act up, feeling sorry for himself, and autonomously eclipsed. If it wasn't for winking at the 3 Qing, the 3 Qing here would have almost believed it. Although they didn't understand Xuanqing's intention of asking Hongjun for the Condong seal, with their understanding of Xuanqing, their big brother definitely had his reasons for doing so, since he did not understand the endless wonderful uses contained in the Condong seal, as well as its great significance. Hongjun also had an adult immediately withdraw a fan of fire. With another wave of his big sleeve, he reoffered a supreme treasure. When I fixed my eyes on it, I saw that it was a seal. On top of the seal there are 9 dragons coiling around each other. On the 4 sides of the seal seat there are 5 heavenly emperors' holy faces. And under the seal there is a great Taoist talisman, the word Condong. It was clearly the human treasure that Xuanqing had been longing for. The Condong seal. Coincidentally well not. Poor Taoist traveling the flooded heavens, accidentally got a seal. It is the Xuanqing Taoist friend requested things. Now is also considered to make up for the Taoist friend heart a period of regret. This seal is a superb innate spiritual treasure. Can deal with all the demons and monsters and evil spirits. If the essence and monsters touch, the soul will fly away. If the devil touches, the body will be destroyed. So the Condong seal has also been made into a righteous divine seal. Hongjun depicted sound and color, and in his heart, he boasted that this wave is still not stable to take Xuanqing. Poor Taoist just ask you, feeling untouched. Asterisk. But unbeknownst to him, Xuanqing couldn't help but inwardly spit out a dark comment as he listened to Hongjun's half-understood exposition of the Condong seal. But the face project or have to pretend a little, immediately face overflowing smile, pretend a touching and surprise look, gladly collect the treasure, the bag for peace. Alright, fellow Taoists, can you be satisfied now? Can you now follow the poor Taoist and rush to the west to crush the demonic Luo Hu? After dividing the treasure, Hongjun gathered his emotions and then asked, I thought it was a sure thing. It is not expected. Xuanqing's words immediately called for a change in color for Hongjun. May not. Chapter 74, Visiting the Dragon and Phoenix Hijacking in Person. The 3 tribes battlefield is terrifying. H.J. Hongjun's heart suddenly thumped. His heart secretly said bad. Xuanqing this guy shouldn't be thinking, collect the spiritual treasure and not do anything, right? Upon hearing this, the 3 pristine ones also raised their eyebrows. Meet the crowd's puzzled gaze. Xuanqing this explained, hijacking is starting. In the past, my 4 Qing traveled the 4 seas of the flood. There are many karmic ties. Before going to the west to get rid of the devil, our 4 brothers have to go down to the mountain to experience the hijacking. Phew, I see. When these words came out, Hongjun let out a long breath of false alarm. The 3 pristine ones also nodded gently as they listened. In the past, they traveled to the flood. They are indeed stained a lot of karma. Although it can be in the Kunlun Mountain dojo to avoid the robbery. But if you cannot cut off the dust of the karma ties, the future proof of the Tao of the mixed world when the fear of breeding demons, the Taoist heart is not stable. Fellow Taoist Xuanqing wants to get rid of the karma of the past, clarify the heart of the Tao, and clarify the spiritual platform. This is a good thing. But, The karma of the 3 innate races is really too big, and the risk is too high, so it's better to be all careful and prudent. Hongjun thought of the 4 Qing, a group of flood theft gang, successively stole the Qilin treasure trove and the dragon treasure trove, and also abducted the heir of the first Qilin and the ancestral dragon. This kind of karma, anyone who hears it sweats more than a little. It was also the Pangu 4 purities that could afford this weight of karma. If it were any other cultivator, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to handle it. This is not the backstabber. The great injustice of the devil ancestor Luo Shuo is the previous experience, because by Xuanqing's great karma transfer art scourge, resulting in the Western demonic tribe's heritage recede again and again. There are even rumors that after Luo Hu Buzhou Mountain and the line of the South Sea, the development process of the devil race was thus set back by 10 Yuanhui. If it were not for the mercy of the heavens, so that Luo Shuhu occasionally obtained the immortal execution killing formation, where would there be the ensuing struggle between the Tao and the devil? Hongjuan's tone paused and then continued to add, if there is anything you need from Poverty Road, you can use this jade talisman to contact at any time. With that, a jade talisman was presented in front of Xuanqing. Xuanqing nodded and gladly accepted it. He knew that Hongjun this is not in the concern for him, but worried about his fall and the great disaster, the loss of a major help. His heart can be seen. We all unspoken. Understand all understand. After that, Xuanqing sent off the guests and gathered a group of mounts over. Before the departure of their admonition, the dragon and phoenix hijacking rise. The wind of the devil. Now the flood is eventful. The war rages. Yuan So and the Kunlun mountain closed cultivation, not to go out of the mountain, so as not to be robbed. The plate-horned green ox and the kuei ox's forelimbs were in a kneeling position, nodding their heads in succession as they responded. The 10 sons of the ancestral dragon, as well as the 2 Qilin cubs, were transfixed in heaven and earth, each distracted, preoccupied, and in a trance. At least they are also from the innate 3 tribes, but also the bloodline of the pure royal blood. Now the tribe was robbed. Their hearts are not willing, but also intolerance. We would also like to go down with the lords. After the ancestral dragon's 10 sons and the 2 Qilin cubs looked at each other, they instantly understood each other and hurriedly requested in unison. Xuanqing raised his eyelids. His gaze indifferently swept the group of mounts, and frankly said, this seat knows that you all have your hearts set on your clans, but with the outbreak of the heaven and earth quantum revelation, the change of epochs, the change of the sea and the earth, and the change of the master of the heaven and earth, the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn innate clans are doomed to withdraw from the stage of the floodplains and go into decline. This is something that no one can change. What's more, your cultivation is too low. Going down to the mountain to experience the calamity will result in 10 deaths. Xuanqing's tone was casual and light to the extreme, as if he was expounding on an extremely trivial matter. Rumble. However, after these words were heard by the ancestral dragon scions and the beginning Qilin scions, their brains were suddenly buzzing, and each of them was struck by lightning. The dragon and phoenix measurement, the change of epochs, and the change of heaven and earth. Xuanqing, a word to break the sky, can break the quantitative robbery secret, even lousy. The beginning of the first, Tong Tian heard. The expression cannot help but austere color change. Big brother, how did you know about the end of the quantum reign? Chapter 74, in person at the dragon and phoenix hijacking, terrifying battlefield of the 3 tribes. 2. Tonto couldn't help but ask out of the blue. Xuanqing smiled lightly and said meaningfully, Father God Pangu dreamed to inform also. Triple clear. Well, it was as if lousy. Yuan sure, and Tong Tian were instantly hit by a 10,000 point damage blitz, and their faces pulled crotches all of a sudden. Among them, Tong Tian even raised his hand and gave himself a mouthful, muttering under his breath, I told you to talk too much, now you're making a fool of yourself. Similarly honored as the root foot of Pangu, the bloodline authentic, Xuanqing but have the father god Pangu dream, while they really did pick it up. Once again, the real deal. Father god is biased. Why does he only favor big brother Xuanqing alone? After learning the secret of the quantum revelation, the 10 sons of the ancestral dragon and the 2 Qilin cubs followed Xuanqing's instructions to keep their homes in the Kunlun mountain dojo at ease. The 4 Qings, on the other hand, stepped on the colorful auspicious clouds and left the Kunlun mountains. In the great world of the flood, as the 3 innate races continued to fight, the robberies that filled the heavens and earth became thicker and denser. As far as the eye could see, there were dark clouds covering the sky, and the aura of calamity rolled over. There is a great sense of black clouds pressing down on the city and wanting to destroy it. Oppressive and suffocating. Kill, kill, kill. On the battlefield of the 3 clans, the killing sound filled the sky. The iron hooves of the golden spears trampled the void and rumbled, and the voice of the gods and devils hissed and resounded through the heavens and the earth. The sky of the battlefield was rendered a blood color. Very creepy and treacherous. Inexplicably chilling and intimidating. All living beings see the situation. None of the three tribes on that side of the battlefield to retreat. Respect far away, lest the fish in the pond. But on the contrary, there are people who know that there is a tiger in the mountain, but they prefer to walk towards the tiger mountain. Is this the heaven and earth measurement tribulation? It is truly terrifying. What eldest brother said earlier is very true, not to mention the tiny cultivation of a few mounts in the district. Even if it is a great Luo golden immortal such as us, placed in this side of the quantitative Kulpa heaven and earth, the slightest mishap will be subject to Kulpa Chi intrusion, tainting the aura, and messing up the mind. It's just horrible. Standing at the top of the pale dome of the three races battlefield, what the three Qing's ears heard was a roiling killing call that was deafening and unceasing. The eye sees. Battle flags fluttered in the sky as the armies of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans intertwined and fought endlessly. There were also floodland birds, beasts, and sea creatures, as many as billions of millions of people, charging and colliding in one piece, fighting in blood. Seeing this scene, all three Qing's faces couldn't help but flatten a few shades of gravity. It seems that the Dragon Phoenix Cataclysm has reached a white-hot stage, familiar with the direction of the flood plot Xuanqing, but early psychological preparation. Then the three clear a lot of calm, just when he raised his eyes to look up at the sky, view the three tribes' battlefield, the infinite blood of the gas cohesion of a blood-colored beasts, overlooking the battlefield, but also cannot help but be touched by it. Although he had been psychologically prepared, he had personally experienced the Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm, and only then did he realize the danger and cruelty of the Heaven and Earth Cataclysm. Chapter 75 Great Calamity Variant, Xuanqing. But it was said that under the overturning of the blood-devouring Qi of Heaven and Earth, great Luo golden immortals placed in it, if they stayed for a long time, they would all suffer from erosion of the mind and gradually lose their sanity. This is not. The three Qing just descended to the quantitative origin. In the middle of the battlefield of the three tribes, they feel that the spiritual platform is tainted. The heart of the Tao is no longer clear. There is a wisp of black air surrounded. As a last resort, the three pristine ones could only operate their magic power to get rid of the calamity and death in their bodies, and always recite the mantra of clearing the heart, to return the spiritual platform to clarity and the Taoist heart to clarity. It is also these Kulpa Bane gas, so that the innate three tribes lose their sanity, like a head of ancient ferocious beasts parasitized, one by one, their eyes red as Dan fire. The killing intent around the body is majestic, hostile gas rushing to the sky, and Bane gas rolls. It had just turned into a killing machine, with nothing but destruction and killing in its eyes, falling eyes to that side of the battlefield. The momentum is even more powerful. Magnificent shock. Countless sword lights and shadows were chilling. Various killing aptitudes brimmed. Attacking spiritual treasures are endless, intertwined with the earth, wind, water and fire, hooking the five elements of yin and yang upside down, shaking the dry heavens and earth, breaking all laws, and enacting a scene of horrifying visions. Truly the end times are upon us. The catastrophe of annihilation and holocaust. In the endless killing, countless cultivators of the three tribes fell one after another. A set of corpses that covered the sky and fell in the air. Ambush body billions of miles. In the center of the battlefield, three domineering figures stood proudly between heaven and earth, looking down on the living world and ignoring the heavens and earth. Ancestral dragon hegemony born 12 claws. The vast dragon might shock the universe and the heavens. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens broken. The end of the hegemony is unparalleled. The beginning Qilin's iron hooves stepped into the void, shattering layer after layer, and the laws of water and fire intertwined and circled around its body. Its divine might was unfathomable. Phoenix Empress Xuanqing, with a phoenix crown on her head, a graceful and delicate body, and a lonely and cold temperament that is beyond compare. Newswire. The next moment, the Empress transformed into a 9-colored fire phoenix rises up in the sky, rocking hundreds of millions of miles. A phoenix cries and whistles, resonating across the world. The majestic beings, the magnificent. The world is also unparalleled. Ancestral dragon is powerful. A hybrid golden immortal perfect cultivation is strong. Xuanqing. Beginning Qilin can only temporarily join hands together to fight against it. The three flood hegemony each other's horns, to start a confrontation. All of them had yet to make a move, but the three patriarchs had a horrifying aura erupting from their bodies, already charging and exchanging blows, all unwilling to show weakness, like pinpoints on wheat arrows. They are at odds with each other. Swords are drawn, and the great battle is about to start. Rumble, rumble, the ancestral dragon, Xuanqing, and beginning Qilin's chi exchanged blows, collapsing layers of broken void, squeezing and collapsing space, and vibrating crazily, adding a few more horrifying colors to this battlefield. Big brother, sister-in-law seems to be in trouble. in a corner of the battlefield. At the top of the sky, Tong Tian turned his gaze towards the 9-colored fire phoenix and suddenly said, Laozi and Yuan Shi, who are on the side, also had the corners of their mouths slightly upturned, revealing a meaningful smile, and looked at their own elder brother Xuanqing in unison. This way traveling since, the 3 Qing along the way cannot hear less passers-by ABC ding. In the word of mouth their big brother Xuanqing's wind flow, cough, scenery deeds. So following the trip to the Buzhou Mountain, the Nanming Immortal Fire Mountain, and the Taiyin planet, the 3 Qing had already listed Nuwa, Shiha, Changxi, and the Empress Yuanfeng as sister-in-laws in their hearts. Xuanqing, the corners of its mouth twitched slightly, speechless to the extreme. Sister-in-law? Goddamn sister-in-law. Rumor, pure and simple. But back to the topic. In the past, when he broke into the interior of the immortal volcano, he unintentionally looked at Yuanfeng's body, and owed a karmic debt for it. Now that you've come down to the mountains to experience the calamity, it's time to pay back. It's not just Yuanfeng. Chapter 75, Great Tribulation Variant, Xuanqing, 2, and the Ancestral Dragon, the Beginning Unicorn, especially the Ancestral Dragon. This feud has the heaviest karma. Back then, he traveled to the East China Sea, had a brief encounter with the Ancestral Dragon, by virtue of the strength of the physical body, relying on the Godslayer lance to kill and destroy, not only to seriously injure it, but also to empty the dragon treasure trove. He also abducted all 9 dragon sons of the Ancestral Dragon, as well as his youngest daughter. Time is running out. Nowadays, Xuanqing's Dao realm had already stepped into the mixed golden immortal, and his physical realm had even reached the second heaven of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. If it is again on the Ancestral Dragon, Xuanqing adheres to an invincible Taoist heart, boasts that not 300 rounds, enough to suppress it, this time to go down the mountain, is to experience the calamity, to settle all the former dust and karma in the past. It is also to verify one's own Tao. Thoughts settled. Xuanqing then turned over his hand and offered the chaos bead, and instructed the 3 Qing, this heaven and earth, the robbery is filled. The younger brothers and go inside to sip tea and sit and watch the wind and clouds. And the next, look for the elder brother to perform it. Thanks, big brother. Xuanqing thoughtful, considerate care. The 3 Qing heartwarm, brush bowed after salute, then flashed into the chaos pearl space. After all, the heaven and earth catastrophe of the great powers are going to fall. The 3 Qing, but only Kanchan Dala golden immortal, really cannot help. Do not drag Xuanqing is to help. Rumble. With everything arranged, Xuanqing stepped out with great strides, the same horrifying aura spreading around him, sweeping across the sky and mountains and rolling, and as soon as he descended on the battlefield of the 3 clans, he instantly broke the balance between the Ancestral Dragon, Yuanfeng, and the Beginning Qilin. The Ancestral Dragon glared, burning with rage, and rebuked in a deep voice, it's you little thief? Good. Actually sent yourself to the door. This ancestor has searched you hard all these years. The Beginning Qilin frowned, a touch of longing flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, kid, what is the current status of my children? Phoenix Empress Yuanfeng's phoenix eyes condensed as she said with amusement, little fellow, it's been a long time, how have you been? Did you come all the way here to help this palace and deal with the old ancestral dragon piker together? The 3 flood hegemons in the field instantly recognized Xuanqing's identity, especially the ancestral dragon. Their dragon clan and the Pangu 4 purities could be considered mortal enemies. Therefore, the enemies met each other, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at Xuanqing with deadly hatred. Ahem, Patriarch Yuanfeng, goodbye, simply nodding in greeting Yuanfeng. Xuanqing then turned his head towards the Beginning Qilin, cupped his fists, saluted, and replied, Qilin Patriarch, those 2 little cubs are very well now. They have spirit roots to eat at all times, and meals of immortal dew. All is well, and it is estimated that they will be certified to the Tao Lord fruit of the Tao in a while, so there is no need for them to be worried about it. At those words, the Beginning Qilin's hanging heart finally fell, and he nodded gently. In the past, he knew that the theft of the Qilin treasure trove was not the work of Luo Hu, but a gang of the 4 Pangu Qing. But in the end, the reason why Beginning Qilin let the 4 Qing go, in addition to Xuanqing's strong physical cultivation, the Beginning Qilin was also very optimistic about the future of his path. Now that the calamity has arisen in the flood, and heaven and earth are in great turmoil, the Beginning Unicorn feels very grateful for the choices he made in the past. Looking around the battlefield of the 3 clans, looking around the clan in the same kind of every moment in the blood and fall, or bones do not exist, or ash flying smoke, soul flying scattered, can be said to be not miserable. With this in mind, the Beginning Qilin's choice to entrust his heir to Xuanqing was undoubtedly the most correct choice he had made in his life. He admitted that he did have an element of gambling, but the good thing is that the beginning unicorn gambled and won. Only, the beginning Qilin found it strange that Xuanqing had been out of sight for so long, and now, instead of avoiding the calamity in the mountain, he suddenly appeared and descended to the battlefield of the quantum summation. So what exactly was he up to? The appearance of this sun. Will it add more variables to today's big battle between the three clans?